Li Changqing, a master woodcarver, traversed into the realm of Cangyuan, where he discovered that his wood sculptures were far more effective in imparting enlightenment than his paintings. From being a destitute and failed painter, he ascended to the pinnacle of this extraordinary world. In his previous life, he had nurtured a prodigal son through his passion for carving. Yet in this new existence, he found himself blessed with a dutiful and obedient son. Though lacking in exceptional talent, his son harbored dreams of transcending to immortality. If my son wishes to achieve immortality, I shall assist him. However, his son, Li Hengsheng, began to harbor doubts about his father, whom he perceived as a dreamer and a beggar, possibly having been possessed by another. Chapter 001. Death comes from one's own abilities. Li Changqing recalled a phrase he encountered during his school years. Talented individuals often meet their demise through their own capabilities. He had never quite grasped the meaning behind this adage until now. As a woodcarver, meeting his end due to a falling sculpture indeed epitomized dying by one's own skill. Yet, in his final moments, what he felt was merely a sense of liberation. Throughout his life, he had been captivated by the art of carving. Reaching an unparalleled mastery, however, this talent had not bestowed upon him a life of comfort. When his wife fell gravely ill, he lacked the means to provide for her treatment, ultimately leading to her untimely passing. His only son, upon reaching adulthood, befriended dubious companions, leading a life of idleness, perpetually seeking money, and pilfering valuable items from their home to sell, with frequent run-ins with the law becoming a commonplace occurrence that a few days ago, due to financial constraints. He was struck by his son and subjected to harsh words, leading Li Changqing to feel that his life had reached an ultimate failure. Death, perhaps, would serve as a form of liberation. In Minghongzu, at Changqing town, a thunderous sound rang out as a nearly 1,000-year-old ancient tree in the town center was struck by lightning, marking the conclusion of a torrential downpour that had persisted for 3 days. It had been many years since Changqing town experienced such heavy rain. In a corner of Cangyuan, an inconspicuous shop displayed 4 characters, Changqing Huafeng. The establishment appeared somewhat dilapidated, situated in an unremarkable location, with a small courtyard behind it. Within that courtyard, a figure opened a window to gaze outside. "It has finally stopped," spoke a middle-aged man, his unkempt beard and haggard complexion suggesting he had not eaten for several days. Li Changqing had not anticipated that after being struck to death by a wooden carving, he would find himself traversing into this enigmatic world, inhabiting the body of a recently deceased individual. Upon arriving in this realm, he felt utterly bewildered. Though he had read numerous novels in his previous life and was aware of the concept of transmigration, what left Li Changqing perplexed was the absence of any memories from the original host, which was a common occurrence for others. All he knew was that the former host had perished from coughing up blood, likely due to excessive anger. Furthermore, since his arrival, the relentless rain had rendered it impossible for him to venture outside. After scouring his home, he found no food, though he possessed a modest amount of silver yet. Silver is of no sustenance. With the heavy rain outside and no means to procure provisions, Li Changqing endured 3 days of hunger, doubting whether he might perish from starvation shortly after his arrival in this new world. Fortuitously, the rain ceased today, and Li Changqing could finally venture out to acquire sustenance. However, his 3 days of confinement were not spent idly. He discovered an abundance of written materials left by the previous occupant. Through immersing himself in these texts, he gleaned a semblance of understanding about this realm. This world is rich in martial arts, teeming with practitioners, yet the methods of cultivation here astonished Li Changqing. Warriors comprehend their paths through the medium of art. Some, upon beholding a painting of a mighty ox shaking mountains, derive the formidable technique known as shattering mountain force, enabling them to move mountains with bare hands. Others, captivated by a depiction of a cold, azure moonblade, discern the divine blade of the cold moon, a technique renowned for vanquishing otherworldly foes and echoing through the lands. Thus, in this realm, the status of an artist is exalted. To become an artist, one must perceive the essence of heaven and earth while wielding the brush. The strength of one's spirit determines the caliber of their artistry. Powerful artists wield an unfathomable might, capable of commanding the very heavens with a stroke of their brush, imbuing their creations with boundless power. Hence, those endowed with artistic talent are truly rare, a gem among millions. Originally, Li Changqing in this world had the innate ability to grasp the brush and comprehend the spirit, embodying the potential of an artist. His aspiration was to ascend to the legendary realm of the Sage of Painting, standing at the pinnacle of this extraordinary world. Regrettably, although Li Changqing possesses some talent, it is limited. He has only a few skills, yet unfortunately, they lack finesse. Since childhood, he has devoted himself to painting, and now, at over 30, he finds himself without significant accomplishments. His once prosperous family background has faded away, and he now survives by operating a modest painting boat. Tragically, his only son has been estranged from home for over 3 years. From a sparse correspondence he has received, Li Changqing learns that his son, Li Hengsheng, is currently cultivating in a sect known as Daoshan Goody. It is lamentable that his artwork remains unsold, for it lacks the depth required to convey enlightenment. Who would purchase such uninspired pieces? He sustains the painting boat solely on the meager remittances sent by his son each month, leading Li Changqing to perceive his existence as a profound failure. He has examined the paintings aboard the boat, and to be candid, they are thoroughly mediocre. The depictions of creatures are utterly unconvincing, devoid of spirit, and characterized by coarse details. This is indeed due to the reality that an artist cannot adequately portray that which they have never witnessed. For a painter like Li Changqing, who possesses no martial prowess, it is nearly impossible to observe living creatures up close. In contrast, more formidable factions, in their quest to nurture their own artists, often send warriors to capture real beasts for observation. As dawn breaks and sunlight bathes the entire Changqing town, Li Changqing hastens out with silver in hand, for his hunger has become unbearable. Should he delay further, he fears he may face death once more. "Ah, Master Li, where are you rushing off to in such haste?" A passerby greets him as he steps onto the street. Li Changqing, however, had no idea who that person was, so he completely disregarded him and hurriedly searched for a restaurant in the town. Seeing that Li Changqing ignored him, the individual merely smiled awkwardly and paid no further attention. Although Li Changqing was an unremarkable painter, he still held a distinguished status as an artist. No one could predict when he might unexpectedly produce a remarkable piece of art that would elevate him to great heights. Everyone was aware that Li Changqing had once created a painting that enabled a disciple from a noble family to attain enlightenment, elevating him from the mundane realm to the acquired realm of cultivation. Li Changqing had boasted about this achievement for many years, sharing it with anyone who would listen. As he walked along, someone approached and inquired, "Master Li, what a coincidence. Have you eaten yet?" Li Changqing replied, How did you know that my painting led someone to the acquired realm?" Even the ever-complaining Xianglin's wife felt inferior in comparison. Throughout his journey, numerous people greeted him. Li Changqing either ignored them or nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, he spotted a roadside stall. It was selling breakfast, and many patrons were enjoying their meals, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, causing Li Changqing's stomach to growl once more. He promptly sat down and called for the stall owner to serve him some food. "Ah, Master Li," exclaimed the stall owner, a simple and honest middle-aged man, visibly astonished at Li Changqing's presence. It was quite unexpected for Li Changqing to dine at his humble stall. Typically, he would indulge in meals at the prestigious Jinhong Tower in town. What could have prompted such a change today? Even the other diners were somewhat curious. Noticing the owner lost in thought, Li Changqing hurriedly said, "Quickly, boss, anything will do, just bring out some food." "All right." The owner snapped back to reality and promptly served breakfast. It was nothing more than some plain congee and a few side dishes, along with a bit of fried dough. Li Changqing devoured his meal ravenously. Having gone 3 days without food, this simple congee and side dishes were, without a doubt, the most delectable meal he had ever experienced in his lifetime. Just as he was engrossed in his feast, he heard a voice calling from a distance. "Master Li, there you are. This saves me the trouble of searching for you at your home. I have a letter for you." Li Changqing looked up to see a man dressed in purple approaching, carrying a large chest on his back. The man rummaged through the chest and then produced a letter, handing it to Li Changqing. With his mouth full of fried dough, Li Changqing neglected the oil on his hands and curiously accepted the letter, noticing the name Li Hengsheng inscribed on the envelope. A letter from his son? Chapter 002. The long pavilion and expensive paper regarding this son. Li Changqing realized he knew very little, as the writings left by the original host scarcely mentioned him. He only knew that his son was named Li Hengsheng. Upon seeing this name, Li Changqing understood the deep obsession the original host had with becoming a master painter. "Thank you," Li Changqing said to the middle-aged man in purple attire. The man in purple glanced at Li Changqing in surprise, wondering when he had become so courteous. After all, he was merely a humble courier, and today Li Changqing seemed somewhat out of sorts. "You honor me, Master Li," the purple-clad courier quickly replied, before hastily departing to deliver messages to others. Upon tearing open the letter, Li Changqing discovered a sheet of paper and a silver note within. He examined the contents of the letter. It was brief. At home, Li Changqing had also found a few letters from Li Hengsheng, each with a similar message. "Father, I am doing very well in the ancient land of Daoshan. Enclosed is this month's living expenses. I completed a task for the sect this month, and the elder rewarded me with an additional 20 taels of silver. Please spend it wisely, take good care of yourself in my absence, and do not worry." Li Changqing then glanced at the silver note, which amounted to 70 taels. Such a note could easily be exchanged for silver at the town's bank. Although he was unfamiliar with the market prices, he understood that 70 taels was certainly not a trivial sum. For an ordinary family, it would be considered a substantial amount. However, for Li Changqing, who was accustomed to a life of luxury and the frequent purchase of precious paper and ink, it was hardly sufficient. From the diary penned by the original host, Li Changqing discovered the lamentations of the former occupant regarding his son, whom he deemed a scoundrel. The meager financial support sent monthly was hardly sufficient, and although he had once penned a letter soliciting additional funds, Li Hengsheng had failed to respond with generosity. Despite the regular correspondence from Li Hengsheng, the original host had not reciprocated for nearly a year. Li Changqing could not help but curse. Holding the letter tightly in his hand, if only his own son possessed even a fraction of Li Hengsheng's virtues, he would be moved to tears. The phrase "the drought kills the thirsty, and the flood drowns the sated" echoed in his mind. Such a fine child, and yet he failed to cherish him. Truly, a beast of a man. Li Changqing understood that the funds sent each month were likely scraped together from the meager resources of his son, who, as a cultivator, would undoubtedly utilize the provisions provided by his sect for his own training. It was clear that Li Hengsheng barely had enough for himself, let alone the burden of supporting a father like him. Taking a deep breath, Li Changqing clutched the silver note, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Although Li Hengsheng was not his biological son, having traversed into this body and received the financial support intended for his son filled him with a complex sense of guilt. In his past life, should he have received such filial offerings, he would have been overjoyed for days. Yet now, this financial aid only served to weigh heavily on his conscience. He was unaware of the hardships Li Hengsheng faced, but it was not difficult to imagine the struggles of a disciple with mediocre aptitude and no backing within the prestigious Dao Mountain sect. One must also carve out a portion of the funds allocated for purchasing cultivation resources to sustain oneself. Damn it, in my previous life, my son was unfilial, and it pained me. In this life, my son is too dutiful, and I find myself equally distressed. Li Changqing slammed his palm onto the table in anger. How much? He inquired of the street vendor. Though he had not yet satiated his hunger, his appetite had dwindled considerably. 8 copper coins, the vendor replied awkwardly, sensing Li Changqing's discontent. Li Changqing retrieved his purse and tossed out the smallest silver ingot, estimating it to be about 1 tael. Is that so much? Li Huasher, please wait a moment. The vendor hurriedly turned away, and after a flurry of activity, returned with 9 coins of silver and 92 copper coins. It was then that Li Changqing realized that 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. And the 70 taels of silver sent by Li Hengsheng was indeed a substantial sum. Upon reviewing the extravagant expenditures of the former host, Li Changqing had initially thought silver to be of little worth. It turned out the previous occupant was simply wasteful. After finishing his meal, Li Changqing resolved to wander the town and truly observe this world. He could not afford to emulate the former host, idly waiting for death while nursing unrealistic dreams, only to rely on his son. With such a son, Li Changqing felt genuine sorrow. Although it was merely a town, it was quite expansive. After more than 2 hours of walking, he had traversed only a few market districts. Along the way, he encountered several individuals who recognized him, yet regrettably, Li Changqing did not recognize any of them, his memory completely blank. Thankfully, the original Li Changqing was somewhat aloof and had few friends. Otherwise, encountering acquaintances would have posed a rather complicated predicament. As the esteemed painter Li passed by a shop in the Baitingfang district, he was promptly approached by a short, portly old man who greeted him with a beaming smile and clasped hands. Your son should have sent the money back today, right? Come in and take a look. I have just received a new batch of exquisite Lu Yunsu paper, which is simply superb for painting and perfectly suited for your needs. Li, upon noticing the establishment, realized it was a store specializing in the 4 treasures of the study. It seemed that the original Li frequented this place to procure paper. Curiosity piqued, he stepped inside to examine his surroundings. The shop was adorned with fine brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, all appearing remarkably exquisite. Yet Li found nothing particularly special about these items. What is the price for a sheet of this paper? Li inquired with interest. Hee. This Lu Yunsu paper is indeed rare. You have long desired it, and now that it has arrived, why not purchase a bit more? As a regular customer, I can offer it to you at a discounted rate, 3 taels of silver per sheet. How does that sound? The chubby shopkeeper squinted his eyes with a grin. Li nearly spat out the kanji he had just consumed, his face a mask of shock. 3 taels of silver for a single sheet of paper? Indeed, Master Li. You are a valued patron. Otherwise, for others, it would cost 3 taels and 5 coins per sheet, the shopkeeper replied, somewhat taken aback by Li's reaction. He sensed something was amiss today. Usually, Li would have gazed longingly at the Lu Yunsu paper, never considering 3 taels of silver exorbitant. Now, staring at the paper, Li was momentarily at a loss for words, coming to understand how his once affluent family fortune had been squandered. Becoming an artist is indeed a formidable challenge, with the initial investment being excessively burdensome. Farewell, for I must attend to the soup simmering at home. With a courteous bow, Li Changqing took his leave, unable to bear the expense. The act of creating art is akin to devouring gold. In the brief moment of the shopkeeper's distraction, Li Changqing had already vanished from sight. It then dawned upon him that, despite the presence of several markets in the town, he had yet to encounter anyone selling wood carvings or similar crafts. Might there be a market for wood carvings if he were to pursue this venture? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that it was worth a try. At the very least to secure a livelihood and avoid the indignity of relying on his son to support him in his later years. With this thought in mind, Li Changqing swiftly made his way back to the blacksmith's shop he had passed earlier. To embark on his sculpting endeavor, he first needed specialized carving tools. Chapter 003. The young master of the Yin family. Numerous tools are required for carving, including flat chisels, round chisels, angled chisels, and medium steel chisels, along with axes, saws, and wood rasps. While axes and saws were available for purchase, Li Changqing soon discovered that the other essential tools were non-existent in this realm. Thus, upon arriving at the blacksmith's shop, he could only hastily sketch a design on a piece of paper and request the blacksmith to forge it. Although the blacksmith was perplexed by the peculiar nature of Li Changqing's request, the sight of 5 taels of silver brought a broad smile to his face as he agreed to fulfill the order, assuring Li Changqing that it would be delivered to his home within 3 days. Following this, Li Changqing proceeded to select suitable wood, recognizing its critical importance in the art of carving. Wood that is excessively hard is unsuitable for carving, and similarly, overly soft wood is not ideal either, as it is difficult to preserve. In his previous life, Li Changqing had a penchant for wangwali or rosewood, yet in this world, he found himself in a quandary. This fantastical realm boasted a variety of wood species unlike those he had known. After several days of scouring numerous lumber vendors in the town, he ultimately settled on a type of wood known as zijingmu, which closely resembles the small leaf rosewood. Li Changqing believed this would be apt for his carving endeavors. The lumber merchant assumed he intended to craft furniture and inquired if he needed assistance in the process, but Li Changqing politely declined. After all, he was no amateur in furniture making. He could very well handle the task alone and would not let them profit from his craftsmanship. The entire zijingmu log cost him merely 2 taels of silver. Once delivered, he cast it aside in his courtyard. After lunch, the blacksmith sent over the tools Li Changqing had purchased earlier. Upon inspecting the implements, he had to admit that the blacksmith's skills were commendable. The tools were crafted with remarkable precision and felt comfortable in his hands. Over the past few days, Li Changqing had contemplated his approach. He decided against starting with large, intricate pieces that would consume considerable time and for which he had yet to ascertain the market demand. Instead, he resolved to carve simpler items as a preliminary trial. With rough sketches drawn on paper, he immersed himself in the tasks of cutting the wood and marking lines, among other preparations. Suddenly thrust into this unfamiliar world, Li Changqing initially felt a flicker of panic within his heart. However, as he engaged in work that was familiar to him, an unexpected tranquility enveloped his spirit. He became immersed in a profound sensation, so much so that he scarcely noticed the faint blue mark shimmering on his forehead. In less than an hour, a vivid wooden sculpture materialized in his hands, a magnificent tiger, about the size of a human head. The exquisite craftsmanship rendered the creature so lifelike that it appeared ready to pounce. Its fierce gaze seemed to lock onto its prey, and the character for king emblazoned upon its brow exuded an aura of dominance. The tiger crouched atop a rugged stone, poised to spring forth and rend its quarry, presenting an astonishing realism. Li Changqing nodded in satisfaction, inexplicably losing track of time as he had not experienced such focused artistry in ages. Remarkably, he felt neither fatigue nor weariness. Rather, his spirit seemed invigorated. Clearly, my skills have progressed. He examined his creation with pride, murmuring to himself about how to price it. After pondering for a while, he finally resolved to set the price at 5 taels of silver, uncertain if it would attract a buyer. His son had his own struggles. He could not rely solely on him for sustenance. It was imperative that his son could devote himself to cultivating his path in the ancient Taoist land without the burden of concern for his father's well-being. The evergreen painting boat had not opened its doors for several days. Early the next morning, Changqing tidied up the shop before opening the door to let in some fresh air. He gazed at the paintings hanging on the walls, choosing not to take them down, for it was still a painting boat after all. It would be rather dismal to display only a sculpture. Although these worn-out paintings were not particularly exquisite, if someone expressed an interest in purchasing them, he would gladly sell them for a price. A small profit is still a profit. He placed his carved tiger on a shelf within the shop, and then found himself waiting idly for customers to arrive. However, from morning until evening, not a single soul graced his establishment. Not even a shadow could be seen. The remote location contributed to this desolation, along with the fact that his artistic skills were widely regarded as mediocre. It was common knowledge that purchasing his paintings would result in a loss. Consequently, few chose to visit. After 3 consecutive days of opening the shop, not a single customer had walked through the door, leaving Changqing increasingly anxious. He pondered ways to attract patrons. As noon passed and he finished his meal, he intended to take a brief rest when, unexpectedly, a figure appeared at the entrance of the evergreen painting boat. A youth, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, peeked inside. His eyes held a certain dullness, and the fine clothes he wore indicated a background of wealth. "Welcome. Feel free to come in and take a look," Changqing promptly invited. Though merely a boy, he was still a potential customer. "You don't recognize me?" the youth suddenly inquired. "Does it really matter whether I recognize you or not? As long as you are in my shop, you are my guest. Why must we be acquainted to share this moment?" Changqing spoke softly. "What significance lies in our encounter if we have not previously known each other?" The youth was taken aback. There was a certain profundity in the statement. He hailed from the Yin family of Changqing town, one of the esteemed clans of the region, renowned for their immense influence and prestige. Yin Yusher, the son of the venerable Yin Buitao, was well known throughout Changqing town. Alas, Changqing remained unaware of his identity. Despite Yin Yusher's noble lineage and the formidable backing of his family, he faced considerable challenges in his cultivation journey. The clan had invested in numerous exquisite paintings by talented artists for him, yet Yin Yusher struggled to attain a state of comprehension, let alone discern his own path to enlightenment. 3 years had elapsed, and the elders of the Yin family began to suggest that Yin Buitao consider appointing a new heir. Initially, Yin Buitao could dismiss their concerns, but as time wore on, and Yin Yusher showed no signs of progress. Even he felt the mounting pressure from the Council of Elders. Today, he had been subjected to veiled criticisms, uttered in hushed tones, which weighed heavily on his youthful heart. Seeking solace, he ventured out for a respite. Lost in thought, he unwittingly found himself at the deepest recesses of Cangyuan, standing before the entrance of the Changqing painting boat. Curiosity piqued, he decided to enter, having heard whispers of a painter named Changqing in Changqing town, though the quality of his work was deemed rather mediocre. Today seemed a fitting occasion to witness it for himself. Chapter 004. The art enthusiast Yin Yusher strolled through the shop, his gaze flitting across the walls adorned with various artworks. Each piece predominantly depicted an array of weaponry or wild beasts. However, the weapon paintings lacked spirit, and the depictions of beasts were rendered poorly, devoid of any essence. Yin Yusher was not disappointed, as he had no expectations to begin with. He merely sought to pass the time in this place. The artworks here paled in comparison to those exorbitantly purchased by the Yin family, as they were not even of the same caliber. In his eyes, this Changqing had not even reached the threshold of a true painter. Moreover, these creations were nothing more than refuse, failing to guide anyone on their path, let alone someone like him, who found the journey to enlightenment challenging. Gently shaking his head, Yin Yusher resolved to no longer squander time here and turned to leave. However, just as he pivoted, something on the shelf captivated him profoundly. What could it be? With a look of astonishment, he approached. A vividly lifelike tiger. Yin Yusher felt as if he were drawn by an unseen force, moving step by step towards the wooden carving, standing there in a daze. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He was unaware of its nature, yet the impact of this tiger was far more potent than that of the paintings. At that moment, in Yin Yusher's eyes, the tiger seemed to come alive. He could even hear the sound of its roar echoing through the mountains and forests, resonating through the heavens and shaking his ears. The sound reverberated continuously, stirring his spirit and enveloping him in an overwhelming pressure. How could this be? How could such power emanate from this object? Yin Yusher was struck by a profound intuition. If he were to visualize this entity, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to attain enlightenment and embark on the path of higher cultivation. In this quaint little shop, treasures of such exquisite nature can indeed be found. Do you admire my wood carving? At that moment, Changqing approached. noticing Yin Yusher gazing intently at his wood sculpture for quite some time, leading him to believe that a sale was within reach. Wood carving? Is this truly what one calls it? Yin Yusher found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as it seemed that any expression of praise in the world paled in comparison to the brilliance before him. The piece was undeniably breathtaking. Yin Yusher's tone shifted to one of profound respect as he clasped his fist in homage to Li Changqing, saying, "Senior, I have acted rashly." Huh? Li Changqing was taken aback, perplexed by the sudden display. When had he been reckless? In Yin Yusher's eyes, Li Changqing had transformed into an enigmatic figure. This wood carving, crafted by his hands, surely surpassed the talents of the painters commissioned by the Yin family. "Senior, is this wood carving for sale?" Yin Yusher inquired with trepidation, fully aware that such a treasure was likely not for sale. Yet, he yearned for it immensely, believing that possessing this artwork would lead him to enlightenment and set him on the path of cultivation. In that moment, he envisioned himself as the future young master of the Yin family. Just as Li Changqing was about to affirm the piece's availability, having barely uttered a word, Yin Yusher, in his eagerness, suddenly knelt before him with a thud. "I beseech you, senior, to grant my request." Yin Yusher implored with an expression of earnest anticipation. Was it truly necessary? Did he cherish this wood carving to such an extent? Li Changqing could hardly believe that Yin Yusher was such an aficionado of the arts. "Yes, it is for sale," he quickly responded, urging, "Please, rise." "Thank you, senior." Yin Yusher was overwhelmed with excitement. "What is the selling price of this wooden carving?" she quickly inquired. Li Changqing maintained his previous pricing and extended 5 fingers, indicating 5 taels of silver. If Yin Yusher found that too expensive, his bottom line was 3 taels. Anything lower was unacceptable. Upon seeing Li Changqing's gesture, without further ado, Yin Yusher retrieved a banknote from her sleeve and placed it decisively on the table. "I'll take it." Before Li Changqing could gather his thoughts, she embraced the wooden sculpture and dashed out, fearing he might change his mind. Such urgency. Does she really have a banknote for 5 taels of silver? Li Changqing picked up the note and was instantly stunned. 5,000 taels. It was astonishingly a banknote for 5,000 taels. Goodness. His first instinct was to suspect the authenticity of the note. Otherwise, why would Yin Yusher have fled so hastily? However, after scrutinizing it several times, he could not discern any signs of forgery. It appeared genuine. Li Changqing sank into his chair, grappling with existential doubts. A wooden carving sold for 5,000 taels? This was no longer the realm of art enthusiasts, it bordered on madness. He was acutely aware of the purchasing power of 5,000 taels in this world. For the average citizen, earning that much in a lifetime was nearly impossible. His own son, a disciple of Daoshan Gudi, earned merely over 100 taels each month. Who was this person, so extraordinarily wealthy? Not only affluent but seemingly foolish as well. Could he retire on the proceeds from this single transaction? Wait a moment. Li Changqing, having momentarily experienced elation, returned to a state of calm. That child, he mused, was merely a youth, unaware of the source of such considerable wealth. However, 5,000 taels of silver was not an insignificant sum, even for some prominent families. If the elders at home were to discover that a child had squandered such an amount on a mere wooden carving, they would undoubtedly come to demand restitution. At that point, should he refuse, might he not find himself at the mercy of their wrath? This fantastical realm does not abide by reason. It is the one with the strongest fist who dictates the terms. Sighing softly, Li Changqing gazed at the banknote in his hand. He decided to wait and see. If anyone came to reclaim it, he would simply return it. If no one came, well, that remained to be seen. In the Yin household, as evening descended, a beautifully attired woman, her face etched with anguish, implored the man before her. This man was Yin Buitao, the current head of the Yin family. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze resolute. "I have made my decision, Inger. Although I am the patriarch of the Yin family, the fate of the family cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. Yusher will turn 15 next year. Yet he has yet to even embark upon the path of transcending the mundane. He is unable to grasp the essence of the Tao, and consequently, he cannot lead the Yin family in the future. Thus, I must take this course of action. But this is far too cruel for Yusher," the woman lamented, her heart heavy. "He is no longer a child. Some burdens must be faced eventually." Yin Buitao sighed softly. "If only Yu Yun were a boy. She could inherit the Yin family, and we would not find ourselves in this predicament." As he spoke, Yin Buitao stepped forward and opened the door. At that moment, 6 figures were waiting in the courtyard. All 6 pairs of eyes were fixed upon Yin Buitao. Had the clan leader truly made a decision? One man, clad in a blue robe, approached respectfully and said, "If there is no decision, we shall continue to wait here." "Let us proceed," Yin Buitao replied, his gaze coldly sweeping over the group. "Go find Yusher. He must be stripped of his position as the young clan leader, and it must be delivered to him in person." Chapter 005. My son possesses innate talent. The eyes of the 6 men brightened. Yin Buitao had finally made a decision. They too had been at a loss, for Yin Yushur had grown up under their watchful eyes and was quite beloved. Yet, Yin Yushur had never been able to enter the path of cultivation. Over the past few years, the Yin family had invested substantial resources in his training. But to no avail. They were compelled to seek another member of the Yin family. Yin Buitao had 3 adopted sons, each nurtured from a young age. And the strongest among them had already entered the postnatal realm, making him the prime candidate for the new young clan leader. Between Yin Yushur and the Yin family, they could only choose the latter. Throughout the journey, Yin Buitao's mood was heavy. He was acutely aware of the countless efforts Yin Yushur had made. He had witnessed them all. He understood the burden of criticism that Yin Yushur had endured due to his position as the young clan leader over the years. Yet, Yin Yushur had never given up. Ironically, it was now he, as a father, who had to relinquish hope. However, just as Yin Buitao and the others arrived outside the courtyard where Yin Yushur resided, the expressions of the 7 men suddenly shifted. In the small courtyard of Yin Yushur, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted. A fierce wind swept through, flinging the door wide open. While the air was pierced by a resounding tiger's roar, reverberating like a great bell, causing their garments to flutter wildly. The expressions of several individuals were particularly astonished. It was the essence of the tiger. Yin Buitao could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The shadows in his gaze dissipating as he excitedly gazed ahead. It was Yushur. He had attained enlightenment. Such a formidable presence. This tiger's essence was sufficient to elevate Yushur to the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Another elder, equally exhilarated, remarked, the pinnacle of the acquired realm. It could uphold the Yin family. However, before they could fully recover from their excitement, a colossal tiger silhouette materialized in the void. The tiger loomed like a mountain, sprawling across the heavens and the earth, its half-closed eyes slowly opening. The aura of the beast king swept across the expanse, instilling a profound sense of oppression that caused everyone present to shudder deeply. For a moment, the 7 individuals stood frozen in disbelief, hardly able to fathom the scene before them. The tiger's form was awe-inspiring, each whisker distinct, and the overwhelming pressure made their very hairs stand on end. They felt like prey under the gaze of a ferocious beast, their blood seemingly freezing in their veins. The sense of pressure was utterly overwhelming. The manifestation of intent. Several elders were left utterly speechless, their jaws agape at this extraordinary sight. Yin Buitao was equally affected. The manifestation of intent signified what? They could not possibly be unaware. This was a sign of potential ascendance to the innate realm. At this moment, their minds were in a state of utter bewilderment. Whose artwork has Yin Yushur truly comprehended? How could he possibly grasp the path of innate enlightenment? Although the Yin family is a prominent lineage in the region, only the ancestral figure of the family has ever entered the realm of the innate. Since then, no one from the Yin family has achieved such a state. Now, Yin Yushur, who has long been unable to cultivate, astonishingly possesses the essence of the innate? How could they dare to believe this? This not only necessitates that Yin Yushur possesses such exceptional talent, but more crucially, the artwork that inspired his enlightenment must meet exceedingly high standards. Does the Yin family truly possess such artworks capable of leading one into the realm of the innate? What is the truth behind this? My son possesses the essence of the innate. Yin Buitao was overwhelmed with excitement at this moment. Who else could possibly become the future patriarch of the Yin family? Who would dare to dissent? The future Yin Yushur could rival the existence of the ancestral figure. Just then, the enormous silhouette of a tiger in the sky began to gradually retract, transforming into a swirling mass of energy that entered the room. Simultaneously, the door swung open, and Yin Yushur emerged from within. Despite his current lack of cultivation, the fierce aura surrounding him had yet to dissipate, causing his garments to billow as if stirred by an invisible wind. More importantly, above Yin Yushur's head, a wooden carving floated, exuding a chilling aura of lethality. It instilled an indescribable sense of oppression, akin to standing before a formidable striped tiger. What is that object? Everyone gazed at the wooden carving hovering above his head, their expressions filled with astonishment. Shouldn't Yin Yushur, having just embarked on his path, be accompanied by a painting? Why was it a peculiar object? Father, esteemed uncles. At this moment, Yin Yushur stepped forward respectfully and bowed, yet the excitement on his face was unmistakable. Yushur, have you attained the Tao? Yin Buitao could not help but ask, despite having already perceived the answer. I have not failed my mission. Yin Yushur's voice trembled with exhilaration. However, at that moment, the gaze of the crowd fell upon the wooden sculpture. What is this object? Why does it emanate an aura more potent than that of some exquisite paintings? Even Yin Buitao directed his attention towards the sculpture, which appeared both real and illusory, instilling a profound sense of its extraordinary nature. Such a treasure. From where did Yin Yushur acquire it? Yushur, from where did you obtain this item? A venerable elder clad in crimson approached, his expression grave as he regarded the wooden sculpture. This. Yin Yusher extended his hand, and the sculpture landed directly in his palm. Following which he recounted the day's events to the assembly. Li Changqing from the Longqing painting boat? Several individuals displayed shock upon hearing this name. It was rumored that Li Changqing was merely an unfulfilled painter. How could he possess such a remarkable artifact? He refers to this as a wooden sculpture? An elder scrutinized the sculpture before them, and they soon realized that its impact was far more staggering than that of any painting they had encountered. Could it be that Li Changqing is a hidden gem? Yin Butao scanned the crowd, and they exchanged glances, unable to come to a conclusion. For they had never seen anything like it. Such exquisite craftsmanship was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Yusher, you have acted rather recklessly today, Yin Butao remarked. Looking at Yin Yusher, indeed, you left behind 5,000 taels just to bring this back. Another elder remarked, such a treasure could aid you in transcending the innate realm. 5,000 taels? Not even a painting capable of entering the acquired realm could be purchased with that sum. If this item truly originates from Li Changqing. Yin Butao cast a solemn glance at Yin Yusher and said, tomorrow, we shall visit to apologize on behalf of my father. And it is imperative that we demonstrate the Yin family's stance to Li Changqing, while also discreetly probing the depths of the situation. Indeed, Yin Yusher acknowledged, feeling his earlier actions had been rather reckless. On the following morning, Li Changqing rose early and prepared himself a bowl of noodles. He then sought a sunlit spot to sit and, holding a piece of wood, commenced a new carving. The sole wooden sculpture in the shop had been purchased by Yin Yusher, necessitating the creation of new stock. As for the tattered paintings that had previously hung on display, Li Changqing had promptly removed and stored them away, for they were indeed of such poor quality that they could dampen one's spirits. He contemplated carving a magnificent rock that day. Just as the initial form began to take shape, he heard the distant sound of approaching footsteps. Lifting his gaze, he saw members of the Yin family arriving. Sir, we meet again. Yin Yusher hastened to greet him with a respectful bow. Were it not for Li Changqing, how could he have entered the path? Thus, this reverence was genuine and heartfelt. I anticipated your visit today, Li Changqing replied with a smile. Casting a sidelong glance at Yin Butao and the others who accompanied him, then rising to step inside the shop. Please, come in. Yin Butao and the others exchanged glances, realizing that Li Changqing had foreseen their arrival. Indeed, he was unfathomably profound. Chapter 006. The kindness of the Yin family. Li Changqing was naturally aware of their impending visit. The young child in the family had purchased a small wooden carving for 5,000 taels of silver, and the parents were undoubtedly bringing the child to request a refund. Li Changqing had long been prepared for this eventuality. He felt no surprise at Yin Yusher's utmost respect. After all, when seeking a refund, one must maintain a courteous demeanor. Upon entering the shop, the group observed the surroundings in silence. As Li Changqing turned to retrieve the 5,000 taels in banknotes from the money box, Yin Butao discreetly signaled to Yin Yusher. With a sudden thud, Yin Yusher knelt down. What is the meaning of this? Li Changqing was taken aback by the sound. Surely, asking for a refund would not necessitate such an elaborate display of reverence. Yin Yusher proclaimed with fervor that he had come to express gratitude and to apologize for his previous indiscretion towards his elder. He bowed again. Pardon? Li Changqing momentarily failed to comprehend the implications of Yin Yusher's words. What was this about gratitude and offense? Esteemed elder, my Yin family has come today to express our thanks and to apologize for my child's rash behavior yesterday. At this moment, Yin Butao, accompanied by 3 elders, stepped back and bowed respectfully. What is happening? Li Changqing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Were they not here to demand money? A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, yet he chose to remain silent and observe the unfolding situation. He did not produce the 5,000 taels but instead concealed them within his sleeve, calmly saying, Please, take a seat. There is no need for such formalities. Thank you. Esteemed elder. Several individuals clasped their fists in salute and then proceeded to find their seats. Yin Yusher also rose to stand beside Yin Butao. Li Changqing remained silent, patiently awaiting their words, eager to comprehend the unfolding events. He was astonished to discover that such an extraordinary figure was concealed within the seemingly humble Changqing county. At this moment, Yin Butao, with a respectful gesture, remarked, Yesterday, my reckless child inadvertently took away a treasure of immense value belonging to you, esteemed elder. It was indeed a grave mistake, yet fortunately, you did not hold the child to the same standard. As he spoke, Yin Butao produced a box, revealing the magnificent wooden sculpture of a fierce tiger from yesterday. Li Changqing fixated on the sculpture, surmising its significance in the matter at hand. However, he chose to remain silent, offering only a calm smile as he awaited Yin Butao's further explanation. Such a treasure could not possibly be valued at a mere 5,000 taels. We intended to return this divine artifact, yet regrettably, the child has utilized it for enlightenment, thereby depleting a fragment of its ethereal essence. Aware of our transgression, the Yin family has come to humbly request your forgiveness, esteemed elder. The three of them quickly rose once more, clasping their fists in homage to Li Changqing. At this juncture, Li Changqing began to grasp some of the underlying reasons. Yet, this revelation sent a jolt through him. Could it be that his wooden sculpture had aided this young man in achieving enlightenment? Is it not the case that one must comprehend the essence of a painting to attain such a state? Could it be that his sculpture possessed such capabilities? Indeed, both paintings and sculptures belong to the same realm. Moreover, his sculpture, being more tangible and three-dimensional, might indeed provide insights that ordinary paintings cannot offer. It seems they did not come to demand money. Please, there is no need for such formality. Li Changqing suppressed the excitement within his heart and spoke calmly. I share a certain fate with this young man. His ability to appreciate this wooden carving at first glance proves his connection to it. Fate cannot be forced, it arises naturally. And all is a result of his own fortune. I merely aided the course of events. I must express my gratitude to my esteemed predecessor. Yin Yu, filled with genuine appreciation for Li Changqing, realized that without his intervention, he might have lost even the position of the Yin family's young patriarch. Relegated to a life of mediocrity, Li Changqing had altered his destiny. Esteemed predecessor, we are aware of the immense value of this wooden carvings, and the 5,000 taels of silver is but a jest in comparison. Thus, we present this gift, hoping you will accept it. Though it may not rival the carving's worth, let it serve as a small token of our gratitude from the Yin family. At this moment, Yin Buitao produced a jet-black wooden box from his sleeve, sealed with a scarlet wax stamp, exuding an air of considerable value. An unexpected boon? How much could this wooden carving truly be worth? In his past life, his woodcraft had been dismissed, often ridiculed even on video platforms. Yet here, it had become a coveted treasure. Was the pinnacle of his life finally approaching? This, although Li Changqing was unaware of the contents. The box itself indicated that it must be extraordinarily valuable. This is a 200-year-old blood ginseng, Yin Buitao hastily added. It can be considered a rare treasure, and I hope esteemed predecessor will not find it lacking. In that case, I shall accept it. Your kindness is appreciated, Li Changqing replied naturally, taking the gift. While he may have no immediate use for it, he was certain that Li Hengsheng would find it beneficial. Li Hengsheng sends back a substantial amount of money each month, leaving him little to invest in resources for cultivation. Despite having never met this son of his, Li Changqing feels an inexplicable pang of compassion for him. Perhaps it stems from his son's maturity, or perhaps it is an attempt to atone for the sins of his predecessor as a father. Thus, he is resolved to send the 5,000 taels of silver along with a century-old blood ginseng to Li Hengsheng, rather than keeping them for himself. Seeing Li Changqing accept this, Yin Buitao and his companions were filled with joy, recognizing the goodwill extended by the Yin family. Establishing a relationship with such a remarkable individual would be immensely beneficial for the Yin family. Should they be able to procure more wood carvings from Li Changqing in the future, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of their family's strength. However, they chose to refrain from pressing any immediate demands, fearing that it might displease Li Changqing. Thus, they decided to take their leave for the time being, believing that there would be ample opportunities ahead. Esteemed Changqing, we shall take our leave for now. Should you ever require the assistance of the Yin family, do not hesitate to reach out, Yin Buitao declared, placing a token on the table. This is the Yin family token with it. You may come and go freely at our estate. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Li Changqing replied, maintaining a composed demeanor and nodding in acknowledgement. Having been regarded as a figure of repute, he understood the importance of embodying such an image. We bid you farewell, Yin Buitao and his companions said with clasped fists. After escorting them to the door, Li Changqing turned to leave, only to notice a figure in purple attire, the messenger, hurrying back toward him from a distance. Li Changqing, a letter from Daoshan ancient land has arrived. A figure clad in purple rushed over, presenting a letter to Li Changqing. Another missive? Li Changqing was somewhat taken aback. Only a few days prior had he received a letter, and now another one had come. Could it be that something had happened to his son? With this thought, Li Changqing hastily opened the letter. After reading it, he exhaled in relief. It was not a report of any misfortune befalling Li Hengsheng, but rather a cautionary note advising him to exercise vigilance in light of recent sightings of ghostly cultivators in Mingyang Prefecture. Initially relieved to learn of Li Hengsheng's safety, Li Changqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait, ghostly cultivators? Are there truly specters in this world? This revelation sent a shiver down Li Changqing's spine, as he inherently harbored a deep reverence for the supernatural. The mere mention of ghosts filled him with trepidation. Glancing at the half-carved wooden sculpture in his hands, Li Changqing pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against continuing the work. Instead, he sought a fresh piece of wood and began to carve a new sculpture with utmost dedication. As he meticulously sculpted, the blue mark upon his forehead grew increasingly pronounced, though Changqing was entirely oblivious to this change. His movements were fluid, showcasing an exquisite mastery of the various tools at his disposal. By dusk, a wooden sculpture, standing at the height of a man and depicting a bald monk seated upon a lotus base, had taken form in Changqing's hands. The monk, garbed in a robe, held a golden alms bowl in his right hand and wore a string of prayer beads around his neck, his eyes closed in serene composure, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Changqing let out a long sigh, intending to wipe the sweat from his forehead. However, upon brushing his hand across it, he discovered that no sweat had accumulated, which pleasantly surprised him. It seemed his physical condition had significantly improved since his arrival in this new world. He carefully cleaned the Buddha statue before placing it in the center of the boat, offering a silent prayer for protection against malevolent spirits. With his hands clasped in reverence, he bowed before the statue and then returned to his small courtyard. Changqing planned to send silver notes and blood ginseng to his son, Hengsheng, the following day. The night was cool, with dark clouds shrouding the moon, casting an eerie silence over Changqing town. Occasionally, the sound of a patrolling guard striking a gong could be heard echoing through the streets. Outside the town, a streak of black light fell from the sky like a meteor, only to vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had ever fallen. Once the black light dissipated, a figure materialized in the very spot it had descended. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in tattered robes, his appearance somewhat disheveled. His sharp gaze swept the surroundings, his eyes glinting like a hawk's in the darkness. "Yin Dongchen, you cannot escape," the middle-aged Taoist declared slowly. In the next moment, he flipped his palm, and golden light coiled around his fingertips, weaving into a formation. He focused intently on the golden glow, which converged into 9 positions in 8 directions. "This way?" he mused, directing his gaze toward the northwest. With that, his figure transformed into a streak of golden light and sped away. "Damn that wretched Taoist. He has pursued me relentlessly for 2 days and nights." Beneath the dark light, a figure emerged, a man with a hooked nose, stained with blood, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The blood seeping from his wounds caused him immense agony. "When I, Yin Dongchen, return to the Shadow Ten Tower, I will surely flatten the ancient land of Daoshan," he murmured, yet the excruciating pain from his torn flesh contorted his expression. At this rate, escape seemed impossible. He needed to find someone to replenish his vitality. Yin Dongchen had entered Minghong Prefecture intending to act discreetly, solely to seek a certain object, wishing to avoid taking lives and drawing attention to himself. However, remaining inconspicuous was no longer an option. If he did not refine some vital energy, his injuries would only worsen. It was clear that escaping from the hands of those in the ancient land of Daoshan would be unfeasible with his current state. Raising his head, Yin Dongchen noticed a shop behind him at Changqing Huafang. This would do. He understood that those from the ancient land of Daoshan would soon be upon him, and time was of the essence. Sensing the presence of life within Changqing Huafang, he pushed open the door and dashed inside, intent on killing the occupants and refining their essence to mend his wounds. Yet, as he surged into the establishment, an indescribable sense of peril washed over him. This feeling surpassed any threat he had encountered in his lifetime, as if he were ensnared in an unavoidable death trap. What was happening? What lay within this room? As a formidable practitioner of the innate realm, how could he possibly face such terrifying danger? Suddenly, he beheld a magnificent wooden sculpture at the very center of the painted boat. The wooden carving depicted a verdant lotus, the Buddha reigning supreme. At that moment, the Buddha's eyes abruptly opened, and an infinite aura of Buddhist wisdom seemed to envelop the entire vessel. An overwhelming power emanating from the Buddha that nearly crushed Yin Dongchen under its radiance. How could this be? Yin Dongchen's countenance shifted dramatically. He had never before encountered such terrifying Buddhist light. What on earth is this? How can it possess such might? Surely even a spiritual treasure could not wield such power. Yet, at that instant, a resounding voice reverberated from the Buddha, resonating throughout the surroundings like the toll of a great bell. "Impudent fiend! Daring to intrude upon this painted boat, I shall unveil your true form. Great dragon of might, world-honored K. Itagarba, Proj Buddhas, Proj Mahong." As the last syllable echoed, the Buddha's hand descended with a seal that exuded boundless authority, rendering Yin Dongchen utterly powerless to resist, enveloped instead by the essence of mortality. No, a profound terror gripped Yin Dongchen's heart. He yearned to defy the Buddha, yet even as his cultivation surged, it was insufficient to contend with this force, and he was instantaneously obliterated by the radiance. What is happening? At that moment, the middle-aged Taoist who had just pursued the Changqing painted boat also sensed this immense power, and simultaneously, the golden formation in his hand shattered instantly. Dead. The middle-aged Taoist's expression changed. Yin Dongchen is dead. with incredulity in his eyes. He gazed upon the establishment before him, the Changqing painted boat. He remained utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired within. Yet he could distinctly sense an astonishing aura that had erupted moments ago. Its intensity far surpassed anything he could withstand. Even the formidable Yin Dongchen, who had ascended to the innate realm, was swiftly vanquished in an instant. The middle-aged Taoist felt a surge of trepidation, swiftly retreating from the Changqing boat, anxious to distance himself from any potential repercussions. What could it possibly be? He gazed apprehensively towards the direction of the Changqing boat, his heart still unsettled. With Yin Dongchen's demise, the Buddha resumed his original form, eyes tightly shut, as if nothing had occurred. Even Li Changqing was in a deep slumber, completely unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded within the boat. The following morning, Li Changqing awoke and entered the boat, only then noticing that something unusual had transpired. On the floor lay over 2,000 taels of silver notes, alongside an iron plaque. What could this be? Li Changqing curiously picked up the items and stepped to the entrance to survey his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Could it be that someone had committed an act of wealth redistribution during the night? Li Changqing pondered, stroking his chin. He then turned his attention to the iron plaque, which bore a single, prominent character, Qi. This solitary symbol left Li Changqing utterly perplexed regarding its significance. At that moment, a figure clad in purple arrived once more, sent by Li Changqing himself. These individuals in purple were from the Cangyuan escort agency, tasked with the delivery of messages and the escort of goods throughout the entire Cangyuan realm, backed by an astonishing network. Are you ready to send the letter to the Daoshan ancient land? The purple-clad figure inquired. Yes, Li Changqing replied. Li Changqing produced a letter, its envelope unsealed. He placed the newly acquired 2,000 taels of silver, along with the previous 5,000, into it, accompanied by the 200-year-old blood ginseng. Was that all? The figure in purple surveyed the items before him. Yes, that was indeed all. Li Changqing nonchalantly tossed in the iron plate he had just received, not knowing its significance, and sent it all to Li Hengsheng. Chapter 008. Wild speculations today. The Yin family had closed their doors to visitors. Many of their usual acquaintances arrived, only to be turned away, sparking rampant speculation about what might be amiss within the household. Could it be that a distinguished guest had arrived? Meanwhile, in the Yin family's Yin Hong pavilion, including Yin Buotao and numerous elders, everyone stood in utmost reverence, as if in the presence of an esteemed visitor. Please, be seated. Standing there makes me feel quite uncomfortable, spoke the middle-aged Taoist who had appeared in Changqing town the previous night, casually resting one foot on a stool while munching on a banana, addressing the assembly. Yes, indeed, the crowd echoed, hastily taking their seats. We were unprepared for the arrival of the master of Mu Haifeng. Please forgive our lack of hospitality, Yin Buotao expressed with utmost respect. Earlier that morning, news had spread of the arrival of Mu Haifeng, one of the 36 masters of the ancient Dao Mountain, leaving Yin Buotao astounded. The status of a master from the 36 peaks of Dao Mountain was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, Yin Buotao's daughter, Yin Yuyun, is also a disciple of the Daoshan ancient land, so it is only natural to treat her with utmost courtesy. There is no need for elaborate preparations. I am not one to indulge in such trivialities. As he spoke, the middle-aged Taoist casually tossed a banana peel onto the table, his expression becoming serious. Last night, I pursued Yin Dongchen to this Changqing town. Upon hearing the name Yin Dongchen, the crowd couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. Yin Dongchen is indeed a name of considerable renown, a formidable ghost cultivator whose prowess has ascended to the innate realm. He enjoys a fearsome reputation within the ghost cultivator's Yinten Tower. Yet it has been quite some time since anyone from Yinten Tower has been seen in Minghongzhou. What could have prompted Yin Dongchen's sudden appearance here? Could it be that something in Minghongzhou has caught his eye? The individuals of Yinten Tower are notorious for grave robbing, despised by the world. Yet their movements are shrouded in mystery, making them elusive and seldom apprehended. Mu Haifeng, the peak master, remarked casually, however. Yin Dongchen's appearance in Minghongzhou surely harbors ill intentions. I crossed paths with him once. I severely wounded him, yet that scoundrel fled too swiftly. I pursued him for 2 days and nights before finally tracking him to this Changqing town. I had almost traced his whereabouts, and last night, I followed into a place in your Changqing town called the Changqing Huafeng. Changqing Huafeng. The crowd gasped in surprise. Eh? Mu Haifeng glanced at several individuals, noticing their exaggerated reactions. Do you all know something about the Changqing Huafeng? He scrutinized the crowd, sensing that the establishment held some significance. At the Changqing Huafeng, there resides an extraordinary figure. At this moment, Yin Buotao spoke with utmost respect. A master? Murmured Master Mu Haifeng. No wonder. Yet, what transpired thereafter? A curious elder inquired. Yin Dongchen entered the Changqing Huafeng and then perished, Master Mu Haifeng stated candidly. Perished? Several individuals were taken aback, aware of Li Changqing's formidable nature, yet Yin Dongchen, a practitioner of innate caliber, had seemingly not even a chance to flee before meeting his end at Li Changqing's hands. What exactly did Li Changqing do? Please, enlighten me about this master. Master Mu Haifeng expressed his newfound interest in Li Changqing, eager to comprehend the nature of this extraordinary individual who could bring even the cunning Yin Dongchen, an expert of the ghostly thief as shadow, to his demise without a chance of escape within the Changqing Huafang. Allow me to recount. Yin Buotao began, unreservedly sharing the tale of Li Changqing. Upon hearing Yin Buotao's embellished account of Li Changqing's feats, Master Mu Haifeng's previously disheveled demeanor began to transform, to carve a wooden sculpture that can awaken one's innate potential. It is known that only those artists capable of guiding individuals into the innate realm could be hailed as masters of painting. Is Li Changqing's prowess truly comparable to that of a painting saint? Yin Dongchen must have encountered an insurmountable obstacle, Master Mu Haifeng murmured, a flicker of wariness illuminating his gaze. Martial artists cultivate their bodies, while painters refine their souls. To achieve the level of a painting saint, one must possess an exceptionally powerful spiritual essence. However, Master Mu Haifeng never anticipated that within the small town of Changqing, within the bounds of their Daoshan ancient land, such a formidable master would exist, one that they were entirely unaware of. Indeed, esteemed peak master, although the venerable Li Changqing possesses formidable strength, he maintains a low profile, having chosen to live in seclusion here. Moreover, it is said that he has a son, who is a disciple of the ancient Dao Mountain. An elder approached respectfully and spoke. This information was gathered by the Yin family, and they were quite surprised to learn that Li Changqing's only son, Li Hengsheng, is also a disciple of the ancient Dao Mountain. They found it perplexing that someone as remarkable as Li Changqing would send his son to the ancient Dao Mountain. At the ancient Dao Mountain, Peak Master Mu Haifeng was taken aback and inquired, "What is the name of this venerable elder's son?" In response, Peak Master, Li Changqing's son is named Li Hengsheng. Yin Buotao quickly replied, "Li Hengsheng?" Peak Master Mu Haifeng furrowed his brow, endeavoring to recall this name. After pondering for a considerable time and reviewing the names of all the elite disciples he had heard of from the 36 peaks, he found none that matched. Such a mysterious figure resides in this Changqing town, while his son remains obscure at the ancient Dao Mountain. Peak Master Mu Haifeng's brow furrowed further. What could be the reason for this? This individual remains inconspicuous in the ancient Dao Mountain, yet sends his son there. What could his intentions be? Could he possibly be an old acquaintance of the ancient Dao Mountain? For a moment, Peak Master Mu Haifeng found himself at a loss for thoughts. He deemed it essential to inform the sect leader of such an important matter upon returning to the ancient Dao Mountain. With this in mind, he decided not to linger any longer and prepared to hasten back to the ancient Dao Mountain. 2 days later, at the ancient Dao Mountain, on Wanzai Peak, there are 36 peak masters within the ancient Dao Mountain, yet there exists a total of 37 peaks. The entirety of Wanzai Peak is inhabited by the humble disciples of the ancient Dao Mountain, who are but menial servants. These disciples lack exceptional talent, illustrious lineage, or affluent families to provide the treasures necessary for their cultivation, thus they toil in silence. Merely reaching the threshold of enlightenment allows one to enter the ancient Dao Mountain as a menial disciple. Should there arise a glimmer of hope for transcending the mundane and entering the realm of the postnatal, only then might one aspire to join the 36 peaks and ascend to the outer sect. However, such hopes are but a distant dream. Wanzai Peak is immensely vast, home to thousands of disciples, yet each year, the number of those who qualify for the outer sect is scarcely more than a handful. As the rugged mountain path lay slick with mud from a recent rain, a young boy cautiously descended, burdened with 2 hefty bundles of firewood weighing no less than 40 pounds. His bare feet were caked with mire, yet he appeared only slightly winded. "Brotherly." A melodious voice rang out, illuminating the boy's eyes with delight. Looking up, he beheld a young girl smiling at him. Clad in simple garments, her charm was inescapable. Her cherubic face framed by large, glistening eyes with elegantly curled lashes, reminiscent of a neighborly little sister. "Junior Sister Lu, what brings you here?" Li Hengsheng inquired with a smile. "I just returned from the Tonghan Pavilion and noticed your package, so I took the liberty of bringing it back for you." The girl replied, "Is there a package for me?" Li Hengsheng expressed surprise, hastily setting down the 2 bundles of firewood to accept the parcel from Lu Xiao, which felt somewhat weighty in his hands. He settled himself upon a stone by the roadside, and upon noticing the package bearing the name Li Changqing, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. However, shortly thereafter, Li Hengsheng let out a wry smile and hesitated to open it. "Why do you not open it, brotherly?" Lu Xiao quietly approached and sat beside him, saying with a smile, I often hear you lamenting that your father never replies to your letters. Yet now he has written to you, and you frown. Upon hearing this, Li Hengsheng could only manage a bitter smile and sighed deeply. My father is infatuated with painting, yet lacks the talent for it. Previously, he urged me to send more money home as the amount I had remitted was insufficient. But I too have my own living to consider, so I disregarded his requests. Consequently, he has not written to me in over 6 months. Lu Qiao listened intently, refraining from interjecting, fully aware of the challenges faced by the young man beside her. As a fellow disciple of humble means, she understood that Li Hengsheng received merely over 100 taels of silver each month from the sect for his cultivation resources, only to send back half to his insatiable father. Despite having been at Daoshan ancient land for nearly 2 years, her cultivation had already ascended to the 7th level of transcendence, whereas Li Hengsheng remained at the 3rd level. The scarcity of resources led to his slow progress, rendering him a subject of ridicule atop the Wanzai Peak, and he often found himself bullied. There were times when Lu Qiao wished to share her resources with Li Hengsheng, but he consistently refused her offers. This left her feeling a mixture of admiration and pity for him. She always remembered the moment she first arrived at Daoshan ancient land, when Li Hengsheng assisted her in navigating through the most arduous period of her life. Many tasks remained unfinished, yet it was Li Hengsheng who extended his helping hand. However, in the end, she found herself unable to reciprocate his kindness. A sudden letter from my father stirred a sense of unease within me. Li Hengsheng gazed at the parcel in his hands, hesitating to open it. Go on, open it. I am here with you. Whatever it is, we shall face it together, said Lu Qiao softly as she quietly settled beside him, her voice gentle yet subdued. These words caused Li Hengsheng to blush unexpectedly, making him shy away from meeting Lu Qiao's gaze. He held a sincere affection for his junior sister. Having been captivated by her charm from the very first moment he laid eyes on her. Yet, he was too timid to voice his feelings. Burdened by a sense of inferiority stemming from his father's unrelenting demands, the lack of familial support, and his own perceived lack of talent. Although Lu Qiao did not hail from a prestigious lineage and lacked any particularly distinguished status, her family possessed a degree of capability. Moreover, her innate talent was commendable. With just another year or two of cultivation, she held the potential to surpass the transcendence realm and ascend to the status of an outer disciple. In every regard, he felt unworthy of her. Thus, Li Hengsheng remained silent, his face flushed as he lowered his head and tore away the outer layer of paper from the parcel, eager to discover its contents. Upon unveiling a box and a letter, he was taken aback. This marked the first time Li Changqing had sent something to him. Without examining the box, Li Hengsheng opened the envelope, eager to discover its contents. To his astonishment, as soon as the envelope was opened, an object swiftly fell out and landed on the ground, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of metal. What could this be? Lu Qiao quietly picked up the iron piece, noticing the character inscribed upon it. The iron piece exuded an air of antiquity, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns that, at first glance, seemed quite artistic. However, Li Hengsheng paid it no mind. Instead, he was taken aback by the sight of the silver notes that had emerged from the envelope, an astonishing sum of 7,000 taels. This, Li Hengsheng could scarcely believe his eyes. Where had such wealth come from? Even Lu Qiao gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief upon seeing the stack of silver notes. Among all the disciples of Wanzai Peak, it would be hard to find anyone with such a fortune, wouldn't it? Your uncle has sent you money, Lu Qiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement for Li Hengsheng. He opened the letter, which contained only a few sentences, reassuring him to focus on his cultivation. It mentioned that he had made progress in his artistic endeavors and would no longer need to send money home. The 7,000 taels of silver and the blood ginseng were meant to aid his cultivation, with hopes for his swift success. Li Changqing refrained from elaborating, fearing exposure. Even mimicking the handwriting of the original host, Li Hengsheng was left in a daze, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Senior brother quickly put the items away. We mustn't let anyone see, Lu Qiao urged, noticing his momentary stupor. 7,000 taels was no small sum, if word got out on Wanzai Peak. The consequences could be dire. A commoner bears no guilt, yet the possession of a precious item brings about his misfortune. Ah, indeed. Li Hengsheng has also recognized the predicament, hastily glancing around before stowing away the banknote. Brotherly, there is also this, Lu Qiao said, swiftly presenting the iron token in her hand to Li Hengsheng. What is this? Li Hengsheng inquired, observing the object with utter bewilderment. I am uncertain as well. It fell from your satchel. This token is rather aesthetically pleasing, Lu Qiao replied. I do not know its significance, but if Sister Lu fancies it, then it shall be a gift to you, Li Hengsheng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiao teasingly remarked, Is this considered a token of affection from brotherly? Ah? Li Hengsheng felt a sudden unease. A token of affection? It was as if she were implying something more intimate. He found himself at a loss for words, finally managing to say, "What sort of token could this possibly be? It is merely a scrap of iron. Tomorrow, I shall venture to buy Beifeng and procure a beautiful jade pendant for you, dear sister." Observing Li Hengsheng's flustered demeanor, Lu Chaoqiu burst into laughter, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "All right, brotherly, I was merely jesting. Do not rush to acquire anything. Focus on your cultivation and enhance your strength. If you truly wish to gift me something, then this iron token shall suffice, for I genuinely admire its design." Lu Chaoqiu waved the token playfully before Li Hengsheng's eyes. "I wonder if brotherly is willing to part with it?" she inquired with a smile. "If Sister Lu desires it, then take it," Li Hengsheng promptly replied. "Then I am most grateful to you, brotherly." Deer quietly tucked away the iron plate, uncertain of its purpose, yet cherishing it solely because it was a gift from Li Hengsheng. "Junior sister, I must return the firewood." Li Hengsheng swiftly arose, shouldering 2 bundles of firewood, anxious to avoid reprimand from the other senior brothers for any delay. "Very well, senior brother, do hurry," Deer urged promptly. Meanwhile, atop Daoyuan Peak, the figure of Master Mu Haifeng emerged. Having just returned to the ancient land of Daoshan, he hastened to Daoyuan Peak to meet the sect leader. His visit was prompted not only by matters concerning Li Changqing, but also by the unsettling discovery of traces of ghostly cultivators during his journey home. Chapter 010. The Qishan Order on Daoyuan Peak. A vast sea of blossoms flourished, rumored to host thousands of varieties, all collected by the sect leader Luo Xiaochuan from various locales. Each bloom radiated vitality, resplendent in hues of crimson and violet. As if painting the very heavens with a vibrant palette, a stone path meandered through this floral expanse, leading to a bamboo grove at its end, where Luo Xiaochuan resided. Beyond the grove stood several stone turtle statues, each uniquely formed, their backs etched with incomprehensible inscriptions. As Master Mu Haifeng approached, he discerned a figure emerging from the bamboo grove. Clad in white robes, the man appeared to be in his 40s, with eyes that seemed to harbor the essence of unparalleled sword intent, exuding an extraordinary aura tinged with a hint of coldness, marking him as a strikingly handsome individual. Deputy sect leader, upon recognizing the man, Master Mu Haifeng respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. "Su Mu Hai?" Upon encountering the esteemed Master Mu Haifeng, the newcomer spoke with tranquility, inquiring about the sect leader. "Indeed, I have urgent matters to report to the leader." Su Mu Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Noting the unusual seriousness of the typically carefree Su Mu Hai, the man in white returned the gesture and remarked, "The sect leader is presently engaged in the world beyond. Absent from the sect. If you wish, you may share your thoughts with me." With that, the man in white settled upon a nearby stone. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu Hai recounted the 2 pressing matters at hand. Throughout the narration, the man in white maintained an expression devoid of any alteration. Only speaking once, Su Mu Hai had concluded, "It appears that Li Changqing has not exhibited any hostility. I am unfamiliar with this name. However, it suffices to keep a watchful eye on him. Should the occasion arise, a gesture of goodwill may be prudent. Cultivating a relationship with such a formidable individual would undoubtedly benefit our Dao Mountain ancient territory." As he spoke, the man's gaze sharpened slightly. "Regarding the affairs of the Ghost Clan, instruct the outer disciples to remain vigilant. If no significant events transpire, the ghostly cultivators would not act so brazenly. Yin Dongchen is but a minor pawn. Larger fish are surely lurking behind. Any development should be promptly reported back to the sect. I shall handle all matters." With the assurance of having a vice sect leader, Su Mu Hai felt at ease. These ghostly cultivators dare to disturb the realm of our Dao Mountain ancient territory. They truly have a death wish, he chuckled heartily. "I shall take my leave now." Su Mu Hai held no skepticism towards the words of the man in white, nor did he perceive them as mere bravado. The vice sect leader of Dao Mountain, Shui Qianbai, was renowned as the sword master of 1,000 snows. This title is not merely a fade. If there truly exists a malevolent spirit causing disturbances within the ancient realm of Daoshan, the number of individuals who could emerge alive from beneath the blade of Shui Qianbai is exceedingly limited across the vast expanse of the world. Upon returning to his own Mu Hai Peak, Su Mu Hai instructed the disciples to disseminate news to the outside world, remaining vigilant to the movements of the ghostly cultivators. Simultaneously, he did not neglect to send inquiries to the other 35 peaks in search of the disciple Li Hengsheng. However, after several days, the disciples dispatched to the other peaks returned with reports indicating that no one by the name of Li Hengsheng could be found. This revelation left Su Mu Hai somewhat astonished. The Yin family had previously stated that Li Changqing's son, Li Hengsheng, had left home 3 years prior to join the ancient realm of Daoshan. Yet, It was perplexing that none of the 36 peaks contained a disciple named Li Hengsheng. Could it be that Li Hengsheng never actually arrived? Moreover, given Li Changqing's formidable prowess, it stands to reason that his son's talents would be commendable as well. After 3 years, instead of joining the outer sect, he should have emerged as a remarkable figure within it. What, then, could be the explanation for this conundrum? Over the course of several days, Li Hengsheng entered a state of focused cultivation. He had never experienced such an abundance of resources for his practice. Previously, the meager funds he received each month necessitated that half be sent back to Li Changqing, leaving him with insufficient means to acquire substantial resources for cultivation. He could only afford to purchase herbs that were nearly devoid of efficacy to aid his practice, yielding minimal results and consequently causing his progress to stagnate significantly. Nevertheless, this time was different. With money in hand, Li Hengsheng made a substantial investment, acquiring resources for cultivation that he could only covet in the past. He even hired others to handle his daily tasks, allowing him to focus solely on his training. He had fallen behind significantly and yearned to catch up. His ambition was to surpass the transcendence realm and gain entry into the outer sect, joining the 36 peaks and becoming a true disciple of the Daoshan ancient land. Transcendence was fundamentally a process of enhancing one's physique, strength, bones, organs, and blood, all undergoing a comprehensive transformation that would elevate him beyond an ordinary mortal. This was an exceedingly crucial stage, for only through genuine transcendence could one step into the postnatal realm. It had been several days since he last saw his senior brother. Not far from where Li Hengsheng resided, Lu Qiaoqiao gazed quietly at the surroundings. Since that day, she had not caught a glimpse of Li Hengsheng. Aware that he was in seclusion, she felt a sense of joy for his access to cultivation resources. Yet, the absence of his presence left her feeling slightly melancholic. Taking out a handkerchief from her bosom, Lu Qiaoqiao carefully unfolded it, revealing the mysterious iron plate nestled within. A gentle smile graced her face, for this was the first gift Li Hengsheng had ever bestowed upon her. Although its nature was uncertain and it appeared to be of little value, she cherished it dearly. Simultaneously, her curiosity piqued. The material of the plate was remarkably unique, seemingly not iron, as iron did not possess such weight. Yet it bore no resemblance to other materials either. Lu Qiaoqiao had never encountered such an extraordinary substance. Gently caressing the edges of the token with her fingers, a sharp sensation coursed through her, as if the material were exceedingly keen. Just then, a voice pierced the air, and a hand suddenly landed on Lu Qiaoqiao's shoulder, startling her. The jolt caused her to nick her finger against the token, drawing blood. "Ah!" Lu Qiaoqiao exclaimed in pain. Her cry startled the one who had approached her. It was Su Yeye, a girl with whom Lu Qiaoqiao shared a close bond. Having spotted Lu Qiaoqiao lost in thought, she had intended to playfully frighten her. However, upon seeing the blood trickling from Lu Qiaoqiao's finger, Su Yeye was taken aback. "I'm so sorry, Qiaoqiao. I didn't mean to." "Quickly, stop the bleeding," she exclaimed, hastily producing her handkerchief to wrap around Lu Qiaoqiao's injured finger. Yet, Lu Qiaoqiao paid little heed to this, her gaze fixed on the token, hoping it would not be stained by her blood. To her astonishment, the token remained untouched by even a drop of her blood. Unbeknownst to her, the token had completely absorbed her blood. Meanwhile, in Minghongzhou, several shadowy figures were taken aback. The Qishan token had been refined by someone. In a dilapidated ancient temple, a ragged figure sat cross-legged upon a filthy stone platform. His hair was unkempt, and his eyes were obscured by a thick cloth, as though he could not perceive the world's splendor. Upon hearing this revelation, the figures standing before him also changed countenance. The Qishan token had been refined? Could it be that someone had acted before them? Who could it be? Perhaps it is someone from the Shadow Ten Tower? A ghostly cultivator said incredulously. Chapter 011. Song Yunyang and the Blind Man Impossible. The blind man replied calmly. The location of the Qishan order is within the ancient land of Daoshan. It is utterly inconceivable for the Shadow Ten Tower to stealthily infiltrate Daoshan and acquire the Qishan order. Our people have been monitoring the ancient land of Daoshan and have noticed no unusual activity. Then how could it have been refined by someone? A few individuals appeared visibly skeptical. Perhaps it was refined by a human, the blind man remarked slowly. That is indeed a possibility. As the requirements for refining the Qishan order are not stringent, it merely needs to be integrated into one's blood. It is entirely possible that it was inadvertently refined by a human. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disbelief. They had ventured a great distance, risking their lives to arrive in Minghong Prefecture solely for the Qishan order, only to discover that it had been refined by someone else. Just then, a small sparrow fluttered in from outside. The blind man extended his hand, and the sparrow obediently perched upon his palm. It chirped a few times, and the blind man nodded in acknowledgement. Lifting his hand, the sparrow took flight once more. "Elder, what news?" someone quickly inquired. disciple from the ancient land of Daoshan. Lu Qiao, the blind man replied as he slowly rose to his feet. The Qishan order has already been refined by this individual. What shall we do now? The crowd below displayed expressions of concern. Since the Qishan order has already been refined by this individual, we shall simply bring Lu Qiao back to our Hengsheng hall. The blind man addressed the crowd, saying, although the situation diverges from our expectations, it is not insurmountable. As long as the Qishan order remains under the control of our Hengsheng hall, we shall prevail. A spark of realization ignited among the crowd. Since the Qishan order had been secretly refined by Lu, bringing Lu back with us would yield the same result. Aside from us, it was certain that other ghost cultivators had also detected the refinement of the Qishan order, and they likely harbored the same intentions as ours. Then, a previously reticent ghost cultivator spoke up. If we wish to take Lu away, it may prove to be somewhat challenging, particularly with the presence of Inshalu. A ghost cultivator's gaze sharpened with a hint of ferocity as he remarked, their methods have always been exceedingly treacherous. It is likely they will act soon. Our scouts report that the one sent from Inshalu is Song Yunzi. She may already be preparing to seize Lu. Song Yunzi is indeed a troublesome adversary. Yet to snatch someone from Daoshan ancient land is to overestimate her capabilities. The blind man snickered coldly. Though Luo Xiaochuan is absent from Daoshan ancient land, Xue Qianbai remains. Should Song Yunzi attempt to take someone from Daoshan, she must be prepared to face dire consequences. At the mention of Xue Qianbai's name, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. The sword sovereign of Thousand Snow, who once wielded the Thousand Snow sword to penetrate the depths of the cloud wilderness, causing gods and spirits to retreat and countless races to remain hidden. Thus, the mere utterance of this name instilled dread among the attendees. The thought of entering Daoshan ancient land to seize someone was utterly unfathomable to them. Moreover, the profound heritage of Daoshan ancient land rendered any reckless incursion a certain path to death. Not to mention Xue Qianbai. Even one of the 36 peak masters would be an unparalleled expert. Let us bide our time and await the right opportunity. As the crowd resigned themselves to their fate, the blind man settled back into silence, his aura returning to tranquility. In the heart of Minghongzhou, the city of the unperturbed, stood the grandest tavern known as the Immortal Pavilion, renowned for its exquisite peach wine, Peach, Immortal's Delight. Within this establishment, patrons gazed with intrigue at a woman seated by the window, her appearance suggesting she was in her 30s, exuding a captivating grace. Yet, it was not her allure that held their attention, but rather the astonishing number of wine jars at her feet. Since her arrival, she had consumed no fewer than 60 or 70 jars, and still, she continued her indulgence, a feat that left onlookers astounded. Such fine wine, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, the glimmer of intoxication evident within her watery gaze. Why is it that the cloud wilderness lacks such delectable spirits? She murmured softly. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the window. Song Yunniang. Came the news that had just arrived. The newcomer respectfully presented a letter to the woman. Song Yunniang casually extended her hand to accept it, glancing at its contents before breaking into a smile, her palm radiating energy that instantly shattered the letter to fragments. So, that blind fool Jiang who has arrived as well, she remarked, punctuating her observation with a belch. This Lu Qiao has surprisingly refined the Qishan order. How intriguing, she mused. Should we apprehend Lu Qiao? The newcomer inquired softly. With a dismissive glance, Song Yunniang regarded him as one might a simpleton, before finally placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Young man, your courage is commendable. I have faith in you. Proceed. The man was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, me? Go alone. Ah, you shall take the lead. It is quite possible that you will encounter a man clad in white, wielding a long sword. If you muster the courage to defeat him, upon your return to the Insher Tower, I shall petition our leader to appoint you as the 9th Lord of Insher Tower. Chuckled Song Yunniao. The man, clearly intrigued, yet not foolish, forced a smile and replied, you jest, Song Yunniao. I think I shall refrain from going. Although he was oblivious to the identity of the man in white with the sword, he instinctively knew that he was not someone to provoke. Then be off, so I can enjoy my drink in peace. Came Song Yunniao's low voice. I am going. He hastily retorted, making his exit. For the last thing he desired was to incite her ire, which could lead to troublesome consequences. Despite knowing that the Qishan order resided within the ancient grounds of Daoshan, the ghostly cultivators remained inactive, waiting patiently for an opportunity, much like a hunter awaiting its prey. They harbored no concerns about Daoshan's awareness, for only their kind could sense the Qishan order. Humans were oblivious to its presence. As the days swiftly passed, 7 in total, tranquility reigned. Even Su Mahai, who initially detected the ghostly presence, found himself puzzled. While traces of the ghostly cultivators had indeed emerged in Minghongzu, the prolonged silence over these many days was perplexing. This defies logic, he mused. Ever since Yin Dongxin had appeared in Minghongzu, Su Mahai had surmised that members of Yinshe Tower must have arrived there, and he had been eagerly awaiting their next move. However, for all these days, the inhabitants of Yin Tin Building have scarcely made an appearance. Did these ghostly cultivators come to Minghong Prefecture merely to stir up trouble? Could it be that they are here for a leisurely visit? This matter has truly left Su Mahai in a state of perplexity. On this day, Li Hengsheng emerged from his seclusion. My aptitude is indeed rather ordinary, he muttered to himself. Previously, he had purchased commendable cultivation resources with the funds sent by Li Changqing, but after 7 days of retreat, he had merely ascended from the 3rd to the 4th level of the transcendence realm. Prior to his seclusion, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level. He was acutely aware of his average talent, akin to his father's, possessing the capability yet lacking the finesse. It was already commendable to have embarked on the path of martial cultivation. Li Hengsheng did not harbor any illusions of achieving remarkable prowess. Yet, with newfound wealth and resources for cultivation, he believed that his future would undoubtedly be radiant. If he could consistently access such resources, he might even aspire to reach the pinnacle of acquired realms. The reason for his emergence today, rather than continuing his cultivation, was that it was the day when the disciples of miscellaneous duties at Wanzai Peak were required to descend the mountain to procure resources. This was an obligation he could not evade. Li Shixiao, you have emerged from seclusion. At that moment, a familiar, sweet voice resonated. Chapter 012. Are you planning to elope with me, Shixiao? Upon hearing this voice, Li Hengsheng turned and, a smile gracing his face, he replied, Lu Shimi. What could be more delightful than encountering the person he cherished most after breaking his isolation? As Li Hengsheng gazed upon Lu Qiaoqiao's delicate visage, he noticed that her exquisite features bore a hint of weariness. Dear junior sister, have you been sleeping poorly these past few days? You seem somewhat haggard. Li Hengsheng remarked with a hint of curiosity. It's nothing, senior brother. You need not worry. I've just been a bit busy lately. A good night's sleep will suffice. Lu Qiaoqiao replied, managing to force a smile. Li Hengsheng, unperturbed, suddenly noticed that Lu Qiaoqiao was carrying a basket on her back. Curiously, he inquired, Junior sister, are you heading down the mountain with that basket? I recall that you weren't among the disciples who went out to purchase supplies this time. Indeed, I wasn't. I traded places with someone else. Lu Qiaoqiao smiled as she explained. I've been feeling a bit restless on the mountain and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. Well, a little fresh air can do wonders. Li Hengsheng nodded in agreement. Then, senior brother, I shall head to the mountain gate to gather with the others. You should hurry over once you've collected your things, Lu Qiaoqiao said before setting off with her basket. Li Hengsheng couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Lu Qiaoqiao, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. He turned to head toward the storeroom to collect his own basket. After securing it, he made his way to the mountain gate, where the elder from Wanzai Peak was leading the group down for procurement. However, just as Li Hengsheng stepped outside with his belongings, he spotted a figure standing nearby, observing him. Junior sister Su? He exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer. Are you here to collect a basket as well? I thought you didn't need to descend today. You truly are a blockhead, Su Yeye retorted with a hint of irritation. Did you not notice that Lu Qiaoqiao has been in low spirits? I did notice, but she seemed unwilling to discuss it, so I refrained from asking, Li Hengsheng replied, shaking his head. Thus the young lady could no longer bear it. Su Yeye, hands on her hips, proclaimed, Li Hengsheng, are you aware that a few days ago, someone from the Lu family came to see us? They wish for Sister Lu to depart from Daoshan ancient land by the end of the month and return to the Lu family to marry the second son of the Hai family in Yifeng City. Upon hearing this, Li Hengsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. A marriage alliance? His heart raced wildly. Lu Qiaoqiao was truly being sent back for such a purpose? I can see that she harbors deep feelings for you, yet she is bound by the dictates of her family and will have no choice but to comply. As Su Yeye spoke, she bit her lip and implored, Li Hengsheng, if you are a man, you must express your feelings to Sister Lu and take her away from Minghong Prefecture. I believe that if you were to voice your intentions, Sister Lu would undoubtedly be willing to accompany you. Su Yeye hurriedly added. Li Hengsheng found himself at a loss for words. How could he not admire Lu Qiaoqiao? Yet, what right did he have to pursue her? In terms of family background, he possessed nothing. Merely a father who barely qualified as a painter. Regarding cultivation talent, his abilities were exceedingly average, and it seemed that reaching the pinnacle of acquired realms might be the limit of his potential. The innate realm was but a distant dream. If he were to truly take Lu Qiaoqiao away, what could he offer her? A life of hardship? What do you mean? Su Yeye retorted sharply. How can you be so certain that Sister Lu would not find happiness marrying the second son of the Hai family? Li Hengsheng muttered, his gaze unable to meet Su Yeye's. The union of the Lu and Hai families would only strengthen both clans, providing Sister Lu with superior resources. What could possibly be wrong with that? You fool, Su Ye scolded with a mix of disappointment and frustration. However, Li Hengsheng, with his head bowed and carrying a backpack, strode purposefully towards the mountain gate, indifferent to Su Ye's continued tirade behind him. Upon reaching the mountain gate, he found over 20 disciples already waiting. The foremost, Elder Linfeng, cast a fleeting glance at the arriving Li Hengsheng but refrained from comment, simply turning to announce, "All right, let us descend the mountain." The multitude of disciples followed Elder Linfeng in unison. Li Hengsheng walked beside Lu Chaoqiao, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Chaoqiao glanced at him, as if grasping the unspoken tension. "Did that little girl Su Ye say too much to you?" she remarked calmly. Li Hengsheng merely nodded in acknowledgement. "That girl truly is something," Lu Chaoqiao chuckled softly, though her smile was tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Are you truly going back to fulfill the marriage arrangement?" Li Hengsheng pondered for a moment before lowering his head to pose the question. "Indeed, what choice do I have?" Lu Chaoqiao replied matter-of-factly. "My family, who raised me, commands my obedience. This is the fate of those born into noble families. If I could enter the inner sect, perhaps I might refuse this marriage, but that prospect seems unlikely now." Li Hengsheng found himself at a loss for further words, settling for a non-committal response. Su Ye's earlier words echoed in his mind. Was it possible to escape with Lu Chaoqiao? To elope? Suddenly, Lu Chaoqiao playfully whispered into Li Hengsheng's ear. "How about you take me away on the sly?" Li Hengsheng widened his eyes, staring at Lu Chaoqiao's smiling face, momentarily at a loss for words. "Hee. I was just joking with you, senior brother. Look how scared you are," Lu Chaoqiao chuckled, covering her mouth. Li Hengsheng lowered his head, forcing a couple of dry laughs to mask his inner embarrassment. After exiting the ancient Dao Mountain, they needed to reach the nearest city, Wuhua, which would take approximately 2 hours on foot. The two were burdened with thoughts. Li Hengsheng's mind was in turmoil, lost in contemplation. As they passed Tufang Bridge, a sudden surge of murderous intent emerged. Danger! The leading Elder Lingfeng's expression shifted abruptly. However, in the next moment, a shower of lethal projectiles rained down upon them. A veritable storm of hidden weapons. Elder Lingfeng immediately unleashed his internal energy, sending a powerful wave that knocked many of the projectiles aside. Yet, 2 deadly darts managed to slip through, piercing the bodies of 2 disciples from Wanzai Peak, who collapsed instantly. Everyone was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Li Hengsheng and Lu Chaoqiao's faces turned pale in shock. It was indeed their first encounter with an ambush of Dao Mountain disciples in Minghong Prefecture. "Who dares?" Elder Lingfeng bellowed, his voice resonating with authority, infused with palpable fury. As his words fell, over a dozen shadowy figures leapt from the waters beneath Tufang Bridge, each exuding an eerie presence, all having reached the post-heaven realm. "Ghost cultivators!" Upon recognizing the intruders, Elder Lingfeng's demeanor changed. He was astonished to see so many ghost cultivators gathered here. "Kill everyone except that girl." A leading ghost cultivator pointed discreetly at the deer within the crowd, leaving even the deer bewildered. Why was it them? A dozen ghost cultivators leaped forth, and with their acquired prowess, the disciples of Wanzai Peak appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly incapable of resistance. "Flee!" Elder Linfeng's immediate response to the approaching multitude was to escape. While he harbored no fear of these ghost cultivators, engaging so many would render him unable to protect his disciples. Furthermore, Elder Linfeng sensed an ominous presence lurking in the shadows. Perhaps an innate master was concealed among them. "Divine step!" With a soft command, Elder Linfeng interwove his hands to form a pattern, enveloping himself and the numerous disciples in a surge of power. In an instant, they felt as if their forms had become weightless, their movements remarkably agile. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. The 5 absolute seals of Daoshan ancient land. This was my first encounter. As the crowd attempted to escape, a calm voice resonated, seemingly emanating from all directions, rendering its source imperceptible. However, before they could cover 100 meters, a scroll suddenly descended from the sky. Chapter 013. The River of Paintings. When Elder Linfeng beheld the flying scroll, his expression shifted dramatically. The one capable of wielding such a painting artifact must possess strength beyond the innate level. With such a formidable being present, he could not protect the disciples of Wanzai Peak. Elder Linfeng could hardly fathom why these ghost cultivators would risk so much to ambush them at the base of Daoshan ancient land. If it were the direct disciples or inner disciples of the various peaks, it could be understood. However, the individuals on Wanzai Peak were merely a few menial disciples, none of whom had even reached the postnatal realm. Was it truly worth the peril they took for the sake of some insignificant disciples? To slay a handful of menial disciples, they even sent forth innate experts and unveiled their treasured paintings. What could possibly justify such actions? At this moment, there was no time for contemplation. As the flying scroll slowly unfurled, and the sound of a roaring river resonated in the ears of the onlookers. To their astonishment, the scroll depicted a surging river. The turbulent waters seemed to race towards the void's edge. What on earth was this? Many disciples were left dumbfounded as they witnessed the river emerge from the scroll, its swift currents directly obstructing their path, sealing off the area for 1,000 meters around them. They were completely trapped, as if confined within a prison, with a mighty river standing before them. Each drop of water seemed to embody an overwhelming force, and any who dared to step into it would likely find their bones shattered in mere moments. It was a treasured painting. At this point, Hengsheng was also in a state of panic. This was the first time he encountered such a treasure. While other disciples were unfamiliar with it, Hengsheng had some knowledge, for his father, Changqing, was a painter, albeit a mediocre one. Nevertheless, having been influenced since childhood, Hengsheng possessed a certain understanding of the art. When a painter achieves great prowess, they can create paintings imbued with power, merging landscapes into their art and bestowing upon it formidable abilities. However, to manifest a painting treasure is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day. The demands placed upon the artist are exceedingly high, and the toll on the artist is immense. Thus, any painting treasure is a rare gem indeed. Hengsheng never imagined that he, a mere trifling figure at the threshold of transformation, would one day be confronted with a painting treasure. His emotions at this moment were overwhelmingly complex. The appearance of the painting treasure signified that there must be a formidable innate expert among those present. Only the true energy of an innate master could manipulate a painting treasure. Even a postnatal master like Elder Lingfeng could not summon it. At that instant, despair washed over Hengsheng. If an innate master were to intervene, it would stand no chance. The chasm between innate and postnatal is but a thin line yet vastly profound. It seemed that before the powerful beings from Daoshan ancient land could arrive, they would be reduced to dust and ash. Seeing their path obstructed by the flowing river of the painting treasure, a grave expression crossed Elder Lingfeng's face. It appeared that today's events could not be smoothed over. Kill. The battle cry resounded through the air as around 20 ghostly cultivators surged forth. Each of their gazes glimmered like that of ravenous wolves, eager to slay the disciples of Wanzai Peak. The disciples had never before felt such an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. It bore down upon them like a tangible weight, causing several to lose control and soil themselves, while others collapsed to the ground, their knees giving way. The helplessness and terror in their eyes reached an apex. Stand behind me. At that moment, Hengsheng gritted his teeth fiercely and pulled the astonished Lu Chaoqiao behind him. Senior brother, Lu Chaoqiao exclaimed in surprise. I will protect you. Despite the pallor painted across Hengsheng's visage, his posture remained remarkably upright. His eyes, akin to those of a ravenous wolf, fixed intently ahead, radiating a fierce determination, a resolve to fight to the bitter end. Anyone who dared to approach would find themselves at his mercy. He would tear a piece from them without hesitation. As long as I am here, I shall not allow you to perish before me. Hengsheng spoke in a deep, resolute tone. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chao's delicate figure trembled slightly. She gazed upon this not particularly towering figure, yet in that moment, he instilled within her a profound sense of security. Just then, a muffled groan silenced the cacophony of battle cries. Elder Lingfeng unleashed his inner strength, his long hair swirling about him as a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings. You wretches of the Ghost Clan, do you truly believe there is no one left to defend the ancient Dao Mountain? Dare to lay a hand on my disciples, and I shall send you to join the ranks of the truly dead. With his words, a brilliant golden light erupted from Elder Lingfeng, encasing him in a protective aura reminiscent of a golden ancient bell. Suddenly, a ghostly cultivator lunged forward, wielding a heavy staff aimed directly at Elder Lingfeng's shoulder. The weighty strike, combined with the cultivator's perfected prowess, seemed poised to obliterate all in its path. A dull thud echoed as the ghostly figure revealed a smirk, thinking to himself that striking a mere mortal would be akin to taking candy from a child. However, in the next heartbeat, that smile vanished. The staff met an impenetrable force, as if it had collided with solid steel, utterly failing to budge Elder Lingfeng's formidable frame. With a might akin to 1,000 June, I shall strike again. Elder Lingfeng's eyes blazed with intensity as he unleashed a powerful palm strike. The formidable force of the palm appeared to condense an invincible divine power, causing the ghostly cultivator to sense immense peril. Reacting swiftly, he raised his staff defensively across his chest. However, to his astonishment, Elder Lingfeng's strike shattered the staff into 2 fragments and simultaneously pierced through his chest, obliterating his heart. Such terrifying strength. The moment Elder Lingfeng made his move, he left all present in utter shock. The other ghostly cultivators were drenched in cold sweat. Could this truly be a human? His sleeves were already soaked in blood. And with his initial assault, Elder Lingfeng had instilled fear in a group of ghostly cultivators. Now, he swept a furious gaze around, the scent of blood wafting through the air, droplets still falling from his hands. At that moment, he resembled an insurmountable mountain, deterring any ghostly cultivators who had previously dared to advance. Elder Linfeng had ruthlessly dispatched a ghostly cultivator at the consummate level of the acquired realm with chilling brutality, evoking a sense of dread among them. Even the disciples from Wanzai Peak were taken aback by Elder Linfeng's ferocity. The usually benevolent Elder Linfeng had revealed such a savage side. If anyone still wishes for death, feel free to step forward. I shall personally send you to the realm of true ghosts. Elder Linfeng's voice was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Attempting to buy time, just then, a chilling voice echoed, swift resolution. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than everyone felt a shadowy figure materialize with ghostly swiftness. The figure moved like the wind, striking with the speed of a wraith, and a sword was drawn, hurtling directly towards Elder Linfeng. The overwhelming aura of pressure sent a wave of terror through Elder Linfeng's heart. An innate being had made their move. Invincible! A formidable force surged forth, enveloped in a resplendent golden light, as the might of the mountains and rivers erupted in response to the impending strike. Elder Linfeng found himself utterly cornered. Should he evade? The disciples of Wanzai Peak would undoubtedly meet their doom. Chapter 014. The situation descends into chaos. An ostensibly unremarkable sword strike emanated from a congenital expert, instilling within Elder Linfeng a profound sense of peril. Despite his invocation of the indestructible, he extended his palm to meet the blade, gathering all the golden radiance into his hand in a desperate attempt to withstand the terrifying blow. Yet, the chasm between acquired and innate strength proved insurmountable. With a single stroke, the golden light was cleaved as though it were mere tofu, and Elder Linfeng's blood erupted forth as his arm was forcibly severed and cast aside. Elder! The multitude of disciples from Wanzai Peak gasped in horror at the sight. Elder Linfeng's complexion turned ashen, a muffled groan of anguish escaping his lips as he staggered back several steps, clutching the gaping wound on his right arm, blood ceaselessly flowing from it. Before him stood a figure, blindfolded, a veritable sightless man. You are Jiang Hu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Elder Linfeng gritted his teeth, a tinge of despair creeping into his heart. Jiang Hu of the Hengsheng Hall, a formidable adversary indeed. Alone, he could not hope to impede him. Someone still remembers my name, Jiang Hu replied with a sardonic smile. Alas, your mastery of the 5 absolute seals leaves much to be desired. Otherwise, you might have been able to exchange a few blows with me. What do you demons intend to accomplish? Why have you taken Lu Chaoqiao? Elder Linfeng demanded, his voice brimming with fury. This matter is of no concern to you. Jiang Hu shook his head and remarked, moreover, as a deceased individual, knowing so much is of little use. Take him away. With that, Jiang Hu gestured to the ghostly cultivators behind him. Several ghostly figures swiftly approached Lu Chaoqiao. Who dares? At that moment, Li Hengsheng roared, his eyes aflame with fury, blood vessels bursting in the whites of his eyes. He assumed the posture of a ravenous wolf, confronting the advancing ghostly cultivators. Yet, the ghostly figures paid him no heed. After all, he was merely a 4th tier in the transcendence realm, and they could easily dispatch him with a mere swipe of their hands. Senior brotherly, though fear gripped Lu Chaoqiao, her concern for Li Hengsheng overshadowed her trepidation. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Jiang Hu, standing still, tilted his head as if sensing something amiss, and in an instant, drew his sword. Like a bolt of lightning, he leaped into the air, striking at the heavens with his blade. The sword cut through the air with the precision of a venomous serpent, directly repelling a golden whip that had soared toward Lu Chaoqiao. The clash of forces in midair produced a thunderous sound. The whip had evidently been aimed at Lu Chaoqiao, but Jiang Hu had intercepted it. With a clang, the sword returned to its sheath. Jiang Hu spoke slowly. Your Yin Ten Tower has always relished in such opportunistic endeavors. Song Yunyang as a woman. How shameful it is for you to act in such a manner. Is it not so? As his words faded, a figure emerged from atop the flowing river of paintings, a woman standing atop a wine jar, cradling a jug of wine in her hand, with a slightly tipsy expression. It was Song Yunyang. You blind man, are surprisingly perceptive. Song Yunyang, undeterred by her shameless remarks to Jiang Hu, responded, if one can conserve energy while accomplishing tasks, why not do so? You from the Destiny Star Hall act, while we from the Shadow 10 Pavilion reap the benefits. Is that not advantageous? Why concern ourselves with notions of shame? You from the Destiny Star Hall bully the menial disciples of the ancient Daoshan land, yet you expect to be ashamed? Elder Linfeng felt a chill run through him. Yet another troublesome figure had emerged. Despite being merely a woman, Song Yunan possessed methods that were exceedingly ruthless, rivaling even Jiang Hu's. One Jiang Hu was already a nuisance, and now Song Yunan had also come seeking Lu Chaoqiao. What secrets could possibly lie within Lu Chaoqiao? He was intimately familiar with every disciple of the Wanzai Peak, aware of their family backgrounds and other matters. The ancient Daoshan land had conducted thorough investigations, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Even the Lu family backing Lu Chaoqiao held only a common innate ancestor, hardly warranting the involvement of the two powerful factions, the Shadow Tin Pavilion and the Destiny Star Hall. Song Yunong, we from the Destiny Star Hall claim Lu Qiao. You from the Shadow Tin Pavilion should withdraw. I have no desire to confront you, Jiang Hu declared, his presence unwavering. You assert what is yours is indeed yours. Song Yunong's eyes narrowed slightly. You from the Destiny Star Hall are the true bandits. That item was obtained by us from the Shadow Tin Pavilion. Yin Dongshan was already dead, and the item had been lost from his possession. It no longer pertained to your Shadow Tin Pavilion. Jiang Hu sneered coldly. Should you insist on seizing it, I would not mind testing your capabilities. Alas, it appears that there is nothing to discuss today. Song Yunyang lifted a jar and took a sip of wine, then carelessly tossed the jar to the ground, shattering it into pieces. After letting out a satisfied belch, she chuckled and said, if you wish to fight, so be it. But let us first quietly take this deer away and find a secluded place for our skirmish. The ancient land of Daoshan has surely sensed our presence. If we wait for Xue Qianbai to arrive, none of us shall escape. Jiang Hu pondered for a moment, then gazed at the deer. Nuan. He nodded in agreement. The ancient land of Daoshan was undoubtedly aware of their presence, and with Xue Qianbai's arrival, they would all be in peril. Time was of the essence. They must escort Nuan away without delay. Nuan looked at the two before her, filled with trepidation. She could not comprehend why these individuals were so intent on taking her away. Why do you want to take me with you? Nuan finally could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Such a spirited young girl, Song Yunyang remarked with a smile. For now, you need not concern yourself with the reasons. Just come along obediently. I will not accompany you unless you explain yourselves clearly, Nuan protested, shaking her head. That is not up to you, Jiang Hu replied, shaking his head. Let us proceed. We must not wait for Xue Qianbai. Xue Qianbai will not come. A strange voice interjected at that moment. This sudden voice caused both Jiang Hu and Song Yunyang to furrow their brows. Suddenly, the grand painting of the long river collapsed, and the scroll flew into the air. Jiang Hu reached out and seized the scroll, a sense of vigilance stirring within him. The artwork that belonged to me was unexpectedly reverted to its original form by an intruder of formidable prowess. As the crowd beheld the scene, a towering figure gradually approached. Standing at least 3 meters tall, such a colossal physique could easily be dubbed a giant. He wore no upper garment, and his deep crimson muscles were ensnared by intricate bloodline markings. His body seemed to harbor an immense explosive force, capable of obliterating anything with a single blow. A member of the giant clan, Song Yunyang was taken aback, astonished to encounter one of the giant clan in this place. Yet, what was even more astonishing was the sight of a young boy clad in a black robe perched upon the giant's shoulder. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, languidly reclining against the giant's head, his demeanor exuding a sense of ennui. His robe was adorned with golden trim, and atop his head rested a golden crown, which emanated a subtle, yet palpable sense of oppression, as if imbued with enigmatic power. The boy yawned, expressing a hint of boredom. As the giant drew closer, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the terrifying aura radiating from the giant rendered the onlookers hesitant to act recklessly. Anu, let us halt here, the boy spoke in a calm tone. Obediently. The giant came to a standstill, refraining from advancing further. At that moment, the boy opened his eyes, and the crowd was left in awe. For his eyes were anything but ordinary. They were divided, embodying the essence of yin and yang, reminiscent of a taiji diagram, presenting an exceedingly peculiar sight. The gaze of the youth fell upon Lu Qiao, and he smiled, remarking, what a truly enchanting young lady. Under the scrutiny of such an intense stare, Lu Qiao was engulfed by an indescribable fear, particularly from those piercing eyes that instilled discomfort. Who might you be? In the face of the sudden appearance of the giant and the young man, Song Yunong and Jiang Hu were momentarily disoriented. They sensed that this youth was indeed a practitioner of ghostly arts, yet his allegiance remained a mystery. When Jiang Hu and Song Yunong inquired, the youth paid them no mind and continued to address Lu Qiao. You are Lu Qiao, are you not? Come with me. On what ground should I follow you? At this moment, Li Hengsheng met the youth's gaze without a hint of fear. His fists were clenched tightly, yet his stance remained resolutely unyielding. The youth glanced at Li Hengsheng and chuckled lightly. Do you wish to protect your beloved? Such noble intentions, yet your strength is woefully inadequate, so weak that, in my eyes, you are less than a mere insect. I am conversing with Lu Qiao, not you. To be precise, creatures like you lack the qualification to engage with me. However, I am in a generous mood today, so I shall indulge you with a few words. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? The youth said with a smile. Humiliated by such contempt, Li Hengsheng felt an overwhelming urge to silence him, yet he understood all too well that acting rashly would only lead to his own demise. A noble? Upon hearing this title, Song Yunong's pupils constricted and her breath quickened. Are you from the ancient kingdom of Changya? Could it be that you are Chu Changqing? Chu Changqing. Upon hearing this name, even Jiang Hu was taken aback. The ancient country of Long Night once held great renown, yet for reasons unknown, it vanished overnight, subsequently remaining absent for a full 50 years. However, after this lengthy hiatus, the ancient country of Long Night re-emerged, with Chu Bumie ascending as its new sovereign. He challenged formidable warriors from various clans and later ventured to Tianhai City to confront the lord of the Cangyuan realm, Jiang Tianyun. The outcome of that battle remains a mystery to this day. The ancient country of Long Night resurfaced in the public eye, yet its inhabitants seldom traversed the Cangyuan realm, leaving many unaware of its current whereabouts. 15 years prior, a prodigious talent was born in the ancient country of Long Night, endowed with the innate yin-yang eyes. Named Changqing, he entered the postnatal realm at the tender age of 6 and ascended to the innate stage by 11. It is rumored that he harbors the potential to reach the legendary realm of terrestrial immortals, becoming the second terrestrial immortal following Chu Bumie. No one could have anticipated witnessing Chu Changqing in this very place today. Jiang Hu and Song Yunyang were utterly astonished, realizing that even the enigmatic ancient country of Long Night had chosen to intervene. Should Chu Changqing insist on taking Lu Xiaoqiao away, could they? The Mingxing Hall and Yin Lu possibly stop him? Lu Xiaoqiao, how could she return to the ancient country of Long Night with this young master? With a smile, Chu Changqing remarked, "As long as you come, I shall have the sovereign appoint you as the holy maiden of our ancient country of Long Night, granting you access to the finest resources." Our Mingxing Hall can offer that as well, Jiang Hu interjected, taking a step forward. "As long as you join our Mingxing Hall, I can guarantee you entry into the Star River painting realm of our hall, where you may contemplate the grand celestial scroll." Witnessing the inexplicable commotion, Song Yunyang hastily declared, "Our Daoshan ancient land possesses an abundance of exquisite paintings, an overwhelming number of top-tier artworks. As long as you grace us with your presence, all your desires shall be fulfilled." The sudden shift in atmosphere left the onlookers bewildered. What could be so precious about Lu Xiaoqiao that warranted such fierce contention? Alas, Lu Xiaoqiao is a disciple of Daoshan ancient land, and none of you shall take her away. At that moment, several figures rushed in from the distance, all adorned in the garb of Daoshan ancient land. Upon seeing the arrival of their comrades, Elder Linfeng felt a surge of hope. Song Yunyang was momentarily startled, but her anxiety dissipated when she noticed that Xue Qianbai was absent from the crowd. How troublesome. I didn't expect them to arrive so swiftly. Chu Changqing tilted his head in resignation, yet he displayed not a hint of worry. They are the formidable warriors of Daoshan ancient land. We are saved. The disciples of Wanzai Peak were overwhelmed with joy, and Li Hengsheng exhaled a sigh of relief, excitedly grasping Lu Xiaoqiao's hand. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, "Junior sister Lu, we are safe now." Lu Xiaoqiao observed the newcomers from Daoshan ancient land with an unexpectedly indifferent expression. Swiftly, several figures encircled the crowd, numbering in the hundreds. All inner disciples of Daoshan ancient land. Each one possessed remarkable prowess, and the 6 individuals at the forefront exuded an aura of innate power. Daoshan ancient land truly exercises caution. Our small group has stirred the attention of 6 peak masters. TSK, Chu Changqing remarked with a smile. Jiang Hu and Song Yunyang also positioned their hands near their weapons. "You members of the Ghost Clan truly possess audacity, daring to wreak havoc on the territory of my Daoshan ancient land," proclaimed one of the red-robed peak masters as he stepped forward. "Linfeng, are you all right?" At that moment, Sima Hai emerged, noticing that Elder Linfeng's arm was still bleeding. He hastily took out some healing ointment to staunch the flow of blood. "If you wish to cause chaos, then so be it. Do you intend to strike?" Chu Changqing responded without a hint of fear, still grinning. "To speak candidly, if Xue Qianbai were to arrive, I might regard him with some trepidation. However, considering merely you 6, I alone could vanquish 3 of you. It would pose no challenge for me to deal with 2 of you. The 2 inept fools from the Mingxing Palace and Yinten Tower. Joining forces to contend against a single individual. How formidable do you think your chances of victory are?" Chu Changqing shrugged nonchalantly. "We shall only know through trial." Sima Hai maintained his disheveled appearance, yet unlike his usual demeanor, his expression was unusually grave. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense. Just as the crowd prepared for a confrontation, Lu Xiaoqiao unexpectedly released Li Hengsheng's hand and stepped forward to address Chu Changqing. "Do not engage. I shall accompany you." "Elder Lu." Li Hengsheng could hardly believe his ears. "Lu Xiaoqiao?" The 6 peak masters exchanged glances, taken aback by Lu Xiaoqiao's decision to leave with someone from the Long Night ancient nation at such a critical moment. A wise choice, they thought. Chu Changqing smiled and remarked, "In this ancient land of Daoshan, you are but a mere servant disciple. The resources of Daoshan are hardly allocated to cultivate someone like you. However, upon arrival at our Changye ancient kingdom, the situation will be entirely different. You shall become the holy maiden of our realm, with abundant resources at your disposal for your development. At this moment, Jiang Hu and Song Yunyan's expressions turned grim. They could hardly believe that Lu Chaoqiao intended to join the Changye ancient kingdom. Neither of them had managed to secure Lu Chaoqiao for themselves. Junior sister Lu, you cannot go with them. The words of the ghost clan are untrustworthy. They are treacherous, cunning, and utterly shameless. If you were to go with them, who knows what fate awaits you? Li Hengsheng, in a moment of desperation, seized Lu Chaoqiao's hand, his voice trembling. Come back with me, junior sister. Today, 6 peak masters are present. None shall take you away. I would stake my life to protect you. Yet, upon hearing these words, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Lu Chaoqiao's eyes as she forcefully withdrew her hand from Li Hengsheng's grasp. Brotherly, she turned back to him. Do not be foolish. Li Hengsheng gazed at Lu Chaoqiao in disbelief. She seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different. Return? Return to what? To the Wanzai Peak to continue as a mere servant disciple, endlessly toiling, receiving a pitiful amount of cultivation resources each month, desperately striving to ascend? Or do you wish for me to return only to be summoned by my family at the month's end, destined to marry that infamous second son of the Hai family? Li Hengsheng was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the tears streaming down Lu Chaoqiao's seemingly indifferent face. This single tear choked back his words. Senior Brotherly, I have come to understand a fundamental truth recently. Without strength, one is destined to be bullied. This immutable rule applies at all times. Had I possessed strength, I would not have had to marry the second son of the Hai family. If I were strong enough, I would not be trembling behind you while facing these 2 factions of the Ghost Clan today. It is only by becoming powerful that one can pursue their desires. Is it not? Lu Chaoqiao managed to force a smile. Just as you, Senior Brotherly, if you were sufficiently strong, you would not shy away from answering my question. Would you? Her words struck Li Hengsheng's heart with profound intensity. Indeed, if he were strong enough, how could he refrain from expressing his affection for Lu Chaoqiao? How could he feel unworthy of her? He hoped that the esteemed peak masters would grant his wish. Lu Chaoqiao then turned to the 6 peak masters and bowed respectfully to them. The 6 glanced at one another, momentarily at a loss for words. Since you have made your decision, we shall not hinder you, but we hope you will act wisely, one of them remarked. Sumahai, his robes billowing, added. In the future, should you engage in actions harmful to humanity, I will not spare you. Very well, Saintus, we may depart now, Chu Changqing said with a smile. Deer quietly glanced at Chu Changqing. Although I do not comprehend why you insist on taking me back, I implore you to grant me a single request. The Saintus. No one has ever dared to demand anything of me. Nevertheless, speak your mind and I shall listen. The smile on Chu Changqing's face abruptly faded, and a flicker of impatience could be discerned in his eyes. Once we depart, the long night ancient kingdom shall not lay a hand on Brotherly. Previously, Deer had perceived a murderous intent towards Li Hengsheng in Chu Changqing's gaze, akin to the disdainful view one holds towards an ant. As if he wished to extinguish him without a second thought. Li Hengsheng's throat constricted. At this moment, his emotions were profoundly intricate. He had vowed to protect Deer. Yet now it was she who must shield him. Should I discover that you have harmed Brotherly, I shall meet my demise before you in an instant, rendering your efforts futile. Deer's voice was cold and resolute, imbued with an unwavering conviction that left no room for doubt regarding the sincerity of her words. Very well. I acquiesce to your request. Chu Changqing shrugged helplessly. Such an insignificant creature, I truly find no desire to extinguish. Now, let us proceed. Deer inhaled deeply. She then observed Anu extend her hand and place it on the ground, prompting Deer to take a step forward and stand in the palm of Anu's hand. Quietly. At this moment, Li Hengsheng could no longer contain himself and called out the little name of Deer. This farewell. How long would it be before they could meet again? Was this truly how they would part, after she had dwelled in his heart for so long? Brother. Deer turned to glance at Li Hengsheng, saying, as long as our fates rest in our own hands, we shall ultimately reunite. I hope that when we meet again, you will provide me with a resolute answer. Anu, let us depart. Chu Changqing cast a fleeting glance at the 6 peak masters before turning away with Anu. Watching the slowly retreating silhouette of Deer, Li Hengsheng felt as if his heart were shattering, bleeding. Yet, Deer's words echoed persistently in his heart. Li Hengsheng came to understand this world. If one does not seize control of their fate, they become mere playthings of destiny. Regarding the departure of a few from the long night ancient kingdom, the 6 peak masters refrained from rash actions. Firstly, the long night ancient kingdom had not harmed their disciples. Secondly, the formidable Anu was indeed not to be trifled with. Their intervention might not yield any advantage and could potentially expose them to the opportunistic grasp of the Destiny Star Palace and the Shadow 10 Tower. Simultaneously, the 6 peak masters harbored a concern. Amidst such significant events, why had Shui Qianbai not appeared? Surely, he should have sensed the disturbance by now. Nevertheless, while the people of the Long Night Ancient Kingdom could be allowed to leave. It would not be so easy for Jiang Hu and Song Yunyang from the Destiny Star Palace and the Shadow Tin Tower to depart unscathed. It seemed that those from the Daoshan Ancient Land were preparing to target the vulnerable. Jiang Hu detected a subtle shift in the atmosphere and remarked with a smile. I did not anticipate that the Daoshan Ancient Land would also exhibit a penchant for bullying the weak. The way we conduct ourselves is not for you to critique. Sima Hai let out a cold laugh, and shortly thereafter, 2 peak masters protected these disciples while the other 4 gradually advanced. Surrounding them were hundreds of disciples from the Daoshan Ancient Land, slowly encircling the scene. A great battle was imminent. At Xinshua Peak, one of the few snowy peaks in the Daoshan Ancient Land, the climate was exceptionally harsh, with frigid temperatures that deterred most from venturing here. In a snow pavilion atop the mountain, Xue Qianbai sat with a chessboard laid out on the stone table. Facing a burly man with a red beard who anxiously studied the board, scratching his head in frustration. You've lost again, Xue Qianbai stated calmly. Chuba, you have now lost 5 games. It is time to give me what I requested. Wait. Let me think for a moment, the red-bearded man pleaded, desperately contemplating how to turn the game around. There is no need for further deliberation, Xue Qianbai replied serenely, lifting his teacup, the steam rising distinctly in the icy air. You have successfully delayed, but your time is up, and the person has already departed. After taking a sip, he added, if you do not comply, I shall truly draw my sword. It seems I have indeed lost, Chuba grinned, rising to retrieve a letter. Here you go. This contains the confidential information from the Qinong dynasty over the past 6 months, including some details concerning the princess. Having said this, Chuba smiled and remarked, I shall take my leave now. Xue Qianbai remained silent, disregarding Chuba's words, allowing him to depart unchallenged. The arrival of Chuba ensnared Xue Qianbai with intelligence concerning the Qinong dynasty. Had it been anyone else, Xue Qianbai would have unsheathed his sword without hesitation. Yet Chuba's formidable prowess rendered him a perilous adversary, even if he were not Xue Qianbai's equal. Engaging in this ancient land of Daoshan could easily result in collateral damage. Xue Qianbai was well aware of the circumstances beyond the mountain gates. And with Su Mohai and others present, he felt little concern. Should the situation spiral beyond his control, he would undoubtedly take action. At this moment, however, Xue Qianbai's primary focus rested upon the intelligence from the Qingyang dynasty, or rather, the individual he was most concerned about, the crown princess of the Qingyang dynasty. After thoroughly perusing the intelligence, he meticulously reviewed the section pertaining to the crown princess once more. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of paper and inscribed 4 grand characters, Jun Lai Xian Wu. Upon completing these characters, Xue Qianbai lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. From the depths of the icy expanse, a magnificent white eagle soared forth. The colossal bird descended directly before the snow pavilion. Bai Ling, I entrust this to you. Xue Qianbai placed the letter into a bamboo tube and secured it to the eagle's talon. The eagle glanced at Xue Qianbai before unfurling its immense wings and taking flight, vanishing into the distance. As the sun dipped below the western mountains, the disciples of Daoshan Ancient Land finally returned. In a previous fierce battle, the 4 peak masters of Daoshan Ancient Land had joined forces alongside hundreds of disciples at the post-heaven realm, leaving the Mingxing Hall and the Inshalu with naught but losses. While Yin Shenyang had come alone, the Mingxing Hall had dispatched numerous individuals, most of whom met their demise here. Jiang Hu managed to escape using the painting's treasure, while Yin Shenyang departed grievously injured. Adhering to the principle of not pursuing a defeated foe, the 4 peak masters refrained from chasing any further. As the sun set in the evening, the group finally returned to the ancient grounds of Daoshan. Throughout the journey, Li Hengsheng remained unusually silent, offering no words. Disciples who typically shared a cordial rapport with him attempted to engage him in conversation, yet he paid them no heed. They could only offer hollow reassurances, suggesting that one day he would reunite with Lu Chaoqiao. However, deep down, they understood the hope was exceedingly bleak. Where had Lu Chaoqiao gone? To Yunwang, the ancient land of the Long Night, a realm of the ghostly clan. The prospect of seeing her again in this lifetime seemed to dwindle to nearly zero. Though the reason for Lu Chaoqiao's selection remained unknown, she had become the saintess of the Long Night Ancient Kingdom, while Li Hengsheng merely occupied the position of a menial disciple in the Daoshan ancient grounds. Their paths were destined to diverge, existing in 2 disparate realms. Upon returning to Daoshan, all the disciples exhaled in relief. Some greedily inhaled the air, savoring the taste of safety. In the distance, many disciples from Wanzai Peak emerged to greet them, seemingly already aware of the events that had transpired outside. Amidst the crowd, Li Hengsheng spotted Su Yeye, whose gaze was fixed on him. However, her eyes were red, as if she had recently wept. I must seize control of my destiny. I shall no longer be manipulated by others, he murmured to himself. Lu Shimi, we shall meet again. The answer you seek will resonate throughout the entire Cangyuan realm when that day arrives. Now, everyone, return and rest well. At this moment, a peak master stepped forward. His gaze ultimately settling upon Li Hengsheng. Come with me. Yes. Li Hengsheng recognized this individual as Li Ji, the master of the punishment peak, who oversees the disciplinary actions of the disciples within the ancient realm of Daoshan. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, speculating about the reason behind the punishment peak master's summons to Li Hengsheng. Follow me back to the punishment peak. I have matters to discuss with you. Li Ji stated calmly. Lu Qiao had been stealthily taken away, and the Star of Fate Hall, Tin Tower, was fiercely contesting for her, with even the rarely seen ancient Night Kingdom intervening. This heightened their eagerness to discern what made Lu Qiao so exceptional. It was apparent that Lu Qiao shared a close bond with Li Hengsheng, and perhaps he would provide some clues. Crossing the suspension bridge, not only Li Hengsheng and Li Ji followed, but also the other 5 peak masters who had acted today. They too were keen to uncover the truth of the matter. Li Ji led Li Hengsheng directly to his secluded abode. Li Hengsheng, curious, surveyed his surroundings. The environment was exquisite, and he could feel the abundant essence of heaven and earth. If one were to cultivate in such a place, the progress would undoubtedly be accelerated. This solidified Li Hengsheng's resolve to become a formidable force. Remaining solely at the Wanzai Peak was not an option. He must venture beyond. All 6 peak masters took their seats. Li Ji wasted no time and straightforwardly inquired about Lu Qiao's identity. Li Hengsheng did not withhold any information, recounting Lu Qiao's background in full. However, upon hearing his account, the 6 individuals displayed peculiar expressions. The information Li Hengsheng provided was unremarkable, merely facts that could be uncovered within the ancient realm of Daoshan. The ghostly clan has only recently emerged in Minghongzhou. Please recount the recent events surrounding Lu Qiao. Sima Hai intends to seek clues from this information. Furthermore, inform us of Lu Qiao's recent interactions with others. Share all that you know. A somewhat portly peak master pointed at Li Hengsheng and furrowed his brow, saying, We still do not know your name. I am the junior, Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng replied with a respectful gesture. Li Hengsheng? Upon hearing this name, Sima Hai's pupils contracted. So, he is Li Hengsheng? It is no wonder he has remained elusive. He has been serving as a menial worker on Wanzai Peak. He is the son of the enigmatic Li Changqing. Yet, why does he appear so unremarkable? One might expect someone of extraordinary talent, but here stands an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Sima Hai chose to remain silent, uttering nothing. The others, oblivious to Sima Hai's peculiar demeanor, turned their attention to Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng, compelled to share, recounted the recent occurrences in detail, including the parcel sent by his father, mentioning that Lu Qiao had taken the iron token intending to use it as a token of trust. Wait, Li Ji interjected with a strange expression. You mentioned that the token bore inscriptions. What did it say? Chi. Li Hengsheng responded truthfully. As soon as this character was uttered, all 6 individuals present felt a stir of interest. They exchanged glances. Comprehending the reason why the 3 factions of the ghostly clan were vying for Lu Qiao, it was indeed because of that token. Li Hengsheng then proceeded to narrate the subsequent events. Very well, you may return to rest now. Li Ji rose from his seat and gestured for a disciple to approach. Please escort this junior brother. The disciple politely responded, I appreciate your kindness, senior brother. Li Hengsheng turned and departed with the disciple. Once Li Hengsheng had left, Li Ji took a deep breath and remarked, the Qishan order. Who would have thought the 3rd piece would surface? It is no wonder they are so frantically vying for Lu Qiao. This indeed clarifies everything. Not quite. The plump leader furrowed his brows and interjected. The emergence of the Qishan order is not particularly perplexing. What I find baffling is Li Hengsheng's claim that the parcel was sent by his father. Why would the Qishan order be in his father's possession? The others shared his confusion. What is so strange about that? Sima Hai interjected with a smile. The Qishan order was likely in Yin Donchen's possession prior. After being pursued by me, he may have feared that I would discover the Qishan order, thus concealing it within a parcel dispatched to the Cangyuan escort agency. Coincidentally, this parcel was sent to the disciples of Daoshan Goody, resulting in the Qishan order ending up in Li Hengsheng's hands, and later, by serendipity, being given to Lu Qiao. I surmise that Lu Qiao must have inadvertently refined the Qishan order, and upon its refinement, the nearby ghost clan undoubtedly sensed it, thus leading to the events we witnessed today. Sima Hai elaborated, explaining his reasoning to the group. Listening to Sima Hai's exposition, it seemed to hold a measure of truth. And at this juncture, no alternative explanation appeared to make sense. For a moment, everyone had no choice but to accept this explanation. Prior to their arrival, they had already investigated Li Hengsheng's background. Li Changqing, despite being an artist, had fallen into despair, lacking talent and any noteworthy qualities. Aside from Su Mu Hai's interpretation, They truly could not conceive of any other rationale. Their initial intent was to compete for the Qishan order. However, since it had been secretly refined by Lu Qiao, they could only take Lu Qiao away. The Qishan order was possessed by the Ghost Master of Qishan, who, in his lifetime, had dispatched 3 Qishan orders to sever karmic ties. The bearer of the order could refine it to summon the Ghost Master for assistance. The first 2 orders had long since been utilized, one by the renowned medical King Valley and the other by the northern Cold Kingdom's Infengqi, both of which had drastically altered their lives. The third order, long sealed away, had been unearthed by the Shadow 10 Tower. Yet it was rumored that the Ghost Master of Qishan was currently in seclusion, and finding him would require at least a year. The portly sect leader sighed ruefully, remarking that if the other forces of Yunwang were to learn that the ancient Night Kingdom had obtained the Qishan order, Lu Qiao would likely face countless assassination attempts within that year. It was said that the Ghost Master had already cultivated to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Should he take action, few in the world could withstand him, and the ancient enemies of the ancient Night Kingdom would undoubtedly devise myriad schemes to reclaim the Qishan order. While the discussion among the group grew animated, Su Hai stifled a yawn, stood up with a cheerful grin, and said, "Please, continue your conversation. I shall return to my Mu Hai Peak for some much-needed rest. Today has truly exhausted me." Having spoken, he disregarded others and departed without a word. The peculiar nature of Su Hai had long been witnessed by the crowd, thus they paid him no mind, their attention now fixated on the matter of the Qishan order. With the emergence of the Qishan order, it was imperative that they report this incident. Regrettably, the sect leader was absent. Moreover, there was no urgency. The ancient kingdom of Changya was unlikely to make a move at this moment. The ghost lord of Qishan was in seclusion, and it would be at least a year before he emerged. This meant that for the next year, the ancient kingdom of Changya could not solicit any favors from the ghost lord of Qishan. Li Hengsheng returned to his chamber, his mind tumultuous from the events of the day. He yearned for strength, aspiring to become formidable enough to encounter Lu Qiao once more. This was a promise he had made to her. Yet, he pondered how he could achieve such strength, acutely aware that his own aptitude could only be deemed mediocre. Despite his relentless efforts, reaching the pinnacle of acquired abilities would be a stroke of immense fortune. Attaining such heights would classify him as a skilled practitioner. Yet it would still fall short of the realm inhabited by Lu Qiao. Li Hengsheng was oblivious to the mysteries of the ancient kingdom of Changya, but he was all too familiar with Chu Changqing. At merely 11 years of age, he was already a natural-born talent. The disdainful gaze that regarded him as mere prey, capable of being crushed at any moment, lingered in Li Hengsheng's memory. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he contemplated his next steps, a sound echoed from outside his door. Who could it be? Li Hengsheng approached and opened the door, initially expecting a fellow disciple come to offer solace regarding today's occurrences. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Su Hai standing before him, the master of Mahai Peak. Moreover, Li Hengsheng was well aware that among the 36 peak masters of the ancient Daoshan, Su Hai's cultivation ranked within the top 3. Despite Su Hai's seemingly carefree and unrefined demeanor, with his tattered garments and the sparsity of people on Mahai Peak, he was indeed one of the few in the entire ancient Daoshan who had comprehended the 5 absolute seals to the 4th realm. Just this alone was sufficient for Su Hai to stand tall among his peers. Li Hengsheng could hardly fathom that Su Hai would seek him out. Master of Mahai Peak. Li Hengsheng quickly said with utmost respect. "You are Li Hengsheng?" Su Hai inquired with a smile. "Yes, my name is Li Hengsheng," he replied. "I have come to discuss a matter with you." Su Hai entered the room and closed the door behind him. "Please, master, speak," Li Hengsheng said, a bit astonished at what business Su Hai could possibly have with him, a mere servant disciple. "Would you like to come to Mahai Peak and become my personal disciple?" Su Hai asked earnestly, gazing at Li Hengsheng. "Huh?" Li Hengsheng was momentarily stunned. To become Su Hai's personal disciple? What was happening? Had Su Hai been drinking? Or had he sustained a blow to the head during a skirmish with the Ghost Clan? "Master of Mahai Peak, you must be joking," Li Hengsheng said, still in disbelief. This was simply too surreal. However, Su Hai shook his head. "I am not jesting with you. I merely ask if you are willing or unwilling." "I am willing," Li Hengsheng exclaimed. Such an opportunity was one that no one in their right mind would refuse. He had been troubled about how to enhance his abilities. And here came Su Hai, offering to take him as a disciple. Following Su Hai, is it still challenging for oneself to enhance? As for why it is oneself, Li Hengsheng has ceased to concern himself with that. "Very well, grant me a few days. Besides consulting you, I must also inquire of another individual. Only with their consent shall I accept you." Su Hai gazed earnestly at Li Hengsheng. Chapter 019. A delightful morning. Another individual? Li Hengsheng appeared somewhat taken aback. Did Su Hai require the approval of another before accepting a disciple? Who could it be? Could it be the sect master? Yet, as the leader of Mahai Peak. He surely possessed sufficient authority in this matter. Though questions lingered in his heart, Hengsheng refrained from pressing further. At least he had glimpsed hope. Becoming a disciple of Mahai Peak might indeed grant him the prospect of reaching the innate realm. Once he attained that, he would be considered a formidable force. In the future, when confronting Lu Chaoqiao, he would possess the capability to protect her. As dawn approached, the sun gradually ascended, casting a gentle, non-dazzling radiance over Changqing town, which began to stir with liveliness. Merchants emerged, contributing to the bustling atmosphere. The lively cries of street vendors infused the air with a sense of the marketplace, evoking a comforting ambience. "Boss, a bowl of thin rice porridge and an oil cake, please." A gentleman clad in blue seated himself and addressed the busy stall owner. "Li Huasher, you've arrived." The proprietor responded with a warm smile. "Please hold on. I shall serve you shortly." With that, the stall owner hastily set aside his tasks, wiped his hands on his attire, and swiftly picked up a pair of tongs to select the largest oil cake to place upon the plate. Gently, he scooped the thickest rice porridge from the bottom of the pot with a spoon, carefully placing it into a bowl. Sprinkling a pinch of salt and some chopped scallions on top, he approached with a smile, setting the dish upon the table. After completing this task, he turned to retrieve a small plate containing some pickled vegetables. "Masterly, these are the pickles my wife prepared yesterday. Do give them a try." "Thank you." Li Changqing nodded appreciatively. He had grown accustomed to life here, finding the pressures of existence far less burdensome compared to his previous life. Although the majority of his silver had been sent to Li Hengsheng, the remainder sufficed for Li Changqing to live quite comfortably. After all, he no longer needed to purchase the expensive paper and brushes for painting. Each day was spent wandering about, enjoying meals, tending to flowers, and occasionally indulging in some carving. His life was indeed quite pleasant. Recently, Li Changsheng had also acquired a number of books from small stalls. Although these tomes primarily consisted of strange and fantastical tales, Li Changqing gleaned some insights into the lives of martial artists and painters within this world. He was particularly intrigued by the depiction of painters, described in almost mythical terms. Possessing a vast reservoir of spiritual power, they seemed capable of achieving the impossible. This piqued Li Changqing's curiosity. As a mere woodcarver, did he possess such formidable spiritual energy? If so, how might one harness it? And if it truly existed within him, what level of spiritual power did he possess? These questions stirred a deep curiosity within Li Changqing. Alas, I am unfamiliar with any artists, hence there is no one to inquire. Relying solely on these supernatural tales, I find myself devoid of references. It appears that Changqing town is rather small. I ought to venture beyond its confines and explore the vastness of the world. Generally speaking, in the realm of Cangyuan, artists are compelled to embark on journeys. They behold the landscapes of Cangyuan, witness all manner of extraordinary sights, encounter a variety of peculiar creatures. And with increased exposure, their creative output flourishes. Conversely, when one's experiences are limited, an artist's ability to create diminishes. Recently, due to a lack of financial constraints, Li Changqing has engaged only in minor carvings, refraining from further endeavors. It seems that his sculptures possess a remarkable quality, rivaling that of paintings. Thus, Li Changqing fears that their emergence might attract unnecessary complications. As an ordinary individual lacking the means for self-defense, such actions could be tantamount to courting disaster. Delicious indeed. Your culinary skills are commendable, dear proprietor. Li Changqing savored the oil cakes and congee to the last morsel, remarking on the delightful pickles as well. "Thank you for the praise, Master Li. I am pleased you enjoyed it," the owner replied with a smile. Since Li Changqing began frequenting this establishment, he inadvertently attracted numerous patrons, as even artists deemed the fare delectable, prompting others to come and sample it. At that moment, the distant sound of carriages echoed. A procession of a dozen large wagons laden with goods approached slowly, their tarpaulins draped over the cargo. "So much merchandise!" Li Changqing couldn't help but exclaim. "It is the shipment from the Yin Family Merchant Association. They come to restock around this time each month, and this is their recent return." The stall owner was also explaining to Li Changqing about the Yin family. The Yin family? Li Changqing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, if one seeks information in this regard, the Yin family should possess it. After all, they are a prominent clan, and their household must be rich in collections. Perhaps they truly have what I desire. As for how to access the Yin family's library, Li Changqing felt no apprehension, for previously, Yin Buotao had bestowed upon him a token. With the token granted by the head of the Yin family, entering their abode would surely be a breeze. With this thought, Li Changqing tossed down some money and hastened towards the Yin residence. In Changqing town, the Yin family stands as one of the top families, and Yin Buotao possesses exceptional innate abilities. Consequently, numerous visitors flock to the Yin family daily. The Yin family boasts various enterprises in Changqing town. attracting those seeking employment as well as individuals hoping to join their ranks as guardians. There is indeed a diverse array of people present. Upon arriving outside the grand entrance of the Yin residence, Li Changqing noticed that a dozen individuals were already waiting. However, they were unable to gain entry. The Yin family is truly well regarded, Li Changqing murmured to himself. He then straightened his attire and confidently approached the grand entrance. Those waiting outside observed Li Changqing's bold intent to enter, their eyes reflecting a sense of amusement. They were there, anticipating the steward of the Yin family to emerge and select them. Yet here was this fellow, seemingly without any gifts, attempting to enter. Was he not a fool? Halt! Wait outside, commanded the two Yin guards stationed at the entrance upon seeing Li Changqing's approach. However, Li Changqing was not in the mood for any playful antics. He directly produced the token and placed it before the two guards. Upon seeing the token in Li Changqing's hand, the guards were taken aback. This was no ordinary token. It was a prestigious offering token. Please, go ahead, the two guards hurriedly urged Li Changqing. Thank you, Li Changqing replied courteously, and then he entered the Yin residence. This left the onlookers outside dumbfounded. What was happening? Why could he enter while we could not? A burly man shouted angrily at the two guards. They only knew that Li Changqing had shown something to the guards, but they did not see what it was. The guards of the Yin family were indifferent to their protests. At that moment, a man dressed in plain garments stepped forward, a sly grin on his face. I have a token too, my brothers. Could you make an exception? He produced a token for them to inspect. The guards glanced at it and saw a single character inscribed. Phone. The man grinned widely. This is a discount token from Chi Phone Tower. With this, you get a 30% discount. I can take you there. Scram. Chapter 020. Wanshalu upon entering the Yin residence. Li Changqing truly grasped what it meant to be in a grand family. The scale was nothing short of comparable to the Forbidden City. Although he had seen such opulent courtyards on television in his previous life, the experience of actually stepping inside and feeling the atmosphere was entirely different. Everywhere he looked, busy servants scurried about, various pavilions and towers adorned the landscape. Intricately carved railings and exquisite stonework gleamed with golden brilliance, exuding an air of extravagance. Li Changqing ambled along, crossing a bridge, skirting a courtyard, and traversing a garden, utterly disoriented. Numerous servants caught sight of him, their expressions tinged with curiosity, yet none approached to inquire. Such occurrences were commonplace to them, likely another confused soul seeking fortune within the Yin residence. Should he wander aimlessly, he would soon encounter the patrolling guards of the Yin family, who would unceremoniously eject him. As Li Changqing spotted a passing young servant, he intended to pose a question. However, the lad did not even glance back, hastily departing. Such urgency, was the pace of life within the Yin household truly so swift? Li Changqing found himself at a loss. At that moment, a chorus of laughter echoed nearby. A group of spirited youths clad in yellow garments approached, their faces radiant with joy. From their attire, Li Changqing surmised they were offspring of the Yin family. The leading youth strode confidently, flanked by three companions, their expressions tinged with obsequiousness. The others displayed varying degrees of reverence towards him. Li Changqing thought it prudent to inquire, for they were surely well acquainted with the Yin residence and its library's whereabouts. Yet, as he opened his mouth to speak, the leading youth furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance in Li Changqing's direction. Step aside, don't obstruct the path. Who is this impertinent fellow? Quickly, move along. The youth waved his hand impatiently. What are you dawdling for? Hasn't Xingu told you to clear the way? Are you deaf? If you delay Brother Sheng's cultivation, can you bear the consequences? The few individuals accompanying the young man began to chatter incessantly, criticizing Li Changqing with fervor. Each one vied to attract the attention of the individual known as Brother Sheng, their faces flushed with eagerness. How audacious these young scions of the Yin residents are. This thought evoked memories of Li Changqing's unfilial son from his past life, whose behavior was remarkably similar. Such a lack of manners. Li Changqing rolled up his sleeves, ready to impart a lesson to the arrogant youth before him. However, just as he was about to act, a sudden realization struck him. Goodness, no. This lad is a martial artist. Although his skills appear modest, he still possesses some level of prowess. As an ordinary person, any attempt to strike would likely result in his own defeat, wouldn't it? What? Do you intend to make a move? Upon seeing Li Changqing roll up his sleeves, the leading youth's eyes glinted with a cold light. What? Li Changqing feigned surprise, saying, What move? I merely rolled up my sleeves because the weather is warm. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the group of youths, leaving Li Changqing feeling somewhat humiliated. Here he was, a seasoned individual from 2 lifetimes, reduced to being mocked by a bunch of young brats. Let us go, let us not pay him any mind. The crowd laughed heartily as they departed. Li Changqing could only exhale deeply, reminding himself not to take offense. What brings you to the Yin residence? Are you lost? If you seek someone, I happen to be free and can guide you. Just as Li Changqing closed his eyes to rest, a clear voice resonated beside him. Li Changqing opened his eyes to find a somewhat refined young lad standing before him. He recalled that this delicate youth had recently been at the rear of the group, appearing rather aloof and somewhat out of sync with the others. Yin Hanzhou, you truly have a penchant for meddling in others' affairs. You cannot even manage your own problems. Yet you still concern yourself with others. It is no wonder you are destined to be exiled from the Yin family. The leader of the group cast a glance back, immediately scoffing in disdain. Shenggu, pay him no mind. He probably knows he has no hope of remaining, hence his self-destructive behavior. Once a genius. Now he cannot even stay in the Yin residence. A few even whistled at the young man named Yin Hanzhou. Upon hearing their derision, Yin Hanzhou furrowed his brow but uttered not a word. Li Changqing was somewhat astonished by Yin Hanzhou's temperament. This lad, seemingly only 12 or 13, exhibited such remarkable restraint. Uncle, whom are you searching for? Yin Hanzhou inquired with a smile. Perhaps I could assist you. I am seeking a place to read. Li Changqing stated his intent. A place to read? Yin Hanzhou paused in surprise. Where in your Yin residence is the largest collection of books? Li Changqing rephrased his question. Naturally. The Wanshu building houses the most extensive collection, Yin Hanzhou instinctively replied. Could you possibly lead me to the Wanshu building? Knowing there were indeed many places with a wealth of books, Li Changqing's anticipation grew. I can certainly take you there, uncle. Yin Hanzhou said with a bitter smile, however. The Wanshu is a significant place for the Yin family. It houses not only an extensive collection of books, but also numerous invaluable artworks. Even the younger members of our family are not permitted entry. If you wish to enter, it may be quite impossible. He spoke candidly to Li Changqing. Li Changqing then produced the token that Yin Buotao had given him. Upon seeing the token, Yin Hanzhou's expression changed dramatically. I pay my respects to the Grand Patron. Yin Hanzhou stepped back and bowed respectfully. Grand Patron? Li Changqing looked at the token in surprise, realizing that it was indeed a patron's token. Nevertheless, what mattered most to him was whether this token would grant him access to the Wanshu. So, may I enter the Wanshu? He asked, extending his hand to assist Yin Hanzhou to his feet. Yes, of course. Yin Hanzhou quickly replied. The position of the Grand Patron in the Yin family is second only to that of the clan leader, so you are certainly qualified to enter the Wanshu. Allow me to guide you. With that, Yin Hanzhou gestured invitingly. Thank you, Li Changqing said with a smile. Meanwhile, Yin Buotao was in his study perusing a letter, the contents of which caused him to frown, indicating a significant matter at hand. What could it be? Yin Buotao murmured to himself as he slowly set the letter down. Just then, urgent knocking resonated from outside. Clan leader, a man's voice called out. Is it the third elder? Come in if you have something to discuss. Yin Buotao replied calmly. As the door swung open, Elder San of the Yin residence entered, his face alight with surprise. I have received word from below that the Grand Patron has made an appearance. It must be the esteemed Li Changqing visiting our Yin house. Chapter 21. A small gift for you, Li Changqing, has arrived. Yin Buotao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of Li Changqing for days. Although the token of the Grand Patron had been bestowed, Li Changqing had yet to grace them with his presence, and hope had begun to wane. He contemplated using Yin Yushi as an excuse to seek out Li Changqing and cultivate a closer relationship. Yet today, his hopes had materialized. He had feared that Li Changqing might regard the Yin family as a mere insignificant household, but it now appeared that there was still a glimmer of hope. Should the Yin family earn Li Changqing's support, Yin Buotao was confident they could ascend to become the foremost family in Changqing town, possibly even establishing a significant presence in the greater Minghong prefecture. An opportunity had arisen for the Yin family. Where is Elder Li Changqing? Yin Buotao swiftly adjusted his attire, preparing to meet the esteemed elder. It was said that he had headed towards the Wanshu building. Elder San remarked curiously. I wonder what Elder Li Changqing intends to do at the Wanshu building? Wanshu building? Yin Buotao paused, deep in thought for a long moment before responding. Keep a vigilant watch on any developments at the Wanshu building. Inform me of any matters that arise. If Elder Changqing requires anything, you must notify me as well. Are we not going? Elder San inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Elder Changqing may wish to peruse the books at the Wanshu building. It would be inappropriate for us to intrude. However, we must ensure that Elder Changqing's experience is utterly comfortable, as this represents a pivotal opportunity for the Yin family. Yin Buotao stated earnestly. Indeed, issue a decree to seal the Wanshu. No family member is permitted to enter until Elder Changqing emerges. Yin Buotao contemplated for a moment. The third elder nodded repeatedly after hearing this, then hesitated before speaking. There is one more matter. What is it? Noticing the third elder's expression, Yin Buotao took a seat. Please, do share. It is as follows. The third elder whispered a few words. This is utterly ridiculous. It is truly lawless. Yin Buitao slammed his palm on the table before him, leaving a deep imprint, nearly shattering it. Yin Dongxing did not act out of malice. He was merely youthful and impulsive, the third elder said awkwardly, insisting on a serious discourse, for Yin Dongsheng was indeed a member of his lineage. However, given that Yin Dongsheng had just offended Li Changqing, the third elder felt compelled to disclose this matter, as it was pivotal to the future of the Yin family. Youthful impetuosity? Yin Buitao scoffed. Were it not for his juvenile nature, Elder Changqing would have long since taken action to extinguish him. Who gave him such audacity? Well then, regarding this matter, the third elder could not help but inquire. Let him be dispatched to Peizhou. Our Yin family possesses a farm there. He may work as a laborer. Yin Buitao replied nonchalantly. Third elder, this leniency is extended due to your standing. Otherwise, you should be well aware of how to deal with a descendant who endangers the family. Thank you for sparing my life, clan leader. The third elder bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, Yin Hanzhou, accompanied by Li Changqing, finally arrived at the entrance of the Wanchalu. It is indeed quite impressive, gazing upon the magnificent 7-story tower before him. Li Changqing couldn't help but admire the grandeur of the Wanshu building. With your token, you may enter and seek the books you desire. Yin Hanzhou spoke respectfully. As Li Changqing observed the courteous young man, he found himself increasingly fond of him. I just overheard them jesting about you. It seems they mentioned you would soon depart for another place? Li Changqing inquired. I am acquainted with your clan leader. Would you like me to speak on your behalf? Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of hope flickered in Yin Hanzhou's eyes, only to vanish almost instantly. Thank you, esteemed benefactor, but that won't be necessary, he replied, shaking his head. In the eyes of my fellow clansmen, I am deemed a person without prospects. Remaining here would only invite further mockeries. It is better to start anew elsewhere. What defines a useless person? Li Changqing furrowed his brow and responded. I once heard someone say that even a pair of underpants or a roll of toilet paper serves a purpose. How much more so for you? Li Changqing spoke earnestly to Yin Hanzhou. Yin Hanzhou was taken aback. Ahem, I may have misspoken, Li Changqing realized, feeling that his words had been somewhat inappropriate. What I meant to convey is that every individual possesses inherent value. One may lose everything yet reclaim it. Young man, do not surrender. Li Changqing laughed heartily. Inherent value? Yin Hanzhou pondered this statement deeply. Senior, I assure you, I am not the waste they claim me to be. Encountering a person who holds such admiration for himself. Yin Hanzhou felt a touch of emotion in that moment. He spoke, in my Yin family, upon reaching the 5th heaven of the transcendence realm. One must comprehend a set of martial arts within 3 years. Should one fail to do so, they must leave the Yin family. Lowering his head, Yin Hanzhou continued. I have previously grasped martial arts twice, yet they were not what I sought, and thus I chose to relinquish them, refusing the inheritance. Perhaps it is due to these 2 refusals that I have failed to perceive any martial arts in the subsequent attempt. The 3-year period is approaching, and I can only resign myself to fate. One can cultivate martial arts after reaching the 5th heaven of the transcendence realm? Li Changqing blinked, noting that Yin Hanzhou seemed quite discerning. Are you perhaps a Virgo? My apologies for taking up your time, esteemed senior. Please, do enter and peruse your books. I shall take my leave. Upon finishing his words, Yin Hanzhou respectfully bowed to Li Changqing and turned to depart. Wait. At that moment, Li Changqing called out to Yin Hanzhou. Is there anything else you wish to convey, esteemed senior? Yin Hanzhou inquired with curiosity. You have aided me, yet I have nothing to offer in return. Here, allow me to present you with this small token I crafted. As he spoke, Li Changqing produced a miniature wooden sculpture from his sleeve and handed it to Yin Hanzhou. Recently, Li Changqing had not engaged in serious wood carving, for with money in hand and no worries for sustenance, he found little motivation to do so. He thought he could always devise a solution when his son required funds next month. As one finds themselves idle, boredom often creeps in. Li Changqing, in a burst of creativity, decided to carve whimsical little trinkets that he had never attempted before, peculiar yet endearing creations. Upon witnessing the wooden sculpture that Li Changqing presented to him, Yin Hanzhou stood in stunned silence. Li Changqing then turned and entered the Wanshu building, leaving Yin Hanzhou gazing in astonishment at the figurine in his hands. What is this creature? It resembles an animal, yet one that Yin Hanzhou has never encountered. Is it a mouse? However, it does not seem to be so. It has a plump body, a tail reminiscent of lightning, and rosy cheeks adorning its face. What could this possibly be? He could not identify it, and likely no one in the entire Cangyuan realm would recognize it either. For it was a Pikachu sculpted by Li Changqing in a moment of leisure. In this world, no one knew of its existence. Yet, as Yin Hanzhou cradled the Pikachu, he experienced an unusual sensation. It felt as though the unknown creature before him had come to life. The world around him gradually dimmed, enveloped in an inky darkness, with only the Pikachu animatedly moving before him. In an instant, an astonishing surge of lightning power erupted from the figurine. The force of the thunder seemed capable of obliterating all in its path. Where the lightning struck, nothing could survive. Several bolts of electricity crackled past Yin Hanzhou's ears, leaving him in a state of shock. It was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying entity. What on earth is this creature? How does it possess such formidable power? Such an extraordinary entity, how is it that no records of it exist in any texts? This senior has actually witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon. What level of cultivation must he possess? Changqing remains utterly oblivious to the multitude of thoughts occupying Yin Hanzhou's mind. And he is equally unaware that the Pikachu he casually carved has bestowed such a significant opportunity upon Yin Hanzhou. Initially, Changqing believed that the things absent from this world would yield no effect once he sculpted them. However, he was entirely mistaken. Within the texts, there exists an elder from the Yin family tasked with safeguarding the realm. Upon Changqing's arrival, after inspecting his token, this elder respectfully permitted him to enter. Indeed, the collection of books here is astounding. As Changqing gazes at the countless volumes on the shelves, he cannot help but wonder if this place surpasses even the capital's library in size. He casually retrieves a book titled Chronicles of the Nations. Upon seeing the title and flipping through its pages, he discovers it primarily recounts the customs and cultures encountered by the author during his travels across various nations. He seeks out several more books, most of which discuss martial artists. Additionally, there are a few texts on physical techniques, which are merely suitable for ordinary individuals seeking to enhance their fitness. For true martial artists, these practices seem almost trivial. In this vast realm of Cangyuan, genuine martial arts legacies are exceedingly rare, unlike the world Changqing is familiar with, where a strong practitioner can impart martial arts secrets to a disciple who can then cultivate them. Here the techniques are often derived from artistic representations. If one truly wishes to impart knowledge to a disciple, there exists only one method: to demonstrate one's techniques before the disciple and share the insights gained from the practice, allowing the disciple to comprehend the art through a similar representation. Whether one can truly comprehend it ultimately hinges on fortune. Moreover, the same painting, once a person has deciphered its technique, will gradually lose its ethereal charm, eventually transforming into an ordinary artwork. At that point, if one wishes to preserve the legacy, they must seek a formidable artist to replicate it. Although the outcome may not be as remarkable, it still allows for the preservation of the tradition. Outside the Wanshu Pavilion, Yin Hanzhou had been seated there for half an hour, meditating as faint sparks of electricity emanated from his being. Before him floated a diminutive wooden carving, into which Yin Hanzhou had entirely immersed his consciousness, seemingly detached from the world beyond. Just then, several figures hurriedly approached from the distance, led by Yin Buotao. Initially, Yin Buotao had no intention of disturbing Changqing at the Wanshu Pavilion, but upon hearing news of Yin Hanzhou, he hastened to arrive with others in tow. The elders of the Yin family followed closely behind. Patriarch, that is. The elders gasped in astonishment at the sight of the wooden carving floating before Yin Hanzhou. They were well aware of its significance. Yin Buotao's son, Yin Yushi, had entered a state of enlightenment with this very carving, officially stepping into the transcendence realm, and even holding potential to reach the innate realm. This small wooden sculpture, imbued with unfathomable power, surpassed the paintings in strength. The elders could not help but covet Yin Yushi's ferocious tiger carving, and now they beheld another wooden sculpture in the hands of a disciple of the Yin family. What extraordinary fortune has befallen Yin Hanzhou? Is he truly Yin Hanzhou? Yin Buotao had heard whispers of Yin Hanzhou's prowess even before his arrival. He was also a prodigy of the Yin family. However, despite 2 refusals of the Dao inheritance, the 3-year period has now elapsed, and he is soon to depart from the Yin family. Just as an elder beside him was about to speak, they were taken aback to see Yin Hanzhou rise to his feet. To their astonishment, he began to practice his punches with his eyes closed. This spectacle intrigued onlookers, who gathered to watch. Initially, Yin Hanzhou's technique appeared awkward and slow. Yet, with each successive punch, his movements accelerated, culminating in the emergence of afterimages surrounding his fists. As he continued, an aura emanated from his being, giving rise to a unique energy. The instant this energy manifested, his martial arts transcended to a new level, filling the air with the resonant sound of thunder. His punches were imbued with the force of a tempest. This left Yin Buotao and the others utterly speechless. The fluidity of his technique, swift as lightning, intertwined speed and power, imbuing each strike with formidable might. Most astonishingly, in such a brief moment, Yin Hanzhou had cultivated inner strength, advancing from the 9th level of the transcendence realm to the postnatal stage, thus becoming a genuine postnatal warrior. My goodness! What can one even say? An elder stood in disbelief at the marvel before him. He was well aware of Li Changqing's exceptional woodcarving skills. But this was utterly beyond comprehension. What kind of martial art is this? Several onlookers began to speculate. Within the Yin family, there were those who had once comprehended martial arts related to thunder, whether in the form of boxing or swordsmanship. However, in comparison to the techniques exhibited by Yin Hangzhou before them, their skills paled into insignificance. Yin Hangzhou's martial arts embodied an elusive essence, seemingly brimming with myriad transformations. Even these seasoned veterans had never witnessed anything quite like it. Upon completing his sequence of movements, Yin Hangzhou finally opened his eyes, initially taken aback, as he had been oblivious to the changes occurring within himself. He had believed he was merely practicing in his mind. Yet it appeared he had indeed manifested this style of boxing. Patriarch, elders. Upon noticing Yin Boitao and the others nearby, Yin Hangzhou hastily bowed in respect. Congratulations. You have entered the postnatal stage, one elder remarked with a smile. Me? Yin Hangzhou was momentarily stunned. Then he felt a genuine surge of internal energy coursing through his body. I have entered the postnatal stage, he exclaimed in disbelief. Could all of this truly be attributed to that small wooden carving? What kind of treasure was it? From this day forth, you shall be regarded as a core disciple of the Yin family. Starting today, the resources available for your cultivation will increase tenfold from their previous amount. I hope you will dedicate yourself to your training and bring honor to our family in the future, Yin Boitao said. His expression filled with pride as he looked at Yin Hangzhou. Thank you, Patriarch. Yin Hangzhou was overwhelmed with excitement, at a loss for words. A tenfold increase from the original amount was a privilege that other postnatal disciples of the Yin family could only dream of. Meanwhile, he felt immense gratitude towards Li Changqing in his heart. Unbeknownst to Li Changqing, he was completely immersed in the vast ocean of books. Chapter 023. A thought transforms the world. A thought becomes eternal. Although the Yin family was merely a small clan in Changqing town compared to the entirety of the Cangyuan realm, their collection of tomes was, to Li Changqing, a newcomer to this realm, remarkably rich in content. He had never encountered such a splendid world before. Engrossed in the narratives, he witnessed a myriad of bizarre phenomena and became acquainted with numerous legendary figures who once stood tall in the Cangyuan realm. Moreover, Li Changqing learned of a singular individual who towered at the pinnacle of the Cangyuan realm, the master of Cangyuan, the foremost among all, an invincible entity. It was said that the master resided in Tianhai City, a figure whom countless formidable warriors aspired to challenge. Every 50 years, an opportunity arose to contest the master. Whoever could surpass the reigning master would ascend to become the new master of Cangyuan. Legend suggested that attaining this title would grant one an audience with the immortal. Yet, this remained mere folklore. Even the unparalleled warriors, who stood atop the clouds, had never witnessed such beings. Beyond this, Li Changqing discovered a book dedicated to painters. Precisely what he sought. Warriors cultivate their bodies, while painters refine their souls. A painter's formidable spirit is essential for depicting a broader world. The cultivation of the spirit arises from the insights gained through the artistic process, and to create a work imbued with essence is to strengthen one's soul, thereby enhancing oneself. Could it be that those elements were also present during my sculpting? As Li Changqing contemplated, it seemed as though an enigmatic force had entered his consciousness while he was engaged in his art. Might that indeed be the power of the soul? He continued to read on. The levels of soul power are classified into several realms. Entering the spirit, transforming the spirit, divine communication, throne, immortality, and ultimate freedom. There are a total of 6 realms. As for whether there exist higher realms, none can say. A formidable artist, endowed with powerful soul energy, can manifest the heavens with a mere thought, and similarly, the earth. One thought can lead to Buddhahood, while another can transform one into a demon. All things in the universe exist within a single thought, birth and death alike. They can even perceive the martial arts of others effortlessly. They can alter fate and reverse time. As long as one's soul is sufficiently powerful, such feats are attainable. It is said that those who cultivate to the realm of ultimate freedom can traverse vast distances with a single thought, wandering the cosmos freely and eternally unrestrained. Upon reading such descriptions, Li Changqing was utterly astonished. A person with a powerful soul possesses such extraordinary capabilities? What level does his own soul reside at? Could it be that he too possesses such might? If that is the case, would not artists be invincible? To merely glance at another's martial arts would enable one to master them. What then remains for martial artists? However, Li Changqing was clearly overthinking. While artists indeed possess such abilities, to observe and assimilate the profound martial arts of others, one must at the very least attain the level of a master artist. Thus, before reaching the so-called master artist realm, it can be said that an artist merely possesses certain magical abilities or means of self-preservation. Nonetheless, even so, artists are never short of exceptional individuals in their company. Forming a close bond with an artist brings immense benefits to oneself. Let us set aside the matter of the beings for now. The acquisition of a formidable painting treasure serves as the finest enhancement for a martial artist. However, the text fails to elucidate how one ought to assess the nature of the soul. Li Changqing perused the tome thoroughly. Yet he found no guidance on the evaluation of one's own spiritual essence. What level does his soul reside at? Is it in the realm of divine entry? Or has it transcended into the realm of spirit transformation? The ambiguity was perplexing, and it instilled a sense of urgency within him. Without a clear understanding of his own level, recklessly harnessing the power of his soul to learn the martial arts of others could lead to dire consequences. Not only could he fail to acquire the knowledge, but he could also sustain severe injuries. How then? Could he embark on his learning journey without an awareness of his own standing? Nevertheless, Li Changqing was determined to ascertain the extent of his capabilities. Since it was asserted that an artist, through the strength of their soul, could achieve anything with a mere thought, he resolved to commence with something simple. Not far off, he noticed a diminutive incense burner, from which a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Fixating on the burner, Li Changqing extended a finger, beckoning it with a command, "Come here." To his dismay, the incense burner remained utterly immobile. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. Fortunately, no one was present to witness his folly, lest they deem him mad. Indeed. The mastery of one's thoughts over the cosmos does not equate to the mere utterance of words. It necessitates the invocation of the soul's power. Furrowing his brow, Li Changqing endeavored to attune himself to the potency of the soul within his consciousness. As he calmed his mind, the entire world seemed to fall into a hushed silence. At that moment, he perceived not a single sound. His inner realm was enveloped in darkness. It felt as though he had transcended the mundane confines of the Cangyuan world, entering a sanctuary beyond. As Li Changqing took a few steps forward, he was astonished to discover a serene lake before him. The water lay still, each droplet exuding an unparalleled purity. Upon beholding this lake, he immediately comprehended that it represented the essence of his soul's power. However, he remained uncertain about the true nature of this lake. Standing at its edge, an overwhelming sense of intimacy enveloped him. He felt as if every droplet of water was akin to a cherished child, resonating with joyous exclamations from within. This was a deep-seated delight. Li Changqing was equally moved, perceiving each droplet as a soldier awaiting his command. At that moment, he opened his eyes and gazed once more at the incense burner, softly uttering the words, "Come here." The incense burner quivered gently, and in the next instant, it astonishingly soared into the air, racing towards Li Changqing, who effortlessly grasped it in his hand. How marvelous! His eyes sparkled with wonder. Although he was not a painter, he was a wood sculptor, and the connection of his spirit allowed him to perform such feats. If he could achieve such telekinesis, what else might he be capable of? In that moment, Li Changqing resembled a child who had just discovered a new toy. Filled with boundless curiosity, he mused on the profound state of ultimate freedom described in the texts. To possess such divine abilities would indeed be extraordinary. He envisioned a future where he could deliver meals across the city with unparalleled swiftness, surpassing all competitors. From now on, the realm of takeout in this city would belong to him. Regrettably, it seems that Li Changqing has yet to attain such a realm. Even if he were to reach it, he would remain oblivious to the method of application. He currently resembles an unparalleled master brimming with internal strength. Yet devoid of any combat technique, he can only rely on his own exploration. Just as Li Changqing contemplated delving into other texts, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Upon turning his gaze, he beheld an elder from the Wanchu building. The elder approached, carrying a tray laden with an assortment of delectable dishes, and with a warm smile declared, "Esteemed one, it is time for your meal. The clan leader has instructed me to bring this to you. Thank you very much. I happen to be rather hungry." Li Changqing replied, only just now realizing his hunger. The sight of the sumptuous food jolted him from his absorption in the world of books. The clan leader is aware of your fondness for the cuisine of Jinhong Tower, so he specifically arranged for it to be brought to you. Please take your time. Once you are finished, simply set it aside, and I will return to collect it, the elder said courteously. Then I must trouble you, Li Changqing responded, forgoing further pleasantries. He found a place to sit and began to eat. The elder's expression bore a hint of helplessness, for the Wanchu building was a sacred ground of the Yin residents. Typically, disciples visiting here were not only prohibited from consuming food, but could be expelled and heavily punished for even the slightest disturbance. This was due to the presence of numerous precious tomes and artworks that required diligent protection. In fact, Li Changqing was the first person in the history of the Yin residents to dine within the hallowed halls of the Wanchu building. Is this the cuisine of Jinhonglu? Li Changqing gazed at the exquisite dishes before him. He recalled his earlier visit to a street vendor, where the proprietor had mentioned that he used to dine exclusively at Jinhonglu. It seemed that this establishment was indeed the finest tavern in Changqing town. However, since his arrival, he had yet to experience its offerings, and today he was determined to do so. After sampling each dish, Li Changqing concluded that the famed Jin Hong Lu was rather unremarkable. Its reputation was grand, yet the fare scarcely surpassed that of a humble roadside eatery from his previous life. Was this establishment truly deserving of such a claim? Nonetheless, Li Changqing was not particularly discerning when it came to food. As long as it was edible, he was satisfied. After finishing his meal, he instructed the elder to clear the table, and he resumed his quest for literature. Feeling unfulfilled by the collection on the first floor, he ascended to the second. There, he encountered a series of paintings, the likes of which he had never seen before, works imbued with a certain spiritual essence. It appeared these were creations of the local artists. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted dozens of artworks depicting weapons and animals. The artistry was indeed superior to his own previous attempts. Li Changqing murmured to himself as he admired each piece. Suddenly, a thought struck him as odd. The artworks featured only weapons and animals, swords, spears, tigers, eagles, bears, and leopards. Where were the other subjects? Excuse me, Li Changqing called out to someone below. Elder, if you have any matters to discuss, please do so. The elder hurried over. For Yin Buotao had repeatedly instructed that all of Li Changqing's requests must be fulfilled. Naturally, he dared not be negligent. It's nothing. I merely inquired why all the artworks feature only weapons and animals, without any other subjects, Li Changqing asked with curiosity. The elder was momentarily taken aback, as if his mind had not grasped the question, and he inquired, what else could there be? Other subjects, for instance, landscapes, spiritual entities, or even portraits, Li Changqing replied. Puzzled. Predecessor, do not jest, the elder stammered upon hearing Li Changqing's words. Depicting spiritual entities or the heavens and earth can only be achieved by exceptionally powerful artists. How could our humble Yin family possess such treasures? As for portraits, humans are the essence of all beings. Even the mightiest of artists dare not lightly attempt to portray them. How could our Yin family possibly manage that? The elder spoke with a bitter smile, convinced that Li Changqing was merely teasing him. Is that so? Li Changqing felt a wave of astonishment wash over him upon hearing this. Only formidable artists could create such works? Even the saints of painting hesitated to depict humans? But wait, he had effortlessly carved a figure of Fahai. How could that be? Was it possible that the Fahai I sculpted was of no significance, merely an ordinary wooden carving? Or perhaps sculpture and painting are entirely different realms, seemingly related, yet fundamentally distinct. My wooden sculpture might not be subject to such limitations? Li Changqing fell into deep contemplation. The path one treads is indeed fraught with challenges. In this world, the art of wood carving is virtually non-existent. Thus, the creations born from one's own hands are as unique as a scorpion's excrement, offering no point of reference. One can only navigate this journey through trial and error. Li Changqing continued his studies, immersing himself in books for a full 3 days. During this time, he gained a modicum of understanding of the Cangyuan realm. Meals were delivered to the Wanshu building, and the entire Yin residence maintained an air of vigilance, refusing visitors to avoid any disturbances that might disrupt Li Changqing's concentration. Yin Hanzhou ascended to the post-heaven realm, swiftly establishing himself as a prodigious talent of the Yin family, enjoying the finest resources and being adopted as a son by Yin Buotao. As for Yin Dongxing, upon hearing of his exile to Peizhou, he could scarcely believe his ears. Yet, the decree was issued, and the following day, Yin Dongxing was expelled from the Yin family. Soon after, an unexpected guest arrived at the Yin residence, Sima Hai. The Yin family knew better than to treat Sima Hai with indifference. While they could refuse others at the door, they could not afford to do so with him. As one of the 36 peak masters of the Daoshan ancient land and a formidable innate realm expert, his status was far beyond that of the modest Yin family. However, it was curious that Su Mahai had just visited not long ago. Why had he returned? Greetings, Master Mahai, Yin Buotao said respectfully to Su Mahai. I have come to discuss a matter with you, Su Mahai replied, casually sitting in a chair while munching on a banana. I wish to meet with the esteemed Li Changqing. Although we are not acquainted, you have crossed paths with him before, and I hope you can facilitate an introduction. To prevent me from recklessly seeking him out and causing any misunderstandings, I casually tossed the banana peel aside. Do you wish to meet Elder Changqing? Yin Buotao raised an eyebrow. Is there an issue? Su Mahai casually picked up an apple and began to eat. No issue, but we must have Elder Changqing's consent first. Yin Buotao replied with a smile. To be candid, Elder Changqing is currently a guest at the Yin residence. Oh? Su Mahai's eyes widened at this revelation. Elderly Changqing is at the Yin residence? He arrived a few days ago and has since immersed himself in the Wanshalu, where he has been reading for 3 days now. Yin Buotao stated truthfully. Su Mahai couldn't help but scrutinize Yin Buotao. He could discern that Yin Buotao harbored intentions regarding Li Changqing. However, Su Mahai refrained from voicing his thoughts. When might he emerge? Su Mahai pondered aloud. It's difficult to say, Yin Buotao shook his head. If you were in a hurry, perhaps I could send someone to inquire about the elder? Yin Buotao tentatively suggested. Then please have someone relay the message, Su Mahai replied, unwilling to wait idly. Such a formidable figure might very well remain in seclusion for several years. And he could not afford to wait that long. Very well, I shall send someone to notify him, Yin Buotao nodded. Yet, just as he turned to take a few steps, he paused and said, by the way, esteemed Peak Master Mahai, there have been some peculiar occurrences at the Yin family's mine recently. I find myself at a loss and wonder if the elder might lend a hand to aid the Yin family. Chapter 025. The first meeting, what is the matter? At this moment, Su Mahai found it difficult to outright refuse. Typically, he would be disinterested in the affairs of such a small family. Yet given that Li Changqing was present at the Yin family, he felt compelled to extend them a courtesy. Upon hearing Su Mahai's inquiry, Yin Buotao hastily presented a letter to him, exclaiming, it concerns our Yin family's Nanshan mine, as detailed in the letter. Su Mahai casually unfolded the letter and settled into a commanding posture, eager to discern its contents. Meanwhile, Yin Buotao swiftly arranged for an elder to head to Wanshalu to consult with Li Changqing regarding whether Su Mahai should be met. As Su Mahai perused the letter, a grave expression began to manifest upon his face. Within the Nanshan mine, numerous miners from the Yin family had witnessed a star fall, after which they succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, they discovered to their dismay that they had aged by over a decade. Some youths had abruptly transitioned into middle-aged individuals, while those already in middle age had become elderly with white hair. Even the elders who resided there regularly faced similar fates. Not only had they lost years from their lifespan, but their cultivation had also diminished substantially. What was once a perfected postnatal realm had now been reduced to merely the 7th level of the transcendence realm. Additionally, several villages in proximity to the Nanshan mine reported bizarre occurrences. Fear spread rapidly, causing miners to flee in disarray, and as a result, all operations at the Nanshan mine had ground to a halt. The situation left the Yin family feeling rather anxious. Despite their unease, they were unable to discern the cause of such an enigmatic occurrence, one that even Yin Buotao and his companions had never encountered. After perusing the letter, Su Mahai set it aside, slowly closing his eyes and murmuring, could it be the Wanshalu and the grand offering? Upon arriving at the Wanshalu, the elder of the Yin family found Li Changqing engrossed in a book. Hesitating for a moment, he finally approached to greet him. Did you call for me? Li Changqing, returning to reality, noticed a member of the Yin family and courteously inquired, may I assist you with something? Indeed, the elder replied promptly, stepping forward respectfully. There is someone who wishes to meet the grand offering. Might it be possible for you to grant an audience? Meet me? Li Changqing was taken aback. Who desires to see me? Am I acquainted with this person? Perhaps they are a stranger to you, the elder speculated, reasoning that if they had previously met, the Yin family would not need to facilitate the introduction, as Su Mahai would have approached Li Changqing directly. Li Changqing shook his head. Then I shall not meet them. If I do not know them, what is the purpose of such an encounter? I have little fondness for social obligations. The elder was taken aback by Li Changqing's abrupt refusal, for the individual in question was the peak master of Daoshan ancient land. Countless factions longed for an audience with such a figure. Unable to restrain himself, the elder remarked, grand offering. The person who wishes to see you is the peak master of Mahai Peak from the 36 peaks of Daoshan ancient land. Are you truly unwilling to meet? Wait. Li Changqing's brows furrowed. Daoshan ancient land? Isn't that the sect where my dutiful son practices? How could I refuse to meet? Your son is studying at another school, and they have come for a home visit. Are you really going to refuse to meet them? How can your son avoid being ostracized at school? Come, take me to see them at once. Li Changqing hurriedly placed the book back on the shelf and spoke anxiously. The teacher has arrived. We must make proper arrangements, or what will become of my son's future? I will lead the way, the elder quickly asserted. Meanwhile, Su Mahai, who was waiting in the Yanhui Hall, also felt a tinge of urgency. Could such a formidable individual truly meet with him? Alas, Su Mahai suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he had committed a foolish error. Master Mahai, what are you doing? Yin Buotao looked at Su Mahai in surprise, puzzled by his demeanor. I should have taken the initiative to wait at the entrance of the Wanshalu for the senior to emerge. How could I allow him to come to me? What a blunder. Su Mahai lamented. Take me to Wanshalu, he insisted hurriedly. However, no sooner had Su Mahai uttered these words than a booming voice resonated from outside. The grand patron has arrived. Here they come. Yin Buotao replied with a smile. It seems the peak master need not go. Elder Changqing is already here. The Grand Patron? Sima Hai regarded Yan Buitao with a peculiar glance, astonished that a small family like the Yans could entice such a powerful individual to serve as their patron. If this were indeed the case, then the Yin family would soar to new heights. But now is not the time for such inquiries. Sima Hai stood up and brushed off his already somewhat unkempt attire. At that moment, Li Changqing entered. Upon first encountering Li Changqing, Sima Hai's impression was rather indifferent. He appeared to be an utterly ordinary person, like a disheartened scholar. Sima Hai exuded an air of simplicity, not resembling a peerless master in the least. In fact, he felt no trace of spiritual resonance emanating from Li Changqing. The ancient land of Daoshan was home to formidable artists, from whom Sima Hai could perceive a certain oppressive aura, one that conveyed a profound unity with the heavens and earth. A sense of the world exists solely for me. Yet, Li Changqing possessed none of this. He appeared utterly ordinary. Upon first laying eyes on Sima Hai, Li Changqing's impression was that the ancient land of Daoshan was indeed impoverished. How could the master of a peak dress like a beggar? His garments seemed to have gone unwashed for quite some time. If even the peak master lived in such hardship, what of my eldest son? Is he not languishing in malnutrition? Sima Hai bore no resemblance to a peak master. Li Changqing found it far more credible to liken him to an elder of the beggars' sect. Li Changqing approached and clasped his fists in greeting, addressing Sima Hai. Noticing Li Changqing's initiative to greet him, Sima Hai reciprocated with utmost politeness. Although Li Changqing did not strike him as an extraordinary figure, Sima Hai remained respectfully deferential. Setting aside the fact that Li Changqing had previously astonished him with the wooden carving gifted to the Yin family, a treasure that transcended his understanding, there was also the matter of Yan Dongchen, a practitioner of the innate realm, who had been effortlessly slain upon entering the Changqing painting boat. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Long have I admired you, Li Changqing hurriedly remarked. I have heard that you are the master of the ancient land of Daoshan, and my son is also a disciple there. Thus, you must be considered his superior. My son is quite unruly, and I apologize for any trouble he may have caused you. Sima Hai was taken aback. What is the essence of school leadership? However, Sima Hai could discern the general idea and promptly responded with courtesy. Li Hengsheng is an excellent disciple in my Daoshan ancient realm. I recently learned of his connection as the son of the esteemed Changqing Sr., which is why I have come to pay a visit. Please, have a seat. Li Changqing quickly invited Sima Hai to sit down. Observing their conversation, Yan Buitao wisely chose to step outside. Chapter 026. No, my son must not go astray. Besides paying a visit to the esteemed Changqing Sr., I have another matter for which I specifically seek his counsel, Sima Hai stated earnestly. Please, do tell. Li Changqing listened attentively. Regardless of Sima Hai's attire, the demeanor of this school leader genuinely impressed Li Changqing. He was polite and articulate, assuring that in such an environment, one need not worry about their child going astray. Reflecting on his past life, where he toiled endlessly to secure a prestigious school for his son, nearly resorting to selling his own blood, Li Changqing recalled how, upon arriving at the school, he faced directors who held themselves in high regard, dismissing him as merely a carpenter, hardly deigning to acknowledge him. There was a complete lack of basic respect. During the festive seasons, the child's homeroom teacher expected offerings, lest one risk being reassigned to a less favorable seat. In pursuit of a good education for his child, Li Changqing had even sold his most treasured piece of wood. Yet, despite his efforts, the child ultimately graduated with unsatisfactory results. The mere thought of it was overwhelming. Now, blessed with a new life and a profoundly filial son, Li Changqing was determined not to repeat past mistakes. He was resolute in ensuring his child would have a nurturing educational environment. There lies a promising future ahead. Surely, the senior must be aware of the recent incident concerning the ghostly cultivators in Hangzhou. Sima Hai's voice grew somber. After all, even Yan Dongchen met his demise at the hands of Li Changqing, leading Sima Hai to speculate that Li Changqing must be informed. Indeed, Li Changqing nodded. This matter had been brought to his attention by a letter from Li Hengsheng. As expected, Sima Hai silently acknowledged that Yan Dongchen had indeed been slain by Li Changqing. Recently, this affair has entangled your son to a minor extent, but fret not, the connection is minimal. Sima Hai hastily reassured. Li Changqing paused, perplexed. His son is involved? He was not entirely clear on the nature of the ghost clan, yet the very name sounded ominous. A slight association with his son? Could it be that his boy was straying onto the wrong path? In Li Changqing's mind, this resembled the scenario of a delinquent mingling with his son at school. Would he be led astray? The visitors included the Celestial Star Palace, the Yin Tin Towers, and even the ancient Long Night Kingdom had made an appearance. Sima Hai elaborated to Li Changqing. 3 groups of ruffians attempting to lead his son astray? This is unacceptable. My son has tea mingled with them, has he? Li Changqing inquired anxiously. If he were to go out and learn mischief, it would be intolerable. Not at all. For their target is not Li Hengsheng, but rather his junior sister, known as Lu Qiaoqiao. Su Mohai succinctly recounted the events of that day to Li Changqing, omitting certain details, particularly regarding the matter of the Qishan order. What? A flicker of coldness appeared in Li Changqing's gaze. Those ruffians not only seek to corrupt my son, but have also taken away his girlfriend? Goodness, how old is this boy? And he is already entangled in a romantic affair? Moreover, he plans to pursue that girlfriend who has already been led astray? A vivid scene unfolded in Li Changqing's mind, his son diligently honing his skills in the ancient grounds of Daoshan. On the brink of graduation and poised to ascend to the pinnacle of life, when suddenly that group of delinquents arise with Lu Qiaoqiao, the wayward girl. With a cigarette dangling from her lips, tattoos adorning her arms and neck, and 2 children in tow, she beckons to his son with a playful smile, saying, "Little brother, I'm back from my escapades, tired of the thrills, and I've decided to marry an honest man. How about you? Have your father prepare 5 million taels of silver as a bride price." The mere thought sent a shiver down Li Changqing's spine. It was utterly terrifying. This simply cannot be allowed to happen. With a grave expression, he turned to Su Mohai and declared, "Master Mohai, this situation must not be allowed to escalate further." Upon hearing Li Changqing's words, Su Mohai blinked, contemplating their meaning. However, he soon grasped that the implication was clear. Li Hengsheng had been bullied by those sinister beings, and such a scenario was unacceptable. "I understand the intention of Senior Changqing." Nodding, Su Mohai tentatively proposed, "In fact, I came to seek your esteemed opinion, Senior Changqing. I wish to accept Li Hengsheng as my direct disciple at Mohai Peak. Would you consent to this? To be your direct disciple?" Li Changqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Su Mohai appeared to be rather impoverished, he seemed to possess admirable qualities. With such a teacher, what could there possibly be to worry about? Su Mohai would soon become his son's homeroom teacher. Naturally, Li Changqing wholeheartedly agreed, thinking to himself that with you as the teacher, what could he possibly fret over? He promptly smiled and acknowledged the arrangement. As for the position of homeroom teacher, Su Mohai did not fully grasp its significance. Yet he was at least aware that Li Changqing had consented. "Very well, esteemed Changqing. You can rest assured that I will take good care of Li Hengsheng. At Daoshan Goody, I shall treat him with utmost sincerity and provide him with the finest accommodations that Mohai Peak has to offer." Su Mohai quickly endeavored to curry favor with Li Changqing. The finest accommodations at Mohai Peak? Li Changqing furrowed his brow, casting another glance at Su Mohai, and sighed softly. In his view, Su Mohai's destitution made him question the quality of the offerings. Would he even be able to afford a meal of meat every 3 days? No matter how impoverished one may be, education should never suffer, nor should children endure hardship. Li Changqing resolved to earn more money in the future, aiming to cultivate his son into a talented individual. Having read numerous books recently, he recognized that for a martial artist to achieve greatness, resources were of paramount importance. The more formidable one became, the more costly the required cultivation resources. "Then I shall leave it to you, Peak Master," he said graciously. Although he felt a tinge of disdain for Su Mohai's financial struggles, nonetheless, he concealed his feelings and continued, "In the future, if my son encounters any difficulties in his training, I hope you will guide him generously. If he misbehaves, disregards your instructions, or engages in mischief, do not hesitate to scold or discipline him." Upon hearing this, Su Mohai forced a smile, thinking to himself that he would need to muster the courage to discipline him as well. "I strike your son, and you still do not dismantle me? Yen Dongchen, you could dispatch me with a single blow? Do you consider me merely a trivial opponent? As this is our first encounter, I bear no gifts to present to you. And given my family's circumstances, this is a small trinket I crafted myself. If you do not mind, please keep it as a memento. It may prove useful at times." Li Changqing remarked, rummaging through his sleeves before producing a wooden carving to hand to Su Mohai. At last, Su Mohai had long anticipated this remarkable wooden sculpture. To claim that receiving Li Hengsheng lacked ulterior motives would be a fallacy. Li Hengsheng's aptitude struggled even to gain entrance to the outer sect, let alone meet the standards of a direct disciple. However, he was fortunate to have a commendable father in this extraordinary wooden carving. Su Mohai had been ensnared in his current realm for an extended duration, naturally seeking an opportunity to transcend, and Li Changqing's wooden sculpture represented his beacon of hope. Chapter 027. The wooden cauldron, is this meant for me? Su Mohai's heart raced with excitement. Though he posed the question, his hand instinctively reached for the wooden sculpture. This is, upon examining the carving closely, Su Mohai was taken aback. It was, in fact, a cauldron. A cauldron. The sight of this artifact elicited a flicker of astonishment in Su Mohai's gaze. rendering his expression towards Li Changqing notably intriguing. Do you not like it? Li Changqing, observing Su Mohai's reaction, mistakenly assumed his discontent and contemplated rummaging through his sleeves for something else. No, it is not that I dislike it. I am simply astonished. Senior Changqing, you have indeed encountered a genuine cauldron. Su Mohai took a deep breath, cradling the small wooden cauldron in his hands as if it were an immensely valuable treasure. Have you never seen one before? Li Changqing furrowed his brow, perplexed. Was the cauldron truly such a rare artifact? Naturally, he had encountered cauldrons before. Su Mohai chuckled wryly. However, the cauldrons I have seen differ entirely from this wooden sculpture crafted by you, Senior Changqing. In the Cangyuan realm, cauldrons are ancient vessels that embody the essence of ancestral power. Yet, for reasons unknown, they vanished from the annals of history, and the cauldrons produced today merely mimic their form, utterly incapable of channeling ancestral energy. Even skilled artists struggle to capture their essence in art. Thus, witnessing a cauldron so effortlessly crafted leaves me utterly astonished. Su Mohai examined the wooden cauldron meticulously, his hands cradling it with utmost care, fearful of letting it fall. Inscribed upon it were delicate characters, carved by Li Changqing, employing a form of hieroglyphics once prevalent in a bygone era. Upon casting a glance at the inscriptions, Su Mohai felt a tremor in his spirit, as if whispers of divine origin echoed in his ears. The words seemed to tremble with a melodious cadence, wrapping him in an ethereal sound. Su Peak Master, came Li Changqing's voice, pulling Su Mohai from his reverie, causing a cold sweat to break out on his brow. Unbeknownst to him, he had been drawn into the allure of the ancient script. Had he been elsewhere, would he not have found himself in peril? Master Su, what troubles you? Li Changqing inquired, noticing Su Mohai's gaze fixed on the wooden censer he had gifted him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The gratitude Su Mohai felt for such a precious gift was profound. He took a step back, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply to Li Changqing. The generosity of such an invaluable item left Su Mohai utterly astonished. He silently vowed to treat Li Hengsheng as a cherished son from that moment forth. The worth of this wooden censer was beyond measure. You were too courteous, Master Su. As Hengsheng's homeroom teacher, this small token is hardly noteworthy, Li Changqing responded hastily. By the way, there is another matter. Su Mohai suddenly furrowed his brows and said, Senior Changqing, why have you unexpectedly become the esteemed elder of the Yin family? Li Changqing recounted the situation regarding the token. The Yin family certainly knows how to scheme, Su Mohai scoffed. Senior Changqing, there is no need to concern yourself with that insignificant Yin family. They are merely a small clan from Changqing town. With your formidable prowess, you would undoubtedly be revered like a star among the constellations wherever you go. If you are willing, why not come to Daoshan Ancient Land? I could easily offer you a position as an elder, and you would have the opportunity to see Li Hengsheng whenever you wish. To Daoshan Ancient Land? Li Changqing shuddered and quickly shook his head. That is preposterous. I did not arrive here with my memories intact. Writing a letter is one thing, but if I were to interact directly with Li Hengsheng, there is a significant risk that my identity would be uncovered in an instant. Having been reborn with great difficulty, and finally experiencing the warmth of having a devoted son, I certainly do not wish to lose this precious feeling so soon. Thus, for the time being, I must avoid any encounters with Li Hengsheng, for such an interaction would inevitably reveal the truth. I shall refrain from visiting the Daoshan Ancient Land. Li Changqing pondered and remarked, moreover, I hope you will not divulge any information about me to Hengsheng. Su Mohai seemed somewhat perplexed. Do you mean? Yes, he must remain unaware that his father is an unparalleled master, nor should he know of my skills in wood carving. My intention is to encourage him to forge his own path through diligence, rather than relying on me and becoming a wastrel. My intentions are noble, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Su Mohai nodded in agreement. Yet he found himself struggling to comprehend why a being of such extraordinary strength would remain so unassuming, so much so that even his own son was oblivious to his prowess, relegating him to endure hardships in the Daoshan Ancient Land. It seemed quite peculiar, indeed. Observing the expression on Su Mohai's face, Li Changqing appraised him and chuckled. You are yet to marry. Perhaps you cannot fully grasp this. Senior, you are truly remarkable to know that I am unmarried. Su Mohai expressed with admiration. I not only know you are unmarried, but I am also aware that you remain a virgin, Li Changqing replied with a smile. Senior is indeed impressive. Su Mohai felt an increasing admiration for Li Changqing. He could hardly believe that the spirit of such a venerable elder was so potent that it could discern the stability of his essence and the purity of his vitality from afar. Truly, a peerless master. Su Mohai mused to himself. Li Changqing shrugged nonchalantly, questioning the significance of the situation. Observing the disheveled state of his attire, He mused on the absurdity of any woman being foolish enough to desire his company. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this matter to Li Hengsheng, Su Mahai assured him. Li Changqing exhaled in relief, yet he acknowledged the validity of Su Mahai's words. He indeed possessed considerable worth, and it was rather delusional for the Yin family to think they could tether him to their chariot with merely a broken token. In his previous life, Li Changqing had been enamored with woodcarving, often perceived as simple and unassuming, yet he was far from foolish. Many matters became clear upon reflection, and he possessed the capital to vie for his interests. Yin clan leader Li Changqing called out to Yin Buotao, who stood outside. Senior Changqing, Yin Buotao responded, hastening to enter. Have the discussions concluded between these two esteemed figures? I am grateful for your care during my stay at the Yin residence these past few days. Li Changqing replied in a calm and composed manner. Your gratitude is unwarranted. Yin Buotao quickly retorted, your kindness to our Yin family, and especially to my son, Yin Yushi, is of far greater value than this mere visit to peruse some books. In that case, let us consider this debt repaid, Li Changqing said, placing the grand offering token upon the table. Upon witnessing Li Changqing's act of returning the token, Yin Buotao's expression shifted dramatically. Yin Buotao initially envisioned using this token to bind Li Changqing to the Yin family's chariot, believing that with such a formidable figure at their helm, the future would be immeasurable. However, he was taken aback when Li Changqing unexpectedly returned the token. Clan leader Yin, your scheme is indeed admirable. But do you truly believe that a powerhouse like Elder Changqing can be tethered to your modest Yin family? Su Mahai shook his head, remarking, one should only consume as much as one's bowl can hold. To overindulge recklessly is to risk spilling the contents, and, more perilously, to suffocate oneself. At that moment, Yin Buotao found himself engulfed in despair. Indeed, his initial aspirations had been fanciful. With such a strong figure as Li Changqing, whose woodcarving skills surpassed even that of painting, it was inconceivable for someone of his caliber to remain confined within the limitations of the Yin family. While it was not impossible for him to serve as a grand elder in the Yin household, Li Changqing then tilted his head, gazing at Yin Buotao. Both Yin Buotao and Su Mahai stared at Li Changqing in astonishment. Was there a glimmer of hope? Yet, he was certain that he could not be taken advantage of. As the grand elder of the Yin family, there must be compensation involved. Li Changqing fixed his gaze on Yin Buotao, aware that his son, Li Hengsheng, was currently in dire need of financial support. Relying on Su Mahai, a man of scant means, was out of the question. The Yin family appeared affluent, and securing a substantial sum for his son was paramount. Of course, that is feasible, Yin Buotao replied without hesitation, not pausing to consider the implications. What does money matter? Can wealth truly summon such an extraordinary powerhouse? Elder Changqing, please hold on a moment. Yin Buotao then turned and departed from the Yin Huaitong. Elder Changqing, do you truly intend to stay? Su Mahai also felt a sense of incredulity and remarked, is it a bit excessive for the small Yin family to remain here? Hengsheng requires cultivation, and naturally, I must earn some funds for his training. Li Changqing sighed softly. We are all doing this for the children. Predecessor Changqing, you need not worry. I am here, Su Mahai declared, thumping his chest with conviction. With my support from Mahai Peak, how could Li Hengsheng possibly lack resources for cultivation? Observing Su Mahai's confident demeanor, Li Changqing pondered for a considerable time. Increasingly convinced that while earning for Li Hengsheng, he should also consider donating a portion to Mahai Peak. He feared that one day, Su Mahai might perish from hunger atop the mountain. Thank you, Peak Master Su. Your intent is truly appreciated. What you offer is your contribution, and what I provide is simply my regard for my son. Li Changqing felt somewhat embarrassed to express it directly. Very well, Su Mahai nodded in agreement. Before long, Yin Buotao returned, a serious expression etched upon his face. Predecessor Changqing, if you are willing to serve as a patron for the Yin family, we shall grant you 50% of all our business profits. 50%? Li Changqing's eyes sparkled with interest. The prospect of sharing Yin family's earnings equally was indeed a lucrative opportunity. The Yin family, being one of the foremost families in Changqing County, undoubtedly possessed substantial financial resources. It seemed his son would have ample funds for cultivation. Excellent, I accept. Li Changqing did not hesitate to agree, reclaiming the token from the table. Witnessing this exchange, Yin Buotao breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a surge of excitement. The Yin family had genuinely secured a significant ally. Although Yin Buotao was uncertain of Li Changqing's true strength, he presumed it to be at least at the innate level. Subsequently, he detailed the entirety of the Yin family's enterprises to Li Changqing. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing expressed surprise. Is it true that the Yin family's primary source of revenue comes from merely a few mines? I have observed that the Yin family possesses numerous enterprises in Changqing town. Do they all fail to generate profit? Li Changqing inquired with astonishment. Great guardian. Among the several families in Changqing town, the Bai family operates the most successful taverns. In fact, 70% of the taverns in Changqing town belong to the Bai family, including the Jin Honglu, which you particularly enjoy, also a property of theirs. The fabric and silk shops are owned by the Zhao family. Although our Yin family possesses some enterprises, they are evidently less prosperous than theirs. The remaining industries have been nearly divided among others, leaving our family's ventures to barely sustain a meager profit. As he spoke, Yin Buitao presented the account ledgers directly to Li Changqing. Curiously, Li Changqing opened them and indeed found that the monthly earnings were modest. Only the mining operations yielded satisfactory returns, generating around 400,000 to 500,000 taels of silver each month. However, this month, he suddenly noticed something amiss with the income from the mines. This matter, I was just discussing with Master Mu Haifeng. There have been peculiar occurrences at the mines, which have consequently affected their output. Yin Buitao discreetly glanced at Su Mu Hai. Indeed, it seems that some strange phenomena have indeed arisen there. Since it falls within the jurisdiction of my Minghong prefecture, I intend to investigate it shortly. Su Mu Hai nodded in agreement. I will accompany you, he added. Li Changqing closed the ledger and spoke earnestly. Are you also going, senior? Su Mu Hai's eyes brightened. With Li Changqing by his side, the matter seemed almost certain to succeed. It's delaying my profits, so I must take a look. Li Changqing narrowed his eyes, pondering what could have caused such a significant loss this month. Su Mu Hai's directness left Li Changqing speechless. He hadn't anticipated that Li Changqing was such a miser. Truly, how fortunate was Li Hengsheng to have such a father. Shall we depart tomorrow morning? Su Mu Hai inquired eagerly. Isn't it better to leave now? Li Changqing expressed concern that delaying might lead to complications and believed it would be wise to resolve the matter promptly. Very well, with our combined speed. We should reach the Nanshan mine before evening. Su Mu Hai nodded in agreement. Running there? Li Changqing's eyes widened in surprise. How else would we go? Su Mu Hai looked at him quizzically. Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Changqing realized he was not particularly skilled at anything. Yet, both Su Mu Hai and Yin Buitao referred to him as senior. Admitting his lack of ability might shatter the esteemed image he had cultivated. Without that image, would Yin Buitao dismiss him outright? Su Mu Hai might also lose respect, perhaps even neglecting his own son in the future. Thus, he resolved to maintain his composure. Ahem. It's nothing. I just remembered that your cultivation level is rather low, and you cannot fly. In that case, we shall run there, Li Changqing said, his face betraying no signs of embarrassment. Can seniors actually fly? Su Mu Hai was astounded. It is rumored that some possess the ability to soar through the air. Yet such a feat necessitates mastery over a formidable force. Could it truly be the case? Yin Buitao gazed at Li Changqing with admiration, pondering how far the elder could fly. The extent of one's flight is largely contingent upon external factors. You have yet to attain this realm, and knowing too much may not be beneficial, Li Changqing retorted, wishing to divert the conversation from this topic. External factors? Su Mu Hai and Yin Buitao exchanged glances, a spark of realization igniting within them. Could it be that the power of the force is what determines it? However, Li Changqing internally scoffed. How far I can fly depends on the speed of the vehicle that collides with me. Chapter 29. The Snow Feather Zen Wind Technique. Then, Elder Changqing, shall we set off now? Su Mu Hai inquired. I have some suspicions about the situation over there, though I am uncertain if they are correct. I will rely on your guidance, Elder Changqing. Time is of the essence. Let us depart, Li Changqing replied, masking his reluctance. Guidance? What do I even know? I might as well lead you into a pit. Moreover, just how far is the Nanshan mine? Why must we run there? Would it not be better to travel by horse-drawn carriage? Observing Su Mu Hai's physique, which was not particularly slender, Li Changqing deduced that he could likely keep pace with him. After all, since arriving in the Cangyuan realm, this body feels considerably younger than in his past life, and possesses greater physical prowess. In this current form, Li Changqing believed he could complete 100 meters in less than 10 seconds. Ultimately, he resolved to reach the Nanshan mine first, lest he forfeit the opportunity to earn his living. Upon returning, Li Changqing felt that the Yin family should undergo a thorough reorganization. How could they rely solely on profits from the mines? If other ventures could yield greater returns, his income would surely increase as well. With financial stability, his son could devote himself to cultivation, and by becoming a formidable expert, he would possess the confidence to navigate society. Other sects would undoubtedly seek to recruit him, offering high positions and lucrative salaries. Or perhaps remaining in the Daoshan ancient land would suffice, where he might attain the role of a peak master and live a life free from financial worries. However, casting a glance at Su Mu Hai beside him, Li Changqing sighed softly. If possible, it would be better to seek employment at another sect. Senior Changqing, shall we depart? Sima Hai inquired. Let us, Li Changqing nodded in agreement. Be cautious in all matters, Yin Buotao urged, particularly concerned for Li Changqing, as he did not wish for any mishaps to befall him so soon after he had become a patron of the Yin family. Rest assured, Sima Hai replied, resuming his previous languid demeanor. With both me and Senior Changqing present, what could possibly go wrong? Yin Buotao nodded in acknowledgement. Among the 36 peak masters of Daoshan ancient land, Sima Hai ranked within the top 3, renowned as a powerful figure among the innate experts. Moreover, he had the enigmatic Li Changqing by his side. Senior Changqing, let us be on our way, Sima Hai declared, and with a powerful stomp of his foot, his figure soared into the air like a bolt from a bow, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Li Changqing stood in stunned disbelief at the astonishing speed. It was as if Usain Bolt himself could not match such swiftness. How could one possibly keep up? In the span of mere breaths, Sima Hai had astonishingly ascended hundreds of meters, his figure moving faster than the most agile characters portrayed in films and television dramas. Great offering. What troubles you? Yin Buotao inquired, noticing Sima Hai's departure, while Li Changqing remained utterly still, which piqued Yin Buotao's curiosity. It's nothing, Li Changqing replied, not even glancing at Yin Buotao, before taking a deep breath. In an instant, he leapt forward, so swiftly that he left behind an ephemeral afterimage. And in the blink of an eye, he had caught up to Sima Hai. The speed of the great offering is truly remarkable. Yin Buotao gasped in awe, feeling the rush akin to a fierce wind. Just moments prior, when Sima Hai had departed, Yin Buotao had thought his speed was astounding. Yet now, Li Changqing surpassed even that. Truly, a master of his craft. Earlier, as Sima Hai took his leave, Li Changqing had harnessed his formidable spirit to scrutinize Sima Hai's technique. He recalled that the artist's cultivation of spirit allowed for the comprehension of martial arts with but a thought. As long as the opponent's level of martial prowess fell within the range of his spirit, one could conjure their movements effortlessly. Thus, Li Changqing had attempted to replicate it, and was astonished to find his endeavor successful, with a single leap spanning several meters. This extraordinary technique enabled him to move with the grace of a startled swan, achieving an astonishing speed. Remarkably, after merely 2 steps, he had fully acclimatized to this newfound method of movement. Although initially gripped by trepidation, excitement now sparkled in Li Changqing's eyes. How had he never experienced such a life before? What man does not harbor a dream of martial heroism? At this moment, his agility felt like the fulfillment of a childhood dream, a realization he had never anticipated would come to fruition today. More importantly, Li Changqing's speed surpassed that of Sima Hai. In merely a few strides, as he leapt across the rooftops of passing buildings, Li Changqing's figure swiftly eclipsed Sima Hai. Sima Hai could only catch a fleeting glimpse of something zipping past him, instantly widening the distance between them. How astonishingly fast! Sima Hai was taken aback. While he was not surprised that Li Changqing was quicker, he was astonished to see that the technique he was employing was none other than his own, one of the profound martial arts of Daoshan, the snow feather Zen wind technique, which had been comprehended by the ancestors of Daoshan from a snowy landscape painting. Elder Changqing, please slow down. Wait for me, Sima Hai called out, noticing that Li Changqing was pulling further away. Only then did Li Changqing realize he had become overly absorbed in the thrill, leaving Sima Hai struggling to keep up. Is this really a master? Li Changqing remarked, bemused. I have only just learned, and I can already outpace you. His concern deepened about whether entrusting Li Hengsheng to Sima Hai was a wise decision. The man's cultivation level was indeed lacking. He was even outperformed by a mere novice like himself. At that moment, Li Changqing found himself poised atop the spire of the Yinfei Tower in Changqing town, his toes lightly pressing down as his body floated like a feather. Despite the fierce winds whipping around him, they merely caused his garments to flutter while his form remained steadfast. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the surroundings, a surge of boundless ambition washing over him. Was this the breathtaking vista that those masters beheld? No wonder so many aspire to cultivate their abilities and become formidable individuals. The vistas encountered upon achieving strength are indeed unparalleled. At this moment, Sima Hai also caught up. Senior Changqing, please slow down a bit. I cannot keep up, Sima Hai remarked with a rueful smile. At this juncture, Sima Hai had come to a clear understanding of the disparity between himself and Li Changqing. In his eyes, Li Changqing's speed could easily rank among the elite in the entire Cangyuan realm. Very well, I shall slow down a tad. Let us continue our journey, Li Changqing responded, his mindset having undergone a transformation. From a mundane individual with no lofty ambitions, merely seeking to earn a living and support his family, a desire to stand atop the pinnacle began to take root within him. The principle of the survival of the fittest was one Li Changqing had long comprehended. Yet this was the first time he viewed it from the perspective of the strong. Even Su Mohai seemed to sense a shift in the aura surrounding Li Changqing. That change was both astonishing and strangely familiar, yet undeniably foreign. Meanwhile, Su Mohai contemplated how he originally intended to investigate Li Changqing's background through the agility he displayed. However, he was taken aback to find that Li Changqing did not employ his signature techniques, but instead mimicked the Shuyu Zhen wind formula from the ancient Dao mountain. Indeed, Senior Changqing must possess a past shrouded in secrecy. Chapter 030, The South Mountain Range. To effortlessly comprehend the Shuyu Zhen wind formula and seamlessly adopt it as his own demonstrated a level of spiritual prowess that, in Su Mohai's estimation, must have reached the heights of a master painter. A master painter, one of the elite within the Cangyuan realm. It can be said that any painter of the Cangyuan realm is a renowned figure, whose mere sneeze could cause tremors across an entire province. Their cultivation is unfathomable, embodying the essence of mastery and wielding their power with a tempestuous flair. Such individuals appear almost divine to the ordinary eye. The paintings of these masters are rare treasures, sought after yet priceless. Thus, in Su Mohai's eyes, Li Changqing must possess an ineffable past. After all, how could a master of such caliber deign to serve in a modest family like the Yin clan? More importantly, his complete concealment of his techniques suggests a fear of revealing his origins. Su Mohai sighed softly. Even having reached the illustrious level of a painter, must one still submit to fate? Unbeknownst to Li Changqing, Su Mohai was behind him, envisioning an entire melodrama unfolding in his mind. Had he been aware, Li Changqing would surely have coughed up blood. He refrained from employing any movement techniques simply because he lacked knowledge of them. Were it not for learning Su Mohai's Shuyu Zhen wind method, he would not have even managed to escape the threshold of the Yin residence. As evening descended, the two finally arrived within the confines of Nanshan. Senior Changqing, we have arrived, Su Mohai announced, as they stood atop an ancient tree surveying the landscape ahead. The undulating mountains loomed majestically, with the sun sinking in the west. The scenery took on a unique charm. Wisps of clouds still danced around the peaks, and the gentle breeze carried the fragrance of verdant forests. The Yin family's two mines are situated right here, Su Mohai elaborated. Within these mountains lie 9 ditches and 18 strongholds, with hundreds of villages both large and small. On his way, Li Changqing listened to Su Mohai recount the strange occurrences that had transpired here. It was said that many individuals witnessed meteors streaking across the sky, only to faint in response, awakening later to find their lifespans diminished. The miners had fled, and no amount of money could entice anyone to return. The situation was too malevolent. Even an elder from the Yin family had been stripped of his cultivation, reduced now to merely a mortal realm. What manner of malevolence could this be? After hearing this, Li Changqing regretted his arrival. This terrifying entity could very well age him into a grandfather upon his return. Do you have an answer in your heart? Li Changqing inquired, casting a glance at Su Mohai. Perhaps, Su Mohai nodded, indeed harboring suspicions but lacking certainty. The senior should have a well-formed understanding of the matter, he believed. Li Changqing, with his expression unchanged, merely uttered an indifferent I would appreciate your guidance, he added. Su Mohai's eyes brightened, responding eagerly. It is quite similar to what you were thinking, Li Changqing replied solemnly. Also, refrain from addressing me as senior so frequently. It makes me feel aged, simply call me by my name. Su Mohai was taken aback. How could he address such an esteemed figure by name? If you are uncomfortable, Brother Changqing will suffice, Li Changqing suggested with a nod. Before Su Mohai could respond, Li Changqing, feigning profundity, remarked, have you noticed? This entity is concealed within the southern mountain range, and it remains here still. Su Mohai gazed into the depths of the forest and inquired, Brother Li Changqing, have you discerned something? A breeze stirred within the mountain, yet the absence of any animal sound spoke volumes. Li Changqing replied slowly, indeed, it is quite telling. Su Mohai realized he had overlooked this detail. Ordinarily, one would expect to hear at least a few birds chirping, yet silence reigned. Let us venture inside, he suggested. Having arrived at this juncture, Li Changqing felt compelled to proceed despite his trepidation. He could only hope that Su Mohai would intervene should the situation demand it. If Su Mohai were unable to resolve the predicament, Li Changqing was unperturbed. He could always flee, confident that he could outpace Su Mohai. Should a creature of ill intent emerge, Su Mohai's physique might well serve as a distraction long enough for him to escape. Though it pained him to think so, he resolved to employ his skills to carve a fitting tombstone for Su Mohai. Unbeknownst to Su Mohai, as they had yet to enter the southern mountains, Li Changqing had already contemplated the inscription for his gravestone. Upon entering the mountains, both men observed with growing unease the unsettling absence of any signs of wildlife, as if all creatures had retreated into hiding. Before long, the daylight began to wane, and they spotted a flickering light in the distance, prompting them to approach it. To their surprise, they discovered a village, substantial in size, likely home to 200 or 300 households. As they entered the mountain village, the inhabitants exhibited little hostility towards the newcomers. Rather, it was the curious gaze of numerous children that met them. The atmosphere here was surprisingly pleasant, contrary to the tales of malevolent spirits that had purportedly rendered the area devoid of human presence. Changqing expressed his confusion. "Brother Changqing, why don't we simply find someone to inquire?" Su Mahai suggested, preparing to casually approach a passerby. "Who are you?" a sharp voice interjected. Su Mahai and Changqing turned to see a young man on a rooftop, sword in hand, gazing intently at them. The youth exuded an air of vitality, dressed in pristine white, with a precious sword hanging at his waist. "I have never seen you before. You are not from this village. What brings you here?" Upon finishing, the young man leaped down from the roof, eyeing Su Mahai and Changqing with caution. Su Mahai scrutinized the youth from head to toe, then remarked with a faint smile, "From your attire and the fragrance of herbs surrounding you, I surmise that you are a disciple of the medical King's Valley. Am I mistaken?" Despite Su Mahai's words, the young man did not lower his guard, his sword now drawn. "Who exactly are you?" Such is the nature of the martial world, where a disagreement can swiftly lead to drawn swords and, at times, even death. Changqing observed the young man, but remained silent, mentally preparing himself to keep a safe distance should a fight ensue, to avoid being caught in the fray. "Do not be rude." Just as tensions escalated, a melodious voice resonated, the most enchanting sound Changqing had encountered since arriving in the Cangyuan realm. The voice seemed to cleanse the soul, penetrating deep into the heart. A figure floated gracefully towards them, a woman, also clad in flowing white, with eyes that sparkled like stars, as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. "Master." The youth swiftly sheathed his sword and respectfully spoke. "If my intuition serves me correctly, you must be Su Mahai, the esteemed leader of Daoshan ancient land." The lady approached with graceful strides, each step imbued with an ethereal elegance, as if she were treading upon azure lotuses. Chapter 031. The celestial songstress, her presence resembled the gentle warmth of spring, evoking a sense of tranquility amidst the treacherous southern mountain range. Changqing, observing from the side, could not help but reflect on the tales he had read, where beauties were often described as celestial beings. To his astonishment, the reality was no exaggeration at all. Her figure was exquisite, every contour perfectly crafted, akin to a masterpiece of art. Yet, Changqing merely admired her from a distance. He harbored no thoughts of pursuit. Primarily, he felt unworthy of such beauty, a sentiment deeply ingrained in him. Furthermore, his heart was not inclined toward romantic pursuits. The profound sense of loss he experienced upon the death of his wife lingered vividly in his memory. Presently, his sole ambition was to nurture his son, guiding him toward greatness. He sought nothing beyond that. Life could be exhausting, and in a world filled with ordinary challenges, what could he possibly achieve in this realm teeming with divine beings? The agony of the past was a chapter he wished not to revisit. "Azure Lotus Shadow?" Su Mahai remarked, observing the lady's graceful movements. He then clasped his fists in respect. "It is truly remarkable for one so young to have cultivated the Azure Lotus Shadow to such a degree. You must be Taoist Muqinga, known as the celestial songstress of the medical King Valley." "It is indeed an honor that Taoist Su recognizes me," she replied with a smile. Muqinga chuckled lightly. "This is my disciple. He may have inadvertently caused some offense, and I hope fellow Taoists Su can forgive him." Turning to the youth beside her, she sighed. Despite being a disciple of the medical King Valley, he has an inexplicable fondness for swordsmanship, always carrying a sword with him, which indeed proves to be quite troublesome. The young man, Changli, promptly introduced himself. "I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed senior." After exchanging pleasantries with Su Mahai, Changli glanced at Changqing, who stood beside Su Mahai. Although he was unfamiliar with Changqing, the mere fact that he accompanied Su Mahai suggested he might also be a formidable figure from the ancient Dao Mountain. Upon seeing Changli bow, Changqing nodded in acknowledgement. "It seems fellow Taoist Su has sensed the extraordinary nature of this southern mountain, which is why you have come," Muqinga inquired. Although she had noticed Changqing, she perceived no trace of true essence emanating from him, rendering him seemingly an ordinary mortal, most likely a mere attendant of Su Mahai. Hence she refrained from greeting him. Indeed, Su Mahai replied with a hint of curiosity, "It is quite normal for those from the ancient Dao Mountain to appear here. However, what brings you, the medical King Valley, to this place?" "My master is here in search of medicinal herbs," Changli interjected before Muqinga could respond. Such a chatterbox. Muqinga shook her head in exasperation. "The medical King Valley is the legitimate medical sect of the Cangyuan realm. It is said that within your sect, There exists a divine herb capable of resurrecting the dead. Does the medical King Valley truly lack any medicinal materials? Su Mahai inquired, somewhat astonished. Since fellow Taoist Su has asked, I shall not keep it hidden, Mu Chinga replied. Mu Chinga inquired, have you heard of the 3 lifetimes flower, Taoist Su? 3 lifetimes flower. Su Mahai felt a stir in his heart. Isn't that merely a legend? It is not merely a legend. There are indeed accounts of those who have witnessed it. It is said that a certain individual, known as the painting immortal, Guhanshi, has truly seen the 3 lifetimes flower. Mu Chinga replied earnestly. The painting immortal? Li Changqing, who had been eavesdropping, perked up at this title. Most of the world's greatest artists are referred to as painting saints, and the title of painting immortal is mentioned in texts as a distinction reserved for the most formidable of painters. It appears that Guhanshi was once the foremost artist of his time. Recently, our medical King Valley acquired a painting by the painting immortal depicting the 3 lifetimes flower. Regrettably, that artwork has lost its spirit, yet it signifies that the painting immortal once beheld the flower. The last known whereabouts of the painting immortal were in the southern mountain range, which is why I brought my disciple here, hoping to seek our fortune. Mu Chinga maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly devoid of any particular expectations regarding the quest for the 3 lifetimes flower. Upon arriving, they fortuitously encountered what appeared to be supernatural occurrences in the southern mountains, prompting them to remain for a few days to discern the situation and to assist the villagers whose lifespans had been stolen. After all, the 3 lifetimes flower is but a mythical entity, and the painting immortal Guhanshi was a figure from over a century ago. Finding the 3 lifetimes flower may prove to be a formidable challenge. Su Mahai inquired, regarding this recent supernatural occurrence, does the Song of Emotions fairy possess any clues? The theft of one's lifespan is indeed a rarity. Mu Chinga pondered and replied, in the records of our medical King Valley, we have encountered similar incidents in the past, most of which are related to the ghostly clan. For instance, there was a powerful figure from the ghost clan who employed methods to extract life essence. However, the situation of these villagers does not resemble that. They appear to have had their true essence drained, yet they are merely ordinary folk without any true essence, leading to the siphoning of their lifespan. Listening intently to Mu Chinga's account, Li Changqing was captivated. Draining true essence? That implies the extraction of internal energy. Does this not parallel the techniques of the Hengsheng Great Method or the North Sea Divine Skill in martial arts tales? If I were to recall scenes from those dramas, could I potentially cultivate some of those martial arts? A spark of inspiration ignited in Li Changqing's eyes. It was worth a try. If he could truly learn such skills, he would possess a means of self-protection in this vast realm of Cangyuan. Thus, Li Changqing began to mentally revisit the fragments of television series from his past life, particularly the scenes of Duan Yu performing the North Sea Divine Skill in Tianlong Babu. He recalled from the version featuring Chun Haomin to that of Lin Jing, even reflecting on the subsequent lesser adaptations. However, his spirit showed no signs of response. It appeared that his aspirations were in vain. After all, television dramas rely on special effects for their portrayal. How could one genuinely execute such techniques? Li Changqing then turned his thoughts to the narratives within the novels. Only fragments of memories linger in my mind, as the details have indeed faded. The novel, written in a style reminiscent of classical Chinese literature, makes it quite commendable that I can recall anything at all. After a considerable pause, there was still no response. Su Muhai and Mu Chinga had been conversing for quite some time, while Yin Chongli, seated nearby, appeared eager to interject. Su Peak Master. Yin Chongli finally seized an opportunity to speak, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "May I visit the ancient site of Dao Mountain?" Su Muhai looked at Yin Chongli with surprise. The young lad's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Of course, as disciples of the medical King's Valley, we would be delighted to welcome you," Su Muhai replied with a nod. "You." However, Mu Chinga interjected, a hint of exasperation flickering in her gaze. "Have you become foolish from practicing swordsmanship? Master, I have heard that the sword technique of Xue Qian by at Dao Mountain is unparalleled in the world. I truly wish to witness it for myself. I want to challenge him," Yin Changli declared, brimming with fervor. Su Muhai nearly choked on his words, stifling a gasp. "Challenge Xue Qian by? With your mere transformation into the mundane realm? Do not underestimate me, Peak Master. My ambition is to become the world's foremost sword immortal. I am confident that I shall achieve it," Yin Chongli asserted with unwavering determination. "A sword immortal, you say?" With those grandiose claims barely out of his mouth, Mu Chinga swiftly reached out and struck him on the head. "Ouch! Master, you hit my head again. I might become foolish," Yin Chongli lamented, looking up at Mu Chinga with a pitiful expression. "If you do become foolish, I shall heal you," Mu Chinga said with a hint of annoyance. "You are a disciple of our esteemed Iwang Valley, possessing a Xuanmu physique. instead of diligently studying medicine. You spend your days yearning to practice swordsmanship. Do you suffer from some grave ailment? Under her stern reprimand, Changli felt a sense of grievance. Sima Hai chuckled, recognizing that a youth like Changli naturally harbored a spirit of youthful ambition and lofty aspirations. Who among us did not possess such zeal in our younger years? Brother Changqing, let us find a place to rest, Sima Hai called out to Li Changqing, who sat cross-legged on a nearby stone. However, Li Changqing remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to Sima Hai's words. Sima Hai was taken aback, wondering if Li Changqing was deep in meditation. Upon hearing Sima Hai refer to Li Changqing as Brother Changqing, Muqinga realized that he was likely more than just Sima Hai's follower. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, is he also from the ancient Dao Mountain? Brother Changqing is not from the Dao Mountain. He is merely my friend, Sima Hai replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further, as Li Changqing remained silent. Muqinga cast a scrutinizing glance at Li Changqing, who appeared to be an ordinary man without any remarkable traits. She sensed again but found no fluctuations of true essence emanating from him. It seemed that a martial artist's companion could indeed be an ordinary person. Since you have arrived, Su Daoyu, my disciple, and I shall depart tomorrow, Muqinga remarked with a smile. With your presence, the villagers here will undoubtedly have their safety assured. However, I am truly powerless to restore the longevity they have lost. Master, are we leaving? Yin Changli inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. Since we are here, shall we not pay a visit to the ancient grounds of Daoshan? Visit the ancient grounds of Daoshan? What nonsense, Muqinga retorted, raising his hand as if to strike. Yin Changli hastily covered his head, attempting to evade. However, Muqinga's fist did not land. Sima Hai chuckled, little one, you wish to challenge the sword sovereign of Cangyuan, but your current strength is insufficient. Wait until you are stronger to take on that challenge. I am called Yin Changli, not little one, he replied, puffing his cheeks in annoyance. I know I am not a match for the sword sovereign of Cangyuan at present, but I truly wish to witness the thunderling 13 swords. I have heard that although the sword sovereign of Cangyuan hails from the ancient grounds of Daoshan, he has not comprehended your 5 absolute seals, focusing solely on swordsmanship, which has led to his current prowess. Thus, I do not wish to squander time on medical arts. As he spoke, Yin Changli suddenly felt a shiver run through him. He sensed the uncontrollable fury emanating from Muqinga beside him. He quickly fell silent. Ha ha ha, Sima Hai laughed. Your master has mentioned that you possess the Xuanmu physique. Such a constitution would be a pity to neglect in the study of medical arts. Moreover, one does not need to specialize solely in swordsmanship to become a formidable sword cultivator. Hearing Sima Hai's words, Yin Changli continued to mumble under his breath, clearly undeterred in his desire to practice swordsmanship. At that moment, Li Changqing, seated upon the green stone, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with a light. And he never anticipated that although he could not glean martial arts techniques from the television series, he had, in fact, drawn inspiration from the descriptions found in the original text. At that moment, Li Changqing was filled with regret, truly understanding the meaning of the saying. Only when the book is needed does one lament its scarcity. Had he been more diligent in his studies, he might have become a master of martial arts by now. Unfortunately, he could scarcely recall the descriptions of martial arts from those original works he had previously read. Nonetheless, any knowledge was better than none. A means of self-defense was certainly preferable to vulnerability. Just then, Li Changqing suddenly lifted his gaze towards the night sky. Changqing, you're awake? Sima Hai approached, followed closely by Muqinga and Yin Changli. Muqinga was intrigued by this seemingly ordinary man who shared such a close bond with Sima Hai. Li Changqing remained silent, fixated on the inky blackness above. Changqing, what troubles you? Sima Hai inquired, his curiosity piqued as he too looked upward, yet saw nothing in the heavens. Li Changqing furrowed his brow and said, I sense something approaching. Something? Upon hearing this, Muqinga also gazed up, but like Sima Hai, she saw nothing amiss. Could it be that the entity had arrived? Sima Hai's expression grew serious. Li Changqing possessed a formidable spirit, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial artists. So it was entirely natural for him to perceive what they could not. There is nothing there. Uncle, are you perhaps still half asleep? Yin Changli remarked with curiosity. It's getting closer. Li Changqing rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently in that direction, brimming with vigilance. Sima Hai, too, spoke earnestly. Upon witnessing Sima Hai's serious demeanor, Muqinga also adopted a solemn expression. After approximately 10 breaths had passed, a diminutive golden light appeared in the sky, resembling a falling star, hurtling towards their village. The harbinger of calamity had arrived. At that moment, the villagers also beheld the golden meteor descending, their faces reflecting sheer panic. for they understood that each time this golden star manifested, it heralded the potential loss of their lifespan, causing them to age decades in an instant. The villagers erupted into chaos, hastening towards their homes. It was indeed upon them. Changqing's heart jolted. She was astonished by how Changqing had sensed this impending threat from such a distance. From the moment Changqing announced its arrival to the point of its appearance, merely a handful of breaths had elapsed. Despite being innate realm experts, she and Su Mahai remained oblivious. Who exactly was this individual? As the golden light accelerated, it soared directly above the village, unerringly heading towards Changqing, akin to a meteor poised to strike. In response, Changqing executed the Qinglian shadow technique, summoning lotuses beneath her feet to swiftly retreat. Simultaneously, she flung her hand, unleashing a flurry of silver needles that cascaded like a torrential downpour towards the golden light. Yet, the golden light moved with astonishing swiftness, evading the projectiles in the blink of an eye. Divine steps. Su Mohai also darted forward like a beam of light. His speed exponentially increased compared to before. Concurrently, he pressed down with a hand seal, locking essence. The gathered essence surged from the palm, seemingly intent on sealing everything. Yet, the speed of the golden light was astonishingly swift. Su Mohai, despite his rapid pace, found himself a fraction slower. With a single strike, the ground was blasted into a deep pit, while the golden light deftly evaded to a distance. As the golden light came to a halt, the onlookers discerned what it truly was. Chapter 033. The golden silk beast. Before them lay a spirit beast, enveloped in golden radiance, half-crouched on the ground, baring its teeth at Su Mahai and his companions. Perhaps it had not anticipated encountering such formidable adversaries on its hunting expedition. The moment Su Mahai made his move, it sensed a perilous aura. Had it not been for its remarkable speed, it would surely have suffered gravely from Su Mahai's strike. It recognized that the rotund individual was not to be trifled with. Changqing, she approached with a furrowed brow. It is the golden silk beast. Though it bore the name of a spirit beast, it was, in truth, a painting soul. Su Mahai fixed his gaze upon the creature, elaborating, a painting soul? Changqing examined it closely, unable to suppress her exclamation, indeed. Meanwhile, Changqing stood to the side, somewhat bewildered. What is this golden silk beast? It sounds so grand. Isn't it merely a dog? A golden retriever, no less. They were ubiquitous in my previous life. Why has it suddenly acquired such an illustrious title in this Cangyuan realm? He had not encountered any accounts of painting souls in literature, yet his curiosity piqued, yearning to inquire further. However, if I were to inquire, Su Mahai would undoubtedly harbor suspicions about how someone of my caliber could be unaware of what a painting spirit is. Master, what is a painting spirit? At this moment, Changli, who was following behind Changqing, could not suppress his curiosity and asked. What a promising young lad, Changqing remarked with an appreciative glance towards Changli. The golden silk lint beast is not a genuine spiritual beast, but rather a painting. As for the painting spirit, it is the essence of the golden silk lint beast that has emerged with sentience from the canvas, resulting in its current form. Changqing chuckled lightly. Now I understand why the villagers have been losing their lifespans. Su Mohai nodded in agreement. This golden silk lint beast must be the creation of some formidable master. After countless years, it has lost its essence, leading the painting spirit to escape from the artwork. It sustains itself by preying on the cultivation and lifespans of others. Su Mahai expressed his astonishment. The born painting spirit possesses innate level cultivation. It might very well be a painting immortal from a bygone era, or perhaps even the esteemed Guhanshi. Guhanshi. Changqing's eyes sparkled at this mention. This suggests that the esteemed Guhanshi may indeed have appeared here. Perhaps we might also uncover clues regarding the three-life flower. Su Mahai laughed heartily, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, but first, we must capture this painting spirit. The golden silken beasts, if captured, could allow me to devise a means to contain their dissipating spiritual energies within the tower of ancient Daoshan, thereby significantly enhancing our martial prowess. However, my esteemed friend Su, the painting spirit is also highly coveted by our medical King Valley, remarked Changqing with a smile. Is this creature truly valuable? Inquired Changqing, who had been intently examining the golden-haired beast. Valuable? Su Mahai paused, taken aback by the term, as it was the first time he had heard someone describe a painting spirit in such a manner. Did Changqing truly lack understanding of its worth? Yet, Su Mahai quickly realized that since Changqing had ventured along the path of woodcarving rather than painting, it was only natural for him to be unfamiliar with the significance of a painting spirit. Brother Changqing, this painting spirit cannot simply be procured for its monetary value, especially the golden silken beast, which is indeed a rare spiritual creature. Moreover, it is likely a creation of a painting immortal, making it an undeniable treasure. Having a congenital-level spiritual beast by one's side facilitates numerous endeavors, and even in confrontations, it can greatly augment your strength. Wouldn't you agree? Suma Hai's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if the golden silken beast were already within his grasp. Our disciples of the medical King Valley are inherently weaker than those of the ancient Daoshan. Thus, having such a being accompany me would be most advantageous. Mu Qingge was clearly unwilling to concede, equally eager for the creature. The prospect of possessing a congenital-level fighting force was indeed enticing. Li Changqing stroked his chin, gazing intently at the golden-haired creature, murmuring to himself, if this being were to stay by my son's side, would he not be unafraid even of innate warriors? Safety would be assured. As he regarded the golden beast, no, the golden silken beast, he felt a surge of anticipation. Fair songstress of love, let us first capture this creature, and then we shall discuss other matters. Its speed is extraordinary, and we shall require considerable effort to seize it. Suma Hai flexed his neck. Very well. With a swift motion of her hand, Mu Qingge summoned dozens of silver needles that hovered before her. The golden silken beast sensed the impending danger. Its vigilance heightened as it watched the two. In the next instant, they both sprang into action. With divine steps, Suma Hai moved with astonishing speed, his figure leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Simultaneously, his true essence surged, and runes began to manifest upon his palm. Freeze. With a soft command. The runes on his palm transformed into a colossal imprint, even larger than the one he had previously summoned, descending like a celestial shield. The oppressive weight of the fourfold light patterns instilled a sense of despair. Suma Hai's prowess was evident. Frensu's 5 absolute seals are truly formidable. Having reached the 4th realm of immobilization, Mu Qingge marveled. The golden silken beast emitted a low growl, its form morphing once more into a flash of golden light. Narrowly escaping Suma Hai's strike, its speed surpassing what it had been before. At the same time, its razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, exuding an overwhelming force. Indestructible. With a thunderous roar, Suma Hai enveloped himself in a radiant golden light as he unleashed a powerful punch, colliding directly with the golden silk linlang beast. The indestructible barrier afforded by his protective aura rendered him impervious to harm, causing the beast to be momentarily repelled. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Qingge, who had been biding her time, finally made her move. Dozens of silver needles shot forth from her hand, intricately entwined with fine threads, swiftly forming a web behind the golden silk linlang beast. At the same moment, Mu Qingge pointed her finger, directing the multitude of silver needles towards the beast's vital points. What an impressive display! Li Changqing was left in awe. Whether it was Suma Hai's 5 absolute seal or the Tai mystical needle from the medical King Valley, he found both utterly remarkable. Suddenly, the golden silk linlang beast reared its head and soared into the sky, astonishing everyone further when it sprouted a pair of wings. Witnessing such a bizarre transformation, a golden-furred creature taking flight, was a first for Li Changqing. It was utterly preposterous. Chapter 034, Little One, may I borrow your sword? Suma Hai was growing anxious, stamping his foot on the ground and propelling himself into the air, intent on capturing the golden silk linlang beast. However, the beast's speed was astonishingly swift, and despite Suma Hai's divine agility, he found it nearly impossible to catch up. Humph. Mu Qingge felt a twinge of frustration as her silver needles failed to match the beast's speed. With a soft huff, she flicked her sleeve, and everyone's surprise. A scroll unfurled from within. The scroll unfurls in the wind, revealing a breathtaking depiction of a rugged cliff. Upon this cliff, a dense tangle of vines materializes, transforming in this very moment into countless tendrils that extend from the artwork, resembling numerous ropes reaching towards the golden silk beast. A treasure of painting, Li Changqing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although he had only encountered descriptions of such a treasure in books, this was his inaugural experience witnessing it firsthand. The cliffside tangle painting? Suma Hai raised an eyebrow, seemingly recognizing this exquisite artifact. The multitude of vines surged forth with astonishing speed, swiftly matching the pace of the golden silk beast, effectively obstructing its path. Upon realizing its route was blocked, the golden silk beast remained remarkably composed, opening its wide maw to unleash a torrent of green flames. As the flames erupted, they transformed into a veritable sea of fire, causing the myriad vines to recoil in an instant, scorched by the intense heat. Soul fire. Suma Hai and Mu Qingge could not suppress their exclamations upon witnessing the flames. The spirit of the painting was desperately attempting to flee, resorting to the use of soul fire, a perilous move given its already limited spiritual energy. Suma Hai furrowed his brow, noting that the golden silk beast's speed had diminished significantly after expelling the flames, yet the vines also retreated, hesitating to advance further. Even Mu Qingge hastily stowed away the painting, aware that her cliffside tangle painting was at great risk of damage when confronted with such a counteracting fire. With a howl, the golden silk beast turned and fled into the distance. Sumohai and Muchinga were left in a state of resignation, helplessly watching it escape. For that creature was capable of flight. Master, shall we simply allow it to escape? Changli expressed some regret and then earnestly remarked, Master, if you permit me to study swordsmanship with the ancient Dao Mountain and the sword master Qianque, my skills would grow formidable. Had I been able to assist you just now, the three of us would undoubtedly have prevented that golden silk linlang beast from fleeing. Silence, Muchinga coldly interjected. Upon noticing Muchinga's displeasure, Changli complied and stepped aside. At that moment, Li Changqing unexpectedly approached, gazing at the diminishing golden light in the sky with a sense of regret. Capturing such a creature to keep as a pet for his son would ensure his safety, even if he were to seek a position in another sect after departing from the ancient Dao Mountain. Having the golden silk linlang beast by his side would undoubtedly enhance his prospects during interviews. Thus, with this thought in mind, Li Changqing resolved to give it a try. Brother Changqing, what are your intentions? Sumohai began to inquire, aware that Li Changqing had come to Nanshan to resolve matters for the Yin family. Now that the golden silk linlang beast had escaped, the issues at the Nanshan mine would certainly remain unresolved. Little one, may I borrow your sword for a moment? Li Changqing directed his gaze at Changli. I am not a little one. My name is Changli, and I shall not lend my sword, Changli protested vehemently. Clearly irked by being referred to as little one, he expressed his discontent and firmly refused to lend his sword to Li Changqing. Thank you. Li Changqing seemingly disregarded Changli's refusal. With a mere flick of his finger, Changli's long sword trembled slightly at his waist, and then shot forth with a swift whoosh. The long sword soared through the air as Li Changqing stepped forward, firmly placing the blade beneath his foot. In the next moment, he ascended upon the sword, which cleaved through the night sky. With his hands clasped behind him, Li Changqing stood as if he were an unparalleled sword immortal, racing after the golden-haired linlang beast. This spectacle left all present in utter astonishment. His fluid movements and striking demeanor were a far cry from that of an ordinary, taciturn individual. In this moment, he soared through the heavens, with countless mountains and rivers rushing beneath him, a single sword slicing through the darkness as he stood majestic above the firmament. The sight was almost beyond belief. Li Changqing truly could fly. Sumohai stood frozen, dumbfounded by the scene before him. Muchinga was equally shaken to her core. This man could fly? Wasn't he just an ordinary person? He was undeniably a master of unparalleled skill. The vast chasm between them rendered her incapable of perceiving his true realm. My goodness. Changli's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his tongue almost bitten off in disbelief. A sword immortal. This was undoubtedly a sword immortal. Otherwise, how could this individual possibly achieve flight upon a sword? Li Changqing, however, paid little mind to the shock he had evoked. His sole intent was to capture this golden beast and secure it as a bodyguard for his son. The golden-haired linlang beast sensed something pursuing from behind and turned to look, startled to discover that this human could indeed soar upon his sword. The two raced forward and backward like meteors in pursuit of one another. No need to struggle, just stay with me. You shall serve as a pet for my son. I assure you, you shall not be wronged. 3 hearty meals of meat and bones each day. How does that sound? Li Changqing chuckled, extending his invitation. However, the golden silk linlang beast was unwilling to listen, flapping its enormous wings and ascending at an even swifter pace. At that moment, Li Changqing extended his hand and grasped the void. A claw mark burst forth, accompanied by a roar that resonated through the heavens, the sound of a dragon's roar. Dragon capturing hand. Li Changqing uttered a soft command, and above in the air, an enormous dragon claw unexpectedly descended, its speed unparalleled. While an overwhelming pressure crushed the very fabric of the world, the golden silk linlang beast trembled. Its own spiritual power was scant. And now faced with this dragon capturing hand, it had no means to resist, finding itself ensnared within Li Changqing's claw. This scene left Sumohai and the others utterly astounded. A dragon claw? What kind of martial arts is this? Muchinga and Sumohai were completely dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such martial arts before. To comprehend this technique, one would have to study paintings of dragons, yet dragons are mythical beasts. Throughout the millennia, there have been no reports of anyone venturing to Dragon Island to paint a dragon. So from whence did this dragon capturing hand originate? It was caught. Beneath Li Changqing's grasp, the golden silk linlang beast quivered in fear. It was thoroughly intimidated by the dragon energy emanating from Li Changqing's dragon capturing hand. Observing the obedient golden beast, Li Changqing's excitement was palpable. He had recalled countless martial arts techniques, yet none had succeeded. Only this dragon capturing hand flourished. He couldn't help but lament that mastering the 18 dragon-subduing palms would have been even more splendid. Su, what kind of person is this senior? Muchinga swallowed hard, incredulously inquiring. I cannot articulate it, came the reply. Su Mohai realized that he had not truly grasped the enigmatic nature of Li Changqing. The latter was shrouded in mystery. Even when Li Changqing demonstrated his martial prowess, Su Mohai remained oblivious to the origins of this formidable figure. Chapter 035. The secret realm of Nanshan. Li Changqing seized the neck of the golden silk linlang beast, as one might handle a dog. Returning with a firm stride upon his longsword. Lightly, he leaped off the sword and carelessly tossed the beast aside, admonishing, "Behave yourself, do not run amok." Curiously, the golden silk linlang beast displayed an unexpected timidity before Li Changqing, cowering on the ground like a well-trained dog. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Changqing sent the longsword soaring back into the scabbard of Yin Changli with a resounding clang. "Thank you, little fellow," he remarked with satisfaction. "It truly is a splendid sword." At that moment, Yin Changli remained in a daze, still captivated by the fluidity of Li Changqing's movements, which had struck a chord deep within him. This was the epitome of a sword immortal, treading upon the sword, commanding it with a mere gesture, vanquishing foes from afar. What else could one call such a being? "Brother Changqing, you have truly opened my eyes." Su Mohai marveled at the obedient golden silk linlang beast lying before him, utterly at a loss for words. "Senior, I, Muchinga, was unaware of your esteemed identity and have inadvertently shown disrespect. Please forgive my indiscretion," she boldly approached, addressing him with grace. Li Changqing felt a peculiar discomfort at being called senior by such a beautiful woman, as if he had been relegated to the status of her elder. "Do not address me as senior. You may simply call me fellow cultivator, just as you do with Su Fengzhu," Li Changqing said. "Very well, fellow cultivator Changqing," Muchinga responded earnestly, her gaze towards Li Changqing now markedly transformed. Based solely on Li Changqing's recent display of swordsmanship, Muchinga had begun to conjecture that he was not merely a martial artist, but perhaps an esteemed painter, possibly of the revered rank of painting saint. Yet, such figures were scarce in the Cangyuan realm. How could he remain so obscure? Could he be a reclusive master? Su Fengzhu, could you please take this golden silk linlang beast with you when you return to Daoshan ancient land for Hengsheng? With it safeguarding Hengsheng, at least his safety would be assured. Li Changqing gestured towards the golden silk linlang beast beside him. Su Mohai, upon hearing this, shook his head and replied, "I would advise against such a course of action. Firstly, Hengsheng's cultivation is still quite feeble. He has merely embarked on his path of cultivation, while this painting spirit already possesses innate level prowess. Do not be deceived by its docility in your presence, dear Changqing. In Hengsheng's hands, it may prove difficult to control. It could even pose a risk to Hengsheng himself. Moreover, the path of a martial artist is inherently fraught with peril. Relying on such a creature, he may find it challenging to achieve significant progress. Perhaps when Hengsheng attains innate realm status, having the golden silk linlang beast by his side would be more appropriate." Su Mohai elaborated thoughtfully. Listening to Su Mohai's words, Li Changqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, with such a creature, that young one might neglect his studies. "Then I shall keep this creature for now." Li Changqing extended his hand to gently caress the golden silk beast, which remained still, gazing up at him with an expression that seemed to plead for his affection. "Fellow Su, it is rather disheartening that this golden silk beast, which eludes both of our grasp, now behaves as docile as a dog in your presence," remarked Muchinga with a wry smile. "I seldom venture beyond the Medicine King Valley, and I must admit, I am astonished to discover that there truly are greater talents beyond our realm. Indeed, Miss Chinga, it is fortunate that Brother Changqing has captured this golden silk beast. It may lead us to news of the three-life flower," Su Mohai said, his eyes fixed on the creature. "Ah, yes," Muchinga responded with a sudden realization. Li Changqing knelt on the ground, continuing to stroke the golden silk beast, chuckling as he said, "I did not expect you to have the ability to fly. Shall I bestow upon you the name of Fei?" With a soft sound, the golden silk beast emitted a gentle awoo, seemingly in agreement. "Very well, Fei, lead us to your lair," Li Changqing called out to Su Mohai. "Since this painted soul has appeared here, it implies that there must be a place nearby where the golden silk beast's painting resides. Perhaps there are even other treasures to uncover." "That is precisely my thought," Su Mohai nodded. "It is quite possible that a hidden realm exists within these southern mountains." "A hidden realm?" Muchinga could not help but interject. If such a realm truly exists, it could very well be the legacy left by the painter. A hidden realm? Li Changqing found no confusion in hearing this term, for such elements are quite prevalent in novels. Thus he could comprehend its meaning. Excitement surged within him. He had not anticipated encountering such exhilarating events so soon upon arriving in this world, and moreover, he could ascend to the ranks of a master. The secret realm undoubtedly held numerous treasures awaiting his discovery, and possessing these treasures would allow him to sell them for his son's cultivation. "A Fei, lead the way," he commanded. The golden silk linlang beast did not dare to delay, and promptly took off toward the distance, with several individuals following closely behind. "Senior Changqing, are you not flying?" Inquiring eagerly, Changli, his face flushed with excitement, called out, "I can lend you my sword." "You little rascal," Muchinga retorted, exasperated. "Usually, you guard that precious sword so fiercely that you would snatch it back even if I merely touched it. Now, you offer it up so willingly for someone else to use? Moreover, if Daoist Changqing were to fly, well, what would happen to the rest of us? Could we keep up?" Muchinga shot a sharp glare at Changli, feeling that this disciple was becoming increasingly unmanageable. Previously, he insisted on visiting the ancient Dao mountain to see Shuiqianbai. And now, his idol had transformed into Li Changqing. Truly a disappointment. Li Changqing gracefully executed the snow feather Zen wind technique, moving as lightly as a feather at the forefront. Upon hearing their banter, he merely turned back with a smile, saying, "Young one, your sword is indeed a fine weapon. Cherish it well. I believe you have the potential to become a sword immortal in the future." "Really?" Changli exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Surely you must be jesting?" Muchinga sighed in disbelief. A multitude of individuals followed the golden silk beast southward for the duration of 2 incense sticks. At this juncture, a vague glimpse of a canyon emerged ahead. The sound of rushing water echoed from within the cavernous gorge, revealing a long river flowing through it. The current was fierce and swift. Any ordinary person who fell in would likely be swept away in an instant. To their astonishment, the golden silk beast plunged headlong into the river. Could the entrance lie within the waters? Su Mahai mused, gazing at the tumultuous stream. "We shall know once we venture in," Muchinga replied. Li Changqing, however, found himself in a predicament. He was unable to swim. Chapter 036. He has been here before. The river was so tumultuous that even if he were to jump in, he might either drown or be carried away by the current. What was he to do? It seemed rather embarrassing to admit his inability to swim at such a moment. Just as Li Changqing pondered his options, he heard Changli exclaim in a somewhat urgent tone, "Master, I cannot swim." "Good lad." Li Changqing couldn't help but cast a sideways glance at Changli, suspecting he might be the master's true son. "No matter," Su Mahai declared, waving his hand. In an instant, a powerful palm imprint descended, freezing the raging river into stillness. The imprint carved a vast chasm into the riverbed, reaching down to its depths. The surrounding waters ceased to flow. This astonishing display of power left Changli in awe. "The 5 absolute seals of Daoshan truly live up to their reputation," Muchinga remarked with admiration. "We must hasten. We may not have much time." Su Mahai hastily exclaimed, "Let us go." Without hesitation, the group promptly descended into the deep pit. Li Changqing inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and jumped in as well. He was unprepared for the astonishing depth of the riverbed, which must have been 50 to 60 meters deep. For an ordinary person, a fall into such depths would likely result in drowning or fatal injury. As he raised his head to behold the river suspended above him, his heart raced with trepidation. If Su Mahai's 5 absolute seal faltered and collapsed, it could easily claim his life. However, in the instant they plummeted to the riverbed, the inky darkness revealed a rocky outcrop, on which lay a dark entrance. At that moment, the golden silkworm beast eagerly awaited their arrival and was the first to burrow into the opening. "Be cautious," Muchinga warned, her silver needle at the ready, prepared to act should the situation turn dire. Su Mahai nodded gravely in agreement. As they entered the dark passage, the cave twisted and turned, its narrow confines making progress arduous. While Li Changqing, Muchinga, and Changli managed well, Su Mahai, somewhat portly, struggled to keep pace. After winding through the labyrinth for what felt like half a stick of incense, Li Changqing finally glimpsed a flicker of light ahead. "We're out," he declared, stepping through the narrow opening. What unfolded before his eyes left him utterly astonished. Before him lay a vast cavern, seemingly bottomless, stretching into an infinite abyss. This singular chamber was easily the size of 2 football fields. At the apex of the cave, an array of luminous stones sparkled, illuminating the entire cavern, rendering it devoid of darkness. What captivated Li Changqing even more was the peculiar fact that, despite being situated at the riverbed, there existed not a single drop of water. The ground was strewn with various remnants of armor and weapons. Swords, spears, and halberds lay haphazardly scattered about, surrounded by a pile of decayed wooden frameworks. As if these items had once been meticulously arranged and were now in disarray, it was evident that someone had sought refuge here. Su Mahai and his companions emerged, and upon witnessing the scene, they expressed their astonishment. "Master, this place resembles a treasure trove. filled with numerous divine weapons and armors. Though it is regrettable that they have all succumbed to decay. Changqing picked up a sword, which, despite its initial promise, was now broken, its tassel rotted away. Due to the passage of time, it was rare for any legendary weapon to endure unscathed over the years. It appears that someone arrived here before us and rummaged through the place, Muchinga remarked. Sumohai approached closer and noticed several tattered scrolls lying on the ground nearby. The essence of the scrolls had faded, yet faint outlines of spirit beasts could be discerned within the illustrations. These spirit beasts were likely the guardians of this place. And it seemed that the intruders had disturbed the area, leading to a fierce confrontation with the spirits depicted in the scrolls before ultimately departing. Sumohai conjectured, thus, the golden silk Linlang beast must be the sole survivor of the painted spirits. Muchinga, curious to take a closer look, stepped forward, only to inadvertently tread upon something. Glancing down, she discovered a red orb. As she picked up the crimson bead, she noticed its pristine condition, unlike any artifact that might be found within this cave. Is this a Chishui stone? Muchinga raised an eyebrow, pondering aloud. Chishui stones are only found in the wilderness of Yunwang. How could it possibly be here? Sumohai, upon hearing her words, approached, his gaze fixated on the red bead as though struck by a sudden realization. He began to scan the ground intently. What are you searching for? Muchinga inquired, intrigued by Sumohai's demeanor. This, he replied, stepping forward to retrieve a rusted iron box, which was conspicuously missing a square object. What is this? Muchinga asked, astonished. Items from this place have been taken, Sumohai responded, inhaling deeply. The individual who came here was Yin Dongshan of Inshilu. He absconded with the Qishan order and vanquished several painting spirits, ultimately sustaining injuries from the golden silk Linlang beast, which forced him to retreat. The Qishan order has surfaced? Muchinga exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Sumohai affirmed with a nod, casting a furtive glance at Li Changqing, who remained engrossed in examining the treasures within the grand hall, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. This left Sumohai perplexed. To him, it seemed illogical for Li Changqing to entrust the Qishan order to his son, Li Hengsheng, a mere fledgling martial artist in the transcendence realm. Was this not akin to courting disaster? How could the demon clan simply allow this to transpire? What were Li Changqing's true intentions? I shall elaborate on the matters concerning the Qishan order later. However, I find myself intrigued by the identity of the master of this cave. Sumohai cast his gaze towards the depths of the cavern. At that moment, the golden silk beast emitted a call towards a few individuals, seemingly urging them to venture further inside. Let us proceed and explore, Li Changqing suggested to the group. With Li Changqing advocating for this course of action, the others readily concurred. There was truly nothing of value here, merely discarded remnants, which left Li Changqing somewhat disheartened. As he had entered with aspirations of fortune, not to collect refuse. As they delved deeper, Yin Changli, who was trailing behind, suddenly exclaimed, I smell the fragrance of herbs. The fragrance of herbs? Sumohai sniffed the air, yet refrained from inquiring further. It seemed evident that there were medicinal plants within. My disciple possesses the innate physique of Xuanmu, making him naturally attuned to herbs. He can detect their scent, but I fear, dear Su, that you may not be able to, said Muchinga with a smile. The Xuanmu physique, a natural master of alchemy, Sumohai remarked with envy. Your medical king valley is about to produce another remarkable talent. Let us hope so, Muchinga replied, casting a worried glance at Yin Changli. Though his aptitude is exceptional, he is preoccupied with swordplay and dreams of becoming a sword immortal, thus squandering his remarkable potential. As the group advanced, even Sumohai and the others began to perceive the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, the scent of heavenly grass, and also that of Shuhuan fragrance. Such a potent essence of vitality, could it be the blood jade lotus? Sensing an array of fragrances, Muchinga felt a surge of excitement. For these were treasures of immense value. Even within the realm of the medical king valley, such abundance was rare, and the age of these treasures was undoubtedly significant. Before her eyes lay a vast pond, its waters faintly tinged with a milky hue. Blooming within the pond were numerous blood lotus flowers, resplendent in their allure. Not far off, a medicinal field spread out, suffused with a verdant glow. Yet, within this expansive field, only a few medicinal plants stood tall, while the majority were withered herbs, likely deceased for an indeterminate time. Such a pity. Muchinga approached, kneeling to scoop a handful of earth. Inhaling deeply, this was indeed prime spiritual soil, exceedingly suitable for the cultivation of rare treasures. However, due to the passage of time, the surviving treasures had absorbed the nutrients from the other plants to avoid withering away. Only these few remained. Muchinga let out a soft sigh. It was fortunate that any had survived at all. Sumohai smiled and remarked, there are still so many blood jade lotuses thriving here. They are indeed valuable. Initially, Muchinga intended to reach out and pluck some of the medicinal herbs, but her hand halted midair as a thought crossed her mind, retracting back. Taoist Changqing, our presence here is solely due to you. Thus, the treasures should rightfully belong to you. It is presumptuous of me, she quickly conveyed to Li Changqing. No need for concern. Li Changqing gazed upon the rare treasures of heaven and earth, acutely aware of their immense value. However, he recognized that such riches could not be hoarded solely for himself. If the enchanting song of love wished to gather these treasures freely, he would not object to offering them to her. Nonetheless, my son is currently on the brink of his cultivation and lacks spiritual herbs. I hope that the medical King's Valley can provide him with some elixirs for his training. What say you? Certainly, Muchinga replied eagerly. Her heart swelled with joy. For this arrangement not only granted her access to a plethora of precious resources, but also established a connection with a master of the painting realm for the medical King's Valley. A mutually beneficial alliance. Observing Muchinga's exuberance, Li Changqing momentarily stood in astonishment. Her smile was truly captivating, capable of enchanting all who beheld it. As a normal man, he found himself utterly charmed. Ahem. Li Changqing held little interest in the spiritual herbs around him, as their significance eluded him. However, as he turned his gaze towards the distance, something peculiar caught his attention. It was a segment of a log, half buried in the earth, though not particularly large. About the size of a bowl, its intricate patterns were strikingly beautiful, shimmering with a green luminescence. To Li Changqing's eyes, the log exuded the breath of life. What could this be? He stepped closer, but at that moment, the surrounding scenery seemed to shift. The world dimmed, and Suma Hai, In Chongli, Muchinga, and even a Fei vanished from sight. Everything within the cave vanished, as if one had entered the depths of their own soul. This left Li Changqing feeling somewhat anxious. What could have transpired? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, startling him. He lifted his gaze, only to discover a vast river appearing in the celestial dome above him. This river was colossal, spanning across the heavens. Within its flowing waters, figures began to materialize. Some he recognized, while others were unfamiliar. Each droplet of the river seemed to encapsulate countless fragments, resembling scenes from a film. Li Changqing was utterly astonished. Was this the River of Time? He was uncertain whether such a phenomenon existed in this realm, yet based on the novels he had read, it bore a striking resemblance to the River of Time depicted therein. The myriad scenes within seemed to embody the passage of time. But why was he witnessing the River of Time here? Li Changqing was perplexed. At that moment, his attention was suddenly drawn to a figure standing within the River of Time. The person was diminutive, their face shrouded by the veil of time, rendering their features indistinguishable. They gazed down upon Li Changqing, their crimson eyes glinting like those of a ravenous wolf. Under their scrutinizing gaze, Li Changqing felt a jolt of unease coursing through him. Just as he believed the figure was poised to descend from the River of Time and strike him down, the individual unexpectedly turned away, vanishing without a trace. At that instant, the River of Time began to fragment, its pieces cascading downwards. These shards froze mid-air, transforming into delicate snowflakes. As if stirred by a chilling breeze, the snowflakes danced gracefully. Li Changqing found himself immersed in the icy expanse, lost in profound contemplation. Brother Changqing, a voice broke through from Suma Hai, pulling him back to reality. The scene of swirling snowflakes faded, yet Li Changqing remained rooted in place, unchanged. What are you observing? Suma Hai inquired with curiosity. Having noticed Li Changqing's moment of distraction, that log, Li Changqing murmured softly. The log? Suma Hai followed his gaze to the wooden piece half buried in the earth. But what is so remarkable about it? Approaching the rounded timber, Li Changqing scrutinized its intricate grain. Though unfamiliar, he sensed its exceptional quality. Come forth, he commanded in a light tone, invoking the technique of the dragon seizing hand. It was as if a dragon's spirit soared through the air, its essence sweeping across the surroundings, startling even Suma Hai, who instinctively recoiled. Li Changqing resembled a humanoid dragon, with a swift motion of his claw. He wrenched the log from its earthy confines. As it emerged, a vibrant aura of life permeated the air, enveloping the group in a soothing sensation, as if their very cells were awakening. Longevity wood, exclaimed Muchinga, her voice laced with astonishment at the sight of such a treasure. Clearly, she had not anticipated encountering this rare entity here. Is this truly the longevity wood? Suma Hai gasped, equally startled, and added. Legend speaks of it as a fragment of the ancient longevity tree, a mythical entity thought to exist only in tales. I cannot believe we have stumbled upon it here. Li Changqing felt the longevity wood and believed it to be an exceptional material. Curiously, where had the golden silk beast gone? At that moment, In Chongli observed the surroundings with intrigue, only to find that the golden silk beast had mysteriously vanished. Yet, there was no need to dwell on it. At this juncture, Muchinga approached, her gaze fixed upon the longevity wood, and a look of regret flickered in her eyes. What a pity. If only it bore a longevity leaf. If there were indeed a longevity leaf, Muchinga would be eager to study this legendary item. For it was said that the leaves of the longevity tree possessed the power to resurrect the dead. Alas, such a marvel had rarely been witnessed. And throughout the annals of the medical King's Valley, no one had ever laid claim to anything related to the longevity tree. While the longevity wood was undoubtedly a treasure, it held little practical value. This segment of the longevity tree could no longer produce leaves. However, what was deemed useless by others was, in fact, a prized possession for Li Changqing. To a woodcarver, such exquisite material would be a lamentable waste if not transformed into a magnificent sculpture. Dear child, I have a splendid gift for you, Li Changqing said, turning his attention to Yin Changli. Ah, senior, you wish to bestow me a gift? Yin Changli's eyes sparkled with excitement. There's no need for such formality, my friend, Muchinga interjected hastily, for she understood that anything Li Changqing offered would be extraordinary, and she felt unworthy of such generosity. Dear child, your fortune is about to change. Su Mahai's eyes gleamed with realization, for he was well aware that each gift from Li Changqing was far from ordinary. Even a single wood carving could elevate one's life to unprecedented heights. Do not call me little one. My name is Yin Changli. Yin Changli retorted to Su Mahai. Su Mahai paused, a wry smile crossing his face as he replied. You truly exhibit double standards. Just moments ago, Brother Changqing addressed you in that manner without any objection, yet when I do, it is unacceptable. Humph. It is permissible for Senior Changqing, Yin Changli replied with a hint of pride. Then please wait a moment, Li Changqing said, as he settled beside the everlasting wood, retrieving an assortment of tools from his robes. The various knives he produced astonished both Muchinga and Yin Changli, who gazed in wonder at the peculiar shapes of the blades, unlike any they had encountered before. Even Su Mahai exhibited a look of curiosity, as it was his first time witnessing such knives, and he had not anticipated seeing Li Changqing craft wood carvings live. Noticing their astonished expressions, Li Changqing assumed they were surprised by the number of knives he carried. He cleared his throat and stated, as a woodcarver, it is quite reasonable for me to carry 6 or 7 or even 8 knives, is it not? A woodcarver? Muchinga and Yin Changli expressed their confusion. Isn't Brother Changqing a painter? Su Mahai interjected, Brother Changqing is not merely a painter, he is a woodcarver. This is a unique path he has forged for himself. Although it shares similarities with painting, the impact of the wood carvings crafted by Brother Changqing far surpasses that of mere paintings. After all, Su Mahai had first-hand experience, as the wooden cauldron gifted by Li Changqing still resided with him. A mere glance would ensnare one within its depths. Had it not been for the pressing matters at hand in Nanshan, he would have eagerly returned to the summit of Mahefeng to deeply contemplate this wooden cauldron. Muchinga and the others remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding brilliance. At this moment, Li Changqing commenced his work. Various tools were deftly maneuvered upon the longevity wood, from which Li Changqing extracted a comparatively lengthy segment. Each blade possessed its unique purpose. Li Changqing's swift motions exhibited a mastery akin to that of a seasoned artisan, rendering the onlookers utterly mesmerized. They discerned that the piece of wood in Li Changqing's grasp transformed entirely from one moment to the next. It was as if they were witnessing the divine act of creation firsthand, profoundly impacting their spirits, to the extent that several individuals felt their inner essence involuntarily surge with energy. Their souls trembled in response, captivated entirely by Li Changqing's skilled hands, oblivious to the passage of time and all else. Concurrently, their minds were enriched with newfound insights, as if the process of creation imparted upon them the myriad principles of the universe. Even previous bottlenecks in their martial arts seemed to loosen at this juncture. Gradually, as time slipped away, the onlookers lost track of how long had passed, until an object took form in Li Changqing's hands. It was a sword, a wooden sword. The blade was broad, presenting an aura distinct from the slender swords they were accustomed to. One side of the wooden sword was intricately engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicted mountains and flora. Even before they laid hands upon the sword, an inexplicable sense of pressure emanated from it, leaving them all in awe. It was as if he had encountered an unattainable superior. Li Changqing meticulously examined the sword in his hand. To be precise, this sword was merely a work in progress, for Li Changqing had no intention of completing it. He did not require the overwhelming aura of a sovereign. Rather, he sought the essence of the mountains, rivers, flora, and celestial bodies, which was most suitable for Yin Changli. Go, he said, releasing his grip, and the sword astonishingly hovered in midair. Yet, the wooden sword trembled slightly, as if reluctant to depart. Go, Li Changqing smiled. Your master is that young one. I am not skilled in swordsmanship, and I am unworthy of you. With a flick of his finger, the wooden sword soared through the air, landing before Yin Changli. As the sword approached, Changli was compelled to take 2 steps back, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reverence and an underlying glimmer of desire. What is this? A wooden carving. Muqinga, the daughter of the master of the medical King's Valley and a prodigy of her generation, found herself at a loss for words. She had thought her knowledge vast. Yet upon meeting Changqing, she realized how limited her perspective truly was. Although the wooden sword had not yet come into her possession, she could still sense the profound spiritual power emanating from it, vast and seemingly inexhaustible. Gazing at the intricate patterns on the sword, depicting boundless stars and expansive mountains, it appeared to encapsulate a miniature world within. Such a treasure. It was utterly astonishing. Young one, take the sword, Changqing earnestly declared. This sword is named Xingyuan, and as a being of the Xuanmu, it is perfectly suited for you. What I wish to convey is that every profession possesses its own principles. The realm of medicine has its way, and the art of the sword has its own path, yet all the myriad paths ultimately lead to the same destination. Some individuals embark on the journey of knowledge and ascend to greatness, while others savor the essence of fine wine and, in an instant, may rival the immortals. The mastery of swordsmanship transcends mere violence. Even the flora and fauna can guide you to carve out your own unique way with the sword. Therefore, in the future, you may not only become a celestial healer but also a sword immortal. The natural world, in its vastness, conceals the essence of your sword path. I bestow upon you this sword. Take it and earnestly seek to understand the path that belongs solely to you. Changqing racked his brain, recalling the vocabulary from the online novels he had once read, and spoke in a jumbled manner. Yet, his words struck those present like a thunderbolt, particularly enlightening Changli, who felt as though he had received a profound revelation. Is this what it means to possess a different level of understanding? Thank you, Senior Changqing, Changli said gravely as he knelt and bowed 3 times to Changqing. This kindness would be etched in his memory for 3 lifetimes. Changli was genuinely moved. To receive such a precious gift and guidance in discovering his own sword path was a kindness that felt akin to being reborn to new parents. The future belongs to you, young ones, Changqing remarked, casting a serious glance at Changli. Perhaps in the future, amidst the fierce competition among your generation, my son will also partake in the fray. I only hope we may forge a bond of good fortune, and should my son encounter difficulties, you, the future sword immortal, might lend him a hand. Chapter 039. The remains of the painting, immortal, huh? Changli was taken aback by Changqing's unexpected words. Sima Hai was also somewhat astonished, thinking that Changqing was indeed a doting figure, investing in a young individual with a treasured possession merely for the prospect of aiding one's own son in the future. Yet, Sima Hai perceives that Changqing's investment transcends merely Changli. It encompasses the very essence of Changli's origins. The medical King Valley, the esteemed first medical sect of the Cangyuan realm, wields immense influence behind its faade. Changli, possessing the rare Xuanmu physique and being a direct disciple of Muqinga, is destined for a prominent position within the medical King Valley. Furthermore, Muqinga is the daughter of the sect's leader, a connection that speaks for itself. Nevertheless, Sima Hai remains contemplative, pondering why someone of Changqing's formidable prowess, endowed with miraculous abilities, chooses to maintain such a low profile. Were he to emerge, a mere wave of his hand would undoubtedly attract myriad powerful followers. In such a scenario, Sima Hai's son would be akin to a favored child of the heavens, devoid of any wants. What could possibly compel Changqing to adopt such discretion? Sima Hai can only speculate about reasons that remain elusive to him. Rest assured, Senior Changqing, should my future encounters bring trouble to your esteemed son, I, Changli, would brave fire and water, Changli declared with utmost seriousness. Very well. Changqing nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the Xingyuan sword floated in midair, and Changli, fixating on the levitating wooden sword, slowly extended his hand. Gently grasping the hilt, an electric surge coursed through his body, awakening within him the vastness of the cosmos. Before his eyes, the ancient tree of longevity seemed to materialize. His Xuanmu bloodline began to quiver as he beheld the celestial realms and verdant landscapes upon the sword, as if they were harboring some profound law. The rules were too profound for Changli, yet they also evoked a sense of familiarity within him. This sword was not merely a weapon. It could not truly be wielded as one. However, by contemplating this sword, Changli was certain he could achieve remarkable success. He expressed his gratitude to his friend, Changqing. Muqinga also clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. Meanwhile, her heart was tumultuous. The Xingyuan sword was a treasure of extraordinary significance, and she could feel the immense power emanating from it. She understood the rarity of such a precious item and yearned for it as well. Yet, she hesitated to voice her desires, only able to watch her own disciple acquire a treasure she could not possess. Sima Hai, though envious of the sword, felt content with having previously obtained a cauldron, which brought him considerable joy. However, he also bore a bittersweet smile. Li Changqing's affection for his son, Li Hengsheng, was exceptional. Even as a cultivator in the transcendence realm, he was already paving the way for his son. Such indulgence was overwhelming. With his son as a disciple beneath his wing, Sima Hai suddenly felt a sense of dread akin to an overwhelming burden. What difference was there between this and tutoring a prince? If his son were to suffer any mishap under his care, would Li Changqing's fury not descend upon him, likely leading to his demise? Contemplating this, Sima Hai could not help but swallow hard, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Just then, a sound resonated from a distance, that of the golden silk linlang beast. The group turned to see the creature emerging from the depths of the cave, astonishingly clutching a scroll in its mouth. A painting? Sima Hai was somewhat agitated, for there was indeed treasure within. The golden silk linlang beast scurried to Li Changqing's side and placed the painting upon the ground, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Curiously, Li Changqing extended his hand, feeling the scroll's warmth. The texture of the paper was unlike any he had encountered in his home, suggesting its exquisite value. As he unfurled the scroll, he was greeted by a vibrant jungle, within which the golden silk linlang beast lay sleeping. At that moment, Li Changqing instinctively believed that this painting contained an entire world, for its realism was astonishing. Every detail, from the mountains to the clouds above, evoked an immersive experience. It was not merely visual. He could almost inhale the fragrance of wild fruits and feel a gentle breeze caressing his cheeks. The slumbering golden silk linlang beast exhibited a rhythmic breathing, as if it could awaken at any moment. Li Changqing found this artwork truly remarkable. Sima Hai and Muqinga felt that it surpassed any painting they had ever beheld by several magnitudes. Such a divine creation could only have been conceived by a celestial artist. Muqinga nodded in agreement. However, Yin Changli, standing aside, remained indifferent, engrossed in his play with the Cangyuan wooden sword, for he believed that no painting could rival the sword in his hand. This painting is you, is it not? Li Changqing directed his gaze towards the golden silk linlang beast and remarked, I can sense that the spiritual energy within this artwork has nearly been depleted. Should this painting lose its spirit, you, the essence of the painting, would cease to exist. With a plaintive cry, the golden silk beast nuzzled its head against Li Changqing's leg, as if in a display of endearment. Fear not, Li Changqing reassured, gently stroking the creature's head. When we return to Changqing town, I shall restore your form. Upon hearing this, the golden silk beast turned and called out a few times toward the depths of the cave. Are there treasures hidden within? Sima Hai inquired, casting his gaze into the cavern's recesses. The golden silk beast hesitated, as if it wished to convey something, yet ultimately fell silent. Since we are here, we might as well explore. It would be a grave misfortune to overlook potential treasures, Sima Hai remarked with a smile. The others concurred with his reasoning. Muqinga began to gather the extraordinary materials, while Li Changqing waved his hand, causing the remaining longevity wood to float behind him. Such exquisite timber would be a lamentable loss if abandoned. However, as the group pressed onward, Li Changqing felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if something unknown in the depths of the cave was causing him discomfort. What could it be that elicits such unease? After crossing several small streams, they finally arrived at the cave's terminus. Upon entering, their gaze was irresistibly drawn to an object at the center of the cavern. There, upon a stone pedestal, sat the remains of a figure, now nothing more than a chilling skeleton. Could this be the revered painting immortal? As Muqinga gazed distantly, her eyes scrutinized the last cave, only to discover that it was nearly devoid of anything of significance. She had anticipated the presence of treasures within. At that moment, Yin Changli, astonished, pointed towards the skeletal remains, exclaiming, Master, look at that corpse. Chapter 040. The mysterious scroll. All eyes converged upon the skeletal hand, which clutched a scroll. It was a scroll. In the grasp of the skeleton's palm lay a tightly held ancient scroll, exuding a profoundly archaic aura. Even from a distance, one could sense the passage of time etched upon its surface. Could this be the ancient painting left behind by the illustrious painter? Sima Hai and Muqinga found their breaths heavy with anticipation. This was indeed a genuine treasure. Should word of it spread, it could incite a fierce bloodbath among the various sects of the Cangyuan realm. Who could fathom how much blood would be shed, or how many lives would be lost? A cautious glance exchanged between Sima Hai and Muqinga revealed a flicker of wariness in their eyes, as if each feared the other might suddenly turn hostile, despite one belonging to the esteemed Medical King Valley and the other to the honored Dao Mountain ancient land. In their amicable relations, who could claim to be free of selfish desires in the face of the ancient scroll left by the painter? It was all too common for brothers to betray one another in the pursuit of treasures, let alone two individuals meeting for the first time. Longqing, I reiterate my point. Since you have led us here, the authority to decide rests with you. Mu Qingge inhaled deeply, passing the responsibility to Li Changqing. Brother Changqing, the decision is yours. Sumu Hai, now fully alert, awaited the response. Beside him stood Li Changqing, a treasure left behind by the immortal painter. If they were to entertain any ulterior motives, it was conceivable that Li Changqing would not hesitate to eliminate them both here, in the presence of such a precious artifact. Even one's own father could not be trusted. Thus, both individuals hastily clarified their stance, leaving the decision regarding the artifact to Li Changqing. They clung to the hope that perhaps Li Changqing held no interest in the painting. Should that be the case, it might fall into their hands. Although the prospect was slim, they were unwilling to sacrifice their lives over a mere treasure. Upon hearing their words, Li Changqing remained silent, merely observing the corpse and the ancient painting clutched in its grasp from a distance. Strangely, thoughts of the river of time that had suddenly emerged in his consciousness upon entering the cave flooded his mind, along with the enigmatic figure that loomed above it. Even as he gazed at the ancient painting from afar, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if something was amiss with the artwork. Yet, Li Changqing was uncertain whether this sensation stemmed from his own intuition or if the painting indeed harbored some flaw, for his understanding of art was rather limited. I have little interest in this piece, Li Changqing remarked with a nonchalant air. You two may take the painting, examine it, and whoever desires it may claim it. Indeed, he had no need for such an item. Li Changqing had come to a clear realization. His wood carving far surpassed the efficacy of any painting. Consequently, he felt no need to utilize the artwork to assist Li Hengsheng, and thus had no desire to acquire it. As for selling this artwork, Li Changqing believes it prudent to refrain from such actions until he has truly mastered his own abilities and gained a deeper understanding of this world. Such impulsiveness could easily invite peril upon himself. Although the Daoshan ancient land and the Yiwang Valley consider themselves to be exceptional figures, there are always those who are stubborn and could seek trouble. With his current half-formed skills, he fears he would struggle to safeguard himself. And it could even bring trouble to his son. Regarding the wooden carving that has been given away, both Su Mohai and Mu Qingge are astute individuals and are unlikely to let it circulate. The Yin family is currently under his control, so there is no immediate cause for concern. Li Changqing is also somewhat intrigued by the contents of the painting, yet he feels a reluctance towards it, lest he does not wish to approach. There is an unsettling feeling that lingers about it. Upon hearing Li Changqing's words, Su Mohai and Mu Qingge could hardly imagine that happiness could arrive so abruptly. The occurrence seemed almost surreal. They exchanged glances and then hurried towards the direction of the corpse. Despite their eagerness for the painting, they proceeded cautiously, wary of potential dangers. The distance was merely a few dozen meters, yet it took a significant amount of time before they safely arrived before the remains. The corpse was unrecognizable, but Mu Qingge could ascertain that it was at least a century old. Perhaps it truly belonged to the esteemed Guhanshi, she mused with a complex expression. If it were indeed him, then this painting could genuinely be a relic left by a celestial artist. Su Mohai reached out cautiously, carefully extracting the artwork. This painting might very well be a treasure. What could possibly hold the attention of the immortal painter until their last breath but an unparalleled treasure? This was also the belief of Mu Qingge. I could scarcely contain my eagerness to unveil the mystery. Su Mohai could hardly wait to return to Li Changqing's side before revealing it. He understood that Li Changqing would not reproach him over such a trivial matter. Although their acquaintance was relatively brief, he had discerned certain aspects of Li Changqing's character. The man was quite amiable and not one to be overly concerned with minor details. With this thought, Su Mohai hastily unfurled the scroll, yearning to behold this extraordinary masterpiece. However, at the very moment he unveiled the scroll, Li Changqing's countenance changed dramatically. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. This marked the first time since his arrival in the Cangyuan realm that he felt such an overwhelming threat. In alarm, Li Changqing exclaimed, but by then, Su Mohai had already revealed the scroll. Within the scroll, there was almost nothing. Only a pair of eyes. A pair of blood-red, crimson eyes. The eyes appeared to be formed entirely of coagulated blood, obscuring the heavens and seemingly intent on staining the world a deep scarlet. In that instant, the wind shifted, and the entire cavern dimmed. An unfathomable aura surged skyward, emanating a potent malevolence from the painting. Su Mohai and Mu Qingge were immediately engulfed by this sinister energy. It felt as though they had plunged into an ocean of malevolence, having trained for so many years without ever encountering such terrifying forces. The power was so overwhelming that they nearly lost the will to resist. What level of demonkin could this possibly be? A peerless innate being? Could it be the legendary terrestrial immortal? Or perhaps, a presence far beyond their reach, beyond their comprehension? The ominous energy pervaded the entire cavern, engulfing all in its path. Changli and Li Changqing, despite being separated by a considerable distance, found themselves equally consumed by this malevolent aura. Such is the essence of the Spectre clan. Surrounded by this boundless dread, Changqing felt the very fabric of space contorting around him. A sense of trepidation gripped him. Yet, in that moment, a brilliant crimson light descended from the heavens. Unable to restrain himself, Changqing glanced upward, only to discover two blood-red moons suspended ominously in the pitch-black sky. No, it was not merely the moons. They resembled two glaring crimson eyes. Within those eyes lay an astonishing power, causing Changqing's own spiritual lake to tremble violently, as if something were intruding upon his very essence. Such strength. Even with his limited understanding of the spiritual realm, Changqing could sense the terrifying force breaching his spiritual sanctuary. What manner of entity was sealed within this tapestry? In that instant, Changqing beheld the ominous aura before him seemingly torn asunder by some unseen force. A vast fissure materialized within the spectral energy, hovering ominously above his spiritual lake, exuding an eerie presence. Simultaneously, an incredible suction emanated from within the rift. Changqing's garments billowed wildly, as if he were on the verge of being drawn into the chasm. Humph! With a fierce snort, he summoned a voice like thunder. And though he was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of spiritual control, in this dire moment, he relied on the might of his spirit to resist the overwhelming pull. Despite the formidable force exerted upon him, Changqing remained as steadfast as a mountain, unyielding and immovable. Even amidst the tempestuous winds, he stood resolute, unwavering as the very earth itself. The strange energy emanating from the ancient painting was indeed powerful, yet it had not reached a level beyond his capacity to resist. Peering through a crack, Changqing discerned a hidden microcosm within. Dimly illuminated beneath a shroud of malevolence, he beheld a grand temple. Sufoju? Alongside him were the enchanting song fairy and that young lad, all of whom appeared to be trudging towards the temple like mere phantoms. What manner of place was this? And why was it ensnared within the confines of this ancient artwork? Changqing sensed that a profound secret lay concealed within. He observed as the three figures gradually approached the dilapidated temple. The moonless sky was devoid of light, save for a pair of blood-red eyes suspended in the void, seemingly surveying all existence. Enveloped in an eerie aura, Su Mohai and his companions exhibited no awareness, their bodies moving stiffly toward the decayed edifice. Guarding the entrance of the ancient temple were two stone lions, their surfaces encrusted with moss. Surrounded by a tangle of weeds, evidence that no one had tended to this place for an eternity. A chilling breeze swept through, stirring the withered leaves on the steps of the temple. Not only were the leaves desiccated, but the ancient tree adjacent to the wall had also succumbed to death many years past. A pervasive sense of desolation permeated the air as the three figures ascended the steps, their eyes vacant and fixated ahead. At that moment, the ancient temple's grand door creaked open slowly, the sound echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the night. Three figures stepped into the temple's embrace, and Changqing watched in stunned silence as they entered that mysterious place. What sort of realm is this? He took a step forward, approaching the fissure, peering in with keen curiosity. As the trio crossed the threshold, their expressions gradually sharpened, as if awakening from a trance. They were met with the chilling wails of tormented souls, akin to descending into the depths of hell. What is happening to us? Hengsheng was startled, his gaze flitting around the desolate surroundings, crumbling walls, and an atmosphere steeped in dread. The vast courtyard exuded an eerie silence, devoid of any trace of life, as if it had languished in neglect for countless years. This place is. Mu Qingge and Su Mohai were similarly roused from their previous stupor. Upon realizing they had entered this forsaken courtyard, an overwhelming sense of vigilance washed over them. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated behind them. The ancient door had slammed shut with a forceful finality. The heavy sound seemed to seal away their very vitality. This is not good. Su Mohai's expression shifted dramatically. Just as Mu Qingge was about to inquire about his distress, her own countenance changed in an instant. Both she and Su Mohai felt their vital essence being suppressed, as if their inner energy was ensnared in a quagmire, rendering even the slightest movement a Herculean task. In other words, they found themselves in this terrifying place, utterly impotent, unable to wield even a fraction of their cultivated powers. If they possessed any spiritual cultivation, it would be a different matter. Regardless of the terror of this place, they would at least have the means to protect themselves. However, the inability to utilize their cultivation here leaves them vulnerable to danger, rendering them mere spectators to their own demise. Our powers have been suppressed. Su Mohai turned back and exerted all his strength to push against the heavy door, yet it would not budge. What kind of place is this that can stifle our abilities? Suddenly, Mu Qingge glanced around and exclaimed, "Where has Taoist Changqing gone?" Su Mohai, recalling the situation, pondered, "Indeed, where is Changqing?" Although he stood a bit further away from Changli, the latter managed to enter. Changqing should have followed suit as well. Why is there no sign of him? Could it be that Changqing did not enter? Changli spoke cautiously. If brother Changqing has remained outside, that would be fortuitous. He could devise a means to rescue us. Su Muhai nodded in agreement. Let us venture inside and investigate. Standing here instills within me a foreboding feeling. I share the same sentiment. It feels as though unseen eyes are upon us. Mu Qinggu remarked as she took a few steps forward, instinctively glancing back. What? Her gaze fell upon the enormous plaque hanging from the eaves. The plaque was Askew. Its inscription long since decayed, yet the 4 characters remained discernible. Hengsheng Ancient Temple. Hengsheng Ancient Temple. The sight of those words elicited a flicker of fear in Mu Qingji's eyes, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. It truly is the Hengsheng Ancient Temple. Su Muhai also raised his head to gaze at the plaque, equally struck with disbelief. Master, what is the Hengsheng Ancient Temple? Changli, observing the expressions of the two, sensed that this place must be extraordinary. Mu Qingga took a deep breath, calming her emotions. The Hengsheng Ancient Temple was once the most powerful Buddhist sect in the Cangyuan realm, she explained. Buddhist sect? Changli responded in astonishment. What is that? They revere the Buddha and derive wisdom from scriptures depicted in paintings. Their techniques are particularly remarkable, especially in countering the ghostly tribes. Many years ago, led by the Hengsheng Ancient Temple, several dozen Buddhist temples across the Cangyuan realm engaged in a monumental battle against the ghostly tribes. Su Muhai continued, ultimately, the ghostly tribes emerged victorious, albeit at a great cost. The human clans united and forced the ghostly tribes into the cloud wasteland. However, the Buddhist practitioners were nearly exterminated. Since that battle, the Hengsheng Ancient Temple has vanished from the Cangyuan realm, and it has been nearly a millennium. It is truly unfathomable that the Hengsheng Ancient Temple has been sealed within this painting. Su Muhai felt a deep sense of incredulity regarding this matter. We have been ensnared. Mu Qingga narrowed her eyes. That painting was designed to trap us. Upon opening the scroll, we were transported here. Although their intentions remain unclear, I know that if we do not find a way to escape swiftly, our options for retreat will be severely limited. Chapter 42. The Sudden Rise of Corpses. Su Muhai concurred with Mu Qingga's assertion. Disciple, stay close to me. Mu Qingga spoke to Changli beside her. Well, Changli, feeling quite anxious, took a step closer to Mu Qingga. Since we cannot exit from here, we must seek another path. The 3 of them cautiously ventured forward. The entire Hengsheng Ancient Temple was enveloped in profound silence, broken only by the sound of the wind. Although the outside was filled with an ominous aura, this malevolent energy merely roamed beyond, failing to infiltrate the temple. It seemed that something within the Hengsheng Ancient Temple instilled fear in these spirits. Master, this place is quite terrifying, Changli said timidly, trailing closely behind Mu Qingga. What is there to fear? There is nothing here, Mu Qingga responded with a smile. With such a timid disposition, how can you aspire to be a sword immortal? Who says I am afraid? Upon hearing this, Changli puffed out his chest, attempting to convey his lack of fear. Dragon Buddha Hall. The 3 arrived before a grand hall, where the plaque had fallen to the ground, yet the 3 characters inscribed upon it remained discernible. Upon entering the hall, they found it long abandoned. The offering table in the distance lay overturned, and even one of the pillars had been broken. It was evident that this place had once witnessed a fierce battle. Is that the Buddha? At that moment, Changli's gaze fell upon the enormous statue positioned ahead. The statue, colossal in size, depicted a Buddha, yet it was headless, as if severed by some unseen force. The headless Buddha appeared undeniably eerie. Master, is this a treasure painting? Changli stepped forward, gazing at the scattered, tattered scrolls on the ground, their contents rendered indecipherable by disrepair. The scrolls had lost their essence, reduced to mere waste paper. It was difficult for the onlookers to fathom the intensity of the battles that had once raged within this ancient, frigid temple. There were inscriptions. Su Muhai approached the statue of Buddha and discovered dark, insidious characters etched upon its surface, so subtle that one might easily overlook them. These inscriptions were evidently written in blood, though, with the passage of time, the crimson hue had faded to a somber black. Nevertheless, the words remained distinctly legible. Do not enter the hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Upon reading these 6 ominous words, a chill gripped the hearts of the 3. The hall of 10,000 Buddhas was presumably a significant chamber within this ancient temple, and their initial intent had been to search for an exit. Until now, they had encountered no peculiar occurrences, offering them a semblance of reassurance. Yet, this warning instilled an unsettling dread within them. What lay within the hall of 10,000 Buddhas that warranted such a caution? With Changqing absent and their whereabouts unknown, it was prudent for them to devise a swift escape from the cold temple. Su Muhai inhaled sharply. This place gives me an exceedingly ominous sensation. Let us depart, urged Mu Qingga, turning to lead Changli away. with Su Mohai following closely behind. The ancient temple was vast, and as they maneuvered past the Dragon Buddha Hall, they ventured deeper into its recesses. With each step, the atmosphere thickened with an exhilarating tension. After ascending a flight of stairs, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. The devastation here was even more profound. The ground was strewn with corpses, all that remained were skeletal remains, long forgotten by the passage of time. As I gazed upon the scene, I estimated there must be at least 100 of them. Just as a few individuals were taken aback by this grim sight, a voice resonated within the minds of the three. "Who is it?" Su Mohai shouted in anger. They scanned their surroundings, but found no one in sight. The voice was distinctly clear, reminiscent of a little girl's laughter. "Master, who was laughing just now?" Changqing was nearly paralyzed with fear. Mu Qingji's face had turned pale. She too had heard the sound, but could not discern its origin. "We must exercise extreme caution," Su Mohai urged. The group hurriedly attempted to traverse the area littered with remains. However, after advancing only a few steps, Changqing suddenly shrieked, "Ah, what's wrong?" Mu Qingge was startled by Changqing's outburst. "Master." Changqing's face had drained of color. His legs trembled, and his gaze fell downward. Su Mohai and Mu Qingge followed his line of sight, gasping in horror. At Changqing's ankle, there was, indeed, a hand, a bony, ghastly hand, grasping his foot, a remnant of the corpses upon the ground. "Get away!" Su Mohai bellowed, advancing to kick the bone away. Yet, before they could ponder how the skeletal remains had seized Changqing's foot, a faint, rustling sound emanated from the surroundings. Before long, the long-decayed corpses began to rise from the ground, as if awakening from an eternal slumber. Some skeletons grasped shattered great swords in their bony hands, and hundreds of them rose, encircling the trio. A chill swept over them as they inhaled sharply. Their powers were utterly depleted, rendering them defenseless against such an onslaught. "Flee!" The three dashed towards an area with fewer corpses. Yet, those skeletal figures, wielding swords and cleavers, pursued them with surprising speed. Despite their skeletal forms, they moved swiftly. "There are ghosts!" Changqing exclaimed in panic. The malevolent aura surrounding them had animated these remains. Mu Qingge, equally distressed, warned, "If they catch us, we'll be reduced to pulp." As they circumnavigated the courtyard, they discovered an expanse ahead teeming with risen corpses, their hollow gazes fixated upon the trio, as if poised to devour them whole. They had no choice but to alter their course and sprint towards another direction. Twisting and turning, they traversed a corridor and ascended several flights of stairs, yet the number of pursuing skeletons continued to swell, exceeding 500. "Master, I can hardly run anymore." Changqing gasped, struggling for breath. "If you wish to survive, keep running." Relying solely on their physical endurance to escape was indeed a daunting challenge, particularly as the surrounding winds seemed to have stilled. An eerie silence enveloped them, amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. The horde of corpses drew ever closer, a relentless tide that sent shivers down their spines. "Master, they are almost upon us." Changqing exclaimed in terror. "There is a grand hall ahead. Its doors and windows appear intact. Let us seek refuge within." Indeed, as Su Mohai raised his gaze, he beheld an impressively preserved hall before them. Unlike the dilapidated structures they had previously encountered, the doors stood resolutely closed, adorned with inscriptions in an incomprehensible script. Yet, upon the plaque above the hall, certain characters plunged the group from a glimmer of hope back into despair. The Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. They vividly recalled the ominous warning inscribed in blood upon their entry into the Hengsheng ancient temple: "Do not enter the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas." This admonition bore the weight of a final breath, a testament to the grave horrors that lay within. The sight of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas sent their minds into turmoil. Should they choose not to enter, the advancing corpses would undoubtedly rend them asunder. Conversely, should they venture inside, they risked encountering far more terrifying entities, potentially leading them into an abyss from which there was no return. The sound of countless footsteps drew ever nearer. "Master, should we enter?" Changqing inquired urgently, aware that the corpses were closing in. He could vividly envision the gruesome fate that awaited him at their hands. "Disciple, I shall enter first to assess the situation. If it is safe, I will beckon you to follow," Mu Qingge resolved, steeling herself. "What?" Changqing exclaimed, "But if danger lurks within?" "You cannot." Mu Qingge glanced at Su Mohai and said, "Should I encounter any misfortune, I kindly ask you, Su Daoist, to assist my disciple in finding an opportunity to escape and return to the medical King Valley, if you would be so gracious." Su Mohai, though not regarded as a hero, pondered how it would reflect poorly on a woman to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Would it not be a tremendous embarrassment if word of this were to spread? With a hearty laugh, Su Mohai replied, "You two remain here. I shall venture inside. Should misfortune befall me, I implore the fairy to convey a message to the ancient land of Daoshan. As he spoke, Sima Hai turned to leave but was abruptly halted by Mu Qingga's grasp on his sleeve. Daoist, although our powers are currently suppressed, the medical King Valley, being a medicinal sect, has always focused on enhancing our physical forms through elixirs rather than through rigorous martial training like the orthodox Taoist schools. I have no hope of escape with Changli, but your chances may still be viable, Mu Qingga stated earnestly while gazing intently at Sima Hai. Sima Hai hesitated, recognizing the validity of her words. Typically, martial artists during the transcendence phase prioritize the cultivation of their physical prowess, striving to attain a formidable physique. However, the disciples of the medical King Valley rely predominantly on potions or medicinal baths to strengthen their bodies. Though the results may be similar, the disciples of the medical King Valley are significantly inferior in terms of physical strength and close combat capabilities compared to their counterparts from other sections. If Sima Hai were to risk everything to fight his way out, he might indeed have a chance, whereas Mu Qingga's prospects appeared grim. Seizing the moment of Sima Hai's indecision, Mu Qingga boldly stepped forward, making her way towards the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Master, Yin Changli was already in tears, exclaiming, I will go with you. Yet, before he could take a step, Sima Hai grasped his arm. Do not pull me, Yin Changli pleaded, his voice trembling with sorrow. Sima Hai sighed, understanding the deep concerns of his master. He then gazed at the army of corpses, still hundreds of meters away, and solemnly declared, If anything were to befall the Fairy of Emotions, I would risk everything to ensure your safety. Master, Yin Changli cried out desperately. However, Mu Qingga did not look back. She had already reached the entrance of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas, where silence reigned. In this stillness, she felt nothing. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingga slowly pushed open the grand doors of the hall. Still, there was no sound. The inscriptions carved upon the doors, incomprehensible to her, suddenly transformed into fine sand, whisked away by the wind, vanishing from the doorframe. As Mu Qingga stepped inside, silence enveloped her. The eerie darkness of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas obscured everything. Resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast that swallowed her whole, the weight felt agonizing, akin to anticipating death as the corpses drew ever closer. Sima Hai braced himself for a final, desperate effort. At that moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the hall. Come in, there is nothing to fear. Wonderful. There is nothing wrong, Sima Hai exhaled in relief, eager to pull Yin Changli into safety. Yet, just as he advanced a single step, Yin Changli firmly seized his arm, halting him in his tracks. What is the matter? Sima Hai turned to look at Yin Changli. If you do not hurry inside, those corpses will soon catch up with us. We must take refuge first and then devise a means of escape. However, at that moment, Yin Changli's expression was rather peculiar, his eyes reflecting a deeper fear. That is not my master's voice. Yin Changli's throat constricted as he gazed apprehensively into the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Sima Hai felt a jolt of unease at his words. To him, it indeed sounded like Mu Qingga's voice. Yet, their acquaintance was merely nascent. Unlike the profound bond shared between Yin Changli and his master, who had spent countless days and nights together. Are you certain you did not mishear? Sima Hai could not help but inquire. It is not my master's voice, Yin Changli asserted with utmost conviction. He was all too familiar with his master's tone. Although the sound emanating from the hall bore a striking resemblance, the subtle distinctions allowed Yin Changli to discern the voice as a counterfeit. Master, Yin Changli's voice faltered as despair enveloped him. In his heart, he believed Mu Qingga had met with misfortune. Let us go. Sima Hai grasped Yin Changli's arm and, with a forceful strike, shattered a nearby stone pillar, seizing it as a weapon to carve their way through the encroaching corpses. Yet just then, the voice of Mu Qingga resonated once more from within the hall. Where are you going? It is so dangerous outside. Hurry inside. Silence. You shall not speak with my master's voice. Yin Changli's face flushed red, the veins on his neck bulging as he shouted hoarsely at whatever entity resided within the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Hiki. A sound of laughter sent a shiver down the spines of Sima Hai and Yin Changli, reminiscent of a voice they had heard before. This Hall of 10,000 Buddhas was, astonishingly, the very place that contained that entity. No wonder they were warned against entering. Hold on to me. We must break free. Sima Hai shouted, ready to flee with Yin Changli. However, the childlike voice echoed once more from within the hall. Trying to leave? You think you can escape? I exerted great effort to bring you here. I will not allow you to slip away. With that, two blood-red ghostly claws surged forth from the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas, reaching for Sima Hai and Yin Changli. Get lost. Sima Hai bellowed, swinging a stone pillar at the claws. The pillar shattered with a thunderous crash, yet the claws pressed on relentlessly, seizing Sima Hai by the throat and lifting him off the ground. The other claw lunged at Yin Changli, who stepped back in fright, powerless to resist as it approached. Just then, the Cangyuan wooden sword strapped to Yin Changli's back began to tremble violently, accompanied by a fierce sword cry. It shot forth, slicing toward the ghostly claw. Chapter 044. The Ghost Spirit Clan. An overwhelming aura emanated from the Cangyuan wooden sword. The ghostly claw clamped onto the sword's body, and in the next moment, thick white smoke enveloped it, while the Cangyuan wooden sword trembled wildly, as though it were using its own spiritual energy to counteract the claw's invasion. What manner of entity is this? The sound was somewhat urgent, and when the ghostly claw made contact with the Cangyuan wooden sword, it recoiled, dripping with blood. The grotesque appearance of the mangled flesh rendered it even more fearsome. The Cangyuan sword! Changqing exclaimed in excitement. He had not anticipated such formidable power from the sword bestowed upon him by Changqing. However, at that moment, the Cangyuan sword clattered to the ground, leaving an imprint of the ghostly claw upon it. Changqing hurriedly picked it up, observing the mark left on the wooden sword. Realizing that although the Cangyuan sword had thwarted the ghostly claw, it had suffered erosion in the process. Upon closer inspection, Changqing noticed that the claw mark was gradually healing at an exceedingly slow pace. This offered him a modicum of reassurance, yet he understood that despite the sword's recovery, it would likely not withstand another assault. Senior Su, he murmured, seeing Su Mohai ensnared by the ghostly claw, feeling momentarily at a loss for what to do. Little one, your treasure is indeed quite formidable, but I wonder how many of my attacks it can endure. The voice echoed, and in the next instant, a diminutive figure emerged from the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. It was a boy who appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old. Clad in blood-stained garments, his eyes a striking crimson, reminiscent of the twin moons in the sky. Strangely, though he was clearly a boy, his voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a little girl. Just a single glance sent shivers down Changqing's spine. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt his legs weaken. I am Changqing, not little one. He gritted his teeth and uttered. At that moment, another figure emerged, extending from the boy's form, its ghostly claws gripping none other than Muchinga. Desperately, Muchinga struggled, but how could she possibly escape the grasp of those spectral talons? Master, you are still alive. Upon seeing Muchinga's vitality, Changqing was overwhelmed with excitement. Changli, Daoist Su. In a state of urgency, Muchinga called out to them, never anticipating the presence of such a terrifying entity within the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. The corpses had all been manipulated by this boy, compelled to arrive at the entrance of the hall, thereby unsealing its great doors and releasing him. This entire scenario, from the onset of the painting to the decree of Chishan, was but a grand conspiracy. Su Mohai, at this moment, found himself in dire straits. The boy's power was truly formidable. Even if he were to regain his strength, he would stand no chance against him. I initially thought it would be simple to suppress your powers, yet I did not anticipate the considerable effort it would require. The boy's voice, laced with femininity, uttered these words as his crimson eyes fixed upon Changli, the ghostly claws lunging forth once more. Changli had no time to evade and was seized by the throat. The 3 individuals found themselves ensnared by the boy's outstretched grasp. The scene was particularly eerie. Originally, there were 4 of them, yet only 3 remained. The boy furrowed his brow, scanning the ancient temple, seemingly unable to locate the 4th. Very well. It shall suffice with the 3 of you. You appear to hold some significance, aligning perfectly with my selection criteria. The boy sneered coldly. As he spoke, the boy's expression began to contort into a grotesque grimace, his features twisting into a visage of excruciating agony. At that moment, it seemed as if his face had been twisted beyond recognition, emanating a sound from his throat that resembled desperate cries. The 3 observers were taken aback, bewildered by the boy's intentions. The next instant, a shocking scene unfolded before them. From the boy's mouth emerged a chubby little hand, entirely azure, resembling that of an infant. Moments later, a diminutive head forcefully squeezed out as well. It was undeniably a fully azure infant, with eyes devoid of pupils, manifesting as a spectral child, a member of the ghostly spirit clan. Su Mohai's pupils widened in astonishment. Among the ghostly races, there existed numerous branches. Historically, the ghostly spirit clan was a peculiar lineage known for their ability to seize souls, relying on their hosts for survival. Due to their malevolent nature, they had been eradicated by the united forces of humanity and other powerful races many years ago. This ghostly child was a manifestation of the ghostly spirit. As the tiny spectral child crawled out, it was not the end. Soon, a second and then a third followed suit. The emergence of 3 ghostly children caused the boy to gasp for breath, his visage aging rapidly, resembling an elderly man trapped within a child's body, an exceedingly terrifying sight. Go forth, my little ones. The boy's voice had transformed into a raspy echo of age. The 3 ghostly children then uttered a series of eerie sounds before scuttling towards the 3 in pursuit. This was dire. As Muchinga's expression shifted dramatically, she exclaimed, "They seek to parasitize us. If we were to be infested, their souls would perish, and the bodies they occupy would belong to these three ghostly children. Who can predict the horrifying events that would unfold? With the three ghostly children approaching, they found themselves utterly powerless, resigned to await their demise. How splendid! Remarked the young boy with a chilling smile as he licked his lips. Let us feast well, children, and then depart for the places you are meant to go. My followers of the longevity sect must be waiting for you. Just as the trio prepared for their inevitable end, one of the ghostly children suddenly lifted his head, his expression transforming. A demon, a voice reverberated. Li Changqing appeared, soaring through the air upon a piece of longevity wood. Elder Changqing Changli gasped, a mix of excitement and astonishment washing over him. How could Li Changqing fly without a sword, merely standing upon wood? In truth, Li Changqing did not possess the ability to fly. His flight was a result of his formidable spirit, which allowed him to manipulate objects to soar through the air while he simply stood upon them. Thus, even a heap of refuse could potentially elevate him into the skies. The fourth one. The ghostly child's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Changqing arrive. Brother Changqing, please save us. With hope rekindled at the sight of Li Changqing's unrestrained prowess, Mu Qingge and Su Mahai felt a surge of optimism. Suddenly, a massive arm surged forth from behind the ghostly child, lunging towards Li Changqing. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, Li Changqing sent a wooden carving hurtling through the air to intercept the attack. At the moment the wooden sculpture took flight, it suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light, accompanied by a resonant sound of Buddhist incantation, Om Mani Padme Hum. The sacred mantra emanated from the wooden Buddha statue, and the light radiating from it expanded instantaneously, assuming the form of a colossal figure, overpowering all beneath it with its divine sound. The ghostly claw that had soared towards it was, in an instant, reduced to mere ashes. The expression on the boy's face transformed dramatically. He seemed particularly apprehensive of the Buddha. Thus, upon witnessing the great Buddha descend, accompanied by the sacred chant, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. The ghostly claw, beneath the brilliance of the Buddha's light, appeared to be met with insurmountable resistance. Despite its malevolent energy surging forth, it could not withstand the divine illumination and was obliterated. Su Mohai and Mu Qingge fell from the grip of the ghostly claw. The ghostly child clinging to its arm sensed the illuminating aura and emitted a wail. The sound of an infant's cries mingled with anguished howls, creating an almost unbearable sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. The sound penetrated to the very marrow, evoking a profound discomfort. A chilling aura enveloped them. As a dark mist seeped from their skin, their flesh beginning to rot. In that moment, Li Changqing's Buddha sculpture radiated brilliance akin to the sun. The boy writhed in agony, his gaze filled not only with trepidation towards the divine light, but also with intense resentment. Impossible. The Buddha has long since vanished. Who are you truly? He screamed as the three ghostly children were reduced to dust by the purifying light. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall not harm others, Li Changqing declared, his feet firmly planted on the longevity wood as he descended slowly, the Buddha above him gracefully following suit. The young boy was subdued to the point of nearly kneeling, yet his strength was undeniably formidable. Despite being suppressed by the radiance of the Buddha, he did not meet the same fate as the other ghostly children, who were obliterated by the divine light. Thank you for saving my life, Taoist Changqing, Mu Qingge expressed, feeling a profound sense of relief after the ordeal, coupled with the miraculous appearance of Li Changqing, who descended like a celestial being. Although Li Changqing's appearance was rather ordinary, the scene earlier had stirred a ripple of emotion within Mu Qingge. Throughout history, who has not admired a hero? Brother Changqing, you have rescued me once again. Su Mahai conveyed his immense gratitude. Oh, Senior Changqing, I thought I was doomed. At that moment, Yin Chongli rushed forward, hugging Li Changqing's leg and refusing to let go. You remember this? The young boy suddenly grinned, saying, though I could not parasitize those few, this matter is far from over. We shall inevitably cross paths again. With that, the boy cast a fierce glance at the wooden Buddha above him, gritted his teeth, and swiftly flew into the hall of 10,000 Buddhas. With a resounding bang, the doors of the hall closed tightly. Li Changqing exhaled a sigh of relief as he extended his hand. The wooden statue of the Buddha descended from the sky into his grasp, transforming into an ordinary wooden carving. This was a statue Li Changqing had just sculpted after overhearing a conversation. Realizing the ghostly clan's deep-seated fear of the Buddhist sect, he had crafted this statue to see if it could suppress the ghostly beings. To his surprise, the effect was unexpectedly profound. Yet the mysterious boy within the hall of 10,000 Buddhas had managed to escape his demise. However, Li Changqing had no intention of entering the hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Who knows what dangers lurk within? What if he fell into a trap? If he were to encounter misfortune, who would care for his son? Are you all right? Li Changqing hurriedly assisted several individuals. Little fellow, Please refrain from clutching my leg. You're making it go numb. He attempted to shove Changli away. Hey, don't wipe your snot on my trousers. Senior Changqing, look over there suddenly. Changli shouted, pointing behind Changqing. At that moment, a tremor resonated from the ground, and they turned to see numerous corpses surging forward, each emanating a terrifying aura of murderous intent, seemingly intent on tearing Changqing and the others apart. With a huff, Changqing waved his sleeve, unleashing a mysterious force that swept through the air like a gentle breeze, accompanied by a firm command. Freeze. As soon as the words were spoken, the corpses were abruptly halted in their tracks, frozen in the midst of their charge, unable to move an inch, as if bound by countless invisible threads. This display left those present gasping in astonishment. Sima Hai was particularly incredulous, rendered speechless, for this was no ordinary technique. It was the 5 absolute seals of Daoshan ancient land. Changqing had actually mastered it. Although he cultivated his spirit and followed a path akin to that of a painter, possessing the ability to replicate a warrior's techniques. The 5 absolute seals were far from a mere skill. They were the profound martial art conceived by the founding ancestor of Daoshan ancient land. Even if a divine figure were to descend, the possibility of replicating such a feat would remain highly improbable, were it merely the initial layer of divine steps. The indestructible force or the immense power might have been duplicated. Sima Hai would perhaps not be so astonished. However, what was displayed was the 3rd layer of the 5 absolute seal, which, with a mere wave of the hand, immobilized hundreds of corpses, an ability that even he could not aspire to comprehend. To what extent is Changqing's soul truly formidable? Moreover, he is inexplicably unrestrained by the ghostly aura of this place, able to unleash his cultivation. This individual is shrouded in profound mysteries. With a commanding gesture, the wooden sculpture of the Buddha soared forth, a resonant sound of the Buddha emerging, extinguishing myriad ghosts in its wake. Those corpses were instantaneously reduced to dust. Yet, this was not the conclusion. As Changqing lifted his palm, the wooden Buddha ascended into the heavens, its radiance piercing through the pervasive ghostly mist, aimed directly at the pair of blood-red eyes above. Changqing understood that those crimson eyes held the key to their escape. When confronted by the Buddha sculpture, the blood pupils unleashed an intense crimson glow, seemingly intent on suppressing the Buddha. Yet, the brilliance of the Buddha's light was equally resplendent. Standing firm against the crimson gaze, large swathes of crimson began to manifest upon the Buddha sculpture, as if being tainted. Simultaneously, the blood eyes were on the verge of collapse. The very fabric of the world exhibited immense fissures, with a tempestuous wind pouring forth from the crevices, allowing a few to perceive the world beyond. Let us depart, Changqing urged, grasping Changli, addressing Mu Qingge and Sima Hai. Several individuals nodded and swiftly vanished into the crevice. At that moment, the Buddha in the sky also plummeted, crashing down with a thunderous sound right before the entrance of the 10,000 Buddhas hall. The entire world was once again enveloped in silence. Hee, have you truly escaped? The Ascension sect is on the verge of rising. The voice resumed its childlike tone, yet resonated with an unsettling chill. Within the cavern, an ancient painting fell to the ground and spontaneously ignited. Sima Hai and his companions sat despondently on the ground, experiencing the sensation of having narrowly escaped death. Sima Hai could hardly recall how many years it had been since he had felt such a lack of control over life and death. Are you all right? Changqing inquired with a smile. Once again, I express my gratitude for the rescue, fellow cultivator of longevity. Mu Qingge pressed her lips together, rising to bow respectfully to Changqing. I sincerely hope you will visit the medical King Valley, allowing me the pleasure of hospitality. Well said. Changqing assumed Mu Qingge was merely being courteous and nodded in acknowledgement. When will you come, fellow cultivator Changqing? Mu Qingge instinctively asked. Upon uttering the words, she herself was taken aback. Changqing was equally perplexed. Was this truly a question? Sima Hai and Changli exchanged astonished glances at Mu Qingge. The enchanting fairy of medical King Valley, pursued by countless young talents, had seen suitors lining up from the entrance of the ancient Dao Mountain to the Cloud Wilderness. Numerous proposals had been rejected by Mu Qingge, making her unexpected invitation for someone else to visit, and her inquiry regarding their arrival utterly astonishing. Something feels amiss. Changqing found himself in an awkward predicament, momentarily at a loss for words. Mu Qingge also sensed her abruptness and was about to say something to alleviate the uncomfortable situation when suddenly, Changqing's pupils dilated, fixating on Mu Qingge's neck. What is that? Is it something that the songstress of emotions has always possessed? Changqing inquired, astonished. What? Mu Qingge instinctively reached for her neck, finding nothing amiss. She then retrieved a bronze mirror from her bosom and gazed into it. Upon doing so, Her complexion changed dramatically. To her shock, she discovered a peculiar mark on her delicate neck, resembling the tiny paw of an infant. In fact, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the small claw prints left by the ghostly children she had encountered earlier. As she rubbed the mark, she realized it was impervious to her attempts to erase it, as if it were seared into her very being. Su Daoyu, you have one too, Li Changqing remarked, turning his gaze to Sima Hai, who indeed bore a similar mark upon his neck. I have one? Sima Hai furrowed his brow deeply. No way, do I? Yin Changli exclaimed, anxiously craning his neck for Li Changqing to see. Indeed, upon inspection, a small ghostly claw mark was also present on Yin Changli's neck. Seeing Li Changqing nod in acknowledgement, Yin Changli's expression shifted. Do I have one? Li Changqing hastily tilted his neck for the others to scrutinize. Yet they all shook their heads, noting that there was nothing on his neck. What on earth is this? Upon realizing his lack of knowledge, Li Changqing exhaled in relief. Yet curiosity about the matter lingered. What do you think, Song of Love? Sima Hai, not fully comprehending the situation, turned towards Mu Chinga, the inheritor of the medical King Valley, who should possess some understanding. Li Changqing also directed his gaze at Mu Chinga. Her complexion remained somewhat pallid. This is the curse of ghostly resentment, Mu Chinga uttered, her eyes momentarily vacant. The curse of ghostly resentment? Sima Hai echoed, his expression frozen, evidently having heard of such a curse before. Meanwhile, Li Changqing maintained a tranquil demeanor, patiently awaiting the elucidation from the two. However, a prolonged silence ensued. Master, what precisely is the curse of ghostly resentment? Yin Changli inquired anxiously. Will it lead to death? Li Changqing felt quite satisfied with Yin Changli's eagerness for knowledge. The curse of ghostly resentment originates from the ghostly clan. It is a secret technique of the ghostly spirits, Mu Chinga explained. This curse is unleashed at the expense of one's own vitality, and those afflicted harbor a unique ghostly energy within them. Should this energy erupt, it would torment one's existence to the point of wishing for death. In the past, the ghostly spirits utilized this curse to manipulate individuals. Now that we are afflicted, it signifies that someone possesses the ability to control the ghostly energy within us to inflict suffering. Mu Chinga regarded Sima Hai with a grave expression. Did they resort to the curse of ghostly resentment instead of employing ghostly children to replace us? Sima Hai inhaled deeply. It appears these individuals harbor a grand conspiracy. Mu Chinga nodded. Do you recall the words spoken by the young boy in the 10,000 Buddha Hall? He mentioned a name, the Eternal Life Sect. I have never heard of it. Sima Hai shook his head, saying, Master, how can this ghostly curse be treated? Yin Changli hurriedly inquired, as he had no desire to experience the excruciating sensation that Mu Chinga had described. I don't know. We must wait until we return to the sect to consult my father, he replied. Although Mu Chinga recognized it as a ghostly curse, it had been lost to time for many years, and the medical King's Valley had no records of it, leaving them utterly clueless about how to dispel it. Seeing that even his master was at a loss, Yin Changli felt utterly despondent, fearing that his path to becoming a sword immortal might be tragically cut short before it even began. As they spoke, Sima Hai seemed to be in distress. His brow furrowed, and the small hands around his neck began to spread, releasing a dark, ghostly aura. Su Peak Master, Li Changqing exclaimed, startled by the scene. Sima Hai was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. His eyes turned crimson, veins bursting forth, his entire body trembling as he emitted a painful low growl from his throat. Even someone as formidable as Sima Hai, with an indomitable will, was now on the brink of collapse. Su Daoyu, Mu Chinga waved her hand, sending numerous silver needles flying towards Sima Hai, piercing various acupoints on his body in an attempt to alleviate his pain. However, after the needles entered his acupoints, there was no sign of relief for Sima Hai. He screamed in agony, then suddenly seemed to lose his senses, scrambling towards a distant stone wall to collide with it. Thud. The sound echoed as Sima Hai crashed into the wall, blood streaming from his head, the ghostly energy enveloping him, evidently pushing him to the very limits of suffering. Oh my goodness, Yin Chang exclaimed. Is it truly so agonizing? What if I were to endure such suffering? As Sima Hai appeared ready to recklessly collide with the wall once more, Li Changqing, fearing for Sima Hai's life, executed a binding technique, effectively immobilizing him in place. Observe him, Li Changqing instructed, as the Changsheng would sword back to him. He produced his tools and commenced his intricate carving. At that moment, Sima Hai's entire being was taut with anguish, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Mu Chinga endeavored to alleviate his torment through various means, yet she discovered that her medical prowess was utterly ineffectual against this malevolent curse. Even she, the illustrious prodigy of the medical King Valley, found herself helpless in the face of this ominous hex. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that Changqing unveiled a diminutive wooden sculpture of the Buddha. This exquisite figure held a Zen staff, and beneath it lay a mystical beast, one that few had ever encountered. Changqing and Muqinga requested a strand of silk thread, which they used to string the Buddha pendant, subsequently draping it around Suma Hai's neck. In an instant, the malevolent aura surrounding Suma Hai began to dissipate like a receding tide. He collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. The recent torment had drained his resolve. Although the pain had subsided, he remained speechless, utterly exhausted. It appeared effective. The small wooden sculpture of the Earth Store Bodhisattva, now adorning Suma Hai's neck, had successfully quelled the sinister energy. Senior Changqing, I too desire one. At this moment, Yin Changli gazed longingly at Changqing. Not only was Yin Changli captivated, but even Muqinga looked at Changqing with eager anticipation. They had both witnessed Suma Hai's agonizing demeanor just moments ago. Should such a fate befall them, they would be utterly powerless to withstand it. After all, if a formidable individual like Suma Hai contemplated self-destruction, how could a mere child and a woman endure? Changqing was also deeply affected by Suma Hai's actions. Thus, before Yin Changli and Muqinga could fully grasp this sensation, he resolved to swiftly carve a protective talisman for them. The two stood anxiously by, awaiting the completion of Changqing's work, their minds clouded by worry that the curse of resentment might manifest during the carving process. They hoped to subdue it temporarily, intending to seek a remedy upon returning to the medical King Valley. Relying solely on the wooden talisman for suppression was hardly a sustainable solution. Changqing carved with utmost seriousness, and fortunately, by the time he finished sculpting two Avalokitesvara bodhisattvas, neither of them had succumbed to the curse. After threading the talismans and hanging them around their necks, they finally felt a sense of relief. Dear Changqing, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. You have rescued us time and again, and now bestow upon us such invaluable protective treasures. At that moment, Muqinga's eyes shimmered with affection, almost compelling her to declare her unwavering devotion. However, she ultimately said, should there ever be anything that Medical King Valley can assist you with, esteemed Changqing, do not hesitate to send word. We shall undoubtedly lend our support. Changqing brushed off the sawdust from his clothes, then rose to his feet and declared, if my son, Hengsheng, encounters any troubles in the future, I hope that the Medical King's Valley can extend a helping hand. Should he face formidable foes and sustain grave injuries, I trust that the Medical King's Valley will do everything in its power to save his life. In this fantastical world, it is unrealistic to expect a smooth journey. Changqing understood this well. Everyone has their share of wounds. Establishing a good rapport with a prestigious medical institution like the Medical King's Valley is only prudent. In novels, protagonists often possess a halo of fortune, with saviors appearing in times of peril. However, reality diverges from fiction. His son lacks such a protective aura, and danger could very well lead to tragedy. After finally experiencing the joy of having a normal son, he had no desire to lose him. Hence, in the absence of a protective halo, a father must forge one for his child. Upon hearing Changqing's mention of his son, Muqinga suddenly recalled that he had a child. She pondered whether he had a wife. If he did, would she be relegated to the status of a concubine in the future? What was she thinking? That was a certainty. With a smile, Muqinga remarked, with a father like that, the young master is truly fortunate. It seems the esteemed lady must be quite at ease. I have no wife, Changqing replied, shaking his head. No wife? Muqinga's eyes sparkled with curiosity. May I inquire about the esteemed lady? At this moment, she yearned to discover whether Changqing had parted ways with his wife or if she had passed away. The implications of either scenario were indeed significant. Yet, this direct inquiry left Changqing momentarily stunned. Indeed, where was his wife? Since arriving in this world, I have yet to encounter my wife, and there is not a whisper of her existence in any of the myriad of information available. Changqing instinctively believed himself to be a single man, devoid of a partner. Yet, if he had no wife, how could Hengsheng exist? Conversely, if he did possess a spouse, where could she possibly be? Had they parted ways, or had she passed away? If she had indeed departed this life, that would be one matter. However, if they had merely separated, the prospect of an unforeseen reunion, where he might not recognize her, could lead to an exceedingly awkward situation. His true identity could easily be unveiled. Noticing Changqing lost in thought, Muqinga quickly interjected, Changqing, my apologies for prying into matters that perhaps I should not. It is of no consequence, Changqing replied, shaking his head. The crux of the matter is that I am equally unaware of her whereabouts. It seems that if the opportunity arises, I must extract some information from Hengsheng. Having been granted a second chance at life, Changqing was determined to safeguard his current existence. It was a blend of tranquility and excitement, with a distant child striving for success, something his former self could only dream of. Let us depart from this place, Li Changqing suggested, surveying his surroundings before expressing a sudden curiosity. Where is Ah Fei? I have not seen him since we emerged. Previously, Li Changqing and his companions had been so engrossed in the matter of the ghost curse that they had overlooked his absence. With a sudden cry, Ah Fei, the golden silk beast, sprang forth from a scroll on the ground. Its brilliance had significantly dimmed, suggesting that without assistance, it would soon lose all its vitality and vanish within a matter of months. Ah Fei, support Sumu Hai. We are preparing to leave. Once I return, I shall aid you in reconstructing your form, Li Changqing instructed. Ah Fei stepped forward and hoisted the unconscious Sumu Hai onto his back, then led a few companions away from the cave through another route. Surprisingly, this path was a parched trail devoid of water. However, upon their emergence, they found themselves uncertain of their location within the southern mountain range. Yet, for them, this uncertainty held little significance. The enchanting songstress, Mu Qingge, glanced at Li Changqing and remarked, I shall escort Su Fengzhu back first. Very well, Mu Qingge replied, though she felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways with Li Changqing so soon. Nevertheless, she understood there was little reason for her to remain. Once I uncover a method to dispel the ghost's curse upon my return, I shall seek out Su Fengzhu at Daoshan ancient site. Though she said this, Mu Qingge's heart yearned to visit Li Changqing after arriving. Indeed, Li Changqing seemed to recall something and addressed Mu Qingge regarding the wooden carving. If possible, I kindly ask you, songstress, to keep it confidential. Rest assured, my friend Changqing, Mu Qingge acknowledged, aware that publicizing such matters could lead to complications, particularly concerning the Xianyuan sword in Yin Changli's possession, which, if exposed, might attract unwelcome attention and trouble for the medical King Valley. Farewell, songstress, until we meet again. Li Changqing concluded, mounting Ah Fei and soaring into the sky, quickly discerning the general direction of Changqing town. Mu Qingge watched Li Changqing's departing figure for a long while, lost in thought. Master, stop gazing. He has long since vanished, Yin Changli remarked with a grin. How annoying, Mu Qingge scolded with a frown. Within the depths of a cavern, a colossal altar stood, drenched in fresh blood that had yet to congeal. Before this altar, a figure cloaked in black exuded an eerie aura, their stature somewhat diminutive, rendering their visage obscured. In their presence, several figures knelt, as if awaiting commands. Although our master's plan had faltered, the curse of the vengeful spirit had been sown, and it was time for our Longxing sect to take action. The figure in black spoke in a measured tone, Go forth and seek out those afflicted by the curse. Make our sect's stance unmistakably clear. Should they resist, let them experience a torment worse than death. A cold chuckle escaped the cloaked figure. Understood. The kneeling figures responded with resolute voices. The implementation of our master's scheme was imminent, and the entire Cangyuan realm was on the brink of monumental upheaval. The voice of the cloaked figure rose with excitement. On the day our master returns, everything shall be rewritten. Our master is invincible. The others echoed with fervent cheers. Upon returning from the Nanshan mountain range, having ridden back atop Ah Fei, it took merely an hour to reach the outskirts of Changqing town. Brother Changqing, I am feeling much better now. Let us proceed into town to avoid unnecessary trouble, Sumo Hai spoke, his voice still tinged with weakness as he addressed Li Changqing. Agreed. Li Changqing shared the sentiment that entering Changqing town atop the golden silk linlaying beast would attract undue attention. Thus, they sought a secluded spot outside the town for Ah Fei to descend. Li Changqing flicked the scroll, and the golden, intricate beast soared directly into the painting, melding into its essence and transforming into a work of art. Although this was not his first encounter with such a phenomenon, Li Changqing still found it astonishingly surreal. I shall support you, he thought, wishing to assist Suma Hai. However, Suma Hai waved his hand, indicating that he was capable of walking unaided, merely feeling a bit fatigued. The torment inflicted by the ghostly curse had drained both his spirit and body. Fortunately, after more than an hour of rest, Suma Hai was now able to walk normally without drawing any attention. Following Li Changqing, he returned to Yinjia in Chading town. Lord Mu Hai, esteemed elder, you have returned. Upon learning of their arrival, Yin Buotao hurried out to greet them, accompanied by several others. The matters in Nanshan have been resolved, Li Changqing informed Yin Buotao. Lord Su has endured a long journey. Please arrange for us a place to rest. Certainly. Yin Buotao promptly agreed. The accommodations had already been prepared. In the expansive Yinjia estate, a tranquil courtyard was designated for Li Changqing. Within the courtyard lay a small pond, where golden koi gracefully swam. Behind the house, a dense bamboo grove swayed gently in the breeze, the rustling leaves producing a soothing sound that calmed the mind. Yin Buotao had assigned numerous servants to attend to Li Changqing. These servants and maidens were meticulously chosen from the Yinjia, known for their cleverness and discretion. Their sole duty was to maintain the cleanliness of the courtyard. Without the permission of Changqing, one could not enter his small courtyard. The young maidservants selected were all strikingly beautiful, each aged between 16 and 18, their appearances delightful and their voices melodious, captivating to behold. Previously, Changqing might have found these young maidens remarkably attractive, each possessing a refreshing charm. However, after encountering Muqinga, he could no longer perceive any distinction between them and ordinary individuals. Transitioning from the modest Longqing studio to such an opulent setting, Changqing felt not discomfort, but rather an enjoyment of the change. Having spent a lifetime carving wood in his past life, he believed he deserved to relish this existence. Yet, he found himself somewhat bored without the presence of computers, mobile phones, or modern conveniences. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from outside. Stepping out, Changqing discovered Yin Hanzhou standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Dressed in resplendent golden attire, Yin Hanzhou exuded an air of vitality, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Upon seeing Changqing, he offered a sincere bow, recognizing that this man had altered the course of his destiny. From the small wooden sculpture gifted by Changqing, he had gleaned the essence of the Nine Thunder Fist technique. Although he had only just entered the postnatal realm, this technique rendered him nearly unmatched among the novices of his level. Following Yin Hanzhou were the servants of the Yin family, who were carrying various pieces of wood. These were precisely the materials Changqing had requested from the Yin family, and Yin Buitao had sourced the most suitable timber for him, ensuring its delivery to this location. Please place it in the courtyard, instructed Changqing. Understood. The group respectfully set the wood down in the small courtyard before departing. Yin Hanzhou also paid his respects and left. It was only then that Changqing unfurled the scroll and released the golden silk Qilin beast. Upon its emergence, the beast gazed eagerly at Changqing, its spiritual aura noticeably waning. Do not fret, Changqing reassured, gently stroking the creature's head before instructing it to lie down quietly. He then took his time to meticulously observe the beast, ultimately selecting a large piece of wood to commence his carving. Unlike other carvings, sculpting the golden silk Qilin beast required more deliberation due to its considerable size, demanding significant effort from Changqing. Nevertheless, after 2 days of diligent work, on the third day, a lifelike wooden sculpture of the golden silk Qilin beast emerged in the courtyard. Oh, a fei exclaimed, intently scrutinizing the wooden sculpture before him with an expression of disbelief, as if he had encountered a remarkable treasure. He watched in awe as Changqing transformed an ordinary block of wood into an astonishing likeness of himself, almost indistinguishable from the real thing. In fact, a fei couldn't shake the feeling that the wooden figure appeared even more handsome than he did. Such extraordinary craftsmanship left a fei once again in awe of his extraordinary master. Give it a try, Changqing said to the golden silk Qilin beast. The golden silk beast rose to its feet and circled the wooden sculpture several times. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the piece, a vast and almost imperceptible spiritual energy emanated from it, akin to the flowing rivers. An inexplicable allure drew the beast towards the sculpture, much like a dog irresistibly enticed by a bone. With a sudden leap, the golden silk beast soared towards the wooden figure. In an instant, its corporeal form shattered, transforming into countless orbs of light that surged into the sculpture. The entire wooden figure was enveloped in a golden radiance, simultaneously exuding a breath of true life, a vitality unlike anything experienced before, distinct from its emergence from the painting. The overwhelming aura felt transformed, suggesting that this golden silk beast had been endowed with something further, the specifics of which even Changqing could not discern. Yet, the essence of the golden silk beast resonated with the cosmos, merging harmoniously with all creation, evoking a sense of unity akin to that of a celestial dog. Chapter 049. Hengsheng resolved. The golden silk beast stretched its body, casting a satisfied glance at Changqing, its previous wariness replaced by an affectionate demeanor. That's good, Changqing remarked with a smile. However, your current appearance is rather ostentatious. It will undoubtedly attract trouble if you stay by my side. He stroked his chin, pondering how to temper Ah Fei's flamboyance. Understanding Changqing's intent, the golden silk beast retracted its wings, the golden glow dissipating, and its form diminished significantly, transforming into the guise of an obedient earth dog, sitting quietly beside Changqing. You possess such remarkable skills? Changqing found it hard to believe, for even he could not recognize that the dog before him was indeed Ah Fei. Brother Changqing, at that moment, Sima Hai's voice resonated from outside. Please enter, Master Su. Changqing called out, glancing towards the door. No sooner had he spoken than Sima Hai stepped inside, visibly rejuvenated. He held a chicken leg in one hand, eagerly gnawing at it, while a roasted chicken, glistening with grease, nestled in his arm, causing stains to mar his clothing. This disheveled appearance led Li Chaqing to conclude that Su Mahai had indeed made a full recovery. However, upon witnessing Su Mahai's voracious appetite, Li Chaqing couldn't help but sigh. The peak master is truly impoverished, he mused. A leader of such stature reduced to this state. I must earn more to ensure my son does not meet a similar fate. It seems, Master Su, that you have fully recovered, Li Chaqing remarked with a smile. As Su Mahai approached, he cast a fleeting glance at Ah Fei beside Li Chaqing but uttered no words, for he sensed nothing of Ah Fei's essence, mistaking him instead for a mere local mutt that Li Chaqing had taken in. I must also express my gratitude, Brother Chaqing, for the precious gifts you have bestowed upon me, Su Mahai said, placing the chicken leg upon a nearby stone and wiping his hands on his clothing before bowing respectfully. Master Su, you are too humble, Li Chaqing replied, his smile fading slightly. However, while my earthly bodhisattva can suppress malevolent spirits, it cannot dispel your curse of resentment. To unravel that curse, you must seek your own solutions. Indeed, Su Mahai nodded thoughtfully. Once I return to the ancient land of Daoshan, I shall consult with the sect leader. He may possess a solution. Are you preparing to head back, sect leader Su? Li Chaqing inquired, lifting his gaze. Indeed, it has been many days since my departure. Originally, I intended to seek your opinion, Brother Changqing, regarding my disciple Li Hengsheng. Yet I did not expect to encounter such unforeseen circumstances. Su Mahai expressed with a sense of reflection. I also did not anticipate that I would inexplicably fall victim to the curse of vengeful spirits. Henceforth, I shall entrust my son to you, sect leader Su. Li Chaqing stated earnestly. Brother Changqing, we have forged a bond of life and death. You have saved my life. Rest assured. Li Hengsheng will be treated well under my guidance, Su Mahai replied, sincerity evident in his gaze towards Li Chaqing. This item, I hope you can deliver to my son. Li Changqing said, presenting a small wooden box to Su Mahai. What is this? Su Mahai asked, feeling a slight weight within the box. Surmising it to be a wooden carving. Simply inform him that it is a gift from you. There is no need to mention my name. Li Chaqing sighed deeply. I hope this item proves beneficial to him. Furthermore, should my son have any requests, sect leader Su, feel free to communicate with me through letters. Li Chaqing's mention of request was clearly understood by Su Mahai. At that moment, he felt the wooden box in his hands grow heavier. To bestow upon Li Hengsheng such an exquisite wooden carving, undoubtedly a treasure among treasures, fills Su Mahai with profound emotion. As he deeply appreciates Li Changqing's unwavering trust in him. Rest assured, I shall ensure its safe delivery, Su Mahai affirmed. Farewell, Brother Changqing, until we meet again. With that, he picked up the chicken leg from the stone and departed without a backward glance. Sighing, Li Changqing reclined in his chair, gazing at the sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, while a Fei quietly lay beside him. In the ancient land of Daoshan, atop Wanzai Peak, Li Hengsheng had been engrossed in secluded cultivation for several days, delegating his daily tasks to other disciples for a fee. He sought to enhance his strength, utilizing the medicinal pills and treasures he had previously acquired, all the while awaiting Su Mahai's return. Curiosity lingered in Li Hengsheng's heart about whom Su Mahai intended to consult. Did a peak master truly need to seek the opinions of others to accept a disciple? Such occurrences seemed utterly unheard of. After several days of cultivation, Li Changqing realized that, while not entirely hopeless, his own progress at Wanzai Peak was rather mediocre. With similar resources, others might ascend to the 6th level of the transformation realm, and those of superior aptitude could even reach the 7th level without difficulty. Yet, in his hands, these resources had failed to elevate him beyond the 4th level. Li Hengsheng felt a tinge of frustration. In the past, he might have surrendered, but now he was resolute and unwilling to concede defeat. He yearned to reunite with Lu Qiaoqiao, the beloved junior sister, and to confront Chu Changqing, whose disdainful gaze still lingered vividly in his memory. The condescending tone that regarded him as nothing more than an insignificant insect ignited within Li Hengsheng a passionate youth, a fierce desire to strive for victory. Despite lacking in talent and background compared to others, he was determined to fight for his place. The appearance of Su Mahai further instilled hope within him. He believed he could indeed ascend to the innate realm and one day compete with Chu Changqing. Once he reached the 5th level of the transformation realm, he would have the opportunity to contemplate a painting from which he could glean insights into body refinement techniques. Should he be fortunate enough to comprehend a formidable technique, such as Senior Brother Sun's Tiger Blood Body or Senior Brother Zhou's Golden Extreme Fist, he would undoubtedly surpass his peers upon entering the acquired realm. Li Hengsheng pondered deeply. Each individual could derive different martial arts from the painting. With high comprehension and a stroke of luck, one could uncover exceptional martial arts, while those of lesser understanding might glean nothing at all, forever remaining in the transformation realm without ever touching that higher plane. He resolved to seize this opportunity. believing that even if he failed to grasp a powerful body refinement technique, there would still be hope for improvement in the future. Stretching lazily, Li Hengsheng prepared to step outside, having not ventured out for several days. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of an approaching figure. The newcomer appeared spirited and elegant, dressed in fine garments, reminiscent of a young master from a prestigious family. Who was Li Hengsheng? The young gentleman, upon seeing Li Hengsheng, inquired, "Do you know where Li Hengsheng is?" "I am he," Li Hengsheng replied, scrutinizing the individual before him, who appeared to be an inner sect disciple with formidable prowess. "You are?" The young gentleman was momentarily taken aback, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. "Follow me. My master wishes to see you, and I shall escort you to Mahai Peak." The young gentleman found it perplexing. Why would his master summon a disciple from Wanzai Peak? Furthermore, at first glance, Li Hengsheng's qualifications seemed rather ordinary. Chapter 50. Zhou Jun, my apologies for the trouble, senior brother. Observing the young gentleman before him, Li Hengsheng discerned that he must be a disciple of Mahai Peak, though he could not ascertain whether he belonged to the outer or inner sect. Nevertheless, the aura emanating from him was undeniably more potent than any senior brother he had previously encountered. In fact, it was even comparable to that of Elder Lin Feng from the outer sect. Such remarkable cultivation at such a tender age was truly exceptional. The Daoshan ancient land was vast, and apart from Wanzai Peak, Li Changqing had only visited the main peak, never having explored the myriad other peaks. The journey from Wanzai Peak to Mahai Peak was considerable, prompting the young gentleman to mount a magnificent steed and beckon to Li Hengsheng, "Come aboard." The distance from Wanzai Peak to Mahai Peak is quite substantial. "Very well," Li Hengsheng responded, joining him atop the splendid creature. The steed, resplendent in purple, was significantly larger than ordinary horses, its robust muscles and heavy breaths exuding an extraordinary presence. As he sprinted, the speed was astonishing, the muscles in his powerful hind legs rippling with strength. Li Hengsheng suspected that if this magnificent steed were to kick him, it could very well prove fatal. This was Zidian. The young nobleman smiled as he spoke. "This was a birthday gift from my family when I was a child. At that time, it was merely a young colt. As my strength grew, I reclaimed it as my steed. Zidian's lineage has now approached that of a spirit beast." Spirit beast. This filled Li Hengsheng with envy. It was indeed enviable to have the backing of a prominent family, especially one that could bestow upon him such a remarkable steed, born with traits akin to a spirit beast. Sensing Li Hengsheng's envious gaze, the young nobleman chuckled lightly. "Once your cultivation becomes formidable, you too shall possess such treasures." One can only hope, Li Hengsheng thought with a wry smile, though he had no idea when that might come to pass. "By the way, I have yet to introduce myself," the young nobleman continued. "My name is Zhou Jun, and I am a direct disciple of Mu Haifeng." Direct disciple? Li Hengsheng was taken aback. No wonder this individual was so powerful. He was indeed a direct disciple of Su Mu Hai. However, the master of Mu Haifeng had also mentioned the possibility of accepting him as a direct disciple. If all went smoothly, this person could very well become his senior brother. "Indeed, I am the third disciple of my master," Zhou Jun stated, mentioning that there was also an elder brother and a second sister. Suddenly, Zhou Jun inquired, "By the way, do you know why my master summoned you today?" Usually, when he wishes to see someone, he simply issues a decree. It is rather unusual for him to send me on Zidian to fetch you. Well, Li Hengsheng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before speaking. "If nothing unexpected occurs, Lord Mu Haifeng must be seeking me to discuss the matter of accepting disciples. Not long ago, Lord Mu expressed his intention to take me as a direct disciple. I believe this must be the matter at hand." "Oh, so he intends to accept you as a direct." At this juncture, Zhou Jun suddenly found himself at a standstill, his countenance transforming into one of sheer astonishment. He sprang up, leaping onto the back of Zidian. Despite Zidian's swift pace, Zhou Jun remained remarkably steady, his gaze fixed incredulously upon Li Hengsheng, his expression akin to that of one who had encountered a specter. "Junior brother, you jest, do you not?" Zhou Jun scrutinized Li Hengsheng in disbelief. Though he had assessed him several times before, it felt as if he were seeing him for the very first time. He examined every facet of Li Hengsheng, almost wishing to strip away his layers to discern the truth. "That is indeed what Lord Mu Haifeng conveyed," Li Hengsheng remarked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Zhou Jun's intense scrutiny, as if he were devoid of any secrets in the presence of his companion. "How can that be?" Zhou Jun remained incredulous. "Among the 36 peak masters of the ancient Daoshan region, who possesses the most stringent criteria for accepting disciples, Su Mu Hai would claim the second place. Yet none would dare assert the first. Aside from Mu Haifeng, the other 35 peak masters each have at least 5 direct disciples, while Su Mu Hai has only 3. This is indeed a testament to Su Mu Hai's rigorous selection process. Yet, This exceedingly selective Su Muhai has chosen Li Hengsheng as his fourth disciple. No matter how Zhou Jun scrutinized him from every angle, he could not fathom how Li Hengsheng could possibly qualify as a direct disciple of Mu Haifeng. Even this qualification may barely suffice for entry into the outer sect in the future. Has the master gone mad? Has the master's taste changed? If the master truly accepts you as a direct disciple, you would become my fourth junior brother. I would no longer be the youngest disciple, haha. Zhou Jun suddenly burst into laughter. From now on, the eldest senior brother and the second senior sister can no longer command me to do this or that. Ha ha ha. Zhou Jun's spirits soared. The more he looked at Li Hengsheng, the more agreeable he found him. Observing this, Li Hengsheng also smiled. Was it truly so burdensome to be assigned tasks by the eldest senior brother and the second senior sister? After all, he was a young master from a wealthy family, unaccustomed to hardship. As long as he could become a direct disciple of Mu Haifeng, these trifles would pose no issue. In any case, there were plenty of tasks to be done on Wanzai Peak every day. In the span of 2 tea sessions, Zidian brought the two of them to Mu Haifeng. Beneath the towering gate of Mu Haifeng, some outer sect disciples were on patrol. Zhou Shixiao. Upon seeing Zhou Jun return, everyone quickly greeted him with respect. Zhou Jun acknowledged them with a hum and led Li Hengsheng up the mountain. On Mu Haifeng, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, a magnitude stronger than that of Wanzai Peak. As they walked, Li Hengsheng noticed the multitude of disciples on Mu Haifeng, both outer and inner sect members, each diligently cultivating. The overall atmosphere was exceptionally pleasant. The residences were strikingly beautiful, completely different from Li Hengsheng's expectations. That is where the inner sect disciples of Mu Haifeng reside. Zhou Jun introduced to Li Hengsheng, on Mount Mohai, there are several hundred inner disciples and over 2,000 outer disciples, the latter residing in the caves of the back mountain, while the inner disciples make their home here. Li Hengsheng, intrigued, inquired, and where do the direct disciples reside? Direct disciples? Zhou Jun chuckled. They naturally have their own subsidiary peaks. Once you become my apprentice, you may visit my mountain, and I will take you to the second sister's peak for a little mischief. Mischief? Li Hengsheng was taken aback. Is it truly that exhilarating? Do direct disciples engage in such petty thievery? Zhou Jun continued. The second sister's peak is abundant with spirit herbs and houses numerous spirit chickens, which thrive on these herbs. The quality of their meat is exquisite. As he spoke, Zhou Jun's mouth watered, and he added with a grin, you simply must sample it. However, we must ensure that the second sister does not discover our escapade, or we shall be in dire straits. Observing Zhou Jun's demeanor, Li Hengsheng thought to himself, I would rather not. If the second sister finds out, you will flee, and I would be unable to match your speed, thus becoming the scapegoat. We should first pay our respects to the master, he suggested. Zhou Jun mounted his steed, Zidian, and whisked Li Hengsheng away at breakneck speed to the pinnacle of Mount Mahai. Chapter 051. The fourth direct disciple in stark contrast to the bustling base of the mountain. This summit exuded a sense of simplicity. Our master is unorthodox in his ways, hence the modesty of this abode, Zhou Jun explained. Atop this peak stood merely an unpretentious residence. Stopping outside the door, Zhou Jun led Li Hengsheng directly inside, where they soon caught sight of Su Mahai busily stirring something in a large pot. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Master, I have returned, Zhou Jun called out from a distance. I heard you. No need to shout, Su Mahai replied without glancing up, his focus intently fixed on ensuring the chicken was cooked to perfection. After a moment, he lifted his gaze and, upon seeing Li Hengsheng, set down his chopsticks and said, Hengsheng, you should be well aware of the purpose for which I summoned you. Do you wish to become my direct disciple? It was truly astonishing. Despite Li Hengsheng having mentioned it before, Zhou Jun could hardly believe his eyes as the scene unfolded before him. How could someone of Su Mahai's exacting standards actually take Li Hengsheng as a personal disciple? Zhou Jun was baffled, considering Li Hengsheng's rather mediocre talents. What could possibly explain this? Could it be? Zhou Jun pondered in shock. Could Li Hengsheng be Su Mahai's illegitimate son with some woman from his past? That seemed plausible, for Zhou Jun could think of no other explanation. I am willing, Li Hengsheng affirmed, his resolve solidifying. I pay my respects to my master. He performed the formal bow of apprenticeship. Good, Su Mahai replied with a smile. Rise. As my disciple, you are to diligently cultivate on Mahai Peak from now on. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to approach me or consult your senior brother. Zhou Jun, you must assist Hengsheng whenever he requires help. Understood? Su Mahai turned his gaze towards Zhou Jun. The disciple shall remember, Zhou Jun replied with a cupped fist. As the rules for a direct disciple, you must diligently instruct Hengsheng. Su Mahai then addressed Zhou Jun. Furthermore, arrange for Hengsheng to reside on Cangyuan Mountain. Let it serve as his place of cultivation. Have someone tidy it up and ensure that Su Kuei accompanies him. Cangyuan Mountain? And Su Kuei as well? Zhou Jun felt tears welling up. When he himself had become a direct disciple, he had desired Qingyu Mountain as his cultivation site, but Su Mohai had declined. He had remarked that Qingyu Mountain held significant future value, apparently reserving it for his own son. With a heavy heart, Zhou Jun departed, tears streaming down his face. Why is the third senior brother so emotional? Li Hengsheng pondered, somewhat bewildered. Who knows? Perhaps he is simply homesick, Su Mohai mused. Watching Zhou Jun's retreating figure before waving his hand, causing the courtyard gate to close with a decisive thud. Hengsheng, Su Mohai then produced several items, one of which was a jade vial. He handed it to Li Hengsheng, saying, "Inside is the Jinyu pill, meant for your cultivation. Your aptitude is average. But this Jinyu pill should suffice for you to ascend to the 9th level of the transcendence realm." Jinyu pill? Li Hengsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Jinyu pill was an exceptionally precious elixir. Despite the substantial amount of money Li Changqing had previously sent, each Jinyu pill cost over 1,000 taels of silver, a sum he had hesitated to spend. You are currently at the 4th level of the transcendence realm and have yet to comprehend the painting realm technique, so for now, I cannot provide you with any weapon. This is a piece of stellar iron, intended for forging weapons. By incorporating even a small amount of stellar iron, the resulting weapon becomes virtually indestructible. Su Mohai presented a fragment, no larger than a fingernail, to Li Hengsheng. The iron gleamed with a silvery hue, sparkling with tiny celestial lights, exuding an air of immense value. Upon receiving it, Li Hengsheng was taken aback, for this seemingly diminutive piece weighed over 10 pounds. He understood the significance of such a treasure. In the realm of weapon crafting, numerous precious ores existed, and stellar iron was among the finest. It was reputed to be highly coveted, even by innate powerhouses. Li Hengsheng could hardly fathom that Su Mohai would bestow such a priceless treasure upon him. Was the welfare of the Mufeng sect truly this generous? If Zhou Jun were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly believe that Li Hengsheng was the illegitimate son of Su Mohai. A fragment of stellar iron like this was not something wealth alone could procure. Not only was it priceless, but acquiring it would also require a fortune, 10,000 taels of gold at the very least, beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Moreover, this item Li Hengsheng's heart raced, for he had never encountered such an abundance of treasures. Su Mohai produced a wooden box and handed it to Li Hengsheng, stating, "This is a treasure I stumbled upon, and I present it to you." Su Mohai's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he continued, "However, you must remember one thing." "Please, master, go on," Li Hengsheng responded promptly, sensing the seriousness of Su Mohai's tone. "Regardless of what lies within, you must never disclose it to outsiders. Such treasures must be kept concealed. It is imperative that you do not allow others to behold them. Do you understand?" Su Mohai spoke with narrowed eyes. Li Hengsheng's throat constricted slightly. Even the treasures such as the Golden Domain pill and the condensed star iron were not deemed off limits. Yet Su Mohai exhibited utmost caution concerning the contents of this box. What on earth could it contain? The disciple took heed of the warning. Li Hengsheng nodded repeatedly. Su Mohai's meticulousness indicated that the items within were of extraordinary worth, and exposing them to outsiders would undoubtedly invite peril. Li Hengsheng committed this matter to memory. Once you achieve a breakthrough to the 5th level of the transcendence realm, you may venture to the Futa Pavilion to comprehend the paintings. I hope you will extract formidable techniques from them. Su Mohai patted Li Hengsheng on the shoulder. It matters not if your aptitude is somewhat lacking. With diligent and earnest cultivation, the path ahead will still be illuminated. Yet, Su Mohai could not help but ponder, what does it matter if one's aptitude is poor? With a father of such strength paving the way, aptitude is but a fleeting concern. However, you must devote yourself to your cultivation. Should you falter in your training, you may find yourself returning home to embrace the life of a privileged second generation. Rest assured, master, I shall not disappoint you." Li Hengsheng replied respectfully. Su Mohai then offered further encouragement, his demeanor markedly different from the rumors that preceded him, prompting Li Hengsheng to wonder if he could indeed be Su Mohai's biological son. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. "Fourth junior brother, let me show you to your residence," came Zhou Jun's voice. "Go ahead." Su Mohai spoke to Li Hengsheng, who then took his leave. Li Hengsheng clasped his fists in a respectful bow and proceeded to stow away the items gifted by Su Mohai. "In due course, I shall announce to the entire Daoshan ancient land that you are my direct disciple. Henceforth, both outer and inner disciples will address you as senior brother upon encountering you," Su Mohai remarked in a composed tone. Upon hearing this, Li Hengsheng felt an inexplicable weight of pressure bearing down upon him. With his meager aptitude, being designated as a direct disciple would surely draw the gaze of countless onlookers. Could he truly live up to such an honor? The thought of embarrassing himself, and by extension, tarnishing the reputation of Mahai Peak, was a daunting prospect. Chapter 052. The treatment of direct disciples accompanied by Zhou Jun. Li Hengsheng made his way toward Qingyu Mountain. "Old 4. Zhou Jun said, I hope you don't mind my calling you that? My elder brother and second sister often refer to me as Old Three. Not at all. Li Hengsheng replied, indicating that he bore no objection to the nickname. Your master treats you exceptionally well. Cangyuan Mountain is the most well-equipped subsidiary peak of Mahai Peak. When I desired it, my master refused to grant it to me at any cost, Zhou Jun remarked, a hint of envy seeping into his voice. Oh, well? Li Hengsheng was at a loss for words, as he too was uncertain of the reasons behind Su Mahai's favorable treatment. He understood the rarity of his situation. Being accepted as a direct disciple of Mahai Peak was an extraordinary occurrence in itself. The specifics remained a mystery to him, yet he held no qualms. For he recognized that Su Mahai had no ulterior motives regarding him. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual with nothing to offer, lacking both lineage and background. And devoid of wealth, one might wonder about the worth of an individual whose father, though a painter, barely qualifies as an amateur in the eyes of those like Su Mahai. My friend, fret not. I comprehend, Zhou Jun remarked, his expression conveying a sense of understanding that left Li Hengsheng bewildered. What do you understand? I myself am at a loss. As direct disciples, our primary duty is to cultivate our skills, Zhou Jun explained to Li Hengsheng. Our status within the sect grants us considerable advantages, particularly in the ninefold battle pavilion and the beast gathering. As direct disciples, we possess significant privileges there. The ninefold battle pavilion and the beast gathering? Li Hengsheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I believe I've heard of these. They are said to be formidable secret realms within our Daoshan ancient land, capable of assessing one's strength. Secret realms might not be entirely accurate. They are more akin to treasures of artistry, Zhou Jun mused. Artistic treasures, Li Hengsheng exclaimed, astonished. These are revered artifacts passed down through generations in our Daoshan ancient land, immensely beneficial for the enhancement of our disciples' abilities. However, entering them drains the treasure's spiritual energy. Consequently, both outer and inner disciples have restrictions on the number of entries. Although we direct disciples face limitations as well, our allowances are considerably greater, which highlights the special privileges accorded to us. Zhou Jun smiled and remarked, however, as our direct disciples, we must set a leading example. Old 4. After you become a direct disciple, I anticipate you will encounter quite a few challenges, as many will undoubtedly seek to test you. Challenge me? Li Hengsheng furrowed his brow, realizing that such a scenario was indeed plausible, for he often exuded an impression of being an easy target. Indeed, for those who succeed in challenging a direct disciple, it is a significant honor. Moreover, triumphing over a direct disciple from any peak grants them the rewards of that peak. Nevertheless, you need not worry. For the first 6 months after becoming a direct disciple, challenges are prohibited. It is only after that period that your troubles will begin, Zhou Jun reassured Li Hengsheng. Curiously, Li Hengsheng turned to Zhou Jun and inquired, third senior brother, did you also face numerous challenges in the past? Not particularly, Zhou Jun replied, shaking his head. Not many, for they understood that they could not best me within the same realm. After all, I was also a prodigy, renowned in my own right. He added with a hint of pride. Indeed, Li Hengsheng inhaled deeply. If one's virtues do not match their position, they are bound to encounter some setbacks. He felt a bit more at ease, considering that 6 months remained. Furthermore, challenges only existed among peers and did not extend to those of higher ranks. We shall address the matters of 6 months hence when the time comes. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at Cangyuan Mountain. Although it was merely a subsidiary peak, the scenery was quite splendid, verdant hills and clear waters, complemented by lush, dense grasslands. The robust green trees were home to little squirrels busily nibbling on fruits, their curious gazes directed towards the arrival of Li Hengsheng. In the distance, a rather opulent residence could be seen. A considerable number of people were already gathered in front of the mansion, awaiting Li Hengsheng's arrival. The aura here was truly remarkable. Li Hengsheng could sense that even a single breath taken here brought immense comfort. Among the 36 peaks of the ancient Daoshan, Cangyuan Mountain undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. Zhou Jun, with a face full of envy, remarked, in the future, I shall frequently visit you for a short stay. You are always welcome. Li Hengsheng replied with a smile. Greetings, young master. Upon their arrival at the mansion's entrance, the assembled crowd bowed respectfully to Li Hengsheng, which further broadened his understanding of his status. There were over 20 servants and maids, and behind them stood martial artists clad in battle armor, resembling a patrolling guard. From their presence, Li Hengsheng discerned that their cultivation levels were at least at the acquired realm. However, what astonished Li Hengsheng even more was the man leading them. With his dark blue hair and a menacing scar stretching from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, he exuded an aura that was formidable. Dressed in simple attire, he stood there, emanating a presence akin to that of a vast ocean. A master. Undoubtedly a master. They will henceforth serve as your household staff and guards. And this gentleman will be your steward. Zhou Jun indicated towards the man with the dark blue hair. My name is Su Kuei. The young man with azure hair approached respectfully and said, From now on, I shall assist the young master with the affairs of Qingyu Mountain. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. You are too kind, Li Hengsheng replied, yet his heart remained unsettled. Is this what it means to be a direct disciple? Is this treatment not a touch excessive? One can only conclude that poverty has indeed constrained one's imagination. Third junior brother, Zhou Jun remarked with an envious expression. The steward of a direct disciple is someone whom the master trusts implicitly, a follower from the master's earlier days, unwavering in their loyalty. The individual before us was saved by the master in his youth, thus he faithfully follows the master, and he is also among the most formidable, possessing innate cultivation. The master truly holds him in high regard. Innate. Li Hengsheng could not suppress a gasp. His steward is an innate powerhouse. Who would believe such a claim? It seems rather absurd. He himself was merely at the 4th level of the transcendence realm, while even the steward surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Even a random guard in the estate would be 100 times stronger than he. Li Hengsheng could only manage a bitter smile. It appears he must strive diligently in his cultivation. Senior Su, I hope you will take good care of me in the future, Li Hengsheng said courteously. Su Kuei seemed somewhat taciturn, his expression rather fierce. Upon hearing Li Hengsheng's address, he shook his head and calmly replied, Young master, you must not address me in such a manner. The term senior is unwarranted. Let us refer to each other as uncle and nephew. Li Hengsheng pondered this for a moment. Su Kuei refrained from further rebuttal and simply remarked, Young master, please come in and take a look. Should there be any aspects that do not meet your satisfaction, I shall have someone rectify them immediately. Chapter 053. My sword. Soon upon entering the estate, the vast courtyard and the array of well-appointed facilities exceeded Li Hengsheng's expectations entirely. In comparison to his days on Wanzai Peak, the difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Whether it was the training grounds, secret chambers, or even the smelting platform, everything was present. The medicinal garden also boasted a variety of herbs, including several that were quite valuable, gifts from Sumahai. Once Li Hengsheng was thoroughly pleased, he felt no need to request any modifications. In a tower within the estate, Li Hengsheng and Zhou Jun sat on the 2nd floor. Savoring tea, Li Hengsheng had never experienced such a sense of contentment. How wonderful it would be if junior sister Lu could witness this scene. Holding his teacup, Li Hengsheng found himself lost in thought. Old fourth, in a while, when senior brother and second sister return, you should make it a point to meet them. Zhou Jun said, Senior brother is generous by nature, and with the arrival of a new junior disciple, he will undoubtedly be quite pleased and may bestow upon you some fine treasures. What kind of people are senior brother and second sister? Li Hengsheng inquired, curiosity piqued. Senior brother is kind-hearted, possessing a temperament that is neither competitive nor aggressive. He embodies a Buddhist-like disposition. However, second sister has a fiery personality. She can be explosive at the slightest provocation, so it's best to tread carefully. Nevertheless, both senior brother and second sister are very considerate towards the disciples of Mahai Peak. Zhou Jun lifted his cup and took a sip of tea, remarking, It has nearly been a month since I last saw them. My senior brother is currently stationed at the town national government and rarely returns. As for my second senior sister, she has a penchant for hunting and is often away. It is only I who seldom venture out. The town national government? Li Hengsheng inquired. Indeed, Zhou Jun replied. When a direct disciple's cultivation reaches the innate level, they are appointed to oversee a fief under the jurisdiction of Daoshan ancient land, primarily tasked with preventing incursions from the ghost clan while maintaining local order. Achievements earned in this capacity can be exchanged for contributions, allowing one to acquire desired items. Furthermore, these contributions are not solely redeemable within Daoshan ancient land, but can also be utilized in Wentianghai City to procure any treasures you wish. In theory, if your contributions are sufficient, even acquiring a scroll from the painting Immortal would pose no issue. The painting Immortal scroll, Li Hengsheng exclaimed, his eyes widening. Wait, has my senior brother already attained the innate realm? He blinked in astonishment. That is impressive. Indeed, Zhou Jun confirmed. My senior brother entered the innate realm 3 years ago. As for my second senior sister, she has also reached that level, but her circumstances are somewhat unique, preventing her from being dispatched. Now, among our Master-S disciples, only you and I remain as the unfortunate ones yet to reach the innate stage. Ha. Li Hengsheng shot Zhou Jun a glance. The unfortunate one is certainly myself. As evening approached, Zhou Jun prepared to leave, casting a lingering gaze at Qingyu Mountain. Li Hengsheng exchanged a few words with Su Kuei before retreating into the secret chamber to cultivate, while Su Kuei merely nodded in silence, offering no further comment. Indeed, Su Kuei found it rather peculiar. He was well aware of Su Muhai's criteria for accepting disciples. Talents like Li Hengsheng were already considered a rare exception even at the outer sect. It was truly baffling that he would be accepted as a direct disciple. Nevertheless, since Su Muhai had chosen Li Hengsheng, Su Kuei resolved to devote himself wholeheartedly to serving as Li Hengsheng's steward, refraining from further inquiries. Upon entering the secret chamber, Li Hengsheng promptly produced the golden domain pill, determined to first ascend to the 5th level of the transcendence realm. He contemplated the weapon he would cultivate and sought to comprehend his inaugural martial arts technique. His journey was destined to commence from this very moment. As he consumed the golden domain pill, its potent effect surged through his body, causing his internal organs to tremble violently. The formidable potency permeated Li Hengsheng's muscles and cells, and he could feel his physical form transforming at an astonishing pace. Having already reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the transcendence realm, advancing to the 5th level now seemed a trivial challenge. Even with mediocre aptitude, one could hardly withstand the might of such a powerful elixir. Li Hengsheng sensed that within a day, he would undoubtedly break through to the 5th level of the transcendence realm. At Qianxue Peak, Su Muhai ascended the mountain. Though he appeared somewhat tattered, he felt no chill. A calm voice resonated, and as Su Muhai looked up, he beheld a figure clad in white seated within the snow pavilion, holding a wooden staff and inscribing something upon the snow. Although the figure did not raise his gaze, Su Muhai was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of being within a pure and tranquil aura. It was as though the entirety of Qianxue Peak existed within this individual's ethereal presence. In the vast expanse of the universe, every movement and action seems to be governed by a singular thought. The deputy sect master, Su Muhai, approached, inquiring, "It appears the sect master has yet to return. Do you know when he will come back?" "I do not know," Shui Qianbai replied, shaking his head. "The last time the sect master ventured into the world, he was absent for 3 years. It has only been a few months this time, so it is uncertain." With a sigh of resignation, Su Muhai expressed, "Do you have something on your mind?" Shui Qianbai offered, "Is there anything I can assist you with? Are you aware of how to dispel the curse of the ghostly grudge?" Su Muhai asked directly. "The King of Earth can only suppress it, not eradicate it. Should an unforeseen event occur, this curse may very well cost him his life." Upon hearing the phrase curse of the ghostly grudge, Shui Qianbai's brow arched in intrigue. Before Su Muhai could fully comprehend the situation, Shui Qianbai had vanished from the pavilion, only to reappear right before him. He seized Su Muhai by the collar, noticing the ghostly infant-like handprint on his neck. "So it is indeed the curse of the ghostly grudge," he remarked, releasing his grip. "Has it manifested yet?" "Yes." Su Muhai shuddered, recalling the sensation he never wished to experience again. "Fortunately, I received guidance from a senior, who provided me with a treasure to suppress it. So it should not flare up for the time being." Shui Qianbai turned, asking, "Is it the one known as Li Changqing?" "Indeed," Su Muhai admitted. Having previously mentioned Li Changqing to Shui Qianbai, he is truly an extraordinary individual, capable of containing the power of the curse. Shui Qianbai replied, "While I am not certain of a method to lift the curse, I do know of a potential solution. Who cast the curse of resentment upon you? Eliminate it, and the curse shall naturally be lifted. Yet, this remains an unsolvable predicament. That painting has already been consumed by flames, rendering the entrance untraceable. Moreover, even if the entrance were discovered, upon entering the ancient cold temple, one's cultivation would be suppressed, making the challenge against that malevolent spirit far more complex than merely being cursed. The sect leader may possess a solution, yet he has immersed himself in the world. His whereabouts unknown. You might venture out to seek him. Perhaps fortune will favor you," Shui Qianbai remarked. "Additionally, should your curse manifest and become unbearable, you are welcome to seek my assistance." "Oh, the deputy sect leader has a method to help me suppress it?" Su Muhai's eyes brightened. He had previously harbored concerns about the potential ineffectiveness of the statue, but it seems Shui Qianbai has a plan. "My sword will ensure a swift and painless resolution," Shui Qianbai asserted earnestly. Chapter 054. The mysterious puppet. Su Muhai departed, muttering under his breath. Shui Qianbai chuckled softly, shaking his head before continuing to etch something in the snow with a broken branch. The biting wind swept through, and snowflakes fell, obscuring the words inscribed upon the ground. Undeterred, Shui Qianbai proceeded to write 2 more characters, Qingyang. Gazing at these 2 characters, he momentarily lost his focus. At that very moment, a snow sculpture soared through the sky, nearly indistinguishable against the white backdrop. It alighted near the snow pavilion, and Shui Qianbai approached to retrieve a letter from the sculpture. Upon unfolding the parchment, he found a single phrase inscribed, "Disaster is imminent, do not approach." Upon reading these 6 words, Shui Qianbai narrowed his eyes, casually tucking the letter into his garment before rising to his feet. As a gust of snow swept through, Shuai vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the solitary snow pavilion, as if no one had ever existed in this place. The following morning, when the first ray of sunlight cascaded upon the ancient land of Daoshan, the door to Li Hengsheng's training chamber on Qingyu Mountain creaked open. Li Hengsheng emerged, eyes closed, savoring the warmth of the sun's embrace. At this moment, he was markedly different from the day before, acutely aware of a surge of vitality coursing through his being. His blood was invigorated, and his strength had notably increased. The process of transcending the mundane is inherently one of shedding the ordinary and undergoing a metamorphosis. The initial 4 levels merely reflect an enhancement of one's strength and speed, but it is not until the 5th level that true transformation commences. By fortifying the internal organs with vital energy, one can augment overall strength. Only those endowed with robust vitality and resilient organs can harness the power of qi. Thus, stepping into the realm of the postnatal is contingent upon reaching the 5th level of transcending the mundane, marking the genuine commencement of one's cultivation journey. Having consumed an entire golden domain pill to attain the 5th level, Li Hengsheng felt it somewhat extravagant. However, having reached this milestone, he was now qualified to comprehend the techniques of cultivation. "Good morning, Su Shu," he greeted upon spotting Su Kuei observing the servants at work. Su Kuei, seemingly reticent, merely nodded in acknowledgement. He immediately discerned that Li Hengsheng had ascended to the 5th level of transcending the mundane, but chose not to comment on it. Su Kuei suddenly recalled something important and approached Li Hengsheng, presenting him with a golden token from his sleeve. "This is the token of the direct disciple of the young master. You will need it while traversing the ancient lands. Do not misplace it." "Thank you, Uncle Su." Li Hengsheng accepted the token, feeling its substantial weight, embossed with the character Forheng. "Breakfast is ready. The young master can dine at any time." After uttering this, Su Kuei returned to observing others at work. Having finished his meal, Li Hengsheng initially intended to take a stroll. Yet he suddenly remembered the mysterious box Sima Hai had gifted him earlier. That invaluable treasure, not meant for public knowledge. He hurried back to his meditation chamber, eager to unveil its contents. Ensuring the door was securely closed and that no one was outside, he gently opened the box. Wrapped in golden fabric lay an object, which he lifted to gauge its weight. It was surprisingly light. As he unveiled the fabric, he was astonished to find a piece of wood. Though it was wood, it had been exquisitely carved into the likeness of a person. What an exquisite creation! Just a glance left Li Hengsheng utterly captivated. It truly resembled a human being, so meticulously detailed that even the gaze seemed lifelike. Such masterful craftsmanship. How could this have been achieved? The figure depicted an elderly man, leaning against a wall, his left hand clasping a wine gourd, appearing somewhat inebriated, while his right hand surprisingly held a brush. Suddenly, Li Hengsheng sensed that something was amiss. Uncertain of the reason, Li Hengsheng felt an inexplicable and profound sensation wash over him as he gazed upon the old man. It was a magnetic allure that compelled him to delve into the intricacies of the wooden carving. Could it be that the means of understanding extend beyond mere paintings to encompass other forms of artistry? Instinctively, Li Hengsheng immersed himself in contemplation. The figure of the old man materialized vividly in his mind, as if resurrected from the endless river of time. Li Hengsheng seemed to witness the entirety of the old man's life unfolding before him. The experience was extraordinarily peculiar, even bordering on the miraculous, causing him to lose track of time and place, ultimately leading him to forget even his own identity. What a magnificent treasure this is! After an indeterminate period, Li Hengsheng returned to his senses, finding himself slumped on the ground, the wooden sculpture still quietly resting there, as though nothing had transpired. Had night fallen? He turned to glance outside, astonished to discover that the sky had dimmed significantly. He carefully stowed away the sculpture in a cabinet before stepping outside. "Young master, you have emerged from your seclusion?" Su Kuei inquired as he noticed Li Hengsheng's appearance. "I did not enter seclusion," Li Hengsheng replied with a smile. "Did we not meet just this morning?" "This morning?" Su Kuei's expression shifted to one of perplexity. "If I recall correctly, our last encounter was 5 days ago." "Indeed. It was the morning 5 days ago," Su Kuei nodded. 5 days. Li Hengsheng was taken aback. However, Su Kuei did not appear to be joking, and it was evident that he possessed no sense of humor. He spoke very little. How could one possibly jest? During this time, Zhou Jun visited once, but upon realizing that you were in seclusion, he left. Su Kuei remarked. Understood. Li Hengsheng, in a daze, returned to his room, still unable to comprehend how 5 days had slipped away so swiftly. It felt to him as if merely a moment had passed. And what was that wooden object? Who was that old man? Such a figure had not been mentioned in the Cangyuan realm. Moreover, after only a brief period, he found that he could hardly recall the things he had previously seen, as if his memories were fading away. To this day, he could only remember the old man's name. which seemed to be Wu Daozi. This name felt unfamiliar. Li Hengsheng pondered throughout the night, unable to discern what kind of treasure this truly was. Having spent 5 days on it, it appeared that there had been no significant change. His cultivation remained steadfastly at the 5th level of the transcendence realm, and his aptitude still seemed rather lacking. It seemed imperative to seize the opportunity to inquire with his master. Li Hengsheng resolved that after dawn, he would first visit the pagoda of floating thoughts, aiming to comprehend a new technique. In his heart, he set a modest goal. Within 3 months, he must grasp a new method. After breakfasting in the morning, Li Hengsheng set forth toward the pagoda of floating thoughts. The pagoda was situated atop Floating Peak, conveniently not far from Muhai Peak. Riding an ordinary steed, he arrived in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Atop Floating Peak, the place was bustling with activity, teeming with visitors. Reminiscent of a lively temple fair, Li Hengsheng was also visiting for the first time, and he found it quite refreshing. At that moment, the conversation between 2 disciples by the roadside captured his attention. Have you heard? Master Mu Haifeng has accepted a new direct disciple, who is merely at the transcendent stage. Indeed, yesterday our senior brother Han mentioned that he intends to challenge him in 6 months. Chapter 055. He is actually a direct disciple. I had inquired earlier, and it is said that he was originally a disciple of Wanzai Peak. Isn't Wanzai Peak known for its miscellaneous disciples? How did he become a direct disciple? I heard his aptitude is quite poor as well. It's puzzling. If that is the case, in 6 months, he might not even reach the innate stage. If so, challenging him would be quite difficult. Upon overhearing this discussion, Li Hengsheng realized that news of his becoming a direct disciple must have spread. Those eager to challenge him were already preparing themselves. Time was of the essence. He needed to elevate his abilities swiftly. At the very least, he aimed to reach the innate stage within 6 months. Navigating through the throngs of people, Li Hengsheng made his way towards the floating pagoda, where many sought to comprehend the scrolls. From a distance, he caught sight of the floating pagoda, and this was his first encounter with it, which left him utterly astonished. The grandeur of the floating pagoda exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated merely a building, yet it appeared to be a colossal edifice, comparable to a great mountain. The human and material resources required to construct such a monumental structure must have been substantial. The towering pagoda of floating dreams looms like a colossal mountain, exuding an imposing grandeur that seems to crush all beneath it. In the plaza before the pagoda, countless disciples await their turn to enter, forming a long queue. Despite the pagoda's vastness, space remains limited, necessitating this orderly line. Many seek to comprehend the scrolls, yet some find themselves unable to grasp the martial arts even after multiple attempts, leading them to return time and again. Mastery of a single scroll is not a swift endeavor. It demands a dedicated journey of profound understanding. However, individuals differ greatly in their capabilities. Some require continuous study of the scrolls to elevate their martial prowess, while certain prodigies can penetrate the depths of martial arts after just one examination. Aided by the forces of nature and their remarkable insight, the pagoda boasts 6 entrances, each bustling with eager individuals, save for the 6th entrance, which stands conspicuously devoid of any line. Li Hengsheng, curious yet aware that the absence of a queue must hold its own significance, decided to join one of the existing lines. Surveying the scene, he noted that hundreds of people stood before him, leaving him to ponder how long he would be waiting. "Ah, I haven't seen you before," a disciple ahead of him remarked, turning to observe Li Hengsheng. Adorned with a long sword at his waist and a blade of grass clutched between his teeth, he emitted an air of nonchalance. "I am new here," Li Hengsheng replied. "Which peak do you hail from?" the disciple inquired. "Mount Muhai," Li Hengsheng answered truthfully. Upon hearing that it pertained to Mu Haifeng, the disciple's eyes instantly brightened with delight as he exclaimed, "What a coincidence! I too am a disciple of Mu Haifeng. I had no idea he had taken on a newcomer. My name is Wu Tong, an outer disciple of Mu Haifeng, and I am your senior brother." He spoke with a sense of pride, adding, "Since you are the new junior brother, I shall take it upon myself to look after you. Should anyone in the outer sect bully you, just mention my name. Perhaps they will be lenient in their blows." Li Hengsheng gazed at Wu Tong with a hint of surprise, asking, "Are you also at the transcendent stage? Is there indeed a transcendent stage among the outer disciples?" "Why shouldn't there be?" Wu Tong replied. "Are you not at the transcendent stage yourself?" Caught off guard, Wu Tong responded, "Disciples of exceptional talent can indeed be admitted to the outer sect even at the transcendent stage. Could it be that you did not enter directly?" "I was previously at Wanzai Peak," Li Hengsheng explained. "Wanzai Peak. That place indeed requires one to reach the acquired stage to gain entry into the outer sect." "Oh, so your ability to enter here must be due to some connections," Wu Tong remarked, clearly intrigued by Li Hengsheng. "By the way, senior brother Wu, how long do we have to wait in line?" Li Hengsheng shifted the topic. Well, it should take about 7 or 8 hours. Wu Santong replied with a wry smile. It is no easy feat to have a turn, so you will have to grow accustomed to such days. Such a long wait, Li Hengsheng frowned. Just then, a gust of wind swept across from a distance. A figure, employing a remarkable footwork technique, swiftly arrived at the square. It was a woman, dressed in striking crimson attire, making her particularly eye-catching. She strode directly towards the 6th entrance and entered the pagoda. Who was that person? And how could she gain entry so effortlessly? Li Hengsheng felt somewhat perplexed. However, Wu Santong seemed rather unfazed and explained to Li Hengsheng. The 6th passage is reserved for direct disciples. That young lady is named Lin Tong, a direct disciple of the Miao Yuan Peak. So naturally, she is permitted to enter. Ah, I see, Li Hengsheng replied, then stepped out of the line, making his way towards the 6th entrance. Hey, where are you going? Don't head that way. You'll get scolded, Wu Santong hurriedly warned. Isn't it said that direct disciples can go that way? Li Hengsheng chuckled. I, too, am a direct disciple. So I should be able to enter without queuing. Thank you, Brother Wu. With that, Li Hengsheng walked towards the 6th entrance without looking back. Has he lost his senses? Wu Santong dropped the straw stick from his mouth in disbelief. Is this child suffering from delusions? Many others in line noticed Li Hengsheng's actions and began to snicker. The guard stationed there had quite a temper. Previously, a new disciple had attempted to enter from that direction without understanding the rules and had been reprimanded. Given the tedium of waiting in line, they found it amusing to watch. A guard stood at the 6th entrance. He glanced at Li Hengsheng, noting his mere transformation realm cultivation, and assumed he was just another oblivious newcomer. Just as he was about to scold him, Li Hengsheng produced his direct disciple token. The guard examined it closely and indeed confirmed it was a token of a direct disciple. It was his first encounter with a direct disciple of the transformation realm. Although surprised, he did not make things difficult and allowed Li Hengsheng to enter. Upon witnessing Li Hengsheng's entrance, all present were utterly astonished. A disciple of the transcendence realm? Goodness, it is indeed Li Hengsheng. Wu Santong suddenly grasped the situation and exclaimed, What? He is Li Hengsheng? The very same one who, as a mere servant of Wan Zai Peak, ascended to the status of an inner disciple in the transcendence realm? Unbeknownst to him, as Li Hengsheng stepped into the Futa Pavilion, the entire Futa Square erupted in commotion. Passing through a dimly lit corridor, he entered the inner sanctum of the pavilion. However, upon arrival, he found the atmosphere remarkably tranquil, surrounded by numerous darkened chambers. Ahead, Lin Tong, who had entered earlier, was engaged in conversation with a man. Sensing Li Hengsheng's presence, both turned to regard him. Transcendence realm? Lin Tong was momentarily taken aback, then could not restrain herself from addressing Li Hengsheng. You must be the new inner disciple of Mu Hai Peak, correct? Chapter 056. The Zhaoshan Celestial Map Senior Sister Lin Tong knows of me? Li Hengsheng inquired as he approached, respectfully clasping his fists before Lin Tong and the man beside her, who was also observing him. It was impossible not to know. The entire Daoshan ancient land was already well acquainted with the illustrious name of Li Hengsheng. Lin Tong smiled, revealing no surprise at his lackluster aptitude, as the rumors had already circulated outside. And who might this esteemed elder be? Li Hengsheng asked, directing his gaze toward the man beside Lin Tong. The gentleman appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, clad in a long, blue-patterned robe that accentuated his learned demeanor. This is the esteemed master of the Futu Pavilion, Lin Tong introduced. Greetings, Pavilion Master, Li Hengsheng replied with utmost respect. There's no need for such formalities. The Pavilion Master responded graciously. The Master of the Pagoda spoke calmly. This is your first visit, so allow me to explain the rules of the pagoda. Li Hengsheng listened attentively. The pagoda is a repository of cherished paintings from the ancient realm of Daoshan. The artworks are categorized into 2 types, originals and copies. The essence contained within a painting is finite, and it is impossible for every nuance to have been preserved from ancient times to the present. Thus, there exist artisans who create copies. While the purpose of a copy is akin to that of the original, it cannot convey the original's profound meaning with the same clarity. Consequently, the martial insights derived from the copies may not be as comprehensive, depending on the individual's comprehension. Outer disciples and inner disciples are limited to deriving insights from copies, while direct disciples have the privilege of engaging with the originals, but only for 3 time periods at a time, as prolonged stays are prohibited. The master of the pagoda articulated extensively, and Li Hengsheng grasped every word. If one could truly comprehend the paintings, the originals would undoubtedly be superior. It is indeed remarkable that Daoshan has preserved numerous originals after so many years. Well then, Junior Brotherly, I shall retreat to my training. Should the opportunity arise, do come visit me, Lin Tong concluded, stamping her foot as she ascended into the air. She stepped onto several platforms, reaching the 5th level, before entering a chamber and closing the door. That girl remains as impetuous as ever, the master of the pagoda sighed, shaking his head. Why take the stairs when she insists on leaping up with her lightness skills? You have only just reached the 5th level of the transformation realm. You are here to grasp the first martial art, are you not? The master of the floating pagoda remarked. The refinement of one's body is a crucial step for martial artists. Here is a list of body refining techniques. Peruse it and see which intrigues you, and you may wish to try your hand at it. Upon finishing his words, he presented Li Hengsheng with a tome. As Li Hengsheng opened the book, he was met with a dense array of martial arts that momentarily left him breathless. The sheer volume was overwhelming. It appeared there were perhaps 1,000 varieties. In total, there were 1,304 body-refining martial arts discerned from the myriad scrolls within the ancient Dao Mountain. However, martial arts are not equal. The quality varies significantly. The techniques exceeding 1,000 were crafted by ordinary artists, while over 200 were the work of skilled masters. Among the remainder, some were from lesser-known figures, with the rest being the creations of esteemed painters of the saint level. The master of the floating pagoda continued his exposition. Li Hengsheng found himself dazzled, as the tome also highlighted several particularly formidable techniques. Naturally, his first choice gravitated towards those artworks inspired by the illustrious talents of saint-level masters. Such pieces are imbued with profound insights. Although the comprehension may prove challenging, it is essential to make the attempt. Additionally, the prospect of witnessing the artistry of a saint would surely evoke envy in his father. Determined, Li Hengsheng expressed, I wish to select this piece, The View of Immortals from Zhaoshan. Regarding Li Hengsheng's choice, the master of the floating pagoda was not at all surprised, for it is customary for every direct disciple who arrives at the floating pagoda to endeavor to comprehend this particular painting. This artwork, attributed to an unknown artist, has been passed down through the ages, its existence spanning countless years. However, a millennium ago, within the ancient realm of Daoshan, a prodigy emerged who, upon gazing at the Zhaoshan Wangxian II, managed to grasp a unique martial art known as the Wuwang Hansen Shoin. Mastering this technique rendered him invincible among peers of the same rank, marking him as a paragon among the youth of that era. Yet, due to his excessive prominence, he was tragically extinguished before he could fully mature. Since that time, nearly 1,000 years have elapsed without anyone else deriving any martial wisdom from the Zhaoshan Wangxian Tuesday. The Wuwang Hansen Shoin has become utterly lost to time, a lamentable fate for the ancient realm of Daoshan. Numerous direct disciples have sought enlightenment from this painting, yet none have succeeded in extracting any insights. On the 9th level resides the Zhaoshan Wangxian Tuesday. The master of the floating pagoda proclaimed, You have 3 hours to attempt your understanding. Thank you, Master, Li Hengsheng replied, turning to ascend the staircase, gradually making his way to the 7th floor. Each level boasted different chambers, each bearing the name of the artwork within. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Li Hengsheng realized that this was the exclusive domain of direct disciples. External and inner disciples were directed elsewhere. The privileges afforded to direct disciples truly limited the imagination of the weaker individuals. The entire 7th floor contained but a few chambers. Within these chambers reside the most exquisite masterpieces of Daoshan, from which individuals have discerned 3 and even 4 distinct martial arts. These creations are of the highest caliber, accessible solely to direct disciples. Ordinary practitioners are permitted only to replicate these works. The prospect of attaining profound martial wisdom from mere copies is exceedingly slim. As Li Hengsheng approached the entrance of the Zhaoshan Wangxian II, he inhaled deeply before pushing the door ajar. The room exuded an air of tranquility and elegance, with fragrant incense wafting through the space, enveloping him in a comforting ambience. His gaze was drawn to a distant scroll, which remained closed, yet even from afar, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards it, an enigma even to himself. Approaching the scroll, he delicately unfastened the silk thread, causing it to unfurl gracefully. In an instant, the Zhaoshan Wangxian II materialized before him. Li Hengsheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the artwork, a majestic mountain range under a sky shrouded in ethereal purple clouds, which seemed to blanket half the heavens. Amongst those clouds, a colossal figure appeared to traverse the void, towering far beyond any giant he had previously encountered in the ancient realm of Changya. Could this truly be an immortal? A profound shock coursed through Li Hengsheng. The immense silhouette emanated a weighty aura of authority. Beneath the painting, a phrase was inscribed, Zhaoshan Shing, Isi Wangxian, a mere 8 characters that resonated with profound significance. Li Hengsheng felt an inexplicable tightness in his heart. Within the purple clouds, there indeed loomed a colossal figure, reminiscent of an immortal. Yet, it was ultimately but a mere illusion. Nonetheless, this artwork remained a celestial creation. The unknown entity, whether it be an immortal or not, astonishingly imparted profound martial techniques. Truly, such extraordinary individuals exist in this world. As Li Hengsheng gazed upon the painting, he was deeply moved. He scrutinized the artwork before him with an appreciative demeanor, for he had never anticipated deriving any martial insights from the Zhaoshan Wangxian Tuesday. Throughout the ancient Dao Mountain, countless exceptional talents had emerged over millennia, yet none had discerned formidable martial arts from it. How could one of his mediocre aptitude possibly achieve such a feat? He had come merely to behold the immortal's visage. However, at that moment, Li Hengsheng was taken aback as he thought he had witnessed the enormous illusionary arm within the purple clouds move slightly. He questioned whether he was merely hallucinating. How could it possibly move? Yet, at that instant, a chill ran down his spine. The immense figure of the immortal within the purple clouds gradually turned to face him. This left Li Hengsheng feeling utterly paralyzed. Why? Why could this painting move? Simultaneously, his consciousness involuntarily penetrated the artwork. Mountains and rivers, azure skies, and purple clouds all were rendered with astonishing realism, especially the figure of the immortal amidst the clouds. Li Hengsheng felt as though his eyes were not his own. Every mark in the painting revealed a flow of ethereal elegance. What was happening? This vast world had transformed into something entirely different. Each flower and blade of grass pulsated with traces of life, and the distant sound of flowing rivers resonated with a rhythmic cadence. That rhythm was akin to a melody woven into the fabric of the universe. Li Hengsheng seemed to perceive countless rules and transformations. More significantly, a celestial being gazed down upon him, their eyes locking with his. "You can see through me. No wonder you possess such a formidable shadow." A voice echoed in Li Hengsheng's ears. His heart thundered as if struck by lightning. Was the immortal speaking? Had he truly heard the voice of the divine? "I have a shadow. What could it mean? We are fated to meet. Thus, I shall impart to you a method. The depth of your understanding shall depend upon your own efforts." With that, the world before Li Hengsheng transformed. He beheld a towering figure that seemed to traverse realms. And upon that majestic celestial form, a diagram of the sun and moon emerged. Half of it radiated like the sun, while the other half morphed into the moon. The sorrow of the sun and moon, the dance of gods and demons, a myriad of stars encircled as companions. Li Hengsheng stood agape at this spectacle. Was this truly the legendary immortal? He had encountered a celestial being. Each transformation of the immortal unfolded before him, and it felt as though his eyes could pierce through all laws. Gradually, he sank deeper into the immortal's display. Thunderous echoes resounded. A subtle tremor began to escalate, growing increasingly intense until the entire floating pagoda commenced to shake. What could be happening? Many disciples within the floating pagoda, absorbed in their contemplation of the paintings, were jolted back to awareness, while those in the plaza outside stood in stunned silence. Was it an earthquake? Yet, it seemed only the floating pagoda was quaking. The master of the floating pagoda set aside his book and stepped out of his chamber, raising his gaze towards the structure, his expression grave. "This is..." A flicker of astonishment illuminated the master's eyes. "Someone has comprehended a new martial art." The master of the floating pagoda exclaimed in surprise. It was not only the master who sensed it at that moment. The 36 peak masters of the ancient Daoshan region also felt a powerful aura emanating from the direction of the floating pagoda. They had previously experienced such fluctuations, an indication that someone had derived a new martial art from the paintings, a wave of energy birthed by an artistic revelation. Has someone truly comprehended a new martial art? On Hundredly Peak, a man with a hawkish nose gazed into the distance and mused. It has been 13 years since anyone last realized a new martial art. I wonder which prodigious talent from our Daoshan region has achieved this. A new martial art. Indeed, another one has been born, yet which painting could it be? Others expressed their curiosity in hushed tones. On a nearby peak, Zhou Jun was feeding his horse when Zidian glanced towards the horizon. Zhou Jun too felt the intensifying waves of energy. "The floating pagoda has indeed produced a genius," Zhou Jun remarked, intrigued. "It seems that the fourth one has gone to the floating pagoda today. I never expected to encounter such excitement upon my arrival." Indeed, someone has truly grasped a new martial art. Goodness, has not the essence of martial arts within a painting already been comprehensively understood by many? Is it conceivable that someone could forge a new path? Such remarkable prowess is evident, as one disciple remarked with an envious expression. "Senior brother, how might one attain insight into a new martial art?" A curious outer disciple inquired of his companion. The senior brother cleared his throat and replied, "Imitating the paths of others is relatively straightforward. However, to carve out one's own unique path is a formidable challenge. The first individual to accomplish this is indeed a genuine prodigy. Yet, to derive a new martial art from a painting, starting from nothing. necessitates a profound comprehension of the artwork, something most individuals cannot achieve. Such individuals possess extraordinary talent. The senior brother shook his head with a hint of resignation and added, though our Daoshan ancient land boasts thousands of martial arts, the number that has been genuinely comprehended by our disciples is scarcely 100, a testament to the accumulation of countless eras by our predecessors. While the identity of the disciple who has discerned this new martial art remains unknown, I confidently assert that this individual will undoubtedly become a cornerstone of our Daoshan ancient land in the future. The senior brother remarked with a smile. The crowd fell silent in astonishment, yet they understood that creating something from nothing is indeed the most arduous task. To attain such profound understanding of a painting indicates that this individual must possess considerable artistic talent as well. They became increasingly curious about who this prodigy truly was. At that moment, several figures gracefully approached from afar, including the master of Bailey Peak and the master of Niha Peak. Ha ha ha, our sect has birthed another genius. This is indeed a cause for celebration. I am eager to discover who it is and whether it is one of my talented disciples from Niha Peak. The master of Niha Peak chuckled while patting his round belly. Do not be so shameless. With your few disciples from Niha Peak, how could that possibly be the case? Sneered the master of Bailey Peak, his hawk-like nose accentuating his disdain. My direct disciple, Zhao Wuyin, has arrived at the Putu Pavilion today, claiming he wishes to comprehend a new painting. I am certain it must be him. However, at that very moment within the Putu Pavilion, the pavilion master wore an expression of grave concern and astonishment. The fluctuations emanating from within were intensifying, so much so that everyone could perceive the source. If it were from another room, it might have been dismissed, but the origin of these fluctuations was on the 7th floor, Zhaoshan Wangxian II. It was the new direct disciple of Mu Haifeng. The pavilion master could scarcely believe his eyes. If it were anyone else, it might be acceptable. But it was that little fellow from the transcendence realm? To gain insight into a new martial art was one thing, but that painting was the Zhaoshan Wangxian II. Chapter 58. The Chosen One. Only a millennium ago had someone derived martial arts from the Zhaoshan Wangxian Tuesday. For nearly 1,000 years, no one had managed to stir even a hint of movement from that painting. Even he had personally attempted it without success. To think that now someone had actually discerned a new martial art from the Zhaoshan Wangxian II was utterly inconceivable. When Hengsheng arrived at the pagoda of floating images, it was evident that his aptitude was rather mediocre, even to the point of being considered poor. Yet, astonishingly, he achieved what no one else could accomplish, a true miracle. The few direct disciples within the pagoda were left dumbfounded upon witnessing the phenomena emanating from the 7th layer. Someone has conjured a miracle today. Who could it be? Outside the pagoda, chaos ensued as the crowd began to sense something amiss. Many years prior, in the ancient land of Daoshan, a disciple had also comprehended new martial arts. But that disturbance lasted only the briefest moment, a mere incense stick's worth of time. What transpired today? Nearly an entire incense stick had passed, and the energy fluctuation showed no sign of waning. Rather, they intensified with each passing moment. Consequently, the bickering leaders of Bailey Peak and Niha Peak fell silent, their attention riveted on the pagoda of floating images, both puzzled by the unfolding events. At that moment, several other peak masters arrived, sensing the unusual nature of the situation, eager to ascertain the cause. The number of onlookers from floating peaks swelled. The once clamorous surroundings gradually succumbed to an eerie silence as all eyes fixated on the pagoda. Above it, an ethereal energy soared, transitioning from a pale blue to a brilliant golden hue, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, a powerful release of energy. The sheer magnitude of this force instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure, unlike any ordinary artwork. The master of Niha Peak spoke gravely. Could it be the creation of a master painter? Others involuntarily nodded in agreement, believing that only the artwork of a master painter could possibly emanate such potent spiritual energy. What was initially thought to be an ordinary painting had, in fact, the potential to be the creation of a renowned painter. At that moment, a figure emerged from the pagoda of floating images. It was the esteemed lord of the pagoda. The many peak leaders present stepped forward, bowing respectfully. The person who had appeared was indeed the master of the pagoda. Their eyes were filled with eagerness, as they yearned to discover which painting had incited such a commotion. Everyone, please disperse. There is nothing to see here, as such occurrences are not unprecedented, the lord of the pagoda remarked calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. However, this instance was markedly different from the past. There was an unmistakable uniqueness about this painting. One peak leader gazed intently at the beam of light, asserting that it must undoubtedly be the work of a master painter. Where is Su Mahai? The lord of the pagoda scanned the crowd, remaining silent as he sought Su Mahai's presence. It seems he has stepped out, replied the leader of the river reversal peak. He was absent since yesterday. Could it be that he is a disciple of Mahai Peak? At that moment, Another peak leader snapped back to attention, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be Zhou Jun? Who called for me?" A languid voice echoed at that moment. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing Zhou Jun swaggering toward them. "Greetings to all the esteemed peak leaders," Zhou Jun said respectfully as he approached. Upon finishing his words, Zhou Jun cast his gaze around, yet failed to spot the figure of Li Hengsheng. With a smile, he addressed the master of the floating tower, "Master, my junior brother should have come to the floating tower today as well, but I have not seen him. Has he already entered?" "Yes, he is inside." The master of the floating tower nodded in affirmation. "The commotion today is rather significant." Zhou Jun too felt the oppressive force of the spiritual energy, understanding that this matter was far from simple. "Zhou Jun, your master is absent. You should remain here to guard your junior brother," the master of the floating tower remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Jun, "It appears that your junior brother will not be emerging anytime soon, given the scale of the disturbance he has caused. When he finally does come out and finds that no one from Hengsheng has come to receive him, he is bound to feel disheartened." As he spoke, the master turned his gaze towards the top of the floating tower, where the surging spiritual energy showed no signs of abating. This was the first time he had encountered such a tumultuous event. Zhou Jun was initially taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. "The one who comprehended the new technique is my junior brother?" Zhou Jun's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, his voice rising slightly. This utterance set off a tremendous uproar. The individual who had realized a new technique was Zhou Jun's junior brother? Who was Zhou Jun's junior brother? Surely, everyone was aware of the most talked-about person in recent days, the historically most inept disciple, Li Hengsheng. The masters of the other peaks were similarly astonished, for they too had heard of Li Hengsheng's exploits, having lingered at Wanzai Peak for many years without ever reaching the fifth layer of the transcendence realm. It would not be an exaggeration to label him a failure. Yet now, he has unexpectedly comprehended a new martial art, an exceptionally formidable one at that. Sima Hai truly possesses discerning vision, managing to unearth a treasure from the refuse. Zhou Jun stood in stunned silence, gazing at the floating pagoda. Previously, he had been perplexed by his master's intentions, as Li Hengsheng's aptitude seemed wholly inadequate for entry. However, it now appears he had underestimated the situation. With his unparalleled insight into the artwork, he stands alone, unrivaled among the disciples of the Daoshan ancient realm. It is astonishing that even I failed to perceive this. The master of the floating pagoda understood that this matter could not remain concealed for long, as 4 of his direct disciples had witnessed the event. However, it was preferable to delay the revelation as long as possible. Merely allowing the outside world to know that Li Hengsheng had comprehended a new martial art would not cause much trouble. But should they learn that he had grasped the Zhaoshan Wangxian too, it would lead to significant complications. A millennium ago, the extraordinary genius who deciphered the Wuwang Hancheng showing in the Daoshan ancient realm was ultimately extinguished in his cradle due to the attention his talent attracted. Therefore, it is imperative to keep this matter discreet, known only to a select few. At this moment, Li Hengsheng remained blissfully unaware of the tumult he had stirred within the Daoshan ancient realm, for he was deeply immersed in the teachings imparted by the celestial beings. The myriad martial transformations unfolded before his eyes, evolving into countless nuances. To his astonishment, he found the comprehension of these concepts remarkably effortless, surpassing even his own expectations. Li Hengsheng increasingly felt that his ability to achieve this was entirely related to the wooden figure gifted to him by Sima Hai, particularly the enigmatic individual known as Wu Daozi. Who exactly is he? Is the shadow mentioned by the immortal truly that of Wu Daozi? The tempest persisted for a full 3 days before finally dissipating. Zhou Jun had vigilantly waited outside the floating pagoda for those 3 days. The 4 direct disciples who were privy to the truth had been sworn to secrecy by the master of the floating pagoda, instructed never to divulge what they had witnessed within its walls, even to their own peak master. In any case, they were to conceal the truth for as long as possible. On the 4th day, Li Hengsheng finally emerged from the floating pagoda. Chapter 059. The celestial and demonic body of sun and moon. Over these past days, Li Hengsheng felt as if he were living in a dream. He had transformed from a worthless, errand disciple into a direct disciple, and unexpectedly gleaned insights into the martial arts within the Zhaoshan Wangxian Tuesday. It was surreal. The techniques imparted by the immortal had unveiled the vastness of the heavens to Li Hengsheng. The celestial and demonic body of sun and moon was the martial art that Li Hengsheng had comprehended from the Zhaoshan Wangxian Tuesday. This was a purely body-refining technique. The extent of its power was still somewhat unclear to Li Hengsheng himself. As he stepped out of the floating pagoda, countless gazes converged upon him. The synchronized stares made Li Hengsheng acutely aware of what it meant to be the center of attention. "Old Fourth, you've come out." Zhou Jun, who had been seated on the ground, sprang up with excitement and approached Li Hengsheng. "Third senior brother, what brings you here?" Li Hengsheng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhou Jun. Ha. Such words. As a disciple of Mu Haifeng, I have comprehended a new martial art. And as your senior brother, it is only natural that I come to offer you my protection. Zhou Jun's gaze swept across all the disciples present as he proclaimed loudly, to prevent those short-sighted disciples from causing you trouble. They truly believe that Mu Haifeng's disciples lack capability. His voice boomed, resonating throughout the assembly. The multitude of disciples dared not utter a word. One, because they feared Zhou Jun, and the other, due to the astonishing fact that Li Hengsheng, having just entered the Putu Pavilion, had already grasped a new and formidable martial art. Such insight rendered them speechless, for they could not deny their own inferiority. Thank you, third senior brother. Li Hengsheng expressed his genuine gratitude for Zhou Jun's support. At that moment, the master of the Putu Pavilion also stepped forward. Master, the two quickly bowed in reverence. The pavilion master maintained his gaze fixed upon Li Hengsheng's face, smiling as he remarked, "You are quite impressive. After returning, be sure to devote yourself to diligent training. You remember what I spoke to you about earlier, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Li Hengsheng's expression grew serious. During his retreat, the pavilion master had summoned him for a private conversation, cautioning him to keep his enlightenment regarding the Jiaoshan Wangxian to a secret, for revealing it could easily invite trouble. To the outside world, he would disseminate the information that Li Hengsheng had merely comprehended the Wanqing Feng Wan Tu, which, though a remarkable artwork crafted by the sage of painting, primarily contained martial arts that focused on self-cultivation, posing minimal threat. It will not attract the attention of others. The disciple bears this in mind. Li Hengsheng nodded. Should there be anything unclear in the future, feel free to seek me out. I shall always be here. The master of the floating pagoda gazed at Li Hengsheng, his eyes brimming with admiration, an unparalleled demeanor. In the eyes of the floating pagoda master, not only did Li Hengsheng possess remarkable innate talent, but his understanding of art was truly exceptional, far surpassing his own. Thank you, esteemed master. Li Hengsheng expressed his gratitude once more. This astonished many disciples present. For the floating pagoda master was not known for his amiability. The sect had attempted numerous times to have him take on disciples, but he had always declined. It was unexpected for him to utter such words today. Go ahead, the floating pagoda master waved his hand. The disciple took his leave. At this moment, Li Hengsheng was eager to return and delve deeply into the insights he had gained from the sun and moon immortal demon divine body. Third senior brother, let us depart. Li Hengsheng said to Zhou Jun. Indeed, it is unfortunate that our revered master is not here. Otherwise, he would certainly have come in person. Zhou Jun replied with a smile. If the eldest senior brother and second senior sister were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be utterly astonished. Escorting Li Hengsheng back to Qingyu Mountain, he had initially invited Zhou Jun in for tea, but Zhou Jun declined. You have just grasped a new martial art. Now is the prime time to cultivate it while the inspiration is fresh. I shall not disturb you further. I will come again another time. With that, Zhou Jun departed with a wave. Li Hengsheng did not urge him to stay and immediately set about his cultivation. Young master, you have returned. Su Kuei had been waiting inside for quite some time. Su Shu, I am preparing to enter seclusion. If master seeks me, please inform him directly, Li Hengsheng instructed. Understood. Su Kuei replied. His gaze towards Li Hengsheng markedly altered. The commotion outside had stirred considerable attention, and Su Kuei was certainly aware of it. To have comprehended a new martial art upon his first entry into the floating pagoda, particularly through the works of the painting sage, demonstrated an extraordinary level of insight and talent, 1 in a billion. It was no wonder Su Muhai chose to take him as a disciple. Truly remarkable. I still have much ground to cover compared to my master, Su Kuei mused, watching the retreating figure of Li Hengsheng with a soft sigh. In the cultivation chamber, Li Hengsheng sat cross-legged, endeavoring to practice the method he had grasped. The sun and moon immortal demon body is a technique that aligns one's cultivation with the celestial movements of the sun and moon, forging one's body into an immortal demon form. This is an exceedingly powerful body-refining method. However, upon commencing his practice, Li Hengsheng quickly recognized the drawbacks of this technique. It was exceedingly challenging. Despite its formidable strength, it demanded an immense amount of energy, rendering it nearly impossible for one of his qualifications to even reach the threshold of mastery. After several hours of effort, Li Hengsheng found himself unable to achieve even the most basic level of the sun and moon's initial emergence. Resolutely, he took out 2 golden domain pills and consumed them in one swift motion. The immense potency of the pills surged through his body. Ordinarily, such a quantity would overwhelm him and hinder absorption. Yet, as he activated the sun and moon immortal demon body technique, he observed the formidable energy of the golden domain pills dissipating at an astonishing rate. Is it consuming too rapidly? He pondered. Li Hengsheng was taken aback. He had barely reached the initial stage, yet his resources were depleting at such an alarming rate. If he aspired to cultivate to the minor or major accomplishments in the future, would he not utterly exhaust himself? Initially, he believed that the golden domain pills provided by Su Mahai would suffice for him to ascend to the 9th level of the transcendence realm. Now, it appeared entirely insufficient. Nevertheless, he resolved to first cultivate the sun and moon immortal demonic body to the foundational level. Consequently, he consumed the remaining golden domain pills without restraint, devouring them 2 at a time, with no intention of conserving them. The effects were indeed remarkable. The radiance of the sun and moon began to manifest upon his form. A faint silhouette of the sun and moon could be discerned behind him, and amidst this celestial display, an indistinct figure sat cross-legged. As his cultivation progressed, a delicate line of blood manifested upon that figure. Though slender, Li Hengsheng could distinctly feel that the emergence of this first bloodline heralded a profound transformation within his own body. It was a metamorphosis he had never before experienced. The vitality and blood within him surged with a vigor far surpassing that of when he had just entered the 5th level of the transcendence realm. The energy roiled within him like turbulent waves, and Li Hengsheng felt as if he possessed boundless strength, yearning to plow 10 acres while allowing the oxen to rest. Yet, despite being at the 5th level of the transcendence realm and having consumed so many golden domain pills, he had still not achieved the 6th level. He couldn't help but lament the inadequacy of his innate talent. Li Hengsheng, at a loss for words, remarked, "Although it seems that the majority of the effects of the Jinyu pill have been absorbed by the sun and moon immortal demon body, this is somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, despite still being at the 5th level of the transformation realm, I sense that my vitality and blood essence are far more robust than that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level." This was by no means an illusion on Li Hengsheng's part. Prior to cultivating the sun and moon immortal demon body, he had already reached the 5th level of the transformation realm. His current realm remained unchanged, yet his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if he were to encounter his former self, he could easily defeat 10 of them without breaking a sweat. This remarkable change filled Li Hengsheng with excitement. He had taken the first step on the path of the strong. However, his expression soon soured as he gazed into the jade vial containing the Jinyu pill, which was now half gone. This was a gift from Su Mohai intended to aid his cultivation to the 9th level of the transformation realm. Yet he had consumed half of it and still had not reached the 6th level. Although the sun and moon immortal demon body was indeed impressive and powerful, the resources it required were exceedingly daunting. Previously, Li Hengsheng had heard tales of formidable body-refining martial arts that demanded a plethora of rare materials for cultivation. And he had also learned of the exorbitant costs incurred by some of his seniors in the Daoshan ancient land during their training. At that time, he thought the materials they consumed were already quite precious, but in comparison to his current situation, they paled in significance. As for future matters, he decided to put them aside for now. One cannot be suffocated by trivial concerns. If worse comes to worst, I shall find work elsewhere. Resolutely, Li Hengsheng continued to advance his cultivation. Having consumed the remaining golden domain pills, Li Hengsheng diligently refined his sun and moon celestial demon body. After a full 7 days, he finally emerged from the secluded chamber of cultivation. During this period, Li Hengsheng had completely depleted the golden domain pills. Remarkably, he had ascended to the 6th level of the transcendence realm. Should others discover that he had utilized an entire bottle containing 30 golden domain pills to reach this level, they would surely be left astounded. However, the vigor and vitality within Li Hengsheng were astonishingly potent, far surpassing that of his peers at the same realm. He even harbored a notion that, should he rely solely on his own vitality, he might contend with those at the 9th level of the transcendence realm. The stronger one's vitality, the more formidable the energy produced upon entering the acquired realm. A martial artist is akin to a vessel, as their vitality intensifies. Their physical form becomes increasingly robust, enhancing speed and strength, thus allowing for a greater capacity to contain energy in the future. It can be asserted that Li Hengsheng's foundational physique now far exceeds that of his fellow disciples. "Young master, you have exited your retreat," greeted Su Kuei as he approached. Despite Li Hengsheng currently being at the 6th level of the transcendence realm, Su Kuei sensed a profound power emanating from him. Vitality? Su Kuei's pupils constricted. The vitality contained within Li Hengsheng was entirely beyond what was expected at his current level. "Uncle Su, has anyone come to see me recently?" Li Hengsheng inquired. "No. The master has yet to return," Su Kuei remarked. "However, I see that the young master is currently brimming with vitality, which suggests he has achieved some progress. I wonder whether the young master intends to cultivate martial arts such as fist techniques or palm techniques, or perhaps delve into weaponry." "Weaponry," Li Hengsheng replied without hesitation. While it is true that palm and fist techniques possess considerable strength, Li Hengsheng had a distinct preference for weaponry. Moreover, Su Muhai had previously gifted him a piece of star iron, which only heightened his interest. Yet, he had not yet determined which weapon to practice. If it is weaponry. I have a suggestion, Su Kuei stated. Please, Uncle Su, do share, Li Hengsheng inquired. I perceive that the young master possesses a robust physique. In that case, why not consider training with heavier or longer weapons to better exploit this advantage? Su Kuei suggested. For instance, hammers or spears. While swords and similar weapons are formidable in their own right, in the short term, heavier weaponry offers a greater advantage when wielded skillfully. Li Hengsheng pondered this for a moment. He understood Su Kuei's reasoning and indeed had a particular fondness for long weapons. Spear techniques? That is certainly an admirable choice. Once the young master has made a decision, it would be prudent to visit the floating pagoda. Although we have paintings for contemplation on Muhai Peak, those are primarily for the outer disciples. For someone with the young master's exceptional comprehension abilities, seeking knowledge at the floating pagoda would be far more beneficial. Su Kuei spoke sincerely, recalling how Li Hengsheng had managed to grasp new martial arts on his initial visit to the floating pagoda, causing a stir throughout the ancient region of Daoshan. Thus, when it comes to understanding weaponry techniques, it is essential to choose wisely. Very well, Li Hengsheng resolved. I shall make another trip to the floating pagoda. However, Li Hengsheng did not rush to act immediately. After contemplating the time, he felt it was appropriate to write a letter to Li Changqing. Previously, Li Changqing had sent him over 7,000 taels of silver, and he was now uncertain about how his father was faring. Although he often felt exasperated by his father, whom he deemed a hopeless case, the last letter from Li Changqing had bestowed upon him a sense of warmth he had not felt in a long time. His father still cared for him. In the preceding years, Li Hengsheng had felt like a lost child, enduring grievances in silence and swallowing bitter tears. He thought he had grown accustomed to such a life. Yet he still yearned for the warmth of paternal love. Entering his study, Li Hengsheng took out paper and pen. After a moment of reflection, he began to compose a letter. However, he found himself short on silver at the moment. Although his direct disciples received a substantial monthly income from their cultivation resources, the time for that had not yet arrived. He calculated the remaining funds he possessed, which amounted to a little over 400 taels of silver. These were the remnants from the money Li Changqing had previously sent him. Once he completed the letter, he placed the silver note into the envelope, preparing to send it back. He was aware that Li Changqing had likely earned a considerable sum last time, but he knew his father all too well. No matter how much money he had, he would squander it recklessly. Thus, he feared his father might not have much left. Moreover, Li Changqing required materials for painting, and the paper and brushes were exceedingly expensive. For the time being, he decided to send this money back to Li Changqing, intending to remit more once his own cultivation resources arrived. After finishing the letter, Li Hengsheng entrusted it to Su Kuei, asking him to send it home on his behalf. He then departed from Cangyuan Mountain and once again made his way to the Futu Pavilion. Chapter 061. The Dominating Immortal Spear Technique. This was not his first visit to the Futu Pavilion. He was already quite familiar with the surroundings. However, when Li Hengsheng appeared on Futu Peak, he still attracted considerable attention. This seemingly unremarkable warrior of the Transcendence realm was a direct disciple of Mu Haifeng and had previously grasped formidable martial arts during his first visit to the pavilion. Thus, Li Hengsheng's arrival stirred quite a commotion, and he even noticed several female disciples gazing at him with affectionate eyes. "Senior brother," from a distance. A booming voice reached his ears as he saw someone rushing toward him. It was Wu Santong. With an expression of excitement, Wu Santong approached Li Hengsheng and exclaimed, "Senior brother, you are here. Last time, I had no idea you were my senior. I did not show you the proper respect." "No worries," Li Hengsheng replied with a smile. "I arrived late to Mu Haifeng, so it is understandable that you did not recognize me, especially since I did not introduce myself. Are you here today to comprehend martial arts again?" Wu Santong scrutinized Li Hengsheng, feeling an inexplicable sense of pressure despite Li Hengsheng's mere 6th level of Transcendence realm cultivation. Indeed, Li Hengsheng nodded. "Then you go ahead. Senior brother, we shall converse next time," Wu Santong quickly stated. "Very well, we shall talk next time," Li Hengsheng acknowledged. He understood that Wu Santong's politeness stemmed from his own status. However, Li Hengsheng held no disdain for such individuals. Those who exist in the lower echelons of society know the importance of seizing opportunities to grasp the essence of life. It is akin to encountering one's former self. Upon learning of the opportunity to enter the esteemed Mu Haifeng, one cannot help but yearn to seize this chance. Amidst the envious gazes of all, one steps through the 6th passage into the floating pagoda. Master of the pagoda, upon sighting the pagoda's lord, Li Hengsheng bows respectfully. He harbors a deep admiration for this venerable figure. The pagoda's lord observes Li Hengsheng for a moment before expressing his surprise. The Zhaoshan Wangxian diagram is indeed remarkable. The strength of your blood vitality at the 6th level of the transcendence realm is astonishing. The pagoda's lord perceives the remarkable transformation that Li Hengsheng has undergone. Have you come today to select a complementary martial art? He inquires. Indeed, Li Hengsheng affirms with a nod. Although the martial art derived from the Zhaoshan Wangxian diagram is potent, its entry requirements are exceedingly challenging, leaving me with little in terms of offensive techniques. Haha. The pagoda's lord chuckles, such is the nature of formidable martial arts. What style would you like to choose? As per our usual practice, the selection is yours. With that, the pagoda's lord hands the register back to Li Hengsheng. Master, I wish to select a spear technique, Li Hengsheng states earnestly. A spear technique? The pagoda's lord raises an eyebrow, nodding in approval. Indeed, given your physique, it is well suited for you to opt for heavy or long weaponry, capable of unleashing tremendous power. However, I must clarify, the pagoda's lord's tone grows serious. A weapon is a companion for one's entire life. In the vast Cangyuan realm, the prevalence of short weapons and the reverence for swords are profound, with countless powerful figures having emerged from their ranks. The paths forged by predecessors often allow for a more effortless journey. However, those who wield formidable and intricate weapons, carving their own unique paths, are few and far between, resulting in a scarcity of references. Do you comprehend my words? The disciple understands. Li Hengsheng nodded, yet he had already resolved his course of action. Well, since you grasped this, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Within the ancient martial arts of Daoshan, we have discerned 62 distinct spear techniques, all catalogued here. Upon concluding his statement, the master of the floating pagoda directed Li Hengsheng's attention to the names inscribed in the register. Li Hengsheng scrutinized the list, noting its meticulous organization. The master had even ranked these techniques. The foremost technique was named the Divine Spear of the Void, while the second was the 19 Tiger Strikes. Li Hengsheng continued to peruse the entries, meticulously examining each technique, which included annotations detailing their strengths and weaknesses. He immersed himself in this study for nearly half an hour. Meanwhile, the master of the floating pagoda exhibited remarkable patience, simply sipping tea and allowing Li Hengsheng to absorb the information at his own pace. This register was a privilege reserved solely for direct disciples. Even inner disciples were denied access. Just as Li Hengsheng began to feel overwhelmed by the plethora of information, he unexpectedly discovered a category at the very bottom of the register labeled Forbidden Classification. Within this section, he found a martial technique that immediately caught his eye, dominating Immortal Spear Technique. The name alone exuded an air of formidable power. Master, what is this dominating Immortal Spear Technique? Why is it categorized as forbidden? Li Hengsheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. All who have mastered this technique have met with an untimely demise. The lord of the floating pagoda cast a glance at the roster and remarked nonchalantly, indeed, this technique is extraordinarily formidable. In the ancient lands of Daoshan, for disciples have attempted to cultivate it, yet none have met a favorable end. All dead? Li Hengsheng inquired. Astonished, what kind of martial art could possibly lead to such fatality? The Bashian spear technique is undeniably powerful. It allows practitioners to unleash their inner strength with remarkable ferocity, arguably the most potent among all spear techniques. However, each release exacts a tremendous toll on one's internal energy or true essence, inflicting severe damage upon the physical form. Among the 4 disciples, one perished due to excessive exertion, his body irreparably harmed, ultimately succumbing to despair and taking his own life on a cliff. 2 others met their end through overexertion, collapsing from exhaustion. The final disciple, after vanquishing 6 foes with the Bashian spear technique, reached his limit, drained of strength, and was ultimately slain by the last adversary. Thus, the Bashian spear technique has become a forbidden art. The lord of the floating pagoda shook his head, advising against its reckless practice. Is that so? Yet, Li Hengsheng found himself intrigued by the Bashian spear technique. He pondered whether his sun and moon immortal demon body could master this formidable skill. Seemingly perceiving Li Hengsheng's thoughts, the lord of the floating pagoda smiled and said, on the 2nd floor, in the innermost chamber, he ventured forth to experience it. Many thanks, esteemed lord. Li Heng ascended the staircase. Reaching the innermost chamber on the 2nd floor, on the door was inscribed a name, the diagram of the dominant immortal spear. Li Heng pushed the door open and stepped inside. The layout of the room was quite similar to others, but upon entering it, Li Heng's gaze was immediately drawn to the picture hanging on the wall. This depiction showcased a long spear. Merely casting a glance at it compelled Li Heng to take a step back, for he was overwhelmed by a regal aura emanating from the spear's image, a commanding presence that was both daunting and suffocating. The aura surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him in its overwhelming might. As he observed the spear more closely, he noted the serrated tip and the elongated shaft, exuding an air of majesty, akin to a soaring dragon. It seemed as though the spear contained within it a ferocious beast, struggling to break free from its confines. Just a single glance was enough for Li Heng to develop an affinity for this weapon. He pondered the whereabouts of its true form, murmuring to himself. He was certain that such a spear existed in the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to have rendered it so vividly. Taking a deep breath, Li Heng extended his consciousness to delve into the essence of the picture, driven by an irresistible desire to understand it. He yearned to uncover the true terror of the dominant immortal spear technique. The deaths of the 4 practitioners deeply unsettled him, leaving a profound impact on his psyche. Immersed in the dominant immortal spear technique, Li Heng felt as though he wielded the spear himself, as if he stood atop the very heavens and earth. Suddenly, an astonishing force erupted from the long spear in his grasp, sending a tremor through Li Hengsheng's heart. It felt as though he could scarcely contain it. The surge of vitality within him surged forth, and the spear became a colossal outlet for this energy. As he unleashed the spear, he felt his entire being roiling with vitality, nearly overwhelming him. In that moment, Li Hengsheng comprehended why some had perished in their attempts to wield the dominant immortal spear technique. It was truly an immense drain on one's essence. Although the power of that strike was imbued with tremendous explosive force, the toll it exacted was equally terrifying. The instantaneous eruption of vitality was so great that even his meridians struggled to withstand it. Had he possessed an ordinary physique at the 6th level of the transcendence realm, that single thrust would have left them questioning the very nature of beauty. Remarkably, just half an hour later, Li Hengsheng fully grasped the profound essence of the dominant immortal spear technique from this artistic representation. He was certain that the wooden figure bestowed upon him by Su Mahai was indeed effective. To his astonishment, he had comprehended the dominant immortal spear technique in a single attempt. This technique was undeniably formidable, encompassing the concept of the 33 layers of waves, where each layer represented a mountain and a pass. In total, it allowed for the execution of 33 strikes, each possessing explosive power. However, the demands it placed on the physical body were equally extreme, as each strike unleashed incredible force, with the subsequent strike requiring an even more significant expenditure of energy. Thus far, no one has ever managed to wield the 33 spears. The 4 individuals who once mastered the divine spear technique likely could scarcely execute even a few strikes. Upon grasping this reality, Li Hengsheng comprehended the fate that befell them. This spear technique, indeed, ought to be classified as a forbidden art. A normal person cannot truly cultivate it. It is entirely a matter of risking one's life to employ it. Yet, at this moment, Li Hengsheng felt that the divine spear technique was exquisitely tailored for him. Such a formidable technique beckoned him to test his limits. Consequently, he resolved to cultivate the divine spear technique, temporarily setting aside all other spear arts. As Li Hengsheng emerged from his chamber, the master of the floating pagoda was momentarily taken aback by the look in his eyes. The master understood instantly that Li Hengsheng had made a decision. Have you truly resolved this? The master could not help but urge. This divine spear technique is indeed powerful, but its repercussions are significant. Have you considered this carefully? I have made up my mind, Li Hengsheng replied resolutely. Very well, since you have chosen your path, I shall not press further, said the master. We share a certain affinity. It is rare for me to witness someone comprehend the vision of the celestial mountain in my lifetime. Allow me to bestow upon you a small token of support. With that, the master retrieved a small vial from beneath the table. What is this? Li Hengsheng inquired, intrigued. This contains essence water, replied the master. Inside are 3 drops of essence water. When you forge your weapon later, ensure that these 3 drops are infused into it. They will enhance the resilience of your weapon. The strength of a weapon is one aspect. However, if one can incorporate a fine resilience, its potency is considerably enhanced, and it becomes less prone to damage. The master of the pagoda spoke. Thank you, master. A surge of joy welled up in Li Hengsheng's heart. With the celestial metal of the condensing light star and the primordial water spirit, the weapons he forges will undoubtedly be exceptional. Li Hengsheng now needs to prepare diligently to craft his very first firearm. In Changqing town, Li Changqing's fortunes have recently soared. The identity of the Yu family's grand offering has elevated him to a revered status, akin to that of an ancestor among the Yu family. Moreover, the Yu family's business has flourished remarkably, reaping substantial profits. With Li Changqing's assistance, the Yu family has witnessed significant improvement in their ventures, be it in the culinary field or other industries. Li Changqing originally found the cuisine at Jinhonglu to be rather mediocre, albeit overpriced. Thus, he took the initiative to enhance the menu of the Yu family's establishment. Furthermore, he advised the Yu family to focus on a particular aspect of their business, specifically breakfast. He observed that the breakfast offerings were quite meager, limited in variety to simple dishes such as pickles, plain porridge, and soy milk with fried dough. Consequently, Li Changqing introduced a new breakfast selection at the Yu family's restaurant, featuring rice rolls, hot dry noodles, shrimp dumplings, and spicy soup, thereby diversifying the breakfast menu. Additionally, he arranged for tea to accompany the morning meals and organized storytelling performances within the restaurant to attract patrons. Many guests leisurely enjoyed their tea and breakfast while listening to the storyteller narrate fascinating tales they had never heard before. Certainly, these tales were also derived from Li Changqing's past life, such as Cao Cao's 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite Wu Yazi to come out of retirement, and the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon, Jamozi's fury against Cangyuan. In this world, no one has ever heard of them. Li Changqing instructed a Fei to capture the elusive amethyst chicken from the nearby mountains. This breed, imbued with the bloodline of spirit beasts, is remarkably swift and difficult to catch. Most individuals would find it nearly impossible. Yet, before a Fei, it was hardly a challenge. Every 7 days, an amethyst chicken would be auctioned. The Yin family extolled the virtues of the amethyst chicken to an almost mythical extent, claiming it could replenish one's vitality. Furthermore, its consumption was believed to enhance vitality. This notion held tremendous allure for certain nobles in Changqing town, not merely for its purported benefits but also as a symbol of status. Consequently, the Yin family's tavern business flourished remarkably. Similarly, the fabric store experienced a surge in commerce. Li Changqing personally designed some finished garments for sale in the shop, endowing them with brand prestige. He collaborated with several renowned courtesans from local brothels, gifting them the garments to serve as living advertisements. By employing some marketing strategies from his previous life, the Yin family's fabric store also thrived. Their profits soared, a substantial boon for Li Changqing. Meanwhile, he continued to immerse himself in the vast collection of books at the Yin family's Wanshu Pavilion. He had yet to finish reading the volumes there. One day, as Li Changqing was engrossed in his studies, he heard the voice of Yin Buotao outside. Presently, all matters concerning Li Changqing were personally overseen by Yin Buotao, indicating his considerable regard for Li Changqing. Li Changqing emerged from the Wanshu building and was greeted by Yin Buotao, who smiled and said, "Great benefactor, you have received a letter from the ancient land of Daoshan." "Oh, my son has written to me?" Chapter 063, Li Changqing's probe. Though Li Changqing's hands were clean, he still wiped them on his clothing before accepting the letter. He seated himself on the steps in front of the Wanshu building. "Great benefactor, there are chairs available here." Yin Buotao hastily offered to fetch one. But Li Changqing waved his hand dismissively, eager to open the letter and learn about the recent happenings of his dear son. He read the letter with a level of concentration far surpassing his engagement with the texts in the Wanshu building. The letter detailed recent events in the ancient land of Daoshan, including how Li Hengsheng had inexplicably been accepted as a direct disciple. Remarkably, he had also grasped new martial arts and acquired formidable body refinement techniques. Since becoming a direct disciple, the resources available for his cultivation were incomparable to what he had previously experienced. Li Hengsheng expressed gratitude for the silver notes sent by Li Changqing, advising him to take care of his health. Additionally, he enclosed 400 taels of silver for Li Changqing to use temporarily, promising to send more once the resources for direct disciples arrived. His son reassured him that all was well in the ancient land of Daoshan and urged his father not to worry. Once he had established himself and achieved certain accomplishments, he would surely return. The sentiments expressed in the letter were sincere. Li Changqing read it 3 times from beginning to end, a gentle smile gracing his face throughout. He truly relished the feeling of having a filial son. Gazing at the 400-tael silver notes, Li Changqing understood that this must be all that Li Hengsheng could offer. Having sent it back to him, perhaps out of concern for his well-being, such a remarkable son is indeed hard to find. Yansa sang. Li Changqing lifted his gaze to Yin Buotao and inquired, "I admit my understanding of cultivation is rather limited. When it comes to refining body martial arts during the transformation realm, does an exceptionally formidable martial art require substantial resources?" Yin Buotao, without questioning Li Changqing's ignorance on the matter, contemplated for a moment before responding, "Certainly, the more formidable the body refining martial art, the greater the resources required to perfect the physical form or enhance one's vitality. This necessitates a wealth of treasures or elixirs. Otherwise, the body's needs will remain unmet. Should one fail to meet the required standards, all efforts would be in vain." Listening to Yin Buotao's explanation, Li Changqing was momentarily taken aback before asking, "How much might that cost?" "That's hard to say," Yin Buotao replied. "From the 5th level of the transformation realm to the 9th. If one truly engages in an extraordinary body-refining martial art, the expenses could indeed be boundless. It also correlates to one's innate talent." "Boundless," Li Changqing murmured thoughtfully. Nevertheless, he resolved that regardless of the depth of the abyss, he would strive to fill it. It is akin to the countless families of modest means in a previous life, wherein a child gains admission to prestigious institutions such as Peking University or Tsinghua University, prompting parents to go to great lengths, even to the extent of selling blood, to ensure their child's success. Such pivotal moments shaped the trajectory of a child's life. Li Changqing embodies this sentiment as well, though regrettably, in his past existence, his offspring were not afforded the same opportunities, barely managing to enroll in a vocational school. Yanzicheng. Might I receive my offering in advance this month? Li Changqing inquired, lifting his gaze. Certainly, Yan Buotao replied without hesitation. He was resolute in fulfilling Li Changqing's request. For without him, the Yin family's business could not have experienced such a remarkable turnaround. Setting aside the mining operations for the moment, the recent ventures in the restaurant and textile industries have been flourishing. I shall have someone deliver it to you shortly, Yan Buotao said respectfully. Please send it to my courtyard, Li Changqing instructed before returning to his residence, where he retrieved paper and ink to compose a letter to Li Hengsheng. May father be well, Li Changqing inscribed, intending to ease his father's mind. Recently, father has made significant progress in his artistic endeavors, and the Changqing painting studio is thriving, bringing in considerable income. Additionally, I have forged connections with influential figures. The Yin family has invited me to serve as their esteemed offering, providing me with a generous monthly stipend, so there is no need for you to worry about financial matters. Focus on your cultivation at Daoshan ancient ground. Heed your master's guidance and do not overexert yourself. Remember to eat regularly. Should you encounter any peril, do not recklessly charge forward. Instead, retreat as far as possible and remain safe in the rear. There is no shame in preserving one's life. After all, one must survive to pursue their aspirations. Would you not agree? Cultivate harmonious relationships with your peers. In due time, you shall comprehend that in navigating the world, not only is personal strength paramount, but interpersonal connections also hold significant weight. Furthermore, should you find yourself lacking in cultivation resources in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall endeavor to assist you. There is no need for embarrassment in your request, for I still possess a modicum of capability. As time swiftly passes, it has been over 3 years since you departed from Changqing town. Reflecting on the bond we once shared, I find myself deeply contemplative. These years of your solitary existence have undoubtedly been arduous, and I hope you harbor no resentment towards me. The night shall inevitably pass, and our lives together will surely improve. At this juncture, Li Changqing pondered and expressed his lingering question in a different manner. As life begins to flourish, I find myself reminiscing about your mother. What truly became of her? Did she perish or simply depart? This enigma piques my curiosity. Previously, I had made discreet inquiries. Yet it seems no one in Changqing town holds the answer. When I first arrived in Changqing, I was but a solitary figure accompanied by my son. Even the origins of my own existence remained a mystery, overlooked by all. This predicament weighs heavily upon me, compelling me to seek answers from Li Hengsheng. Before long, Yan Hanzhou arrived to deliver silver notes to Li Changqing. The profits from the Yan family were to be shared equally with Li Changqing. With the mine having recently resumed operations and the business of the tavern and cloth shop thriving, Li Changqing found himself in possession of over 500,000 taels of silver, a most gratifying harvest indeed. Summon the personnel from the Cangyuan escort agency and send 500,000 taels of silver along with this letter to Li Hengsheng. Li Changqing let out a sigh of relief. Just as the representatives of the Cangyuan escort agency were about to depart, Li Changqing called out to them. Please wait a moment. I need to compose another letter. He promptly retrieved a sheet of paper, contemplated for a moment, penned a letter, and then handed it to the agents of the Cangyuan escort agency. Is this letter also addressed to the Daoshan ancient land? Inquired the figure in purple. No. It is intended for the Medical King Valley and Muchinga. Li Changqing then asked, how long will it take to send this from here to the Medical King Valley? Approximately less than a month, replied the figure in purple. Too slow, Li Changqing shook his head. If you are willing to pay extra, we can expedite the process. We can opt for air transport instead of land. The figure in purple suggested, an additional 20 taels would suffice. Air transport, you say? Li Changqing gazed at the figure in astonishment. Indeed, our Cangyuan escort agency has specially trained flying spirit beasts for transportation. If we utilize that method, it should take around 3 days, the figure in purple explained. Perhaps you should rename your agency to Shunfeng Escort Agency. Li Changqing couldn't help but jest. The figure in purple looked utterly bewildered. Very well, let us proceed with air transport. Li Changqing produced 20 taels of silver and handed them to the figure in purple, urging him to ensure the prompt delivery of the letter to the Medical King Valley. At Jinhong Tower, the establishment was closed to the public today, with several skilled individuals stationed at the entrance to guard it. Patrons seeking to dine were turned away one by one. At that moment, A carriage came to a halt nearby. A rotund gentleman, resplendently attired, alighted from his carriage. He surveyed his surroundings before entering the esteemed Jinhong Lu Master Shui. "We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time," the proprietor of the establishment promptly greeted him. Acknowledging this, Master Shui cast a glance upwards and ascended the staircase with a leisurely grace. Upon reaching the second floor, he found several individuals already in attendance, who guided him to a private room. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with the sight of a gathering, fully occupied by no less than a dozen people. All eyes fixed upon the newcomer. "I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed guests," Master Shui said courteously, clasping his hands in greeting. His demeanor was notably unhurried. A senior gentleman seated at the far end of the room spoke solemnly. "The situation has become quite urgent, yet Master Shui remains so composed. I must commend you." "Bai Jingfei, dear Bai, you jest. I was merely delayed by a few matters," Master Shui responded with haste, seeking to excuse himself. "Very well, please take your seats," interjected a sharp-eyed man beside Bai Jingfei. Upon hearing this, Master Shui promptly settled into a chair. Those gathered were all prominent figures in Changqing town. "You are undoubtedly aware of the purpose for our gathering today," the sharp-eyed gentleman continued. "Master Zhao, we are indeed cognizant that the recent actions of the Yin family have been rather excessive. However, given our limited influence, we find ourselves at an impasse. Relying solely on the Zhao and Bai families to counter the Yin family's aggression, a fellow head of the family respectfully articulated. Our three families were once at peace," came the retort. Bai Jingfei coldly remarked. "We shall continue with our own restaurant, while Zhao Ichio's fabric shop is thriving as well. The Yin family's mining business has always operated independently from ours. Who could have foreseen that the Yin family would suddenly embark upon such reckless actions, resulting in significant losses for us?" At this moment, Bai Jingfei was seething with rage. "Indeed, even our own business has been adversely affected." Another head of the family expressed his indignation. "Shui Hong, what is your perspective?" Zhao Ichio inquired, directing his attention to the recently arrived head of the Shui family. "Me?" Shui Hong was taken aback, surprised that the conversation had turned towards him. Nonetheless, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Absolutely. The Yin family has gone too far. They must be sanctioned." Everyone regarded Shui Hong with peculiar expressions, as though they found his theatrics excessive. Feeling somewhat self-conscious under their scrutiny, Shui Hong stammered, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Shui Hong," someone scoffed. "It seems that your family's herbal business has not been significantly impacted. Furthermore, did you not dine at the Yin family's restaurant this morning for rice rolls? And take a look at your attire. It is adorned with the Qing Yin brand, produced by the Yin family's fabric shop." Upon closer inspection, the crowd noticed that his clothing featured a distinctive embroidery technique from the Yin family, depicting a blue swallow. This was part of a new clothing line launched by the Yin family. The Zhao family had initially intended to emulate this venture, but unfortunately, the market had already been established by the Yin family, leaving the Zhao family's subsequent efforts to falter as public recognition had waned. Shui Hong chuckled and said, "There's no helping it. The business at the Yin family's fabric store is flourishing. These garments have become quite fashionable among the nobility in our Changqing town, and wearing them brings one much prestige. Naturally, I couldn't resist purchasing a few myself." "All right, Shui Hong is the one I summoned," Bai Jingfei remarked casually. "The Shui family has certain ties with our Bai family, and thus it is only fitting that they contribute to this matter." "How do we contribute?" The crowd looked at Bai Jingfei in astonishment. The Shui family was merely a small clan in Changqing town. What could they possibly do? "Shui Hong, I called upon you for a reason. You should comprehend," Bai Jingfei said, directing his gaze at Shui Hong. "With the Yin family treating us in such a manner, we must retaliate. If I remember correctly, your cousin's husband is acquainted with individuals from the Zhanhe residence and has connections with them, does he not?" "Ah, indeed." Shui Hong nodded. "The Zhanhe residence?" Upon hearing this name, the crowd regarded Shui Hong with newfound respect. His cousin's husband had such connections? Though the Zhanhe residence was not situated in Minghong Prefecture, it was a formidable power in its own right. While it may not rival a super sect like Daoshan Ancient Land, its strength should not be underestimated, as it had innate masters within its ranks. "Then let us reach out to your cousin's husband. Our families will pool our resources to invite an innate master from the Zhanhe residence. We intend to negotiate with the Yin family," Bai Jingfei declared with conviction. "Invite an innate master?" Shui Hong was taken aback. Was it truly so simple to summon an innate master? Merely for negotiations? A head of the family could not help but exclaim, "Let us decisively eliminate the Yin family. Not only will our business return to our hands, but we shall also claim the Yin family's mining enterprise." "No," Zhao Ichio responded calmly. "The Yin family possesses profound heritage, and it is not so easily eradicated. Moreover, the primary concern is that Yin Boitao's youngest daughter is a disciple of Daoshan Ancient Land. Although she is merely an ordinary disciple and cannot summon a congenital expert to avenge the Yin family, her future potential remains uncertain. To eradicate the root, we cannot simply send a congenital expert to Daoshan ancient land to kill his daughter. After all, we are not deities. Listening to Zhao Yiqiu's words, the crowd fell into silence. Indeed, if a congenital master could be invited to teach the Yin family a lesson, it would be advantageous. Very well. I shall contact my cousin's husband, Shui Hong nodded. The expenses for hiring will be split with the Bai and Zhao families covering 50%, while the remainder will be shared among you. Is that agreeable? Bai Jingfei looked at the others. This is a mutual interest. I hope you will be proactive. With Bai Jingfei's insistence, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, they were still profoundly shaken by the prospect of hiring a congenital expert. The likelihood of success in this endeavor was indeed high. The Yin family, they have truly incurred the wrath of many. Zhao Yiqiu remained silent. Sitting in the carriage on the way back, his eyes tightly shut, for he sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Everyone's interests were at stake. Being targeted by everyone. How could someone as shrewd and cunning as Yin Buitao be oblivious to this truth? What could possibly be his leverage? Chapter 065, The Ancient Cave of Healing. As night descends, the Yin residence remains bustling with activity. The servants scurry about, and the younger members of the Yin family are filled with pride and ambition. Recently, the family's business has flourished, and even their resources for cultivation have significantly improved, fueling their determination to strive for excellence in their training. Master, today the Bai and Zhao families convened at Jinhong Building, gathering the leaders of several smaller clans to hold a clandestine meeting. Our spies were unable to ascertain the details of the discussion, but it is not difficult to surmise that it pertains to our Yin family. A Yin family scout was reporting to Yin Buitao about the events that transpired at Jinhong Building. I knew they wouldn't remain idle. Yin Buitao was well aware that the recent activities of the Yin family would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from other clans, yet he remained unperturbed. This world is one where strength prevails. Presently, the Yin family's esteemed protector is Changqing, a master so formidable that even Su Mahai shows him deference. What is there to fear? Moreover, Yin Buitao's intentions are not merely to wield Changqing's influence for his own gain. He had previously conferred with Changqing regarding these matters, and the latter expressed no objections. After all, what could be more advantageous than earning more to facilitate his son's cultivation? This is, after all, a world governed by survival of the fittest. In his past life, Changqing was not unfamiliar with such realities. He had once heard a saying, the best way to avoid exploitation by capitalists is to become a capitalist oneself. Now that one has the opportunity, it is only natural to aspire to greatness. The Yin family remains undeterred by any of their actions, for within Changqing town, the Yin family's network of intelligence is quite formidable. Furthermore, the presence of Changqing provides Yin Buitao with a sense of reassurance. Any schemes and machinations are futile in the face of absolute strength. Continue to monitor their movements and report back with any news, Yin Buitao instructed the scout. Understood. The scout replied before promptly departing from the study. 3 days later, at the Medical King's Valley, Muqinga had returned for some time. Upon her return, she immediately sought out her father, Hengsheng, the current leader of the Medical King's Valley, to inform him of her affliction with the ghost curse. Upon seeing the ghostly claw marks on Muqinga's neck, Hengsheng was profoundly astonished. However, Muqinga refrained from mentioning the matter of the wooden sculpture, merely stating that the curse had not yet manifested itself. Hengsheng then entered the forbidden ancient cave of the Medical King's Valley in search of a remedy. This cave is considered a taboo place within the valley, accessible only to Hengsheng. No one else is permitted entry. It is said to house many forbidden techniques of the Medical King's Valley. From a young age, Muqinga had been deeply curious about the forbidden ancient cave. On one occasion, she even sneaked there to discover its secrets, only to be caught. Hengsheng was exceedingly angered. Despite his usual affection for Muqinga, he confined her to her room for a month. Even her mother's pleas for leniency proved futile. To this day, Muqinga has not spoken to anyone about what she witnessed that day within the forbidden ancient cave. A child. It was a boy, approximately the same age as her. Seemingly around 12 or 13 years old, someone whom Muqinga had never encountered before. Even to this day, Muqinga has yet to see that boy again, as if he had never existed at all. Now, Hengsheng had once again ventured into the ancient cave of absolute medicine, which prompted Muqinga to reminisce about that enigmatic child. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice echoed from outside. Elder, a letter has arrived for you. My letter? Upon hearing this, Muqinga felt little interest and remarked, it must be yet another correspondence from some disciple of an unknown sect. She had received far too many such letters, able to fill a warehouse with them. The letter comes from a place I have not encountered before, called Changqing Town. Seemingly from the Minghong Prefecture, the messenger explained. Minghong Prefecture? Changqing Town? Muqingga's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She opened the door to find a maid holding a letter. Muqingga swiftly reached for it and noticed the name Li Changqing on the envelope. Her expression brightening with delight. All right, you may leave, Muqingga instructed. Yes, the maid responded, her face exhibiting curiosity. Who is Li Changqing? That he brings such joy to you? Is he a young talent from a notable family? Muqingga, too, had not anticipated receiving a letter from Li Changqing. Was he yearning for her? She hastily opened the letter to read. Fairy Qingga, it has been a long time since we last met. Since our last parting. Nearly a month has passed. I wonder if you have found a means to lift the curse of the ghostly resentment in the medical King's Valley? Remember, do not stray from the presence of the earthly, auspicious Bodhisattva. Amidst a multitude of written words, Muqingga read attentively. However, as she continued, Li Changqing began to mention matters concerning his son, Li Hengsheng. He had become Mu Haifeng's direct disciple and had gained insight into a formidable body refinement martial art. Initially, Muqingga was engrossed in her reading, yet as she delved deeper, she sensed an oddity in the tone of the letter. Had he truly become a direct disciple? Had he indeed cultivated a powerful body refinement martial art? Suddenly, Muqingga was struck with realization, her face flushing with embarrassment. Upon returning, she had been so preoccupied with studying the ghost curse that she had forgotten Li Changqing's earlier generosity in providing her with all manner of precious materials in the cave. He had tasked her with concocting pills for Li Hengsheng, yet she had completely overlooked this obligation. How could she? Muqingga felt her cheeks burn. The letter before her suddenly eliciting a sense of discomfort. What should she do? Surely her standing in Li Changqing's eyes had diminished. She had failed to fulfill her promise. Completely forgetting it. As a respected elder of the medical King's Valley, the tarnishing of her reputation was a matter of concern. Crafting the pills would also require a significant amount of time, so Muqingga promptly stepped outside, selecting a substantial quantity of high-quality pills from the medical King's Valley treasury, filling an entire large box. She then summoned personnel from the Cangyuan escort agency to facilitate air transport to Daoshan ancient land, sending it to Su Muhi. After completing these tasks, Muqingga finally penned a response to Li Changqing. In the early morning hours, at Changqing Town, the Yin family's inn, Yin Yanzhai, had already opened its doors. The Yin family owned 3 establishments throughout Changqing Town. Although it is still early, the establishment is already filled with patrons. The air outside is thick with steam, infused with a delightful aroma, characteristic of the renowned breakfasts served at this establishment. The diners on the first floor, having ordered their morning meals, also requested pots of tea, eagerly listening to the storyteller recite tales crafted by Li Changqing. As the wooden clapper struck, the storyteller, though over 60, possessed a resonant voice. Today, he will narrate the tale of the legend of Water Margin, Lu Zhishan's battle against Nie Shaoqian. Hoping that the gentleman listening will find joy in the story and perhaps recommend it to others or acquire a monthly ticket from us. The audience erupted into applause and cheers, having attended the previous day's performance where the narrative had reached the point of Lu Zhishan, a monk, consuming 18 bowls of wine on Jingong Hill, subsequently stumbling upon a place called Lanrua Temple, where he encountered Nie Shaoqian, a ghostly maiden of the demon clan. The unfolding of today's events is what they eagerly anticipate. Come in, cousin-in-law. Allow me to introduce you to the new specialties of Changqing Town, which are exceptionally delectable. Outside, Shuihong ushered a man clad in luxurious garments into the venue. Chapter 066, The Shui Family Conspiracy. The man maintained an air of tranquility, adorned in golden silk, indicative of exquisite craftsmanship, and even the jade pendant at his waist emanated a soft glow. It was peaceful jade, known for its calming properties. Such a piece of jade is of considerable worth, unattainable for the average person. He surveyed the surroundings, observing the elderly storyteller passionately engaged in his performance. Cousin-in-law, please proceed to the second floor. I have reserved a private booth. Shuihong hurriedly spoke, nodding his head. In the elegant room on the second floor, he ordered a selection of signature dishes. He had always enjoyed dining at Shiyanzhai, particularly fond of their rice rolls, especially the egg and shrimp rice roll. The glutinous rice roll was filled with minced meat, eggs, and shrimp, complemented by a hint of fresh greens, all paired with Shiyanzhai's secret sauce. With each bite, the smooth texture brought forth the fragrance of shrimp and eggs, the savory taste of minced meat, and the crispness of vegetables, harmonizing beautifully with the sauce, which was delightfully sweet upon entry. As he swallowed, a lingering aroma of rice from the rice roll emerged. Before long, baskets of what resembled dim sum for breakfast were served. Shuihong, I often have people invite me to meals, but it is indeed rare for someone to invite me for breakfast, the man remarked while surveying the array before him. However, he had never encountered such a variety. Even at Jana Mansion, which offered many breakfast options, none compared to the diversity presented here, a testament to the exceptional quality of their breakfast. Shuehong, smiling, placed a shrimp dumpling in the man's bowl and said, "Brother-in-law, do try the shrimp dumpling. It is one of their specialties and quite delightful." The man silently picked up the shrimp dumpling, surprised to find its skin was surprisingly translucent. How was this achieved? He took a bite, and the translucent skin offered a different texture than the ordinary kind, imparting a certain stickiness and an indescribable resilience. Upon tasting, the fresh sweetness of the shrimp burst forth, with a delightful bounce to its texture. Moreover, the dish is remarkably smooth, devoid of any hint of dryness. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the presence of finely chopped pork fat, whose rich aroma permeates the dish, enhancing the succulent texture of the shrimp. The man nodded, acknowledging that the breakfast here is indeed distinctive. "You wrote to summon me. If there is something you wish to discuss, please proceed," he said as he sipped his tea. "Brother-in-law, it is as follows." Shuehong recounted the recent events. "I wish to enlist the aid of a congenital master." The man maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by such a request. "Indeed," Shuehong affirmed, "primarily to intimidate the Yin family, hoping they will temper their excesses." "Very well," the man replied, taking another bite of the rice rolls. "As long as your financial contribution is sufficient, I can arrange for their assistance. However, my share must not be compromised." "That is certain, absolutely," Shuehong hurriedly assured him. "But brother-in-law, is it truly feasible to hire a congenital master?" Shuehong still found the notion somewhat implausible. With a cold chuckle, the man responded, "I, Shou-sun, have not squandered my years at the Zhanhe Mansion. Though it is difficult to procure a congenital master from there, it does not imply that I lack connections to others. Brother-in-law, you possess remarkable skills." With Shou-sun's assurance, Shuehong felt a sense of relief. Now, regarding the matter of expenses, he inquired hastily. 300,000 taels of silver will suffice to engage a congenital expert for a single intervention, Shou-sun stated nonchalantly. 300,000 taels. The figure indeed startled Shuehong. It was an exorbitant sum. Although the Yin family typically boasts a monthly income of 500,000 to 600,000 taels of silver, this substantial sum is requisite for the operation of their business and the training expenses of their younger kin. Presently, with the revenue shared equally with Li Changqing, the Yin family's income has halved, leading them to rely heavily on their previously amassed wealth for sustenance. Thus, the Yin family seizes this opportunity to collaborate with Li Changqing in pursuit of greater profits. The Bai and Zhao families, in contrast, earn less than the Yin family, managing to save only about 70,000 to 80,000 taels of silver each month after operational costs. For smaller clans like the Shui family, saving 2,000 to 3,000 taels monthly is considered affluent. Hence, when the cost for a single intervention from a practitioner of innate abilities is quoted at 300,000 taels of silver, Shuehong is understandably taken aback. Moreover, this sum does not include the introduction fee for Shou-sun. Nonetheless, since this is a directive from Bai Jingfei, regardless of the expense, they are compelled to comply, especially since the Bai and Zhao families will bear the brunt of the cost. Consequently, Shuehong consents. Is the request for an innate practitioner to eliminate the head of the Yin family? Shou-sun inquires. This sum can assist in the assassination of an individual. Is murder truly acceptable? Shuehong quickly retorts. Yet the daughter of Yin Buotao is a disciple at Daoshan Gudi. Oh, Shou-sun raises an eyebrow and asks. The daughter of the Yin family is a disciple at Daoshan Gudi? Is she an inner disciple? No, she is an outer disciple, Shuehong replies. Huh. What fear can an outer disciple possibly invoke? Shou-sun exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Even if he were to eliminate Yin Buotao, his daughter could not summon a transcendent being to avenge him. Furthermore, among the outer disciples of the ancient Dao Mountain, the chances of one attaining transcendence are exceedingly rare. There is no need for concern, I assure you. This is for your own benefit. If we do not take decisive action, the opportunity to recruit a powerful transcendent will be squandered. By eliminating Yin Buotao, chaos will surely ensue within the Yin family, and the Shui family may very well reap the rewards. Shou-sun poured a cup of tea and gently slid it across the table towards Shuehong, suggesting, "If there are benefits to be had, we shall all prosper together, shall we not?" Shuehong, upon hearing Shou-sun's words, was evidently tempted. Initially, the consensus among them was merely to intimidate the Yin family, without the desire to resort to violence. However, the prospect of 300,000 taels of silver to enlist a transcendent merely for the sake of deterrence seemed excessive. Such a substantial sum without any bloodshed would indeed feel like a loss. Moreover, Shou-sun's reasoning held merit. Previously, various families had harbored concerns that the Yin family's youngest daughter might become a source of trouble. Yet Shou Sun's argument was equally valid. How could a mere outer disciple from Dao Mountain possibly attain transcendence? It was nothing short of fanciful. Very well. I shall take the lead, Shuihong resolved, steeling his heart. A man must be ruthless to achieve greatness. If this opportunity were to be missed, how could the Shui family hope to grow and thrive? Once Yin Buotao was deceased, and the Yin family plunged into turmoil, the Shui family would indeed be in a position to seize this benefit. Then I shall rely on you, brother-in-law. Once the Shui family has profited from this, I shall ensure a generous reward awaits you. Shuihong respectfully lifted his teacup. Indeed, Zhou Sun replied, raising his own cup in a toast. After a brief discussion, the two descended from the upper floor, with Zhou Sun preparing to return to the Zhanhe residence to engage in some dealings. At that moment, the storyteller was recounting a particularly captivating part of the tale, captivating the audience's full attention. Even as someone spilled tea, they remained oblivious, entirely entranced by the narrative. Suddenly, Niu Xiaoqian gasped softly, her garment slipping away as she leaned against the embrace of Lu Zhishan. With a sultry glance, she remarked, "My lord, your chest muscles are remarkably robust." Yet, Lu Zhishan, with a look of regret, replied, "Alas, I am but a man, while you are a ghost." Is the distinction between man and ghost truly so significant? Niu Xiaoqian, her expression one of defiance, countered, "What of being a ghost? What of being a man? It is indeed significant. If you were a man, I would surely seek to be your brother." Zhou Sun chuckled softly, remarking, "This place is rather intriguing. And the food is delightful." Chapter 67. Will my father be possessed by someone? On Qingyu Mountain, as dawn broke gently, a figure darted through a bamboo grove on the mountain's rear slope, moving with the grace of a swimming dragon among the verdant bamboos. This figure was none other than Li Hengsheng. After cultivating the sun and moon immortal demon body, Li Hengsheng discovered that, beyond the enhancement of his physical form, his control over his body had become remarkably precise. Although he had not consciously practiced any specific footwork, the sheer explosive power of his physique was sufficient to rival that of some ordinary techniques. Speed and explosive strength characterized Li Hengsheng's current state. Meanwhile, he wielded a long spear with finesse, becoming accustomed to the rhythm of his spear technique. Wave upon wave, with a light shout, Li Hengsheng's vital energy surged, unleashing an explosive power that coursed through his body and into the spear. Boom! A terrifying force erupted. However, at that moment, the spear in Li Hengsheng's hand unexpectedly bent. The spear pierced a massive boulder, creating a deep pit upon impact. Instantly, the boulder cracked with a resounding noise, fissures radiating outward in a chaotic array. The power was astonishing. Had a witness been present, they might have doubted whether such force was unleashed by a practitioner of the acquired realm. Yet, that was not all. Following the first strike, Li Hengsheng's tumultuous vital energy showed no signs of subsiding, akin to tumultuous waves, surging forth with an even greater momentum from the iron spear. The second strike seemed to rend the very air apart, producing a piercing sound, and the boulder was again penetrated by this force, disintegrating into fragments that scattered everywhere. Such a formidable boulder was shattered by Li Hengsheng in merely 2 strikes, a feat he would have never dared to imagine in the past. Li Hengsheng steadied himself, feeling the tumultuous energy within. Gradually, he began to suppress the vital energy. If he wished, he could unleash a third strike, one even more potent than the second. However, executing the dominant immortal spear technique required a moment to contain the vital energy within. After a brief pause, he regarded the now twisted iron spear in his grasp with a wry smile. The dominant immortal spear technique was indeed formidable, but such instantaneous explosive power was too much for an ordinary weapon to endure. In recent days, Li Hengsheng has exhausted 4 ordinary iron spears. The celestial star iron and elemental water spirit have already been dispatched to seek the most skilled blacksmith in the ancient land of Daoshan for the crafting of a new spear. Yet it remains unfinished. Thus, Li Hengsheng has resorted to training with the ordinary iron spears. He cast aside the weapon in his hand, now warped beyond recognition. At this moment, he has quelled the tumultuous energy circulating within him. According to the essence of the dominant immortal spear technique, the surging energy should not have settled so swiftly. However, Li Hengsheng's sun-moon immortal demon body is an extraordinary entity, and their synergy is truly remarkable. "Young master," came the voice of Su Kuei from outside the bamboo grove. "Uncle Su, what brings you here?" Li Hengsheng inquired as he approached Su Kuei, who had entered. "Here is a letter for the young master," Su Kuei replied, handing the missive to Li Hengsheng. "Someone from the residence checks daily for any correspondence addressed to you. Today, they discovered a letter, so I brought it to you." "Thank you, Uncle Su." Li Hengsheng took the letter and upon glancing at it, recognized it was from Li Changqing, his father. A smile spread across his face. Since the last letter, he had felt a paternal affection he had not experienced in years. and seeing Li Changqing's writing filled him with genuine joy. "Take your time to read, young master. I shall take my leave," Sukue said. Casting a fleeting glance at the shattered boulder nearby, his pupils contracting slightly, yet he refrained from commenting further before departing. Li Hengsheng turned to find the large green stone where he usually rested, only to realize, after searching for a while, that it was gone. "Oh, right. I inadvertently shattered it just now." He had only found a slightly lower stool, seated himself, and proceeded to open the envelope. Before even reading the letter, 5 silver notes tumbled out. Why had father sent me money again? Li Hengsheng picked up the notes, initially expecting them to be no more than 1,000 taels each. Perhaps Li Changqing had made some fortune and was worried about his son's needs. However, when Li Hengsheng beheld the figures on the notes, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. 100,000 taels. He quickly grabbed the other notes to confirm. 100,000 taels. Again, 100,000 taels. All were 100,000 taels. A staggering total of 500,000 taels of silver. Had my father robbed a bank? Li Hengsheng could scarcely believe it. And only then did he recall the letter. He read it through, and when he saw that he had been appointed as the grand offering by the Yin family, he found it somewhat surreal. Did he not know his father's true capabilities? Had the Yin family lost their minds? Or had his father genuinely experienced a revelation? The more he scrutinized the letter, the more incredulous he felt. Yet, the content stirred something within him. He could sense a profound, heartfelt concern. It was until he reached the final line pinned by Li Changqing that his brow furrowed. "Things have improved, and your father finds himself missing your mother." A nagging sense of unease troubled him. After a long period of contemplation, he pondered, could it be that my father has been possessed? Li Hengsheng had previously heard whispers of certain secret techniques among the ghostly clans that could lead to possession, allowing one to seize another's body, entirely replacing the original. This was the only explanation he could fathom for Li Changqing's recent transformation. Otherwise, the changes were simply too drastic. Perhaps I have been overly suspicious? Upon reflection, Li Hengsheng felt that his thoughts were somewhat absurd. How could someone occupy the body of his father? A mere ordinary painter who has yet to make it past the threshold of his craft? What could they possibly desire from him? A desire for his lack of personal hygiene? Yet, what does the last phrase imply? Longing for my mother? Li Hengsheng sighed softly. But who is my mother? For so many years, every time I posed this question, you would chastise me. Now you speak of yearning for my mother. I too feel a longing. Yet I have no recollection of her visage. He tucked away the letter and gazed at the 50,000 taels of silver notes, feeling a surge of joy. He must endeavor to cultivate diligently. In the future, as a powerful individual, opportunities to earn wealth abundantly would arise, allowing him to honor his father. At present, he finds himself in dire need of funds. The sun and moon immortal demon body is akin to an insatiable little sprite, draining him dry. With these silver notes, he should have sufficient resources. Li Hengsheng hastily took the notes to make purchases. First on his list was the golden domain pill, which he currently required the most. Priced at over 1,000 taels each, he decided to acquire 200. He believed that this quantity would be adequate to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of the transformation realm. Upon returning with the elixirs, Li Hengsheng once again entered a state of seclusion. He resolved to swiftly advance to the 9th level of the transformation realm, in Jing'an Prefecture. This place lies in a different direction from Minghong Prefecture. Outside a tavern, a portly man clad in tattered garments sat on the ground, a small Buddha statue hanging around his neck. Suma Hai has been searching for their sect leader for quite some time, yet there has been no news. Suma Hai resolved that if he received no news today, he would return to the ancient land of Daoshan. However, just as he was about to take a brief respite at the entrance of the tavern after a hearty meal, he suddenly sensed a trace of ghostly energy. Chapter 068, The Eternal Life Sect. The existence of the Ghost Clan is not particularly unusual. Yet, even those concealed among the crowd tend to disguise themselves adeptly, as their appearances bear a striking resemblance to humans, making them difficult to identify. It is rare for a ghostly presence to be actively revealed. The ghostly aura gradually dissipated. Suma Hai could not remain idle. This region of Jing'an was also part of the ancient land of Daoshan, and it was utterly unacceptable for the Ghost Clan to act so brazenly here. The people on the streets seemed oblivious to the fact that a portly figure, resembling a beggar, had vanished from the entrance of the tavern. Following the trace of the ghostly energy, Suma Hai quietly ventured outside the city, eager to discern where this spectral essence would ultimately lead. Employing the snow feather Zen wind technique, he ensured he did not trail too closely, maintaining a safe distance. From afar, he observed a silhouette entering the depths of the mountains outside the city. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Suma Hai furrowed his brow. The scent in the mountains was intense, reminiscent of numerous lives lost. Gradually, a cacophony of sounds drifted from the distance, perched on a cliff overlooking a sunken valley. Suma Hai peered down, his gaze sharpening. To his astonishment, he beheld a grand altar nestled within the valley. Surrounding the altar were several figures, seated in a meditative posture, seemingly engaged in an arcane ritual. The incantations in Su Mahai's hands continuously morphed, while the sight surrounding the altar was nothing short of harrowing. There lay over 100 corpses. These bodies sprawled haphazardly, clad in simple garments, their life essence seemingly siphoned away, leaving behind a grotesque tableau of death. As Su Mahai beheld this ghastly scene, a simmering fury began to rise within him. The fiendish specters had mercilessly slain so many innocent lives. These individuals were likely the mountain dwellers of this region. At that moment, the figure Su Mahai had previously followed returned, draped in a black robe, and knelt before another shadowy figure. "My lord, I have returned," spoke the cloaked figure. The other figure then turned, revealing a visage marked by the passage of time. His hair was streaked with gray, his eyes a deep azure, and his gaunt frame resembled that of a slender bamboo stalk, exuding an undeniable aura of menace. The elder nodded slightly, casting his gaze around before declaring loudly, "Su Fengzhu, since you have arrived, do show yourself." His voice echoed far and wide. Perched on a nearby cliff, Su Mahai squinted but was not particularly startled, for the earlier specter had seemingly guided him here. He discerned that these individuals were merely a disorganized rabble, with only one possessing innate abilities. What was there to fear? Thus, Su Mahai leaped gracefully from the cliff, descending as if strolling through the air, landing upon the altar. With his arrival, those who had been casting mysterious incantations around the altar ceased their actions, their gazes locking onto Su Mahai. They are merely beings of the postnatal realm. Yet in the presence of Su Mahai, there is not a trace of fear in their eyes, as if he poses no threat to them whatsoever. "Welcome, Master Su," the elder remarked, gently applauding upon Su Mahai's arrival. With a smile, he continued, "It is indeed a rare fortune to meet the esteemed master of Muhai Peak in the ancient land of Dao Mountain. You are not of the Ghost Clan," Su Mahai observed, noting the absence of any ghostly aura emanating from the elder before him. He appeared to be an ordinary man. However, as he uttered these words, Su Mahai's thoughts momentarily faltered, for the elder's visage struck a familiar chord within him. "If I am not mistaken, you are Su Jing of the Zhanha House, aren't you?" Su Mahai furrowed his brow and remarked, "I never expected the adept of Zhanha House to ally with such a disorganized rabble as the Ghost Clan. It is truly a shame to share your surname. To think that the illustrious Su Mahai recognizes me. I am most honored," Su Jing replied with a hearty laugh. "There is no need for such modesty, for soon you shall be one of us. How can the living and the dead be considered one of their own?" Su Mahai retorted blandly, "You have committed heinous acts within the territory of my Dao Mountain. None of you shall leave here alive today." "Ah, Master Su," Su Jing chuckled. "Do not be so agitated. I have yet to introduce our group to you." With eyes gleaming with a cold light, he grinned widely. "We of the Longevity Sect warmly welcome your arrival, Master Su. From now on, let us all coexist harmoniously." The Long Life Sect? Su Mahai was instantly reminded of the ancient Hanchat Temple. The ancient painting. The ghostly child depicted in that painting had also mentioned the term Long Life Sect. It was unexpected for it to surface so soon. Previously, Su Mahai had presumed that the Long Life Sect was a newly emerging force of the Ghost Clan. But it seemed far more complex than that. Surprisingly, there were members of the human race within the Long Life Sect. The coexistence of humans and ghosts was already perplexing, and it remained uncertain whether other races were involved as well. What, precisely, was the Long Life Sect? Su Mahai did not rush to take action. Instead, he deemed it prudent to seek clarity first. Su Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smug expression on his face as he proclaimed, "The Long Life Sect, as the name suggests, is naturally devoted to the pursuit of immortality. Once we resurrect our ancestors, they will bestow upon us eternal life. At that point, we shall stand atop the pinnacle of this vast realm, capable of transcending into immortality and existing in harmony with the cosmos." Ancestors? What exactly are these ancestors? Su Mahai inquired solemnly, "Who is the leader of your Long Life Sect? How many factions are involved?" "Do not be hasty," Su Jing replied with a smile, evading Su Mahai's questions. "Once you join the Long Life Sect, you will naturally come to understand these matters." As he spoke, Su Jing produced a small vial from his sleeve. He continued, "Our sacrificial ceremony has long been prepared for you. All you need to do is offer a fragment of your soul, and you will officially become one of us in the Long Life Sect, thus embracing our kinship. And what if I refuse?" Su Mahai understood that he could not extract any more information at this moment, yet only a fool would willingly sacrifice his own soul. "Not only do I refuse to partake in your nonsensical cult of immortality, but I also intend to exact vengeance upon you wretched creatures for the sake of these mountain dwellers." The murderous intent of Su Mahai began to seep through gradually. "Ha ha." Su Jing, however, burst into laughter. "Su Fengzhu, I advise you against courting your own demise. With your ragtag bunch, do you truly believe you stand a chance?" Su Mahai inquired calmly, Based on my strength, it is evident that I could never match Su Fengzhu. Su Jing was acutely aware that although both he and Su Mahai were of the innate realm, his own prowess paled in comparison to that of Su Mahai. Yet, Su Jing remained unfazed. He possessed a trump card capable of counterbalancing Su Mahai. Chapter 069, Ma Sandow prepared to meet your end. Su Mahai, dismissive of further discourse with Su Jing, sprang into action. He executed the snow feather Zen wind technique to its utmost, raising his hand to deliver a lethal strike. At that moment, Su Jing grinned widely. It seems I must elucidate your current predicament, Su Fengzhu. With that, a talisman abruptly manifested in Su Jing's grasp. The talisman ignited between his fingers in an instant. As it burned, a wisp of black smoke ascended, transforming into a ghastly visage that emitted a chilling shriek. The sight was exceedingly uncanny. Such a bizarre phenomenon, coupled with Su Jing's triumphant expression, even compelled Su Mahai to adopt a cautious stance, retracting his energy and retreating 2 steps. After all, Su Mahai harbored a certain wariness towards the unknown. Who could fathom what that entity truly was? Better to err on the side of caution, as the ghastly faces within the billowing black smoke continued to wail. The diminutive ghostly handprint upon Su Mahai's neck began to stir ominously. However, the moment the ghostly hand attempted to move, the statue of the Earth Store Bodhisattva that hung upon Su Mahai's chest also exhibited a remarkable transformation. The Bodhisattva's eyes gradually opened. With the awakening of the Earth Store Bodhisattva's gaze, the ghostly hand quailed, obediently resting upon Su Mahai's neck. Remarkably, Su Mahai remained utterly oblivious to these occurrences. As the talisman neared its incineration, Su Mahai surveyed his surroundings, perceiving nothing amiss. Is this merely a scare tactic? He muttered with irritation. Su Jing and the surrounding specters were equally bewildered. What is happening? Why has nothing transpired? This cannot be. Su Jing, in a state of panic, produced another talisman and ignited it. Yet, the scene remained unchanged. This time, the ghostly hand on Su Mahai's neck did not even twitch. As if it were communicating with the wooden pendant of the Earth Store Bodhisattva, saying, "See, I am behaving, am I not?" As yet another talisman approached its end. Su Mahai stood in scathe, perplexing Su Jing further. How can this be possible? He exclaimed, truly alarmed. Why is there no effect? This was my trump card against Su Mahai. Without it, how could I possibly contend with him? Su Jing, his face a mask of astonishment, turned to Su Mahai. Upon hearing this, Su Mahai comprehended the purpose of the talisman. It was intended to activate the ghostly curse. No wonder Su Jing had previously exuded such confidence. Su Mahai was well aware of the curse's formidable power. It could render one's existence a living torment. Su Mahai smiled broadly, realizing that once he understood what it was, there was nothing to fear. With the wooden sculpture gifted to him by Li Changqing to suppress it, how could the ghostly curse pose any threat? As Su Mahai approached step by step, Su Jing took out all his talismans. To be on the safe side, he had brought an ample supply, and at this moment, he laid them all out. They ignited simultaneously. He could not believe that Su Mahai was truly indifferent to the ghostly curse. Was he burning paper for himself in anticipation of death? A wise choice indeed. But I shall send you on your way. Su Mahai sneered at Su Jing. In the next moment, a chilling wail echoed throughout the valley. Some of the latent ghostly beings could not escape Su Mahai's onslaught, and within just 2 breaths, they all perished under his palm. As for Su Jing, who fought desperately in resistance, he too was met with a strike from Su Mahai that shattered his legs. Su Mahai sought to compel Su Jing to divulge information about the Eternal Life Sect. Yet Su Jing remained obstinate. Su Mahai, the Eternal Life Sect will not spare you. Those among you who harbor the ghostly curse are destined to become members of the Eternal Life Sect. Su Jing's azure eyes were bloodshot, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Our ancestors will ultimately descend upon the Cangyuan realm. By that time, you shall all perish. Upon uttering these words, Su Jing's pupils gradually lost their luster, and his life force extinguished. It was then that Su Mahai realized Su Jing had actually taken poison to end his life. The Eternal Life Sect, a sense of foreboding enveloped Su Mahai. The tranquility of the Cangyuan realm seemed unlikely to last much longer. After all, the Eternal Life Sect was indeed a harbinger of calamity. It is merely the ghost clan, yet the involvement of the human race complicates matters. Su Jing, affiliated with the Zhanhe manor, remains oblivious to the situation, potentially leaving room for followers of the Changqing sect to lurk within other sects as well. This thought sends a chill down Su Mahai's spine. Perhaps such influences could also reside in the Daoshan ancient land. It is prudent to return to the mountain. Unable to locate the sect leader, Su Mahai resolves to retreat to the Daoshan ancient land for now. Additionally, he deems it essential to apprise Mu Qinggu of Wang Valley regarding this matter, urging her to exercise caution. He insists that she must wear the wooden pendant at all times. Had it not been for Li Changqing's wooden pendant today, he might have met with disaster. The terror of the ghost curse is palpable, even causing a man of Su Mu-Hai's stature to shudder. 2 days later, in Changqing town, at the Jinhong building, Bai Jingfei and Zhao Yiqiu, among others, have gathered. However, they stand in respectful silence, none daring to take a seat. Before them sits a man bearing an iron knife, leisurely sipping tea. The pressure emanating from him instills a profound sense of unease in the gathering. They refrain from uttering a word. After a period of time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, the man finally raises his gaze to meet theirs after finishing his tea. The payment has been made, and I shall assist you, he declares. I, Ma Sandao, have always kept my word. Tonight, chaos shall envelop the Yin family. Thank you, Senior Ma. The crowd responds hurriedly. Following much deliberation and the persuasive words of Shui Hong, they unanimously agree that eliminating Yin Buitao and plunging the Yin family into turmoil is an excellent course of action, allowing them to seize a share of the ensuing chaos. Moreover, they no longer harbored any concerns regarding Yin Buitao's youngest daughter. As Zhou Sun remarked, the probability of an outer disciple aspiring to become a congenital master was exceedingly low. There was no need for worry. In light of this, they resolved to take decisive action. The individual before them was precisely the congenital expert that Zhou Sun had procured. However, they had initially anticipated that Zhou Sun would present a formidable figure from the Zhana mansion, only to discover that it was this man, Ma Sandao. This man was infamous and appeared on the wanted list, which consisted of individuals of heinous reputation, each guilty of grievous crimes and hunted by assassins. Every region possessed its own list of such miscreants, and Ma Sandao was notorious within the Zhanhe mansions. Furthermore, it was rumored that he was once a powerful figure in the Zhanhe mansion, but had later slain one of their own over a precious painting and subsequently fled. Collaborating with someone of his ilk filled them with trepidation. They could only hope that once they paid him, and he eliminated Yin Buitao, they would sever all ties with such a treacherous individual. Where's the money? Ma Sandao inquired. The funds have long been prepared, Bai Jingfei quickly interjected, producing 3 banknotes each worth 100,000 taels to present to Ma Sandao. After verifying the amount, Ma Sandao tucked the notes into his garments. Tonight, let us see how the Yin family retrieves Yin Buitao's remains, he declared, taking a sip of tea. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him, enveloping the others in a suffocating dread. Ma Sandao was indeed a terrifying presence. They began to regret provoking this bloodthirsty fiend. Yet, with the arrow knocked, they had no choice but to release it. On that day, the entire Changqing town seemed shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. As night fell, the ominous clouds obscured the moon, casting a pall over the sky. The Yin family gradually fell into silence, and Li Chaqing had long since retired for the night. A figure, seemingly gliding upon the clouds, entered the Yin residence, none other than Ma Sandao, who had come to take the life of Yin Buitao. However, upon his arrival, he furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. The Yin estate was vast. Where could Yin Buitao be residing? This courtyard appeared quite opulent. Could this be the abode of Yin Buitao? As Ma Sandao took a couple of steps forward, he encountered an adorable little mutt that stood defiantly in his path. What insolent cur is this? Be gone, he barked coldly. Yet, to his astonishment, the little dog remained unmoved by his rebuke, regarding him instead with a scornful gaze. Very well, though my bounty is merely for Yin Buitao, I wouldn't mind adding an extra canine to my tally. Ma Sandao, accustomed to spilling blood without remorse, was taken aback by this dog's audacity. He drew a gleaming iron knife from his waist and raised it, intent on striking the little dog down. Furthermore, he planned to take the creature back for a hearty stew. But just as he brought the blade down, he found the little dog had transformed into an afterimage and vanished from sight. Where did it go? Ma Sandao pondered in confusion. Yet, in the next moment, he was met with a flash of golden light, and to his astonishment, the little dog reappeared, raising its paw to strike at Ma Sandao's chest. The furry little paw appeared harmless, even somewhat endearing. In a fleeting instant, Ma Sandao found himself utterly unprepared. He had no time to react before the paw of that little dog struck his chest, causing a violent eruption of blood to spill from his mouth. At that moment, he felt as though he had been struck by a colossal mountain, his innate physique proving utterly inadequate to withstand such force. His ribs shattered with a resounding crack, some fragments piercing into his lungs. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, crashing into an ancient tree in the courtyard, toppling it with ease. As Ma Sandao's consciousness began to blur, he attempted to rise, only to vomit blood once more. He found himself unable to move, his body paralyzed. Yet the glimmer of fear shone brightly in his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? The little mutt approached him slowly, its gaze imbued with a defiant spirit, stepping forward with an air of indifference. At that moment, Ma Sandao reached the brink of despair. Was this small dog truly the creature that had nearly taken his life? What breed could it possibly be? In an instant, he was engulfed by existential doubt. questioning the authenticity of his own cultivation, the reality of this world, pondering whether it was indeed spherical, and speculating if extraterrestrial beings existed beyond the realm of Cangyuan. As his awareness faded, he felt on the verge of losing consciousness. Just then, amidst the haze, he heard a voice. "Ah Fei, what mischief are you causing out here at this late hour?" Li Changqing emerged from the house, wrapped in a garment, and was met with the chaotic scene in the courtyard, where an ancient tree lay uprooted in the distance. Howling, Ah Fei hurriedly approached Li Changqing, nuzzling his face against the hem of Li Changqing's trousers, then raised his small paw to point into the distance. "Who is that?" Li Changqing turned his gaze to the figure lying there, barely clinging to life, Ma Sandao. The iron dagger had been flung far away, embedded in the ground. While Ma Sandao lay on the ground, his chest soaked in blood, breathing shallowly, he struggled to meet Li Changqing's eyes, unable to believe that this seemingly ordinary man was the master of that ferocious dog, a practitioner of innate realms. Glancing at the fallen man, Li Changqing was also taken aback. "Ah Fei, you've done well. You've caught a thief," he remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ma Sandao nearly succumbed to his own disbelief. As a dignified master of innate strength and one of the top 10 villains on the black list of Zhana Mansion, he was now reduced to being called a thief by Li Changqing? A warrior may be slain but must not be humiliated. Enraged, Ma Sandao attempted to rise, determined to spit defiantly in Li Changqing's face, even if he could not prevail in combat. However, just as he made an effort to get up, he noticed Li Changqing furrow his brow and wave his hand. Instantaneously, Ma Sandao felt an overwhelming force binding him, as if countless shackles had ensnared his body. Even the slightest movement of his fingers had become exceedingly arduous. Could this be the 5 seals of Daoshan ancient realm? Ma Sandao could scarcely believe that the person before him was indeed a master from Daoshan ancient realm, at least of the level of a peak master. Although he was gravely injured, his rank still afforded him a degree of confidence. How terrifying must this person's cultivation be to so effortlessly immobilize him? However, Ah Fei, you were rather ruthless. Just look at the harm you've inflicted. Li Changqing glanced back at Ah Fei, then casually searched Ma Sandao, eventually discovering a stash of silver notes amounting to 300,000 taels. Indeed, a congenital master is wealthy. Li Changqing grinned. "I shall not be polite with this money." As he continued to search, he unexpectedly found a flying dagger concealed within. However, upon touching the dagger, he sensed something peculiar. It emanated a certain spiritual energy. It felt less like a weapon and more akin to a treasured artifact. Alongside some scattered coins, merely a few hundred taels, there was little else of value. Ma Sandao, wide-eyed, watched as Li Changqing thoroughly looted him, his eyes reddening with fury, yet he was utterly powerless to resist, unable to move an inch. What was happening? At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and a group of individuals bearing torches made their way to Li Changqing's courtyard. Yin Buotao and several elders from the Yin family led the charge, having rushed over upon hearing the commotion and sounds of battle. "Great Elder, are you unharmed?" Yin Buotao inquired anxiously about Li Changqing's well-being. "I am fine. Merely a small thief had trespassed, but I have already subdued him," Li Changqing replied nonchalantly. "A thief?" An elder brought the torch closer, revealing Ma Sandao's face. "It's Ma Sandao." The elder's countenance turned pale in an instant. "He is on the black list." "Ma Sandao?" Yin Buotao shivered involuntarily. A congenital master. Yet, upon witnessing Ma Sandao's current predicament, they felt a measure of relief. He was on the verge of death. Could it be him? Yin Buotao recalled the report from the scouts earlier today, which mentioned that Bai Jingfei and others had met with a mysterious individual, though they had failed to ascertain the identity of this person. Upon reflection, it was highly likely that it was Ma Sandao. The purpose of Ma Sandao's arrival at the Yin residence was, of course, self-evident. However, it was rather unfortunate for Ma Sandao that he had landed in the courtyard of Li Changqing upon his arrival. "Is he your friend?" Li Changqing inquired with curiosity, directing his gaze towards Yin Buotao. Esteemed Grand Offering, an elder approached respectfully and stated, "This individual is on the black list. He has committed numerous atrocities and is a wanted target. Countless hunters seek his life, yet he has always evaded capture. It is indeed surprising that he has fallen into the hands of the Grand Offering." "Oh, as long as he is not a good person," Li Changqing sighed in relief. "Grand Offering, how shall we deal with him?" Yin Buotao inquired of Li Changqing. "You handle it. After all, this is your home," Li Changqing replied dismissively, quickly losing interest in the troublesome matter. After all, Li Changqing had already stripped Ma Sandao of anything of value. With that, he decided to return to his slumber, leaving the remaining elders to huddle around Yin Buotao. "Patriarch, the Bai and Zhao families have sent Ma Sandao here under cover of night. Their intentions are certainly nefarious. If I am not mistaken, it is likely directed at you." "I am well aware." Yin Buotao fixed his gaze upon the immobile Ma Sandao. a flicker of coldness evident within his furious countenance. The innate power of a formidable foe is indeed a terrifying thing. However, a once mighty congenital warrior, now rendered immobile and on the brink of death, loses much of his terror. Throughout the night, the spies from various families lay in wait outside the Yin residence, anticipating chaos within the household, yet they ultimately found nothing amiss, as if the world had remained unchanged. It was not until the first light of dawn that the patriarchs of these families sensed the disturbance. They too had endured a night of vigil. Why had there been no word from Ma Sandow? Bai Jingfei felt an unsettling disquiet, his heartbeat becoming erratic. An ominous premonition loomed over him. Chapter 071. The family's reactions. This is not good. Just as Bai Jingfei was consumed by anxiety, an urgent voice pierced through the tension. A scout from the Bai family rushed in, his face etched with terror. What has happened? Bai Jingfei quickly inquired. Ma Sandow is dead. His head has been hung on the city gate. The scout gasped for breath, his expression fraught with panic. Impossible, Bai Jingfei exclaimed, before hastily departing the Bai residence. Atop the city gate of Changqing town, a severed head swayed in the wind, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Even the disciples stationed at Daoshan ancient land found the scene hard to believe. When Bai Jingfei arrived, he spotted Zhao Yiqiu amidst the throng. Zhao Yiqiu noticed Bai Jingfei as well, yet chose silence, turning away to board a carriage. Upon confirming that the head belonged to Ma Sandow, Bai Jingfei's face drained of color. Ma Sandow was dead. Was he not a formidable being of innate power? To them, those at the innate level are exceedingly powerful, surpassing the limits of their imagination. The distinction between innate and acquired is a watershed. Even a cohort of supremely skilled acquired warriors could scarcely hope to vanquish an innate master. The physical prowess of an innate warrior is not something that acquired practitioners can easily challenge. How then did Ma Sandow perish so effortlessly? Last night, a scout witnessed Ma Sandow entering the Yin residence, only to later behold him reduced to naught but a severed head. What transpired within the confines of the Yin household? Who could have slain Ma Sandow? In an instant, an unknown dread enveloped Bai Jingfei's being. Could it be that the Yin family harbors even more formidable experts? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Bai Jingfei nearly faltered, almost collapsing to the ground, and hastened to ascend the carriage, struggling momentarily before managing to board. On this day, the entirety of Changqing town was shrouded in tranquility. Even the ordinary townsfolk could sense an oppressive atmosphere, yet they remained oblivious to the underlying events. Meanwhile, Li Changqing perceived no significance in the matter. Through this incident, he began to grasp his own standing. The 5 absolute seals he had replicated from Suma High included one technique, the stasis seal. Typically, an ordinary innate warrior would be unable to withstand it. Moreover, the dog, a Fei, could slay a standard innate practitioner, though Li Changqing remained uncertain regarding those of greater strength. Seated in the courtyard, Li Changqing toyed with the flying dagger in his hand, which he found rather peculiar. At that moment, Yin Buotao entered, respectfully greeting Li Changqing. Please, take a seat. Li Changqing casually remarked. Thank you, great offering. Yin Buotao also took a seat. Elder Yin, may I inquire about the innate expert who perished last night? Was he formidable? Li Changqing raised his head to ask. Yin Buotao was momentarily taken aback. What sort of question was that? What defines formidable and what is not? To me, he was indeed quite powerful, yet to you, he would barely compare to even your dog. Reporting to the great offering, that individual was a formidable innate realm expert. Possessing considerable strength, Yin Buotao quickly responded. How does this individual compare to Suma High? Li Changqing inquired. Naturally, he cannot be compared. Yin Buotao shook his head. Among the 36 peaks of Daoshan ancient land, the strength of the peak master of Mohai is quite prominent. Although both are in the innate realm, Ma Sandow is unworthy of even carrying the peak master's shoes. Ma Sandow is merely an ordinary innate realm practitioner, while the peak master of Mohai has likely attained the pinnacle of the innate realm, or perhaps even reached the great perfection of the innate realm, Yin Buotao speculated. After all, I have yet to reach the innate realm myself, so I can only rely on conjecture. Innate realm, great perfection of the innate realm, Li Changqing murmured. I recall reading that there are even higher levels, the great perfection of the innate realm and the supreme innate realm. Indeed, are there many supreme innate masters? Such beings are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, Yin Buotao contemplated. Such existences are likely the top experts of various major sections. No matter. I was merely curious. Li Changqing sought to ascertain just how perilous this world truly was. If one possessed extraordinary innate talent, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Great deity, what you hold in your hand is. Yin Buotao gazed in astonishment at the flying dagger in Li Changqing's grasp. This. I found it on Ma Sandow, Li Changqing replied, tossing the dagger to Yin Buotao. Do you recognize this object? Yin Butao examined it for quite some time, exclaiming, "This is a painting treasure." A painting treasure? Li Changqing was taken aback. He had previously witnessed Mu Qingge produce a painting treasure and had seen others as well. Shouldn't painting treasures be confined within scrolls? Not necessarily, Yin Butao clarified. Ordinarily, painting treasures reside within scrolls, but they can also exist independently. However, once detached from the scroll, the inherent spiritual energy becomes fixed. Ultimately, when that energy is depleted, the painting treasure will become useless. Conversely, if it remains within the scroll, it can draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing for continuous replenishment and prolonged use. Li Changqing's understanding deepened. Thus, the scroll served as a power bank for the painting treasure. How does one utilize this? He inquired with curiosity. By infusing your innate true essence into it. You can activate its power. Yin Butao returned the flying dagger to Li Changqing. Have you resolved the matters from last night? Li Changqing tucked the dagger away. It's nearly done. Yin Butao remarked, now we shall await the reactions of the various families. If all goes as expected, they will soon behave themselves. Indeed. It is impractical for so many enterprises to emerge from a small town like Changqing without a centralized management. Li Changqing casually responded, otherwise, how shall we expand outward? Remaining cooped up in this small town is detrimental to the development of the Yin family. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed benefactor, Yin Butao said with considerable excitement. Meanwhile, in the ancient land of Daoshan, Sima Hai returned to Mahai Peak, only to discover that Zhou Jun had taken residence there. Master, you have finally returned. Something has happened to junior brother. Zhou Jun exclaimed upon seeing Sima Hai. What has happened to Li Hengsheng? Sima Hai nearly lost his composure upon hearing the news. How shall I explain this to Li Changqing? Junior brother experienced a breakthrough at the Pagoda of Buddha, achieving a new martial art, one of the saint level. Zhou Jun hurriedly explained. What? Sima Hai was momentarily taken aback. Is this what you call a problem? Wait a moment. A new martial art of the saint level? Who? Li Hengsheng? What kind of work? He inquired. The evening scene of Wanqing Wind, Zhou Jun replied. This painting? Sima Hai gently furrowed his brow. While the evening scene of Wanqing Wind does not contain formidable martial arts, the ability to comprehend a masterwork of the saint level is indeed remarkable. I shall go to Cangyuan Mountain and see how Li Hengsheng has been progressing in his cultivation. Chapter 072. Sima Hai visits. Having promised Li Changqing to take good care of his child, Sima Hai felt remiss for not having visited since accepting him as a disciple. He had indeed been quite occupied lately. To his astonishment, he learned that Li Hengsheng had comprehended a new martial art and created a painting of the level of a master painter. This revelation brought Sima Hai immense joy, revealing that Li Hengsheng possessed remarkable talent after all. Although the painting, Waning Breeze at Dusk, may not be extraordinarily powerful, achieving such a level is a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Upon arriving at Cangyuan Mountain, Sima Hai was greeted with respect by Su Kuei, who exclaimed, Master, you have returned. How have you been lately? Sima Hai inquired with a hearty laugh. Your concern is too kind, Master. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Su Kuei replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, he added, moreover, being alongside young Master Li Hengsheng is indeed a privilege. He is destined for greatness. Sima Hai was taken aback by Su Kuei's words, as it was unusual for the somewhat proud Su Kuei to express such sentiments. Is he here? I shall call for him, Sima Hai said. Su Kuei hurried off to find Li Hengsheng. Although Li Hengsheng was in seclusion, he had instructed that if Sima Hai returned, Su Kuei should notify him. Su Kuei stood outside the meditation room, calling out Li Hengsheng's name and announcing Sima Hai's return. With a creak, the door slowly opened. At this moment, Su Kuei's expression shifted dramatically as Li Hengsheng emerged from the room, his entire form suffused with a crimson hue. He gasped for breath. As though utterly exhausted, yet his physique appeared significantly more robust than before, with beautifully defined muscles that hinted at extraordinary strength within. Steam rose from his body, indicating a state where his vital energy was still tumultuously churning and had yet to settle. What astounded Su Kuei was the faint glimpse of the sun and moonlight diagram that seemed to faintly shimmer on Li Hengsheng's form, only to gradually fade and vanish entirely. What was that? Su Kuei had never witnessed such a phenomenon. As Li Hengsheng's breathing steadied, the sanguine color on his body slowly diminished, and his vital energy began to calm. Master, has arrived? Li Hengsheng inhaled deeply before speaking. Su Kuei couldn't help but ponder what kind of intense training had taken place in the cultivation chamber that led to such a transformation in his body. Furthermore, Li Hengsheng's cultivation level had now reached the 7th stage of the transcendence realm. The master is here and awaits your presence. Su Kuei snapped back to reality and spoke. Very well, I shall change into another set of clothes before meeting the master. Li Hengsheng donned a clean outfit and proceeded to the front yard, where he found Su Mohai gazing intently at a few chickens, lost in thought. "Master." Li Hengsheng approached and bowed respectfully. "Oh, you have reached the 7th stage of the transcendence realm." Su Mohai nodded slightly upon witnessing Li Hengsheng's advancement, reflecting on how Li Hengsheng's cultivation aptitude was even slightly less impressive than he had anticipated, given the golden domain pill he had provided. One would expect him to have attained at least the pinnacle of the 8th stage or the 9th stage of the transcendence realm by this point. Like Zhou Jun, who ascended from the 5th level of the transformation realm to the 9th in merely 7 days, Su Mohai regarded Li Hengsheng with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. The latent, surging vitality emanating from Li Hengsheng was indeed remarkable. "I have heard that you have comprehended the grand masterpiece of the painting sage, the evening breeze over 1,000 greens." Su Mohai circled around Li Hengsheng twice, scrutinizing him closely. Yet he found it hard to believe that he resembled someone who had grasped the essence of the evening breeze over 1,000 greens. What martial arts could possibly be gleaned from that painting to bestow such formidable prowess? At that moment, Li Hengsheng struck him as resembling a diminutive, ferocious beast. The disciple had not comprehended the evening breeze over 1,000 greens. Li Hengsheng recalled the words of the master of the floating pagoda, who had mentioned that it was permissible to speak the truth to Su Mohai. However, the master had also cautioned that revealing this information could lead to unnecessary complications, which was why he had suggested the disciple say otherwise. Li Hengsheng explained honestly. "I find that hard to believe," Su Mohai remarked. "For the sect has disciples who have indeed comprehended the evening breeze over 1,000 greens, yet none have attained your level of strength." Su Mohai's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Given the master of the floating pagoda's instructions, it seemed the situation was far more complex than it appeared. "Which painting did you truly comprehend to achieve such martial prowess?" "Based on my understanding of Li Jinsong, he is not one to easily be alarmed," Su Mohai mused. "The fact that you managed to persuade Li Jinsong to help you conceal this matter suggests that he too must have been quite taken aback. What a pity. What a pity. I was away during those days. Otherwise, I would have relished witnessing Li Jinsong's expression firsthand." Su Mohai spoke with a hint of regret. Li Hengsheng spoke earnestly, the Zhaoshan Wangxian too. Su Mohai was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. "The Zhaoshan Wangxian too? No wonder Li Jinsong forbade you from publicizing it." Su Mohai could hardly fathom that Li Hengsheng had actually comprehended the Zhaoshan Wangxian too. It was a divine masterpiece that had not been touched by anyone in the ancient Dao Mountain for a millennium. This revelation clarified the source of the formidable vitality emanating from Li Hengsheng. "I must also express my gratitude for the treasured item bestowed upon me by my master," Li Hengsheng said with a smile. "Treasured item?" Su Mohai blinked, intrigued. "What treasured item?" "Indeed, it is the wooden figure contained within that box," Li Hengsheng whispered. "Master, what is the origin of that wooden figure? Why did I find myself instinctively grasping its essence, which subsequently led to such a remarkable enhancement in my comprehension? Twice I have delved into the artwork, both times effortlessly unraveling its intricacies." Su Mohai was oblivious to the significance of the wooden figure. It was a gift from Li Changqing, and he had no idea what lay within the box. "Ahem, I must reiterate, my disciple. The treasures within must not be disclosed to outsiders," Su Mohai stated casually. "Understood. I shall keep this in mind," Li Hengsheng affirmed with renewed determination. "Such a treasure, if revealed, could lead to dire consequences. Your physical cultivation techniques appear exceptionally potent. I presume the golden domain pills you possess are insufficient. Upon my return, I shall arrange for additional supplies to be sent to you." Su Mohai exclaimed in astonishment, perceiving that Li Hengsheng's vitality had seemingly transcended the boundaries of the transcendence realm. Initially, he believed that, given Li Hengsheng's innate talent, it would be quite remarkable for him to comprehend an unremarkable martial art. Yet, he had astonishingly reached the pinnacle. "I must express my gratitude to my master," Li Hengsheng remarked, not wishing to be overly courteous with Su Mohai. After all, he could not continually rely on his father. He felt it was only fitting to show appreciation to his mentor. At that moment, Su Kuei approached, accompanied by 2 disciples who were carrying a long box. "This is from Candlelight Peak. The spear you ordered has finally been completed," Su Kuei announced. At last, Li Hengsheng had eagerly anticipated this spear. Curiosity piqued Su Mohai's interest. He wondered what kind of spear Li Hengsheng had crafted. Li Hengsheng moved forward to lift the long box, which felt remarkably heavy, and opened the lid. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the spear that gleamed with dazzling brilliance. The silver spear shaft was adorned with a serrated tip, and a vibrant red tassel added to its splendor, while subtle ripples danced across the shaft. At a glance, one could sense the imposing aura of this spear. "Is this the dominant immortal spear?" Su Mohai expressed his astonishment. Chapter 073. the spear named Chasing Immortals. This spear bore an uncanny resemblance to the dominant immortal spear. Sumohai had seen the illustration of the dominant immortal spear in the pagoda of floating images, and it was evident that this spear had been meticulously crafted to mirror that design. Could it be that you are practicing the dominant immortal spear technique? Sumohai gazed at Li Hengsheng in shock. Indeed, Li Hengsheng did not attempt to conceal the truth. This is outrageous. Sumohai was truly anxious. The dominant immortal spear technique is a forbidden martial art, and all those who have practiced it have suffered misfortune. How could that old scoundrel Li Jinsong allow you to cultivate this? Master, it is not the sect master's fault. It was my own request to practice this. Li Hengsheng also explained, my physical cultivation is exceptionally strong. My bodily strength and vitality surpass that of ordinary people, making me entirely suited to the explosive cultivation method of the dominant immortal spear technique. Therefore, I chose this path. Rest assured, Master, I will exercise caution. Li Hengsheng added earnestly. He genuinely cherished the dominant immortal spear technique. Just moments ago, when Su Kuei sought him out, he was engrossed in practicing the technique. However, lacking a suitable spear, he found it rather inconvenient to demonstrate in the training chamber. Consequently, Li Hengsheng devised a unique method of practice, utilizing finger techniques for his training. Should this matter come to the attention of those who had previously practiced the dominant immortal spear technique, they would likely be horrified enough to rise from their graves. The essence of the dominant immortal spear technique lies in its extreme explosive potential. Each thrust unleashes an overwhelming surge of one's vitality or internal energy through a minuscule outlet, resulting in an explosive discharge. Employing an iron spear to its fullest would render it useless, let alone one's fingers. Such intensity could even cause one's fingers to explode. Yet, as Li Hengsheng advanced to the 7th level of the transcendence realm, he discovered that within the divine light of his sun and moon immortal demonic body, an additional bloodline had emerged. The increase in this bloodline not only rendered Li Hengsheng physically more formidable and his vitality more robust, but it also enabled him to discern a notable enhancement in his mastery over the internal energy. After several attempts, Li Hengsheng astonishingly managed to replicate the Ba Xian Gunju technique's 33 layers through a specific finger technique. With continuous practice, he grew increasingly adept. Ultimately, he named this finger technique Dai Lang Ji. Given Li Hengsheng's current level of control over his body, he could precisely regulate the output of his internal energy, achieving a state where he could maximize the technique without inflicting harm upon himself. However, the potency of Dai Lang Ji was, of course, incomparable to the true Ba Xian Gunju. Furthermore, Li Hengsheng had already reached his limit by executing the 5th finger. Attempting to forcefully perform the 6th would lead to an uncontrollable surge of energy. If anything were to happen to you, I would have no way to explain it to your father. The Ba Xian Gunju is exceedingly treacherous. It would be prudent for you to refrain from using it too often. Sumohai remarked with a furrowed brow. If you truly have a passion for spear techniques, it would be wise to explore another style to complement your practice. My father? Li Hengsheng replied, astonished. Master, you know my father? Sumohai, noticing Li Hengsheng's perplexed expression, recalled the instructions given by Li Changqing, which emphasized keeping Li Hengsheng unaware of certain matters. I do not know him, he replied. Sumohai, with his round face devoid of color, deceitfully stated. What I mean to say is that you are your father's cherished son. If anything were to happen to you, your father would be heartbroken. How would I explain it to him? This was his true intention. Li Hengsheng, unsuspecting, pondered this. After all, who was Sumohai but the master of Daoshan? Given such a status, how could his father possibly know him? Thank you for your concern, master. I will certainly remember it, Li Hengsheng replied, retrieving the long spear, the weight of which felt comfortably reassuring in his grip. As he held the weapon, he could sense its exceptional rigidity, far surpassing that of an ordinary iron spear. He was confident that if he executed the Ba Xian spear technique with all his might, this spear's hardness and resilience would withstand it effortlessly. He was utterly enamored with the spear and attempted to wield it a few times, feeling the fierce gust of wind it produced, affirming that it was indeed a remarkable weapon. Observing the rippling patterns along the spear's shaft, he speculated it must have been infused with elemental water. Sumohai approached and remarked, it was a gift from the lord of the floating pagoda. Li Hengsheng replied, visibly delighted. That old fellow still possesses some decency. Sumohai scoffed lightly. By the way, master, Li Hengsheng suddenly turned to Sumohai and inquired, since there exists the Ba Xian spear technique, there must also be the true Ba Xian spear. Do you know where it might be found? The Ba Xian spear? Sumohai raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it exists. Otherwise, the illustrations of the Ba Xian spear would not be in existence. However, I am not entirely certain where it is located. And acquiring the Bashan spear is no simple feat. Among the myriad of weapons in the world, numerous renowned artifacts exist, some of which are said to possess a spirit of their own, transforming into true divine weapons that can only be wielded by a formidable sovereign. In the past, the Wambing Hall of the Cangyuan realm even established a divine weapon ranking. If I recall correctly, the 7th-ranked divine weapon on that list should indeed be the Bashan spear. Su Mahai mused aloud. The 7th on the divine weapon ranking? Li Hengsheng's eyes brightened. The Bashan spear is indeed extraordinary. To rank 7th among the divine weapons of the world is no small matter. However, the unfortunate news is that such a divine weapon is coveted by every skilled practitioner under heaven, making the quest to obtain the true Bashan spear exceedingly challenging. Do not even think about acquiring the genuine Bashan spear. With your current strength, you would be unable to wield it. The spear in your possession is quite commendable and will accompany you for a considerable time. Why not give it a name? Su Mahai said with a smile. For weapons on the divine weapon ranking are not easily attained, especially one ranked 7th like the Bashan spear. Even Shui Qianbai's Qianxue sword only ranks 11th. A name. Li Hengsheng gazed at the long spear in his hand, its luster dazzling and its might restrained. Although its form mirrors that of the Bashan spear, it lacks the latter's unparalleled ferocity. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hengsheng declared, since it is crafted as a replica of the Bashan spear, let us bestow upon it the character Stand Immortal and name it Yuxian, Chasing Immortals. Yuxian? Su Mahai nodded in approval. That is indeed a splendid name. Master, I wish to venture into the ninefold battle pavilion in the menagerie of beasts, Li Hengsheng expressed with palpable eagerness, gripping the Jixian spear. You? Su Mahai was taken aback. You have only attained the 7th level of the transformation realm. It is premature for you to challenge the ninefold battle pavilion. However, if you desire to explore the menagerie of beasts, you may certainly give it a try. Are there no disciples without transformation realm status who challenge the ninefold battle pavilion? Li Hengsheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. There are, Su Mahai replied, but their efforts bear little significance. The transformation realm leaderboard at the ninefold battle pavilion has not witnessed a new entry for several centuries. The last contender to grace the leaderboard did so 430 years ago. There are currently 7 individuals on the leaderboard, all of whom ascended while still at the 9th level of the transformation realm. You, at merely the 7th level, stand little chance. Nevertheless, if you are resolute in your desire for experience, I suppose it is permissible. A peculiar smile crept across Su Mahai's face as he thought to himself. I just hope you do not return in tears. Chapter 074. Your senior brother will take you to find chickens. This inexplicable smile sent a chill down Li Hengsheng's spine. What could it possibly signify? However, Su Mahai's words only solidified Li Hengsheng's determination to undertake the challenge. I shall attempt it shortly, he resolved, though not blindly. He decided to consult his 3rd senior brother, Zhou Jun, to hear his perspective on the matter. Yes, focus on your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance, Su Mahai concluded before departing. In the past, Su Mahai held little hope for his disciple. However, upon witnessing Li Hengsheng's comprehension of the Zhaoshan Wangxian Tu and his practice of the Bashan Xiangjue, Su Mahai's interest was piqued. He was eager to see how far Li Hengsheng could progress. With the formidable support of his father, Li Chaqing, in the background, a promising future seemed inevitable. After returning, Li Hengsheng initially spent some time practicing the Zhuxian Chong in the bamboo groves of the back mountain. The sensation of wielding the Zhuxian Chong was truly unparalleled, and he found himself deeply enamored with it. Its robust yet resilient nature, when combined with the Bashan Xiangjue, created an extraordinary synergy, far surpassing that of an ordinary iron spear. At present, Li Hengsheng had cultivated 2 bloodlines. When he exerted his full potential with the Bashan Xiangjue, he could unleash the 4th strike, but that was the limit. He felt that if he were to risk everything, the possibility of executing a 5th strike was not entirely out of reach. However, such an endeavor would likely cost him his life. The explosive power of the Bashan Chang increased with each strike. Although Li Hengsheng's physical body and vital energy were formidable, they too had their limits. The power of the Bashan Xiangjue, when executed with the Zhuxian Chong, reached new heights. As he sensed the turbulent vital energy within him nearing its breaking point, he gasped. This spear technique is indeed challenging to master. This is only the beginning. Each subsequent strike is more difficult than the last. I suppose my training isn't too shabby. Li Hengsheng pondered deeply. If the master of the Futa Pavilion and Su Mahai were to learn that he could unleash the 4th strike while only at the 7th level of the transcendence realm, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in astonishment. Due to the unfortunate demise of the previous 4 practitioners of the dominant immortal spear technique, only 2 could execute 2 strikes. One managed to perform a 3rd, and the strongest among them could merely achieve the 5th strike. However, all 4 had undoubtedly entered the postnatal realm. Notably, The disciple who could barely unleash the fifth strike had already attained the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. In actual combat, relying solely on these 4 strikes could indeed lead to perilous situations. Hengsheng now comprehended the words of the master of the Futa Pavilion from earlier. Although this spear technique is undeniably formidable, in circumstances where the strength is relatively comparable, it offers a significant advantage in one-on-one encounters, even allowing for the possibility of defeating stronger foes. Yet, should the number of adversaries increase, the situation becomes perilous. As dusk approached, Hengsheng returned from the back mountain and addressed Su Kuei. Uncle Su, I shall not be dining at home tonight. I am stepping out for a while. Very well. Do you require my company? Su Kuei inquired. No need. I shall not venture beyond the mountain gates. I am merely visiting third senior brother. Hengsheng replied with a smile. Understood. Su Kuei nodded. Had Hengsheng intended to leave the ancient grounds of Daoshan, Su Kuei would have certainly accompanied him. For every direct disciple is a precious asset that must not encounter any mishap. Zhou Jun resided on Sanjin Peak, and this was Hengsheng's first visit. Upon arriving, he truly sensed that Qingyu Mountain was indeed exquisite, with the spiritual energy of the entire mountain being of a significantly higher caliber. The steward of Zhou Jun's residence welcomed Hengsheng. Please wait a moment. I will summon the young master, the steward said, offering Hengsheng a cup of tea before withdrawing. As Hengsheng sipped his tea, he took in the entirety of the room with keen observation. Before long, the voice of Zhou Jun echoed from outside. Ha ha ha. Is it you, fourth? What a rare visitor. I was just about to seek you out if you hadn't come tonight. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Jun, brimming with vitality, strode in. Observing Zhou Jun's exuberance, Hengsheng found himself momentarily taken aback. Was there truly a need for such excitement? That glint in his eyes seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that the third senior brother harbored some clandestine affection? If so, was I not walking into a trap? Hengsheng felt a flicker of wariness. How fortuitous, fourth. Come, senior brother shall take you out for some fun. Zhou Jun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Out? Hengsheng questioned in surprise. Where to? Of course, to seek some thrills. Zhou Jun replied with a mischievous grin. You, ever since you entered our esteemed master's tutelage, have been entrenched in cultivation on Qingyu Mountain. Is it not monotonous? One must not toil excessively in their practice. A balance of work and leisure is paramount. I have heard that during your time on Wanzai Peak, you seldom ventured out. Such a mindset is insufficient and could hinder the pace of your cultivation. Senior brother will take you out for some enjoyment. Zhou Jun rambled on enthusiastically about the manifold benefits of outings. Hengsheng's lips twitched slightly. Hinder the pace of cultivation? Did his cultivation speed truly require such intervention? Was there even room for decline? Senior brother, I came to inquire about something. Hengsheng began. Let us put all matters aside for now. Zhou Jun interjected, glancing outside. The time is upon us. Night will soon fall. We shall prepare to depart. Any matters can wait until our return. Very well, Hengsheng conceded, recognizing that Zhou Jun's decision left him little room for objection. Zhou Jun, accompanied by Hengsheng, set forth on the majestic steed, Zidian. Senior brother, where are we headed? Hengsheng inquired. I am taking you to find a chicken, Zhou Jun replied enigmatically. What? Hengsheng exclaimed in astonishment. Senior brother, I am but a child. And what of it? Every child must inevitably grow up, Zhou Jun remarked nonchalantly. Some experiences are unavoidable. Otherwise, how shall one navigate the complexities of the Cangyuan realm in the future? But, Hengsheng stammered. His mind flooded with the image of Lu Chaochao's face. Observing his hesitation, Zhou Jun chuckled. I too was quite uncertain during my first encounter, feeling that such actions were somewhat inappropriate. Yet, after experiencing it, the sensation is truly indescribable. Zhou Jun appeared to be lost in reminiscence. Just accompany your senior brother and relish the experience, he said with a smile directed at Hengsheng. Hengsheng's heart raced. The world of adults was indeed intricate. Nevertheless, he understood that he must face these matters in due time. He must grow up eventually. Are we descending the mountain to the city? He pondered. Recalling his outings with the elders from Wanzai Peak, each trip to the warm-hearted pavilion in the city, where the vibrant young ladies at the entrance exuded a captivating charm. Each time they passed by, his fellow disciples could not resist stealing glances. Hengsheng had once thought such places were beyond his reach in this lifetime, yet now, unexpectedly, he too was to partake in this experience. Senior brother, Hengsheng summoned his courage to ask, I have heard that the first time can be painful. Is that true? Chapter 075. An exciting evening. This was brought up by Changqing when he inadvertently overheard a conversation between two senior sisters at Wanzai Peak. Pain? Zhou Jun glanced at Hengsheng in surprise. Yes, it can be painful, but not necessarily. It depends on the circumstances. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it does not. Moreover, there is no need for us to go out. We can stay right here in Daoshan ancient land. Zhou Jun continued. What sort of characters can those outside compare to us in Daoshan ancient land? We have our own attractions here. Li Hengsheng was taken aback. He had spent several years in Daoshan ancient land and was unaware of its entertainment options. He had not anticipated that Daoshan ancient land could be so thrilling. Gradually, Zhou Jun led Li Hengsheng to the peak of a mountain. This peak was tranquil, with the sounds of the wind rustling through the grass. Looking up, one could faintly see a grand estate in the distance. Is that it? At this moment, Li Hengsheng felt his heart racing with excitement. Yes. Zhou Jun leaped off the back of Zidian and declared, "Let us proceed." Oh. Li Hengsheng obediently dismounted, though he did not fully comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, he trusted Zhou Jun, for his third senior brother appeared to possess considerable experience. Following closely behind Zhou Jun towards the estate, Li Hengsheng increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Why was it so eerily quiet here? In his memory, such places were usually filled with vibrant lights and lively ladies soliciting customers. Yet, it was so silent here. Just as he pondered this, they had already arrived outside the estate. Zhou Jun surveyed the surroundings before vaulting over the wall. Li Hengsheng, emulating others, ventured into the estate. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an expansive medicinal garden, larger than the one on Cangyuan mountain, brimming with a myriad of herbal varieties. "Senior brother, where are we?" Li Hengsheng inquired, somewhat bewildered. "Veiling Peak," Zhou Jun replied, not turning around. Instead, crouching in the grass as if observing something intently. "Veiling Peak?" Li Hengsheng blinked, the name sounding somewhat familiar. "Isn't this the legendary peak where the second senior sister resides? Did you say you brought me here to find chickens?" Li Hengsheng asked, a look of confusion on his face. "Indeed, I brought you here to seek the spirit chickens," Zhou Jun clarified. "Today's full moon marks the zenith of lunar essence. And during this night, the spirit chickens prefer a tranquil environment to absorb the moon's brilliance, making it easier to capture them." Zhou Jun continued, "Moreover, the second senior sister has yet to return, granting us a significant opportunity." Li Hengsheng felt as though he had been struck dumb. After mentally preparing himself for the journey, was this the outcome? "Third senior brother, what did you mean when you said it was painful your first time?" During my initial attempt to steal a spirit chicken, I was caught by the second senior sister and was hung up for punishment. It certainly hurt," Zhou Jun recounted leisurely. "However, as long as we are discreet and she lacks proof, we shall avoid any repercussions. Do not worry. Let us swiftly catch a couple of chickens while the second senior sister remains absent." At that moment, as the moonlight enveloped the surroundings, numerous spirit chickens began to emerge from their nest in the distance. The feathers of the spirit chicken are a striking blue, and its comb is a vibrant tapestry of colors, exuding an exquisite beauty. Each one possesses a robust physique, comparable in size to a large dog. At this moment, they leisurely emerge, then quietly settle down, half closing their eyes as if reveling in the caress of the moonlight. "Hey, they're out," Zhou Jun whispered. "We must proceed with caution. Although the second senior sister is not home, the estate is still inhabited by numerous servants. If they catch sight of us, it could lead to significant trouble." "Oh," Li Hengsheng replied, his enthusiasm evidently lacking. "Action," Zhou Jun declared suddenly, as if sensing the opportune moment had arrived. And he darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. Li Hengsheng followed closely behind. After all, they had already embarked on this venture. Capturing one to taste might yield delightful results. After all, it is merely chicken. What difference does it make whose mouth it enters? The two swiftly approached the spirit chicken. Zhou Jun extended his hand and seized one by its neck, gripping it firmly. The spirit chicken flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to escape. However, who is Zhou Jun? With his extraordinary prowess, it was impossible for a mere spirit chicken to break free. Li Hengsheng mirrored his actions, capturing another. Despite the spirit chicken's formidable strength, Li Hengsheng's celestial physique was no trivial accomplishment. One spirit chicken stood no chance of evasion. "Ha! We've succeeded. Let us hasten back and roast it for a feast," Zhou Jun exclaimed eagerly. The two scaled the wall and mounted their steed, Zidian, galloping away. "Old four? Thrilling, isn't it?" Zhou Jun asked, grinning back at him. Li Hengsheng merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." Upon returning to Sanjun Peak, Zhou Jun began his busy preparations. He skillfully dispatched a chicken, plucked its feathers, and proceeded to clean it, followed by setting it over an open flame to roast. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Li Hengsheng caught a whiff of the scent, his eyes lighting up in response. He had tasted roasted chicken before, yet the fragrance emanating from this particular dish was undeniably exquisite. By the fire, Zhou Jun was sprinkling a blend of spices, the chicken glistening with a golden hue as it roasted slowly, dripping oil drop by drop. More intriguingly, the savory scent of the chicken was intermingled with a hint of herbal fragrance, creating an utterly tantalizing allure. What a bountiful harvest! It has been ages since I savored this delight, Zhou Jun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. After diligently tending to the chicken for over an hour, he felt it was nearly ready and reached out to tear off a chicken leg, offering it to Li Hengsheng. Old Fourth, do taste this. Once you take a bite, you will be enamored, Zhou Jun urged. Li Hengsheng accepted the offering, the aroma enveloping him. The herbal notes were not at all jarring. Rather, they enhanced the meaty fragrance, elevating the overall taste to new heights. The meat was tender, and the golden skin glistened with juices, making it irresistibly appetizing. As Li Hengsheng took a bite, succulent juices oozed from the chicken leg, the rich aroma of the skin instantly filling his mouth, while the subtle herbal undertones balanced the richness beautifully. His eyes widened in delight. This chicken was simply divine. The lingering flavor was exquisite, the tender meat devoid of any toughness, seasoned sparingly with just the essentials like salt, allowing the original essence of the meat to shine through magnificently. Li Hengsheng could not help but indulge in a few more bites. Hee, delicious, isn't it? Zhou Jun winked. Was it worth the trip? Li Hengsheng nodded in agreement. The two of them devoured the food with great enthusiasm, and soon, both chickens had vanished. Li Hengsheng felt that this was the most gratifying experience he had ever had while eating chicken. Zhou Jun, with his belly full, lay on the ground, his face radiating happiness as he exclaimed, "This is truly delightful. I would accept even a beating from second senior sister for this. By the way, fourth brother, what was it you wished to inquire about when you came to see me today?" Zhou Jun suddenly recalled that Li Hengsheng had mentioned wanting to ask him something. If Zhou Jun hadn't brought it up, Li Hengsheng would have nearly forgotten. Master suggested I take a stroll outside and perhaps challenge the ninefold battle pavilion and the beast gathering. However, I have never been there and wanted to ask you what preparations I might need. You? Challenge the ninefold battle pavilion? Zhou Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Is Master out of his mind? You're only at the 7th layer of the transcendence realm, and he wants you to attempt the ninefold battle pavilion? Doesn't he fear you might become despondent? Zhou Jun rubbed his head thoughtfully. Many have had their cultivation hearts shattered in the ninefold battle pavilion. Master truly dares to take such risks. Chapter 76, The Ninefold Divine Spear Diagram, How should I put it? Li Hengsheng reflected on Zhou Jun's words and recalled the peculiar smile on Su Mahai's face when he spoke of this matter, sensing that there was a hidden pitfall. The beast gathering and the ninefold battle pavilion. I believe I have mentioned these places to you before. In truth, they are more akin to two extraordinary treasures. Zhou Jun's expression turned serious, a rare occurrence. Li Hengsheng nodded, acknowledging that Zhou Jun had indeed spoken of this matter previously. Entering the menagerie or the ninefold battle pavilion leads one to the Heart Reflection Lake. Zhou Jun remarked, the Heart Reflection Lake is indeed a remarkably powerful treasure. Its purpose is to immerse individuals in a virtual illusion, wherein the menagerie and the ninefold battle pavilion are concealed. Consequently, disciples who perish within either the menagerie or the ninefold battle pavilion will not meet true death. Rather, they will experience a form of virtual demise. What an astonishing phenomenon! Li Hengsheng expressed his surprise. Such a treasure exists. Both the ninefold battle pavilion and the menagerie are exceedingly perilous locales, with a mortality rate soaring to 99%. Without the Heart Reflection Lake, no one would dare to enter. Yet, with the Heart Reflection Lake, the disciples of the Daoshan ancient domain can continually venture within to enhance their prowess. However, while the physical body may not succumb to true death, the psychological toll is considerable. Zhou Jun sighed softly. After all, the sensation of death can easily inflict lasting psychological trauma. Repeated encounters with death may lead to a numbing desensitization, potentially altering one's disposition and reality. Thus, the sect imposes restrictions on the frequency with which disciples may enter. Li Hengsheng appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, should one experience death numerous times in succession, it is highly probable that they would grow indifferent to the sanctity of life. In moments of real danger, they might forget their existence in the physical realm, leading to an increased likelihood of actual demise. The sensation of death within the menagerie is terrifying. Yet it is the ninefold battle pavilion that truly dismantles the heart of one's Tao. Zhou Jun lamented, within the ninefold battle pavilion, there exist 9 guardians. To surpass it, one must vanquish all 9, yet their prowess is truly. Just the thought of it sends a shiver down my spine. Countless disciples, after confronting the ninefold battle pavilion, began to question their very existence, ultimately stalling in their cultivation due to a faltering resolve. Zhou Jun felt a lingering dread. Is it truly that formidable? Li Hengsheng inquired, astonished. Indeed, Zhou Jun nodded. The guardians of the ninefold battle pavilion possess extraordinary strength, each one surpassing the last, embodying the pinnacle of every realm. I challenge them once a month. Brother, to which level have you ascended? Li Hengsheng asked, curious. The 3rd level, Zhou Jun replied, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. The 3rd level? Li Hengsheng found it hard to believe. Zhou Jun's capabilities should be formidable enough to reach that stage. The Guardian of the 3rd level possesses strength equivalent to the peak of the acquired realm, yet even so, I barely managed to defeat him last month. Zhou Jun sighed softly. As for the Guardian of the 4th level, he shares my peak acquired realm cultivation. I couldn't withstand even a single strike before being vanquished. Zhou Jun shrugged, seemingly accustomed to the reality. Li Hengsheng felt a profound shock within. Despite sharing the same peak cultivation, Zhou Jun should have been formidable, yet he could not even defend against a single blow? How terrifying. It is no wonder so many have succumbed to despair. Initially, I believed my prowess to be quite commendable, only to be effortlessly vanquished by someone of the same caliber. Should one's mindset falter in such a scenario, it could lead to a complete breakdown. Thus, dear Fourth, if you wish to undertake a challenge, be prepared mentally. Zhou Jun assessed Li Hengsheng before him and remarked, I perceive that your vitality is formidable. I have also heard that you cultivate the dominant immortal spear technique. You might be able to contest in the one-on-one battles of the ninefold battle pavilion, yet in the beast convergence, you would find yourself at a disadvantage. After all, in the beast convergence, one faces countless spirit beasts, and your dominant immortal spear technique seems ill-suited for group combat. Zhou Jun provided a thorough analysis to Li Hengsheng, who understood the implications. I comprehend. Tomorrow, I shall visit the floating pagoda to explore further. Li Hengsheng resolved to seek another spear technique to address his shortcomings. There is no need to visit the floating pagoda, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Just wait here. After a period equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Zhou Jun returned, holding a scroll in his hand. He handed the scroll to Li Hengsheng, saying, This is the 9 true divine spear diagram. It is not the original, merely a copy, yet I have faith in your aptitude, Fourth. Discerning the spear techniques within should not pose a challenge for you. The 9 true divine spear diagram. Li Hengsheng inquired. Curiosity piqued as he unfurled the scroll. To his astonishment, it depicted a long spear of earthy hue. This spear, unlike the dominant immortal spear, appeared considerably larger, exuding an aura of substantial weight. The technique encapsulated within was grand and expansive, emphasizing robustness, with formidable capabilities in both offense and defense. Zhou Jun remarked, This is more suitable for you. The dominant immortal spear is undoubtedly powerful, yet its consumption is excessive. If you can comprehend 2 types of spear techniques, it would greatly benefit you. Were it anyone else? I would certainly not offer such advice. To gain insight into a single spear technique is already remarkable. To exhaust oneself attempting to grasp a second would only hinder one's cultivation. However, Li Hengsheng is different. His perceptiveness is astonishing. In Zhou Jun's eyes, mastering 2 spear techniques would not pose any detriment to Li Hengsheng. Thank you, 3rd senior brother, Li Hengsheng expressed with profound gratitude. Although Zhou Jun appeared somewhat eccentric, his sincerity was undeniable. This is something I cannot utilize. Zhou Jun chuckled and replied, It would be best if you could. By the way, senior brother, is the 9 true spear listed on the divine weapon ranking? Li Hengsheng suddenly inquired with curiosity. You are aware of the divine weapon ranking? Zhou Jun glanced at Li Hengsheng in surprise, then nodded, stating, Indeed, the 9 true spear ranks 67th on the divine weapon ranking. It is said that its current master is General Zhao Baiming of the Beihan Kingdom. The Beihan Kingdom. Li Hengsheng recognized the name. In the Cangyuan realm, the Beihan Kingdom is among the foremost nations, possessing formidable strength. Gazing at the illustration of the 9 true divine spear in his hand, Li Hengsheng resolved to return and contemplate it. Otherwise, as Zhou Jun suggested, amidst the convergence of countless spiritual beasts, his dominant immortal spear would find it impossible to thrive. Nevertheless, he could first experiment with the ninefold battle pavilion. The terrifying tales Zhou Jun recounted about the ninefold battle pavilion piqued Li Hengsheng's interest. What kind of pinnacle experts could possibly exist there? I long to engage in a fierce battle to truly ascertain my current level of prowess. Chapter 077, The Cries from Sanjun Peak. Observing the eager glimmer in Li Hengsheng's eyes, Zhou Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Those who have never dared to challenge the ninefold battle pavilion often wear a similar expression. I was no exception in my earlier days. Another headstrong individual, indeed. Many disciples once believed themselves to be chosen by destiny, only to be crushed by the guardians of the pavilion, leading them into despair and ultimately becoming their own mental demons. Their cultivation stagnated, persisting until their last breath. Yet, this is a path one must traverse. Oh, my dear 4th brother, may you exercise caution. Zhou Jun patted Li Hengsheng's shoulder, but fret not. You are merely at the 7th level of the transcendental realm, so it is entirely normal for you to face challenges. In response to Zhou Jun's consolation, Li Hengsheng merely nodded. You need not return tonight. I shall arrange a room for you, Zhou Jun stated. All right, Li Hengsheng acquiesced. After dining on the imperial spirit chicken, Li Hengsheng realized that this dish was indeed extraordinary. Akin to a potent restorative elixir, his cultivation at the 7th level of the transcendental realm had yet to stabilize fully. But the essence of the imperial spirit chicken helped him achieve complete stability. Meanwhile, in the room arranged by Zhou Jun, Li Hengsheng chose not to sleep. Instead, he endeavored to comprehend the 9 true divine spear diagram. Little did Zhou Jun anticipate that his seemingly talentless junior disciple would turn out to be a fervent cultivator. As expected, during his first attempt, Li Hengsheng grasped the entirety of the 9 true spear technique. Each time he comprehends, he is able to grasp the entirety of the martial arts system in its fullness. Should this fact be disseminated, it would surely astonish the entire Cangyuan realm. Even the most extraordinary prodigies would find it implausible to achieve such complete understanding with every single attempt. Typically, one might engage in a dozen or more attempts without yielding any insights, and only through the passage of time, with a deeper appreciation of the artwork, can one begin to perceive the martial essence contained within, albeit not in its entirety. A continual process of reflection is required, ultimately consuming considerable time to fully comprehend the complete martial arts. It is akin to drawing cards in a game. While others may pull 10 consecutive cards to acquire mere fragments, accumulating these pieces to exchange for a complete card, Li Hengsheng draws singularly, consistently attaining 5-star cards. Who could withstand such news if it were to spread? This time, Li Hengsheng appears to have recognized that his capacity for understanding the artwork is somewhat extraordinary, and thus decides to adopt a more discreet approach. Although he has indeed grasped the 9 true spear technique, he presently chooses not to disclose this to anyone. Such astonishing talent might attract undue attention and trouble. However, during his realization of the 9 true spear technique, his interest in this method of combat has greatly intensified. The Bosnian spear art can be regarded as the epitome of offensive capability in spear techniques. Although it bears significant drawbacks, its power is unparalleled, far exceeding that of conventional spear arts. In contrast, the 9 true spear technique embodies a grand and expansive style, exuding a sense of profound weight akin to the vast earth, with a heightened emphasis on defense. Each movement and form is seamlessly executed, flawless in its precision. Similarly, the physical demands of this technique are exceedingly high, though they do not reach the extreme levels required by the Bosnian spear art. The mastery of marksmanship demands an exceptionally high level of physical prowess. Li Hengsheng mused to himself, no wonder so few choose the path of marksmanship. Most prefer the blade or sword. Swords and blades not only possess a certain lightness, but also benefit from the numerous paths forged by countless predecessors, making them comparatively easier to master. In contrast, the disciplines of marksmanship or axe techniques are considerably more arduous. Li Hengsheng was acutely aware that most individuals, upon reaching the transcendent stage, could only comprehend rudimentary physical training techniques. If one were to pursue marksmanship or the hammer and axe techniques, their physical form would likely fall short of the required standards. He considered himself fortunate to have gleaned insights from the Zhaoshan Wangxian too, discovering the sun-moon celestial demon body. Otherwise, he too would have likely chosen a sword or blade, or perhaps sought understanding from beast illustrations to practice fist or palm techniques. After mentally rehearsing the 9 true spear techniques several times, Li Hengsheng finally paused. Dawn had broken. As he gazed at the sunlight streaming in from outside, he rose, preparing to practice his spear techniques. Morning practice had become a habitual ritual for him. However, at that moment, an excruciatingly tragic scream suddenly echoed from outside. Ah! The sound was so harrowing that it sent shivers down his spine. Li Hengsheng recognized that it was the voice of Zhou Jun, his 3rd senior brother. Taken aback, he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Could it be that the Daoshan ancient land is under attack from a formidable adversary?" Li Hengsheng dashed out, following the sound to the vicinity of the entrance. All the servants on Sanjin Peak knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. There lay Zhou Jun, battered and bruised, resembling a tattered rag thrown to the ground, his face swollen beyond recognition. Had it not been for the familiar attire, Li Hengsheng would scarcely have recognized him. The sight was utterly dismal. "Third senior brother, what happened?" Li Hengsheng hurriedly inquired. Zhou Jun mumbled incoherently, his expression fraught with urgency as he pushed Li Hengsheng away. Though Li Hengsheng could not comprehend Zhou Jun's words, he surmised that Zhou Jun was urging him to flee. What formidable enemy could inflict such harm upon him? Li Hengsheng lifted his gaze, eager to discern the source of the threat, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood not a fearsome demon, but a small girl, seemingly 7 or 8 years old. Clad in a floral dress, her cherubic face was strikingly adorable, adorned with 2 playful pigtails. Her large eyes sparkled like radiant stars, evoking the essence of a youthful neighborly sister. "Little sister, who are you?" Li Hengsheng asked in astonishment, glancing around before continuing. Did you see who reduced third senior brother to this state? Woo woo woo. Zhou Jun, on the verge of tears, desperately tugged at Li Hengsheng's clothing, his face a mask of panic as he cast a fearful glance at the little girl. You are Li Hengsheng? The girl inquired, her curious gaze fixed upon him. Her voice was sweet, akin to a gentle spring breeze. An impulse to protect and cherish her surged within him. The sweetness of Li Hengsheng's heart felt as if it might melt away. He even found himself imagining how he would pamper such an adorable little sister if she were his own. I am Li Hengsheng. Do you know me? He inquired with curiosity. The girl giggled. Indeed, just as the rumors suggest, your talent appears rather lacking. You must be the fourth disciple mentioned by the master. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Tian, the second disciple of Mu Haifeng, making me your second senior sister. Huh. Li Hengsheng was taken aback. The seemingly underdeveloped girl before him was his second senior sister, the very woman that Zhou Jun had spoken of with trepidation. Yet, glancing at Zhou Jun's foolish expression, he could indeed understand the fear she inspired. Junior brother, Yang Tian playfully approached, her voice maintaining a charming and delightful tone. You were one of those who sneaked into my Bailing Peak last night, weren't you? Upon hearing this, a shiver ran down Li Hengsheng's spine. An inexplicable and intense sense of dread washed over him. As he watched Yang Tian saunter closer, he felt an unsettling aura of impending doom emanating from this seemingly harmless girl, who was, in truth, extraordinarily perilous. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun stood nearby, babbling incoherently as if attempting to explain the situation to Li Hengsheng, but Yang Tian paid him no mind, swiftly closing the distance between herself and Li Hengsheng. At this moment, Li Hengsheng felt as though his heart might cease to beat. For reasons unknown, there was no overt aura emanating from Yang Tian. Yet a mere glance from her rendered Li Hengsheng utterly paralyzed. He attempted to flee, but his legs felt as though they were anchored to the ground. Move. He urged himself internally, but to no avail. Yang Tian scrutinized him from a close distance, and those few breaths felt interminable to Li Hengsheng, as if they spanned centuries. Standing there, she barely reached his chin, yet this seemingly innocent young girl exerted an overwhelming pressure upon him. Was this the power of the second senior sister? So terrifying. Is the spirit chicken I raised delicious? Yang Tian inquired leisurely, her face adorned with an expression reminiscent of childlike innocence. However, that smile sent chills down the spines of both Li Hengsheng and the nearby Zhou Jun. Could it be that Yang Tian harbored murderous intent? Li Hengsheng could not help but swallow hard, yet he instinctively replied, very, very delicious. Is that so? Yang Tian's smile remained intact, while Zhou Jun could no longer bear it and shut his eyes. Old Fourth, I apologize. I never anticipated that the second senior sister would return so soon. It is my fault. Perhaps I was not cautious enough last night, and the people from Bailing Peak caught sight of me. Rest assured, Old Fourth, I will ensure your funeral is a grand affair. That would be good, Yang Tian replied with a smile. Little junior brother, should you wish to enjoy spirit chicken in the future, just let your senior sister know. I will have someone prepare it and send it to Cangyuan Mountain for you, so you can enjoy it fresh. Feel free to express your cravings anytime. There's no need to be polite with me. In the future, I will prepare more to ensure you have plenty to eat, Yang Tian said with a playful wink. Huh. Li Hengsheng's mind momentarily short-circuited. Zhou Jun, standing nearby, was equally taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon an absurd fairy tale. He widened his eyes in disbelief at Yang Tian and could not resist giving himself a couple of hard slaps on the face. I must still be dreaming. What did the second senior sister just say? Did I just hallucinate from her words? Oh no, my brain must be damaged by her. Goodness. Am I experiencing auditory hallucinations now? What should I do? Is there a cure? Who has the remedy? This is utterly ridiculous. Zhou Jun, unable to restrain himself, slapped his face again, hoping to jolt his faulty mind back to reality. Yang Tian paid no heed to Zhou Jun's antics. Her gaze remained fixed on Li Hengsheng as she spoke gently. I too have only just returned and learned that our master has taken on a new junior disciple. As your senior sister, I regrettably did not have the opportunity to prepare a gift for you. Nonetheless, whenever you crave for royal spirit chicken, just come to the 100 Spirits Peak to find me. If I am not around, simply speak to Old Hu. I have already informed him, and he will assist you in catching the chickens. Her demeanor was imbued with warmth. Li Hengsheng felt a bit bewildered. This was not the second senior sister that Zhou Jun had described. She was remarkably endearing. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Jun could no longer contain his laughter, mumbling, this is it. I can't come back from this. My auditory hallucinations are intensifying. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, second senior sister. Li Hengsheng was perplexed by the situation. Yet he felt compelled to express his gratitude for Yang Tian's words. Although this second senior sister exhibited a certain degree of aggression towards the third senior brother, She was undeniably a commendable person. "Let it be for now, junior brother," she declared. "I have matters to attend to, but should anyone bully you in the future, invoke my name." After delivering this message, Yang Tiantian bestowed upon Li Hengsheng a radiant smile, followed by a fierce glare directed at Zhou Jun, which made him tremble before he hastily departed. "Are you all right, third senior brother?" Once Yang Tiantian had left, Li Hengsheng quickly assisted Zhou Jun to his feet. Zhou Jun's face had swollen even more. In that moment, Li Hengsheng felt as though Zhou Jun bore little resemblance to his older brother, resembling instead a second senior brother embarking on a pilgrimage for knowledge. Zhou Jun rambled on incoherently, but Li Hengsheng could not comprehend a single word. He promptly arranged for someone to care for Zhou Jun and applied some medicinal ointment before finally leaving the Sanjun Peak. Women's hearts are as elusive as needles in the ocean. Though Li Hengsheng had limited interactions with women, he found Yang Tiantian to be a truly enigmatic character. What could be the reason for her kindness towards him? Could it be due to his striking looks? He almost succumbed to the urge to relieve himself just to scrutinize his reflection, but restrained himself. Upon returning to Qingyu Mountain and retrieving the Zhuxian spear, Li Hengsheng made his way to Hengsheng Lake. He was eager to explore the 9-tiered battle pavilion, as mentioned by Zhou Jun and their master, to assess his current abilities. Hengsheng Lake, nestled at the heart of the Daoshan ancient land, was enveloped by towering mountains, forming an expansive and breathtaking body of water. The scenery here was simply enchanting beyond words. A delicate mist perpetually envelopes the lake, enhancing its ethereal beauty. To reach the enchanting Hengsheng Lake, one must traverse a narrow valley, adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers, evoking the sensation of stepping into a grand garden. The air is perfumed with floral fragrances, and the breathtaking scenery captivates the senses, while numerous couples enjoy their leisurely moments, indulging in tender affection. This scene inevitably reminds Li Hengsheng of his dear companion, dear Qiao Qiao, and he resolves to bring her here one day to witness this exquisite landscape together. Along the way, he encounters several disciples, each exhibiting diverse forms of attire, representing various peaks. There are external disciples, internal disciples, and even those whose peak affiliations remain unknown. However, Li Hengsheng notices a distinct disparity in the demeanor of those passing by. The individuals heading towards Hengsheng Lake exude confidence and joy, their expressions radiating as if they were on the verge of proposing marriage. In stark contrast, those emerging from the lake appear wilted, akin to frostbitten eggplants, as though they have arrived too late to find their beloved had already wed someone else. Their eyes lack the spark of vitality. At that moment, a voice called out to Li Hengsheng from behind. Curiosity piqued, he turned to see 2 young women approaching. One was unfamiliar to him, but the leading figure, clad in vibrant red, sparked a flicker of recognition. It was senior sister Lin Tong. Li Hengsheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Senior sister, it has been quite some time. Are you here to engage in a challenge as well?" Having met Lin Tong briefly at the Fudu Pavilion, he recalled that she was a direct disciple of the distant Yuanyu and Peak. Indeed, Lin Tong approached with a smile, stating, as direct disciples, "We have several opportunities each month to challenge the Beast Gathering and the Ninefold Battle Pavilion. Naturally, it is essential to hone our skills. However, I did not expect to see you here, Junior Brother Li. Junior Brother has only recently reached the 7th level of the Transcendence realm, and yet you are here to take on the challenge?" Lin Tong expressed her surprise. "I merely wish to give it a try," Li Hengsheng replied with a smile. "Constant training can be rather monotonous, and with the end of the month approaching, if I do not challenge myself now, the opportunities will not carry over to next month." "That is indeed a valid point," Lin Tong acknowledged. "Yet, I hope you maintain a positive mindset throughout." At that moment, the young girl beside Lin Tong gazed at Li Hengsheng with great curiosity. In the annals of Daoshan's ancient history, he was known as the most inept direct disciple, having reached the Transcendence realm yet possessing poor aptitude, albeit an exceptionally high comprehension. Many within the sect were intrigued by the identity of Li Hengsheng. Noticing the girl's intense gaze, Li Hengsheng inquired, "And you are?" "Oh." Lin Tong suddenly raised her eyebrows. "I just remembered, it seems you 2 hail from the same place, both from Changqing town, correct?" "You are also from Changqing town?" Li Hengsheng exclaimed in surprise, delighted to encounter a fellow townsman. "I have met senior brother Li," the girl revealed, flashing a smile that showcased her small canine teeth. "I am Yin Yun from the Yin family of Changqing town." "Yin family?" Li Hengsheng responded, slightly astonished. "Yin Yun? I believe I have heard that name before. She is the daughter of Yin Buitao, the head of the Yin family. So, she is the esteemed young lady of the Yin family." Li Hengsheng clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. The tone became inadvertently courteous. "In terms of status, I am a direct disciple and am utterly indifferent to the Yin family. However, my father is still employed there, so it is essential to maintain a good relationship. Otherwise, should the Yin family become displeased, they might dismiss my father." Li Hengsheng fears that Li Changqing may revert to his former reckless ways. In the ancient land of Daoshan, I am merely your junior sister, Yin Yuyan hastily remarked, for she is a direct disciple while I am merely an outer sect disciple. How could I dare to allow Li Hengsheng to show me respect? You two are indeed polite, Lin Tong observed from the side, finding the situation somewhat peculiar. Why is Li Hengsheng, a distinguished direct disciple, being so courteous to an outer sect disciple from Miaoyuan Peak? Is junior sister Yin also here to challenge the 9 layers battle pavilion? As they walked further inside, Li Hengsheng engaged in casual conversation. No. I am here to undergo the trial of the beast gathering, Yin Yuyun replied with a bitter smile. I attempted to challenge the 9 layers battle pavilion once, but I never wished to do so again. The odds of victory were non-existent. The 9 layers battle pavilion is not so simple. Lin Tong chuckled, saying, Junior brother, you have not been here before and are unaware. Although junior sister Yuyun has already reached the perfection stage of the acquired realm, there are many at this level who cannot even pass the first layer of the 9 layers battle pavilion. The notion that one at the acquired perfection stage cannot defeat the first layer of the 9 layers battle pavilion genuinely shocked Li Hengsheng. The guardian of the first layer, in theory, should only be at the acquired realm. Is it truly so formidable? At this moment, clarity dawned as the picturesque Xin lake came into view before them. Beside the shimmering lake, a multitude of individuals sat cross-legged, seemingly in a trance. Towering above the tranquil waters of the heart reflection lake stood an immense ancient tree, its branches sprawling across half the sky, nearly enveloping the entire lake. The tree's delicate pink leaves enhanced the ethereal beauty of the scene. Flanking the heart reflection lake were several colossal stone tablets, standing sentinel. Li Hengsheng gazed at the tablets, noting 3 on the right and 1 on the left, each densely inscribed with names. These were lists of achievements. Yin Yuyun elucidated to Li Hengsheng, the left tablet is the Beastmaster ranking, reflecting the trial scores from the Beastmaster gathering, subject to constant change. The 3 tablets on the right pertain to the 9-fold battle pavilion, consisting of the mortal realm ranking, the hidden dragon ranking, and the celestial being ranking. If a disciple of the mortal realm successfully challenges the 9-fold battle pavilion, their name will appear on the mortal realm ranking. The hidden dragon ranking is designated for postnatal warriors, while the celestial being ranking corresponds to those of the innate realm. Each ranking accommodates only the top 100, and in cases of ties, the sorting is determined by the completion time. With newfound understanding, Li Hengsheng approached the mortal realm ranking, which appeared the most sparse among the 4. The massive stone tablet bore merely 7 names, all of whom had conquered the first level of the 9-fold battle pavilion. The disciple ranked first was named Gu Lai, with a completion time of 13 breaths, while the others each took over 20 breaths. It is said that this Gu Lai was a prodigious disciple from the ancient Dao Mountain 4 centuries ago, and the names inscribed on the shall remain eternally, while those on the in will fluctuate according to one's cultivation level. For instance, if one ascends to the but subsequently advances from the acquired realm to the innate realm, their name will vanish from the and reappear on the. Yin Yuyun conversed amiably beside Li Hengsheng, recognizing the importance of fostering a good relationship with him. Being a direct disciple of Mu Haifeng and having the backing of Su Mu Hai, aligning with such a powerful figure would undoubtedly benefit the Yin family immensely. Hence, Yin Yuyun displayed great patience towards Li Hengsheng, observing the rapport between them. Lin Tong felt it prudent not to be a third wheel and turned to stroll towards the lakeside. Thank you, junior sister Yin, for the explanation. Li Hengsheng acknowledged with a nod, before inquiring, how does one enter the 9-fold battle pavilion? It is quite simple. Just sit by the edge of Hengsheng Lake and immerse yourself in the waters, and you will naturally enter, Yin Yuyun replied with a smile. Very well. I shall give it a try, Li Hengsheng responded, brimming with eagerness. His excitement resembled that of a child who had discovered a new toy, prompting a smile from Yin Yuyun, who even began to contemplate how to comfort him after he would inevitably face defeat. Then, brotherly, let us go together. I shall also partake in the trials at the 10,000 beasts gathering. Agreed. The two settled cross-legged by the lakeside. Suddenly, Li Hengsheng's spirit felt an irresistible pull guiding him into Hengsheng Lake. In the next moment, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He found himself beneath the ancient tree at Hengsheng Lake. Li Hengsheng gazed around, realizing he stood at the banks of Hengsheng Lake, where everything appeared unchanged. Yet, he discerned that he was utterly alone. This must be the world within Hengsheng Lake. The beast gathering and the 9-tiered battle pavilion each offered 3 opportunities for challenge. Where would you like to go? At that moment, a voice emanated from the ancient tree, echoing within Li Hengsheng's mind. The 9-tiered battle pavilion, he responded. With his words barely spoken, he felt the entire realm refresh around him. He found himself in a vast wilderness, where the surroundings felt strikingly authentic. The wind rustled against his garments, creating a crisp sound as Li Hengsheng extended his hand to confirm the presence of the Jixian spear, which brought him considerable reassurance. At that moment, he noticed a figure seated upon a stone not far away. The person wore a cold iron mask, revealing only their enigmatic eyes. Seventh level of the Transcendence realm? The iron-masked figure spoke with an icy tone, revealing no astonishment at Li Hengsheng's cultivation level. Perhaps, such reckless challengers were not uncommon. Slowly, the figure extended a hand and drew a curved blade from behind. Upon witnessing this, Li Hengsheng deftly flicked his wrist, summoning the Jixian spear into his grasp. Although the figure remained motionless, an imposing pressure reminiscent of a mountain bore down upon Li Hengsheng. This individual was undeniably formidable. You are reputed to be powerful. Allow me to test just how strong you truly are. Li Hengsheng grinned, feeling the Jixian spear in his hand, eager and restless. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, the dominance of the celestial spear technique. With a single shot, the blood within surged, roaring like a dragon. Li Hengsheng dared to assert that even those at the 9th layer of transcendence would not dare to confront this explosive force head-on. Like a volcano erupting, the shot was aimed directly at the iron-masked man's chest. At that moment, the iron-masked man wielded his curved blade. What appeared to be a simple motion effortlessly intercepted Li Hengsheng's mighty strike. The tremendous force of Li Hengsheng's explosive shot was halted, while the iron-masked man remained steadfast. The sheer strength of the blade's swing jolted Li Hengsheng's arm, nearly causing him to lose his Jixian spear. What a terrifying might! A chill of fear gripped Li Hengsheng's heart. The physical strength of this individual undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary postnatal realm practitioner. The iron-masked man also expressed surprise, seemingly astonished that he had not been able to dislodge the Jixian spear from Li Hengsheng's grasp with a single blow. The opponent was merely at the 7th layer of transcendence, yet managed to withstand his attack? Boom! Li Hengsheng's vitality surged once more. The Baxiang spear technique escalated, each thrust more potent than the last. His second shot was unleashed, and he was eager to see just how many of his strikes this iron-masked man could withstand. Chapter 080. Who says scholars are worthless? The second shot. Li Hengsheng felt the vitality within him swell, like colossal waves crashing upon the ocean, relentless and unyielding. The second shot surpassed the first in strength, resonating like thunder, seemingly capable of annihilating everything in its path. Yet, in the face of Li Hengsheng's relentless assault, the iron-masked man remained undeterred, wielding his blade with unwavering resolve, as if his physical form possessed limitless strength, and his internal energy was unparalleled in purity. With a single strike, he forcefully repelled Li Hengsheng's second thrust. Li Hengsheng's entire being quivered violently, the sound of his bones creaking resonating through the air. Yet his indomitable spirit was far from subdued. At that moment, he granted no opportunity for the iron-masked man to counterattack. Launching a third strike directly towards him with a force reminiscent of the cataclysmic collapse of the heavens and earth, Li Hengsheng's arm muscles contracted sharply, unleashing an explosive power from within, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble. His countenance flushed like the tide. He was an unstoppable force. Bang! The iron-masked man, without a trace of hesitation, charged forward with his blade. The clash of their powers shattered the ground beneath their feet. The energy surged outward, and the iron-masked man's aura quaked fiercely. Despite the ferocity of the collision between his curved blade and Li Hengsheng's spear, he remained unscathed, effortlessly deflecting the attack. A sense of astonishment gripped Li Hengsheng's heart. 3 consecutive strikes. The iron-masked man had dismissed them with such ease. Thus, he resolved to test the limits with a 4th thrust. Clenching his palm tightly, veins bulged as he unleashed a formidable 4th strike, accompanied by a torrent of power. As the spear surged forth, a tempest of blood roiled within him, akin to a ferocious dragon's roar, sending tremors through his very organs. His bones resonated in unison. Li Hengsheng felt as though he might shatter into pieces. This strike was even more powerful than the previous ones. His eyes gleaming crimson as he directed his attack straight towards the iron-masked man's chest. Li Hengsheng could assert with conviction that even among those who have attained the consummate stage of postnatal martial arts, few would dare to withstand the force of his strike. Boom! The clash of power reverberated. The iron-faced man showed no restraint, wielding his curved blade with ferocious intent, as heavy as a mountain. His aura bursting forth like a ravenous beast. The overwhelming pressure surged toward Li Hengsheng. Yet, he stood undaunted. The Jixian spear tore through the air, cleaving the oppressive force asunder, meeting the curved blade head-on. The might of this strike was astonishing. The iron-faced man's grip faltered, his hand nearly shattering, revealing stark white bones as he was staggered back by Li Hengsheng's 4th thrust, the immense impact threatening to splinter his weapon. Stumbling backward, the iron-faced man fought against the force of the 4th thrust, which was indeed too formidable, leaving him incredulous that such power could emanate from a mere 7th-layer postnatal martial artist. He had suffered injury, and even his weapon was rendered nearly useless. After retreating over 30 paces, he barely managed to stabilize himself. However, turmoil raged within him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A seventh-layer postnatal martial artist can injure me. Formidable indeed. The iron-faced man's voice, devoid of emotion, betrayed a hint of disbelief. Yet, at that moment, Li Hengsheng's heart was even more astonished. Having unleashed the Basian spear technique in 4 successive strikes, he was shocked that he had not managed to eliminate this guardian of the first layer. Was he truly just an ordinary postnatal martial artist? At this moment, Li Hengsheng's state of mind was truly on the brink of collapse. He had believed that with the formidable martial arts of the Sun and Moon immortal demon body and the Overlord immortal spear technique, he could contend with the postnatal realm. However, the guardian before him, despite being injured, was astonishingly powerful. No wonder Zhou Jun had mentioned that many who challenged the ninefold battle pavilion ultimately succumbed to a shattered resolve. Li Hengsheng found himself grappling with a similar sentiment. Was this strength not overwhelming? The might of his opponent's physical form was terrifying, and the internal energy was ferocious. At that moment, he felt utterly devoid of fighting capacity. Li Hengsheng gasped for breath, nearly teetering on the brink of collapse, as the energy within him surged restlessly, akin to a ferocious beast poised to break free from its confines. Exhaustion had overtaken him. "You are indeed strong, but not enough," the iron-faced man proclaimed, his figure flickering before Li Hengsheng in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared right before him, drawing his blade with the swiftness of lightning. Li Hengsheng attempted to evade, but his body was already spent. A chilling sensation coursed through his neck, and he felt as though his head had been severed from his body. With a sudden gasp, Li Hengsheng's eyes flew open, and he found himself breathing heavily, his gaze darting around in astonishment. He was still seated by the banks of the reflective heart lake. Yan Yuyun remained immersed in her trial, her eyes still closed. Instinctively, Li Hengsheng reached up to touch his neck, relieved to find his head firmly in place. However, cold sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments. The previous scene had been alarmingly vivid. He had nearly believed he had met his end. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that some individuals, like himself, had abruptly awakened, their breaths rapid and frantic, while others appeared to have grown accustomed to the experience. With a mere sigh, he fell into silence. Someone shook their head in resignation and then departed. Li Hengsheng sat there in tranquility for a moment, reflecting on the recent battle. The iron-masked man was indeed formidable. He had failed to conquer him despite firing 4 shots. Yet, at this moment, Li Hengsheng's gaze grew more resolute. He inhaled deeply once more and closed his eyes. He was determined to challenge again. As a direct disciple, he was permitted 3 challenges each month. Once more, he stood in the desolate expanse, his eyes fixed on the horizon. There stood the iron-masked man once again. "It's you," Li Hengsheng thought. The iron-masked man, upon seeing him, shook his head and said, "You cannot defeat me. Try again." Li Hengsheng refrained from further dialogue and unleashed the Zhuxian spear directly. The iron-masked man snorted coldly and engaged in battle once more with Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng launched 4 consecutive shots, the spear's brilliance surging like waves crashing upon the shore. Although the iron-masked man was undeniably powerful, he could not withstand the onslaught of Li Hengsheng's 4 shots. However, he remained unperturbed, aware that Li Hengsheng's limits confined him to just 4 shots. While the 4th shot was indeed astonishing in its might, the iron-masked man was confident he could withstand it. Though it might inflict injury, it posed no threat to his life. After Li Hengsheng's previous defeat, the battlefield had reset, leaving the iron-masked man unscathed. Thus, Li Hengsheng had little hope of victory. The 4 shots struck like venomous serpents, but this time, the iron-masked man, understanding the potency of the Basian spear technique, opted for finesse rather than brute force, resulting in Li Hengsheng's 4th shot being even less effective than the last. Nevertheless, Li Hengsheng paid no heed to this. As the final shot reverberated, Li Hengsheng's pupils widened in shock. Though turmoil raged within him, he unleashed a furious roar, his expression contorted with rage. Veins throbbed visibly on his neck, and blood seeped through his skin. With a renewed determination, Li Hengsheng fired again. The sound of his bones seemingly shattering echoed around him, as blood oozed from his pores, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. The 5th shot tore through everything. It was a desperate strike, a shot fired at the cost of his own life, where even his teeth threatened to fracture. 4 shots had pushed Li Hengsheng to his limits, yet they did not represent his true boundaries. Fueled by a will to survive, he was capable of unleashing a 5th shot. The image of the sun and moon materialized, and the bloodlines on the figure behind him erupted in that instant, causing the figure to shatter, emitting a haunting wail. Channeling every ounce of vitality, Li Hengsheng delivered this ultimate blow, his most powerful shot. The iron blade in the iron-faced man's grasp shattered, engulfing him within the brilliance of Li Hengsheng's gunfire. The first layer of guardians was vanquished without a trace of doubt. However, as he unleashed that final shot, Li Hengsheng coughed up a copious amount of blood. His internal organs lay in ruin, and his bones were scattered. Even the act of breathing became a lavish indulgence. Life ebbed away, and death seemed imminent. Yet, in that very moment, the space around Li Hengsheng began to warp. The surrounding scenery morphing into a serene mountain gorge, where a babbling brook and the melodious songs of birds filled the air. Miraculously, his wounds healed instantaneously, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. One moment on the brink of death, the next, he found himself restored to life. Yet the lingering sensation of death still haunted Li Hengsheng. The seventh level of the transformative realm? A gentle voice resonated. Li Hengsheng lifted his gaze and beheld a figure clad in white, possessing a fair visage and an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a refined scholar. A sword hung gracefully at his waist, exuding an amiable charm. Li Hengsheng realized he had indeed arrived at the second level of the ninefold battle pavilion. It was astonishing that someone from the seventh level of the transformative realm could reach this place. The scholar's tone conveyed profound surprise, as if he could scarcely believe it. Although there had been visitors from the transformative realm before, they were invariably from the ninth level. Over the span of nearly a millennium, only 7 or 8 had managed this feat after many years, witnessing someone from the transformative realm arrive here, and at that, not even from the ninth level, was truly remarkable. You must be the guardian of the second level, Li Hengsheng mused, observing the individual before him, sensing naught but tranquility emanating from him, as though he had melded with the mountain gorge itself. You may call me scholar, he spoke calmly. Show me your prowess. Li Hengsheng nodded, fully aware that he could never match the scholar's strength. He had barely triumphed over the iron-masked man by risking mutual destruction, and the scholar at the second level would undoubtedly be far more formidable. Even if he resorted to his previous tactic, employing the fifth shot once more, it would likely prove futile. Nevertheless, curiosity stirred within Li Hengsheng. He yearned to discern the true extent of the scholar's power. Thus, he launched an assault directly at the scholar, a stunning shot. As the spear approached, the scholar exhibited no inclination to resist, merely allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. In the next moment, Li Hengsheng suddenly realized that the scholar's sword had pierced through his throat. The speed of the action was such that Li Hengsheng could not comprehend it at all. The power was formidable, yet insufficient. The scholar's voice lazily echoed, such brute strength ultimately falls short. Upon hearing this, Li Hengsheng's consciousness began to dissipate. In the next instant, he awoke once more, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. It was too swift. The scholar's sword moved with such rapidity that he had no time to react. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 081, the first of the mortal realm for a millennium. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of speed. It seemed to embody something beyond comprehension, an essence that Li Hengsheng could not grasp at his current stage. Look, the rankings have shifted. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed the movement of the rankings. So what if they have moved? It's no cause for alarm. Someone, clearly irritated by the commotion, responded dismissively. However, it was the mortal realm rankings that had changed. The individual's pupils widened in disbelief as they pointed at the stone tablet. Normally, a shift in the rankings would not be remarkable. They changed almost daily. Yet the movement of the mortal realm rankings was an entirely different matter. For this list had remained static for centuries. For those at the postnatal warrior level, overcoming the first stage of the ninefold battle pavilion was fraught with difficulty, let alone transcending the mortal realm. To pass through the first stage of the ninefold battle pavilion with the cultivation of transcending the mortal realm was a feat spoken of only in legends. Some disciples had even questioned the authenticity of the mortal realm rankings. How could one at the transcendental realm possibly surpass the iron-faced man? Such a notion seems utterly absurd. The recent upheaval in the rankings has stirred the hearts of many, akin to an explosion at the Reflection Heart Lake. Countless individuals are drawn in by the question, who among the transcendental realm possesses such strength to defeat the iron-faced man? Is it Li Hengsheng, the foremost contender on the transcendental rankings? Many were left astounded upon seeing his name. It was not unfamiliar to them. News had long circulated within the sect about Su Muhai, the disciple of the esteemed Mu Haifeng, who had taken in a seemingly worthless disciple from the One's Eye Peak. Furthermore, Li Hengsheng's recent enlightenment on the grand masterpiece of the painter had only amplified his renown. Now, it is astonishing that Li Hengsheng has successfully challenged the first level of the ninefold battle pavilion. How could this revelation not cause an uproar? Even more alarming is the fact that Li Hengsheng has now ascended to the top of the rankings. The record previously held by Gu Lai for challenging the iron-faced man for 13 breaths has been shattered by Li Hengsheng. The stone tablet of the transcendental rankings now displays Gu Lai in second place, with the first position inscribed, Li Hengsheng, Transcendental Realm 7th Layer. Challenge duration, 9 breaths. All disciples at the Reflection Heart Lake held their breath, enveloped in an eerie silence. Their minds seemed to stall in disbelief. Previously, many had mocked Li Hengsheng as the most inept direct disciple of the Dao Mountain ancient land in a millennium. Now, looking back, do they not feel like jesters? What astonished them even more was that Li Hengsheng, unlike other contenders from the transcendental realm, was merely at the 7th layer. Who among those present had not felt the terror of the iron-faced man? For many, he had become a haunting nightmare, having severed their heads time and again. To think of someone at the 7th layer of the transcendental realm. Should they encounter the iron-masked man at this level, they would likely be obliterated without a trace. Even Li Hengsheng himself was taken aback by the rapid refresh of the leaderboard, having just triumphed over the iron-masked man. His name had risen swiftly, 9 breaths. Li Hengsheng had scarcely noted the passage of time, as he had indeed expended little in the way of effort during his 5 consecutive shots. Observing the astonishment of those around him, Li Hengsheng rose to his feet, intending to depart discreetly. Fortunately, although he was quite renowned, few had actually laid eyes upon him. He resolved to slip away quietly to avoid unnecessary complications. "Brother Li, are you leaving?" At that moment, the voice of Yan Yuyun unexpectedly rang out. It was she who had emerged from the trial. Li Hengsheng felt a sudden jolt. Her call of brotherly drew the attention of the crowd, causing all eyes to converge upon him. In an instant, many gazes sparkled with recognition. The surname Li. The 7th level of the transcendence realm, everything aligned. He was indeed Li Hengsheng. A disciple exclaimed, "I have seen him on the floating pagoda." In no time, Li Hengsheng became the center of attention. Each gaze seemed to pierce through him, filled with envy, admiration, curiosity, and even lust. Li Hengsheng sensed that remaining in this place could lead to his undoing, and at that moment, he darted away like an arrow released from its bow, eager to escape the realm of gossip and scrutiny. Upon witnessing his hasty retreat, Yan Yuyun stood in stunned silence. What was amiss? Was she truly so fearsome that he fled at the sound of her voice? However, immediately after, Yan Yuyun sensed that something was amiss with those around her, all fixated on Li Hengsheng. When Yan Yuyun lifted her gaze and casually glanced at the ordinary realm rankings, she found herself momentarily paralyzed, as if confronted by a specter. Li Hengsheng swiftly returned to Cangyuan Mountain, finally exhaling in relief. Indeed, it is said that fame brings its own burdens. Yet, this name was now unavoidable for Li Hengsheng. Within less than half an hour, his name reverberated throughout the ancient Dao Mountain once more. First on the ordinary realm rankings of the 9-fold battle pavilion. This news spread across the 36 peaks. The initial reaction of all disciples who heard this was one of incredulity, swiftly followed by profound astonishment. "Master, this junior brother is truly extraordinary." On Mo Heifeng, Yang Tiantian's face also bore an expression of shock as she spoke to Su Muha. Upon hearing the news, Su Muha felt a flicker of doubt, wondering if there had been some mistake. Yet soon after, he found solace in the notion that there was nothing particularly astonishing about it. "Tian Tian," Su Muha remarked to Yang Tian, "there is truly nothing to be surprised about. For Hengsheng is the son of that man." Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered in Yang Tiantian's eyes. She understood that the man Su Muha referred to as Li Changqing. Since Yang Tiantian's return, Su Muha had shared with her the story of Li Changqing. "The only one who can assist you is Li Changqing. So you must cultivate a good relationship with your junior brother. When the time is ripe, I shall seek Brother Changqing's aid for you." Yang Tian recalled these words that Su Muha had once imparted to her. This elucidates why Yang Tian is aware of Li Hengsheng's transgression of pilfering her spirit chicken. Yet rather than exhibiting anger, she graciously extends goodwill. Su Muha aspires for Yang Tian to cultivate a harmonious relationship with Li Hengsheng, hoping that when the time is ripe, he may request Li Changqing's assistance to resolve the predicament that has long plagued Yang Tian, an issue that even her esteemed master finds insurmountable. Astonishing, indeed. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Jun hastened to Cangyuan Mountain, pounding at the door. Outside, he vociferously proclaimed, despite having been soundly defeated by Yang Tian earlier that day, his injuries were merely superficial, and by afternoon he had considerably recovered. Upon learning that Li Hengsheng had once again gained notoriety, Zhou Jun, sporting a visage resembling that of a swine, sought to congratulate him. When Zhou Jun discovered that Li Hengsheng had ascended to the pinnacle of the mortal realm rankings, he could scarcely believe his ears, suspecting that the blows from his senior sister had rendered him delirious. How could Li Hengsheng have vanquished the iron-faced man? He had only recently entered the 7th level of the mortal realm. What kind of prodigy is this little junior brother? "Brother, why are you here instead of recuperating at home?" Li Hengsheng, aware of Zhou Jun's arrival, promptly went out to greet him. "Impressive. You truly are remarkable," Zhou Jun exclaimed. "Brother, are you perhaps speaking a bit carelessly? That is of little consequence." Zhou Jun gazed at Li Hengsheng with eyes alight with wonder, as if encountering him for the first time. The Li Hengsheng before him seemed of average talent, with a notably sluggish pace of cultivation. Yet he had managed to challenge the foremost contender of the 9th level battle pavilion. Zhou Jun racked his brain, unable to fathom how Li Hengsheng achieved such a feat. Li Hengsheng merely smiled in silence, then invited Zhou Jun to ascend to the small building for tea. Who knows? After a brief moment, Su Kuei arrived at Li Hengsheng's side. "Young master, Lin Tong from Yeyuan Peak has come to visit." Senior sister Lin Tong? Li Hengsheng inquired with curiosity, wondering why Lin Tong had come. Please wait a moment, senior brother, he said to Zhou Jun, before heading to see what Lin Tong wanted. As it turned out, Lin Tong had no particular business. She simply brought him some gifts and congratulated him on his ascent to the top of the mortal realm rankings. And then she took her leave. Upon returning, Li Hengsheng recounted the encounter to Zhou Jun, who smiled and remarked, "Just wait. This is not the end. More visitors will come shortly." Indeed, not long after, young master, Zheng Xin from the Reverse River Peak is here to visit. Li Hengsheng furrowed his brow, as he did not recognize the name. I shall go meet him, he decided, opting to greet the visitor. Throughout the entire afternoon, an astonishing number of over a dozen direct disciples from various peaks came to pay their respects. Each visitor exchanged pleasantries with Li Hengsheng before leaving behind some gifts. Fourth brother, you've become quite the sought-after figure. The direct disciples from various peaks are all eager to curry favor with you. Zhou Jun chuckled as he poured himself a cup of tea. Is it solely because I topped the mortal realm rankings? Li Hengsheng mused, feeling somewhat exposed. Indeed. Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Most of those who visited today have little hope of breaking through to the innate realm. Zhou Jun's expression turned serious as he continued. However, you are different. Your achievement as the #1 in the mortal realm rankings has already demonstrated your potential. They are befriending you as a means of investment. Associating with you brings them only benefits, not drawbacks. Li Hengsheng nodded thoughtfully. Once a person attains fame, many matters become increasingly intricate. Junior brother, you have transformed beyond recognition. In the future, you will encounter a myriad of individuals and experiences. Take your time to learn, Zhou Jun remarked with a smile. Li Hengsheng, however, was unperturbed by such complexities. He posed a question to Zhou Jun, one that piqued his curiosity. The scholar is exceptionally formidable. How can one defeat him? The scholar? Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow, setting down his teacup, and chuckled. It appears you have crossed swords with him. Indeed, I could not parry a single strike and was defeated. Li Hengsheng confessed, recalling the encounter with trepidation. His movements were too swift. I could hardly evade. Should I not cultivate a faster technique to counter him? To his surprise, Zhou Jun shook his head. The scholar's swiftness lies not in his footwork, but in his swordplay. His sword transcends the ordinary definition of a sword. It is intertwined with his very spirit, achieving a state where the sword moves in harmony with his thoughts, surpassing instinct, thus rendering it extraordinarily fast. Zhou Jun gazed earnestly at Li Hengsheng and continued. This represents an enigmatic realm. Without comprehension, it is exceedingly challenging to overcome the scholar. In fact, many disciples of exceptional caliber within our sect have yet to best him, unable to evade his blade. Li Hengsheng was taken aback by this revelation. How could even the most gifted disciples not prevail against the scholar's sword? Sword moves with the heart? What kind of realm is that? Ah. You have cleared the first level of the 9-tiered battle pavilion. Soon, your rewards should be delivered to you by the sect, Zhou Jun recalled. What rewards? Li Hengsheng inquired. Intrigued. Uncertain, Zhou Jun shook his head, remarking, as the first on the, your reward must be exceptionally enticing. Li Hengsheng, however, was not overly concerned with the notion of rewards. Rather, his curiosity was piqued by Zhou Jun's mention of the realm where the sword moves with one's heart. What could that possibly entail? Some may have perished, yet they did not entirely fade away. Chapter 082, Li Hengsheng's suspicion as evening descended. The promised rewards from the sect indeed arrived, delivered personally by Suma Hai, a surprising turn of events for Li Hengsheng. Greetings, master. Greetings, master. Both Li Hengsheng and Zhou Jun approached to pay their respects. Suma Hai, gazing at Li Hengsheng, found himself increasingly fond of the young disciple. Unbeknownst to him, numerous friends had flocked to Mahai Peak throughout the day to extend their congratulations, greatly enhancing Suma Hai's prestige. Very well, Suma Hai could not help but praise. However, upon glancing at Zhou Jun, whose face was swollen to the size of a pig's head, Suma Hai was momentarily taken aback. Who might you be? Are you also a disciple of Mahai Peak? Zhou Jun felt tears welling up. Master, I am Zhou Jun. What? Suma Hai exclaimed in disbelief. You are Zhou Jun? It seems Sweet has bullied you quite thoroughly, judging by how you've been beaten up. Zhou Jun was at a loss, wishing to cry but finding no tears. Was he not a true disciple? Even in such a state, he was subjected to jest. Hengsheng, your accomplishments today have earned you a reward from the sect. Suma Hai produced a treasure box and retrieved a piece of golden armor from within. This is the golden silkworm armor, a gift from the sect for you. With that, he handed the armor to Li Hengsheng. The golden silkworm armor. Zhou Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. The golden silkworm armor is indeed a true treasure. Its rarity is beyond comparison. It is said that only 9 pieces exist in the entirety of the ancient Daoshan region, crafted from the silk of an exceptionally rare silkworm. This armor is impervious to blades and flames. Furthermore, the silk possesses a unique resonant property that can diminish the force of impact by 30%. Wearing the golden silkworm armor is akin to gaining an extra life. Zhou Jun was nearly brought to tears by desire for it. He could hardly fathom that the Daoshan region would bestow such a precious artifact upon Li Hengsheng. Zhou Jun's mouth watered at the sight. "Are you envious?" Sima Hai inquired, glancing at Zhou Jun. "Indeed," Zhou Jun replied, his gaze fixated on the golden silkworm armor. "Then strive harder. If you can conquer the 5th level of the ninefold battle pavilion, I will petition the sect to grant you one as well," Sima Hai casually remarked. Yes. Zhou Jun seemed oblivious to Sima Hai's words, merely nodding in agreement. However, as reality set in, a look of despair crossed Zhou Jun's face. "Master, please do not jest with me," Zhou Jun lamented. "I can hardly surpass the 4th level. How can you expect me to challenge the 5th? Is this not a mockery?" Li Hengsheng tenderly caressed the golden silkworm armor in his hands. It gleamed with a golden hue, yet felt astonishingly light, akin to ordinary fabric. It was pleasantly cool to the touch, exuding an exquisite comfort. It was evident that this was indeed a peerless treasure. "Thank you, Master," Li Hengsheng expressed, unable to part with the armor. Wearing it would not only be a comfort, but also a means of protection. How delightful. Even Su Mohai felt a twinge of envy. The golden silkworm armor was something he himself lacked, and indeed, among the 36 peak masters of the ancient Daoshan region, only one possessed this remarkable treasure. Had it not been for Li Hengsheng's extraordinary feat of defeating the iron-faced man with his 7th-tier transcendence cultivation at a remarkable speed within 9 breaths, the sect would not have bestowed such a formidable artifact as a reward, although the sect leader was absent. Sima Hai was astonished that Li Hengsheng's actions had drawn the attention of the Elder Council of the Daoshan Ancient Region. This was a directive issued collectively by the entire council, indicating that Li Hengsheng had truly captivated the interest of all within the Daoshan Ancient Domain. Moreover, these treasures are also yours. Sima Hai gestured toward a large chest. Inside lies an assortment of refining elixirs, healing potions, and more, sufficient for your cultivation needs. These elixirs had only just arrived that afternoon, delivered by the Cangyuan escort agency from the Medical King Valley to the Daoshan Ancient Region. Upon reading the letter from Mu Chinga, Sima Hai understood the circumstances. However, if he were to reveal that these items were a gift from the Medical King Valley to Li Hengsheng, it would surely raise questions about why the valley would extend such generosity, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. Thus, Sima Hai could only claim that these elixirs were a personal reward for Li Hengsheng's accomplishments that day. Upon witnessing the trove of elixirs, Zhou Jun was further convinced of his previous suspicions. Li Hengsheng was undoubtedly Sima Hai's illegitimate son. There was no doubt about it. With such resources at his disposal, Li Hengsheng was prepared to make a fervent push toward the pinnacle of the 9th tier of transcendence. The abundance of resources was something he had never dared to dream of before. Li Hengsheng could hardly contain the urge to pen a letter to Li Changqing, eager to share the news that his son had truly made something of himself. After dinner, Li Hengsheng composed a letter detailing recent events, preparing to send it the following day. The entire night was spent in rigorous cultivation. The numerous medicinal pills sent by the Medical King Valley were predominantly for cultivation, with many rare elixirs, whose names Li Hengsheng could not even recall. These not only enhanced physical vitality, but also stabilized the soul, possessing considerable value. Li Hengsheng anticipated that within 3 days, he would ascend to the 8th level of the Transcendence realm. At dawn, Li Hengsheng was about to entrust Su Kuei with his letter for mailing when, to his surprise, Su Kuei presented him with a letter of his own. "Young master, your letter has arrived from home." "Another letter?" Li Hengsheng took it in astonishment. His father's correspondence had become increasingly frequent. He resolved to first peruse what Li Changqing had written. He had yet to respond to the previous letter from Li Changqing, and receiving another so soon left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Upon opening the envelope, 300,000 taels and silver notes tumbled out. The sight of those notes caused Li Hengsheng's heart to lurch. 300,000 taels again. Surely, these notes could not have been penned by Li Changqing himself? How could he possibly possess such wealth? Although Li Changqing had mentioned his position with the Yin family and the flourishing business of the Changqing painting studio, it seemed implausible for him to send such substantial sums of money monthly. Although the Yin family possesses considerable wealth, they remain merely a small clan in Changqing town, lacking any inherent advantages. The monthly earnings must sustain hundreds of family members, rendering it implausible that they could afford such a sum for Li Changqing. Li Hengsheng found himself deep in contemplation as he gazed at the 30,000 taels of silver notes. It was unreasonable, exceedingly so. Turning his attention to the letter within the envelope, he noted that Li Changqing claimed to have recently encountered a significant patron who purchased one of his paintings for such a staggering amount. The letter also recounted the recent happenings of the Yin family, including details about their fabric shop and tavern. Despite the mundane nature of the content, Li Hengsheng felt an increasing sense of disquiet. Particularly troubling was the mention of the delightful new offerings introduced by Yin's restaurant, Xianzhai, including glutinous rice dumplings, shrimp and egg rice rolls, and barbecued pork. The letter flowed with numerous such details, culminating in a heartfelt admonition for Li Hengsheng to not overexert himself in his studies. If ever he felt weary, disheartened, or mistreated, he was encouraged to return home, where his father could provide for him. The final sentiment sent a slight tremor through Li Hengsheng's heart, yet his gaze remained fixated on the aforementioned dishes. Shrimp and egg rice rolls. Though he was unfamiliar with the specific dish, he recognized it contained both shrimp and egg. Li Hengsheng vividly recalled a childhood incident when he consumed shrimp, only to suffer excruciating pain that nearly claimed his life. The physician had informed him of his peculiar constitution, which prohibited the consumption of shrimp and crabs. Since then, Li Changqing had refrained from allowing him any seafood, even fish being a rare indulgence. Yet now, Li Changqing unexpectedly wishes to introduce him to shrimp rice rolls. Has he forgotten? Or is he entirely oblivious? Is this person truly his father? Li Hengsheng pondered for a moment before gathering his belongings, resolved to return to Changqing town. He yearned to ascertain with his own eyes whether the individual who had penned the letter was indeed his father. Before departing, Li Hengsheng visited Mu Haifeng to request a leave of absence from Su Muhai. You wish to return home? Su Muhai inquired, his curiosity piqued by Li Hengsheng's sudden decision. What has prompted this unexpected desire to go back? After a brief contemplation, Li Hengsheng chose to confide in Su Muhai, articulating the perplexities that weighed on his mind. Do you suspect that your father has been possessed? Su Muhai's eyes widened in astonishment. Such imagination. Why not write a story? Well, my father has been acting quite strangely of late, Li Hengsheng admitted, expressing some of his inner doubts. Su Muhai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, his father was a prominent figure, with a stake of 50% in the Yin family's profits. It was hardly unusual for him to seek some financial gain. Moreover, your father is tirelessly paving the way for you, even enlisting the songstress of the medical King Valley to assist. How can you still entertain the notion that he has been possessed? Stop overthinking, Su Muhai stated directly. The act of possession is not as simple as you envision. Those capable of wielding such sorcery within the ghost clan are exceedingly rare and must possess at least the pinnacle of innate perfection. Furthermore, a possessor typically has specific targets, either a powerful warrior blessed with a formidable physique or an artist endowed with a potent spirit. Which category do you believe your father fits into? At Su Muhai's question, Li Hengsheng found himself momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he did not conform to either description. Su Muhai was indeed aware of Li Changqing's formidable spiritual essence, which met the criteria for possession. However, the idea of someone as powerful as Li Changqing being targeted for possession seemed implausible. Despite the ferocity of the ghost clan, they were not foolish. Yet, Su Muhai felt compelled to fabricate a narrative for Li Hengsheng, urging him to abandon this unrealistic notion. The thought of a preeminent ghost expending all their energy to possess his father sounded utterly far-fetched. Su Muhai continued to counsel him. Li Changqing had entrusted Su to assist in concealing his identity, and Su was concerned that Li Hengsheng might inadvertently uncover something upon returning home. Thus he vigorously dissuaded him. Later, he intended to write to Li Changqing to apprise him of the situation and advise him to remain vigilant. Observing Li Hengsheng's silence, Su Muhai approached gravely and remarked, Enough of these thoughts. People inevitably change or awaken to new understandings. Your father has shown you much kindness, sending you money and expressing concern. How can you doubt him? He is striving tirelessly for your sake. Your father was previously engrossed in his art, and after your prolonged absence from home, it is only natural for him to forget certain matters. Moreover, venturing out from Daoshan ancient land at this juncture is exceedingly perilous. Su Muhai continued. With your current cultivation at the transformation realm, you have already cleared the first level of the ninefold battle pavilion. This news will surely spread, and it's possible that the ghost clan may harbor fears of your potential and seek to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Li Hengsheng's heart quivered. The possibility was indeed real. Focus on your training. Once you believe you can safeguard yourself, then you may descend the mountain and return home, Su Muhai advised. Yes, Li Hengsheng replied, having come to a realization. However, the matter concerning Li Changqing lingered in his mind, causing him to ponder deeply. Upon returning to Cangyuan Mountain, Li Hengsheng deliberated extensively and decided it was time to probe further into the situation with Li Changqing. The letter he had previously written to Li Changqing had been torn up, and he composed a new one. In this correspondence, Li Hengsheng recounted recent events, but concluded with a poignant remark. Father, you mentioned missing mother, and I too share that sentiment. I still vividly remember my 4th birthday when you prepared a delightful dish of fried shrimp, while Mother lovingly peeled the shrimp for me. Life was so pleasant and warm during those moments, and I was genuinely happy. I often dream of that scene. Father, do you recall that day? I long for your fried shrimp again. When I return next time, please prepare it for me. He entrusted this letter to Uncle Su, requesting him to send it home. Li Hengsheng's gaze grew solemn as he awaited Li Changqing's response. If this man truly was his father, he would surely recognize the discrepancies in his words. He was unable to eat shrimp, and he had never known his mother, let alone having her peel shrimp for him. Conversely, if this individual was not his father, he would likely overlook these inconsistencies. The previous statement in his letter had also served as a test. Li Hengsheng's thoughts became increasingly tangled. In Changqing town, the atmosphere had grown increasingly ambiguous in recent days. Every day, various families visit the Yin family bearing lavish gifts, each more extravagant than the last. Even Bai Jingfei and Zhao Ichio have come to pay their respects. Their words are laced with flattery, clearly indicative of their trepidation. Yet, the Yin family appears to regard them with indifference. Only the elders of the clan are present to receive them. Despite this, the visitors dare not voice their grievances. Even formidable figures like Ma Sandao have met their demise at the hands of the Yin family, rendering any notions of retribution seemingly trivial. The grand offering notes that in recent days, everyone has come to pay their respects, not just those who previously gathered, but also families from Changqing town and several noble clans, all eager to present their tributes, clearly demonstrating their fear. Yin Buitao stands before Li Changqing, reporting the developments. Li Changqing, cradling a fei in his arms, nods in acknowledgement. It is nearly time, preparations must commence. Indeed, I shall set things in motion, Yin Buitao responds, a spark of excitement illuminating his eyes. The long-awaited day is finally approaching. He turns to leave, but Li Changqing interjects, do not be hasty. What further instructions do you have, grand offering? Yin Buitao inquires, surprised. Is it not prudent to seize this opportunity to execute our plan? I have heard from those within the Yin family that you practice a martial art known as Changqing. Indeed, Yin Buitao affirms, nodding. My understanding of martial arts derives from a painting by the Yin family entitled Tiger and Eagle, crafted by a master artist many years ago, which our family acquired at great expense. Very well. Li Changqing spoke slowly. You have lingered in the realm of postnatal perfection for quite some time. It is high time you advance to the innate stage. Otherwise, how can you govern the Yin family? After all, the future Yin family will differ vastly from the present. Innate? Yin Buitao's eyes sparkled. Throughout the annals of the Yin family's history, only one individual had ever achieved the innate stage. The transition from postnatal perfection to the innate realm was notoriously arduous, and Yin Buitao had long since relinquished any hope. However, upon hearing Li Changqing's words, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Li Changqing produced a carved wooden sculpture and placed it upon the table. The carving depicted a magnificent rock, its immense wings casting shadows that obscured the sun, while below, the tumultuous waves appeared diminutive in comparison to its grandeur. Just a single glance at this sculpture filled Yin Buitao's chest with an overwhelming sense of ambition that was difficult to contain. The long eagle technique surged within him, and he found himself unable to resist the urge to grasp the sculpture. To Yin Buitao's eyes, the rock seemed to grow larger, as if he stood atop the boundless ocean, gazing up at the majestic creature soaring towards the azure heavens. Its wings swept across the starry sky, exuding an immeasurable aura that compelled one to kneel in reverence. When Yin Buitao regained his senses, he realized he was drenched in sweat, and the wooden carving was firmly in his grasp. Yin Buitao was astonished that he had seized the sculpture without restraint and quickly offered his apologies to Li Changqing. Not at all, it was intended for you. Li Changqing waved his hand dismissively. If the Yin family wishes to thrive, your current strength is insufficient. Only when you transcend the innate realm can the Yin family truly flourish. Recently, Li Changqing has devised some long-term plans concerning the Yin family. Although the Yin family hails from a small town like Changqing, such modest clans are easier to manage. In contrast, larger factions are not suitable for Li Changqing's development. The more powerful they are, the greater their ambitions, and Li Changqing fears being ensnared by others' treachery. Grateful for the treasures bestowed by the great patron, he believes that with this artifact, he will surely soon step into the innate realm. Excitement flickered in Yin Buitao's eyes, as he yearned to return and ponder this precious item immediately. Having already reached the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, he has remained just one step away for many years. The works of the esteemed painter could offer him the chance to enter the innate realm. However, his innate talent has yet to reach that echelon. Unless he acquires a masterpiece from the painter saint, the opportunity remains elusive. Yet, for a humble family like the Ants, obtaining such a masterpiece is akin to chasing a dream. Well, let us return for now, Li Changqing remarked, waving his hand. Yes. Yin Buitao promptly departed. He then secluded himself, instructing others not to disturb him. At this moment, nothing surpassed Yin Buotao's pursuit of entering the innate realm. 3 days later, during the evening, Li Changqing received a letter from Daoshan Ancient Land. Unable to contain his eagerness upon seeing his son's correspondence, he hastily opened it. The letter detailed recent events, including his son successfully navigating the first level of the Ninefold Battle Pavilion, training in spear techniques, and preparing to challenge the Beast Assembly. Li Changqing could not help but smile at the achievements of his son. Indeed, his offspring has made remarkable progress, ranking first in the ordinary realm. In Li Changqing's perspective, it felt akin to a child proudly declaring they had secured the top position in their grade, a joy that only those who have experienced parenthood can truly comprehend. Furthermore, this delight was something Li Changqing had never encountered in his previous life. After every parent-teacher meeting, he was invariably the one left behind to face reprimands. He often found himself summoned to school to endure scoldings. The notion of being first in his grade? It was not that Li Changqing held his son in low regard. Even if the answers were placed on his desk for him to copy, he would still fail to achieve the top rank. He finally reached the end of the letter written by Li Hengsheng. Stir-fried prawns? Li Changqing mused with a smile. That is a dish I excel at. However, the letter did not clarify whether Li Changqing's wife had passed away or if they had simply parted ways. He found no answers to his queries within the correspondence. According to the letter, Li Hengsheng's mother was still present when he was 4 years old. Li Changqing pondered for a long time but remained at a loss. Nevertheless, he took out a sheet of stationery to respond to his son. The letter primarily extolled his son's remarkable qualities, congratulating him on taking the first step towards becoming a strong individual, reassuring him not to worry about his father, to focus on his cultivation in the sect, and to not rush back, as all was well with him. In closing, Li Changqing pinned, "When you return, I shall prepare your favorite stir-fried prawns." After finishing the letter, he placed it in the drawer, intending to ask the Yin family to send it out the following morning. As the day waned, Li Changqing retired for the night. Although Li Changqing possessed a spirit strength that rendered sleep unnecessary, he had long grown accustomed to slumber. Moreover, he was at a loss for activities to engage in during the night. This world had its charms, yet it sorely lacked the allure of mobile phones, leaving no avenue for indulging in short videos. Thus, he retired to bed early. Before long, his breathing became steady, and he drifted into sleep. In the dead of night, Li Changqing faintly perceived someone calling out to him. "Senior, senior." The voice was soft, yet unmistakable. Shortly thereafter, his consciousness descended into the depths of his spirit. The tranquil lake of his spirit remained undisturbed, yet to his astonishment, he discovered a young girl standing across the shimmering water, clad in a flowing white dress and barefoot. She gazed intently at him. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, exuding an air of pure innocence and charm. Nevertheless, an unsettling aura surrounded the encounter. "Who are you? How did you enter my realm of spirit?" Li Changqing inquired, his tone laced with caution. An intrusion into one's spirit was a grave matter indeed. "Are you truly Li Changqing?" The girl's voice resonated ethereally, and for an instant, her form seemed to waver, as if on the verge of disintegration. It was then that Li Changqing recognized that this girl was but a fragment of spirit, yet one that appeared to be on the brink of collapse. "Indeed, how do you know me?" Li Changqing pondered, meticulously recalling his memories. But he could not place this girl. How wonderful. The young maiden's expression brightened, and she let out a sigh of relief, respectfully stating, "I am Lu Qiao, a junior disciple of senior brother Li Hengsheng." Lu Qiao? Li Changqing immediately recalled having heard Su Mahai mention her, the child who had been taken by the ghost clan. Was she the object of his son's secret affection? Intrigued, Li Changqing began to appraise the young woman before him. Indeed, her appearance was commendable. She was polite and did not possess the demeanor of a typical rebellious youth. Her voice was also pleasing. Li Changqing nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied. Yet, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't it said that Lu Qiao had been taken away? How does she appear here within my consciousness? Could it be that I am merely dreaming? Observing the bewilderment on Li Changqing's face, Lu Qiao calmly responded, "You must be perplexed, senior. You wonder how I, taken by the ghost clan, could manifest here?" "It is indeed a matter of curiosity," Li Changqing replied candidly. "I currently reside within the ancient realm of Yunlong Changre." Lu Qiao explained. "I inadvertently acquired a treasure of painting, which enabled me to return near the ancient site of Daoshan. Within the ancient kingdom, I obtained this painting treasure, infused it with my spirit, and then utilized the Qishan order as a medium to sense the presence of those who had come into contact with it. There are 4 individuals who have interacted with the Qishan order. However, one has already perished, and another is myself. The remaining 2 are Li Hengsheng and, most likely, you, senior. Thus, I sought you out." Lu Qiao recounted the events to Li Changqing. "But why not seek my son directly?" Li Changqing expressed his astonishment. This. Lu Xiao sighed softly. Naturally, I intended to seek out Senior Brotherly. However, the distance from Yunhuang to this place is considerable. Although the painting treasure is indeed extraordinary, my spirit has merely reached its limits in arriving here. Senior Brotherly's spirit is too feeble to establish a connection. Fortunately, the spirit of my esteemed predecessor is sufficiently robust, which enabled my presence here. End of the chapter. Chapter 084. The game between father and son. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing began to comprehend the unfolding events. Lu Xiao had discovered a wondrous painting treasure in the ancient Night Kingdom, which could locate individuals who had previously interacted with it through a medium. Utilizing this painting treasure, Lu Xiao managed to disperse her spirit from the ancient Night Kingdom to Hangzhou. Initially, her intention was to contact Li Hengsheng. However, due to Li Hengsheng's frail spirit and the poor signal on her end, establishing a connection proved impossible. Thus, she realized her own signal was comparatively strong and connected with herself instead, hoping to inquire about Li Hengsheng's recent well-being. This girl, it seems, is quite fond of that troublesome boy from her family, indicating her loyalty. Yet, Li Changqing felt a twinge of curiosity. Was it not said that one must possess innate abilities to wield a painting treasure? Lu Xiao likely does not possess such abilities. Nevertheless, Li Changqing refrained from probing further, recognizing his own limited understanding of painting treasures. I see, Li Changqing nodded. I had not anticipated that my esteemed predecessor possessed such spiritual prowess. It appears that Senior Brother Li is also unaware. Lu Xiao's heart was equally astonished. Li Changqing found himself at a loss for words and could only helplessly express. Some matters, unbeknownst to him, serve as a form of protection. Should we have the fortune of encountering that young lad again in the future, I hope you will keep it a secret for my sake, for otherwise, it may bring him untold misfortune. Upon finishing his words, Li Changqing bore a look of melancholic yearning, as if harboring some profound secret. Lu Xiao, observing his demeanor, nodded in understanding. To her, it was evident that such a formidable figure as Li Changqing must possess a remarkably intricate background, and the existence of significant secrets was highly plausible. Rest assured, I shall never utter a word, she promised. How has Senior Brotherly been faring of late? Lu Xiao inquired softly. Since my departure, the people of the Changya ancient kingdom have not troubled him, have they? Fear not, Hengsheng is doing splendidly. He has even taken to writing to me frequently, Li Changqing replied candidly, sharing recent happenings concerning Li Hengsheng with Lu Xiao. She listened in astonishment, her mouth agape. I always knew Senior Brotherly was exceptionally talented, Lu Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He is indeed extraordinary. My son must be remarkable. Li Changqing spoke with pride, yet a tinge of regret accompanied his words. However, these past few years, I have been unable to care for him. He has been adrift alone in the world, enduring hardships. The thought of Li Hengsheng, a mere teenager, cultivating in the ancient lands of Daoshan without any familial support, while also suffering from bloodletting, painted a grim picture in Li Changqing's mind of the hardships his son had endured over the years. Having heard that Hengsheng has received considerable care from you over these years, I sincerely thank you. Li Changqing expressed heartfelt gratitude to Lu Xiao. No, it is Senior Brotherly who has taken care of me in many matters. Lu Xiao's expression dimmed slightly. Over the years of knowing Senior Brotherly, he has assisted me immensely. However, it is fortunate that Senior Brotherly is increasingly thriving now. As Lu Xiao spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes. Yes, he is striving for you, Li Changqing remarked. I have also come to realize my past mistakes. The relationship between my son and I has significantly improved. In his letter yesterday, he mentioned that he longs to taste my stir-fried shrimp again. Lu Xiao paused, taken aback. Stir-fried shrimp? Indeed. Li Changqing chuckled. We reminisced about old times, and he recalled his childhood birthday when I prepared stir-fried shrimp, as well as the occasion when his mother peeled shrimp for him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao appeared even more perplexed. What is the matter? Noticing her expression, Li Changqing wondered if he had misspoken. It seemed rather peculiar. Lu Xiao pondered and said, Senior Brotherly has never eaten shrimp because he once mentioned that when he was young, he had it once and felt inexplicably unwell, nearly losing his life. Since then, he has refused to eat shrimp. Whenever there are shrimp in the meals provided by the sect, he always gives them to me. Furthermore, I have heard Senior Brotherly say that he has never seen his mother since birth, so how could he possibly remember her peeling shrimp for him? Lu Xiao tilted her head as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Li Changqing felt a jolt in his heart. This lad is deceiving me. Fortunately, I received information from Lu Xiao. Otherwise, would I have allowed that young man to deceive me? He does not consume shrimp and has never seen his mother since childhood. Li Changqing acquired these two pivotal pieces of information. However, it also left him somewhat melancholic. as he realized he was utterly ignorant of his own past. He did not even know where his wife had gone, nor did he have any knowledge about his son, Li Hengsheng. This predicament was quite troublesome. Surely, he could not go through life without revealing to Li Hengsheng the whereabouts of his mother. As a father, he felt inadequate. Li Changqing let out a bitter smile. I even forgot that this young lad cannot eat shrimp. I recall now that he mentioned dreaming of this scene. Alas, having never met his mother, he must long to see her. Li Changqing pondered, fabricating a story as he went along. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiao expressed no doubt and nodded slightly in agreement. I feel remorseful towards Hengsheng. Miss Lu, if you have the time, could you share more about Hengsheng's experiences over the past few years? I wish to extend him more care. Li Changqing resolved to gather intelligence about Li Hengsheng from Lu Xiaoqiao. Being alone in the world, Li Hengsheng likely confided much in her, making this an excellent opportunity for insight. Had Lu Xiaoqiao not appeared tonight, Li Changqing knew that sending that letter would have undoubtedly revealed everything. Lu Xiaoqiao quietly nodded in agreement and said, however, my time here is limited, and it is only due to my cultivation reaching the postnatal realm that I am able to come out at all. Once my abilities strengthen further, perhaps I will be able to remain for a longer duration. Today, I sought out my esteemed senior simply to inquire about brotherly S well-being. Knowing he is well brings me great comfort. Lu Xiaoqiao spoke with sincere earnestness. Very well, Miss Lu, please take care of yourself over there. Li Changqing expressed his concern. Rest assured, senior. They currently require the Qishan order within me, so they will not harm me. Essentially, they have been quite accommodating to my needs. And I am faring well, Lu Xiaoqiao replied, only to suddenly adopt a serious expression. However, since my arrival in the ancient land of Long Night, I have sensed something amiss. It appears as though the entire realm is embroiled in a conspiracy. Although I do not know the specifics, it is highly likely that it poses a threat to humanity. I hope you will remain vigilant. Very well, Li Changqing responded, albeit feeling helpless within. What could he truly observe? He scarcely understood their motives. His sole desire was to work hard and provide a good life for his son. Whatever schemes they wished to concoct were of little concern to him. After all, if the sky were to fall, there was always someone like Wu Daolong to bear the burden. Rather than ponder their conspiracies, Li Changqing was far more curious about the identity of his child's mother. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqiao's figure began to fade, becoming nearly indistinguishable. Senior, I shall return, and if possible, I hope you could convey a message to brotherly for me. As this thought lingered, Lu's elusive figure faded within Li Changqing's consciousness. Li Changqing awoke from his slumber, approached the desk, retrieved the letter from the drawer, and then tore it apart. Sending this letter would equate to an admission of his falsehood. Li Changqing understood all too well the reasons behind the suspicions cast upon him. Firstly, the disparity between his current self and the former Li Changqing was monumental, resembling two extremes. The abrupt shift in his demeanor had aroused Li Hengsheng's doubts. Secondly, during a previous correspondence in which he had probed Li Hengsheng, he had mentioned matters concerning his mother. Li Hengsheng, having never known his mother, possessed no knowledge about her, which indicated that the former Li Changqing had never broached this subject with him. Thus, his sudden reference to it naturally sparked Li Hengsheng's skepticism. Thirdly, in his last letter, he had mentioned bringing Li Hengsheng to taste dishes such as shrimp and egg rice rolls upon his return. His ignorance of the fact that Li Hengsheng does not consume shrimp only intensified the latter's suspicions, prompting Li Hengsheng to send this letter as a means of testing him. Caught unawares, Li Changqing reflected upon the events, contemplating deeply, recognizing the need for heightened vigilance. He had previously perceived his son as a naive and simple-minded individual. Yet it seemed that his intellect was indeed quite astute. Henceforth, he would meticulously reconsider the content of his letters, ensuring there were no discrepancies, and seek additional intelligence from Lu to contend with Li Hengsheng. Li Changqing had not anticipated that the contest between father and son would commence at this juncture. At this moment, sleep eluded him. Rising from his restless slumber, he meticulously composed a letter, exercising great caution and deliberation, ensuring it contained no unreasonable content before sending it at dawn. 2 days later, a palpable wave of true essence permeated the entire Yin family. Yin Buitao had entered the innate realm. The transition was remarkably swift. Li Changqing made his way directly to the secluded area where Yin Buitao was in retreat, and coincidentally, Yin Buitao emerged just then. At that moment, his aura of true essence was intense, his complexion flushed, and an uncontrollable pressure subtly radiated from him. Yet, before Li Changqing, this pressure felt like a mere gentle breeze. Congratulations, Patriarch Yin, Li Changqing remarked with a smile. Thank you, esteemed benefactor, Yin Buitao exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Were it not for the wooden sculpture gifted by Li Changqing, he feared he might never have the opportunity to ascend to the innate realm in this lifetime. Upon entering this new stage, Yin Buitao perceived the world through a transformed lens, imbued with a profound sense of confidence. The distinction between the acquired pinnacle and the innate realm was indeed as vast as heaven and earth. However, one constant remained: Li Changqing. To Yin Buotao, Li Changqing appeared unchanged, an insurmountable mountain before him, no matter how strong he became. It was a height he could never reach. Now that you have entered the innate realm, we can proceed with our plans, Li Changqing stated calmly. Yin Buotao's expression became grave. Yes, I will make the arrangements immediately. The news of Yin Buotao's ascendance to the innate realm was not widely proclaimed. Only a few elders of the Yin family were privy to this development. The elders were filled with excitement. The Yin family had finally produced a congenital talent, solidifying their status as a formidable clan. Meanwhile, in Changqing town, various prominent families received an invitation that afternoon. It was to celebrate the birthday of Yin Yushi, the son of the Yin family patriarch, inviting the heads of all clans to attend. Upon seeing this invitation, furrows of concern etched across the brows of all recipients. What were the Yin family scheming? Zhao Ichio, known for his contemplative nature, felt an ominous premonition upon reading the invitation. He sensed that the Yin family was about to unveil their ulterior motives. Chapter 085, The Ambitions of the Yin Family. The Yin family was poised for action. After perusing the letter, Bai Jingfei slowly rose, his face etched with worry. Previously, when they had visited with gifts, the Yin family had remained composed. They had hoped that the matter would be put to rest. Especially since the Yin family had incurred no losses. They believed the Yin family had let go of the past, not wishing to escalate the situation further. With Ma Sandao deceased, they felt they had no choice but to endure the humiliation, conceding the bulk of business to the Yin family. However, today's invitation clearly indicated that the Yin family was not content with this arrangement. What were they truly after? As Bai Jingfei approached the door, clutching the letter, he observed the busy members of the Bai family outside, as well as the diligent clansmen who had toiled for a lifetime. A sense of distraction washed over him. As he ambled through the family estate, responding to greetings from acquaintances, he remained oblivious, his heart heavy with apprehension. Worrying that the Yin family might indeed commit some heinous act that would render the Bai family irreparably damaged, Bai Jingfei found himself beneath a grand willow tree. A gentle breeze caressed his face, causing the willow branches to sway gracefully. The age of this venerable tree within the Bai family's estate had long faded from his memory, yet he vaguely recalled playing ball beneath its boughs with childhood companions. Alas, those companions had long since vanished, leaving only the willow to bear witness to the passage of time. Had this strategic move truly been a misstep? Since the demise of Ma Sandao, all the clans had deeply regretted taking such a course, effectively provoking the Yin family into enmity. Although there was no evidence linking Ma Sandao's death to the Yin family, was tangible proof truly necessary? Was it not as evident as the lice upon a bald man's head? Meanwhile, news of the Yin family's heir, Yin Yushi, celebrating his birthday, spread swiftly one afternoon throughout the small town of Changqing. The Yin family's display was nothing short of grand. They sent invitations not only to various clans and numerous nobles, but also hosted a lavish feast, inviting the entire populace of Changqing to partake in the festivities. Such extravagance astonished the townsfolk. The Yin residents could hardly accommodate such a multitude, thus the banquet extended into the streets. Naturally, the townspeople were indifferent to the location. Who would refuse a free meal? On ordinary days, the dockworkers subsisted on coarse grains and pickled vegetables, but today, the sight of abundant meat on the tables filled them with unrestrained joy. The crowd was abuzz with admiration for the Yin family. The residence was adorned with vibrant decorations, creating a lively atmosphere that led many to mistakenly believe a wedding was taking place. However, Yin Yushi felt a sense of confusion, as he was aware that his birthday had yet to arrive. He pondered whether the extravagant birthday celebration prepared by his family was perhaps a bit excessive. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further, understanding that there must be a reason behind their actions. In recent days, Yin Yushi had received substantial support and resources from the Yin family. Coupled with the formidable tiger statue gifted by Li Changqing, his cultivation had progressed remarkably, reaching the 8th level of the transcendence realm. From the statue, he had also derived a powerful martial technique known as the Tiger Subduing Earthly Guardian Method, a formidable body refinement practice. The Yin family had shown great generosity in nurturing him, consistently providing abundant resources in hopes that he would eventually attain the innate realm. As noon approached, the streets were bustling with excitement. Members from various prominent families gathered outside the Yin residence to offer their congratulations. Gifts were presented at the entrance, and the leaders of each family wore smiles, skillfully maintaining a facade of cordiality. The elders of the Yin family had long awaited their arrival and promptly ushered the family heads into the inner hall, where a sumptuous feast had been prepared, inviting everyone to take their seats. This location was relatively secluded, and as everyone settled down, they exchanged glances filled with curiosity and concern. However, within the confines of the Yin household, they found themselves unable to voice their apprehensions and could only observe the unfolding events in silence. The head of the Bai family has arrived. The head of the Zhao family has arrived. At that moment, two voices echoed from outside. Bai Jingfei and Zhao Ichio have arrived. Upon hearing of their presence, the heads of various families present let out a sigh of relief. The Bai and Zhao families are indeed their pillars of support. Without these two, they would be at a loss as to how to proceed. As Bai Jingfei and Zhao Ichio entered, the crowd hastily rose to greet them. Please take your seats. The host is attending to some matters and will be with you shortly, Elder Yin courteously remarked. The guests had settled in. Yet the absence of their host created an atmosphere that felt improper, particularly given the prominence of those gathered. In another context, such neglect might have prompted them to take their leave. However, being in the Yin residence, they lacked the audacity to do so. They waited patiently for what felt like an eternity, and many began to show signs of impatience. My apologies for the delay, esteemed guests. Came the voices of two figures as they slowly made their entrance. Leading the way was Yin Buotao, accompanied by the family's grand elder, Yin Leishing. Brother Yin, congratulations. Upon seeing Yin Buotao, the crowd quickly concealed their earlier discontent and stood to extend their congratulations. Word has it that the young master has extraordinary talent. Nearing the realm of postnatal cultivation at such a tender age. With such accomplishments, entering the innate stage in the future seems well within reach. The saying a tiger father does not beget a dog son aptly describes the bond between Brother Yin and the promising young master, Yu Shi. From the first time I laid eyes on Yu Shi as a child, I sensed he was destined for greatness. The crowd eagerly chimed in with their flattery. Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei's expressions darkened, as if they had rehearsed their responses at home. You are all exceedingly courteous, Yin Buotao remarked with a smile. I am truly grateful for your presence at my son's birthday celebration amidst your busy schedules, so allow me to raise a toast to you all. With that, Yin Buotao lifted his glass, while Yin Leishing poured a drink for him. The others hurriedly followed suit, filling their glasses and joining Yin Buotao in the toast. After downing the drink, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, eager to discern the intentions of the Yin family on this day. Ladies and gentlemen, Yin Buotao continued with a smile, the purpose of gathering you here today is to share some promising news. A palpable tension filled the room. Yet no one dared to interrupt. They were uncertain of what good tidings Yin was alluding to. Bai Jingfei glanced around at the others before cautiously inquiring. What sort of good news could it be? It is indeed an opportunity to expand our ventures. Yin Buotao turned to Bai Jingfei, saying, My dear friend, we are no longer in our youth, and we have inherited the legacies of our forebears. Yet, we remain confined to this small town of Changqing. Are you truly content with that? Upon hearing Yin Buotao's inquiry, the assembly remained silent. If it were not for circumstances beyond their control, who among them would not yearn for prosperity? Who would not aspire to elevate their family enterprises and venture beyond their current confines? In the quaint town of Changqing, though it may seem tranquil, the families residing there are indeed prominent figures. However, beyond its borders, who truly recognizes them? Over the years, not only these families but even the illustrious Bai and Zhao clans have failed to produce a single innate master. Is it merely a matter of aptitude? Perhaps it is more significantly a question of resources. Given their family's standing, obtaining a painting from a mid-level artist is already a commendable feat. The works of senior artists are exceedingly rare, and their exorbitant prices are beyond their means. How can one attain innate mastery without such formidable beings? The family's aspirations to venture beyond Changqing are nothing short of a pipe dream. Brother Yin, such remarks seem rather futile, Bai Jingfei retorted with a scoff. The Yin family has yet to step beyond Changqing as well. What exactly are you trying to convey? Feel free to speak plainly. Very well, since you are so forthright. I, Yin Buotao, shall not hold back, he said, placing his cup down and surveying the assembly. Ultimately, my Yin family aspires to be the pioneering bird and break free from Changqing. Not only do we wish to venture out, but I also desire to take all of you along with us. We can all prosper together. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd remained largely unresponsive. Although their expressions did not change, each harbored their own suspicions regarding the implications of Yin Buotao's words. How does Brother Yin intend to make this escape? Zhao Ichio, who had remained silent thus far, calmly inquired. And what precisely do you mean by bringing us along? Yin Buotao remained silent, but Yin Leishing, standing behind him, spoke up. What our family head has said is quite comprehensible. If you all wish to leave Changqing town and advance further, thereby fortifying our families, we must first unite. However, it is evident that such a feat cannot be accomplished alone. Thus, the Yin family seeks to forge an alliance with you all, after all. We have been neighbors for centuries, familiar with one another since our ancestors' time. If we can unite, we can indeed go farther. Alliance? Yin Leishing's words caused the faces of those present to shift. While it was couched as an alliance, they immediately grasped the underlying implication. The Yin family intended to absorb them. Should an alliance be formed, there would inevitably be a leader who would assume that role. Bai Jingfei retorted sharply, fixing his gaze on Yin Buotao. What if our Zhao family chooses not to participate? Zhao Ichio clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing with fury. He had anticipated some maneuvers from the Yin family, but he had not expected their ambition to be so vast, seeking to swallow them all. Did they not fear imploding? In the face of the two families' inquiries, Yin Buotao smiled faintly and replied slowly, if we unite, the Yin family shall take on the role of leader, while the Zhao and Bai families may serve as deputy leaders, standing united against external forces. If one chooses not to participate, Yin Buotao toyed with the wine cup in his hand, pausing for a moment before stating simply, what will happen? I do not know. End of chapter. Chapter 086. The Grand Offering's Summoning. But who cannot discern the implications of a threat? Should you disagree? One cannot predict the actions the Yin family might take. Yin Buotao, do not be overly oppressive. Our Bai family has resided in Changqing town for many years, and we are not to be trifled with. Bai Jingfei's complexion turned a deep shade of anger, for never had he been so openly threatened. Today, the Yin family truly reveals their concealed intentions. However, should the Yin family wish to annex them so easily, they are surely mistaken. They will not passively submit, but will undoubtedly resist fiercely. I have no objections to the alliance. I also agree to leave Changqing town. But why should you, Yin Buotao, assume the role of the alliance leader? Zhao Ichio stared intently at Yin Buotao. Everyone observed the two families uniting against the Yin family. Yet such a high-stakes confrontation was clearly beyond their participation. They were merely aligned with the Zhao and Bai families, lacking the qualifications to contest for the position of leader. They possessed no capital to oppose the Yin family. Even united, it would be futile, leaving them dependent on the two families. The atmosphere at the dining table had become tense, the scent of impending conflict growing stronger. In response to the inquiries from the two families, Yin Buotao merely smiled, unperturbed. He understood well that Bai Jingfei and Zhao Ichio were aware of his family's advantageous position, and at present, they sought to force him to reveal his trump cards. Why should he? At that moment, Yin Buotao lifted his gaze, an aura emanating from him. His innate true essence descended like a heavy cloud, and those present felt an immediate weight upon their shoulders, as if they were plunged into frigid waters, struggling to breathe. At this moment, Yin Buotao appeared overwhelmingly powerful in their eyes. Merely a glance from him could send tremors through their souls, and a single hand seemed capable of crushing their very bones. The sensation of helplessness seeped into their veins, penetrating deep into their marrow, akin to a dimensional blow that extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Even the formidable Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei, both masters of the acquired realm, felt as though they were being suppressed by a colossal mountain. In Yin Buotao's presence, they perceived their own insignificance. Pre-celestial. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, uttering these two words in disbelief. The profound essence of pre-celestial energy unmistakably conveyed the truth. Yin Buotao had indeed ascended to the pre-celestial realm. There was no need for further explanation, as this alone sufficed to prove everything. Should the Yin family truly desire to annex the Bai and Zhao families, they would be utterly powerless to resist. For if Yin Buotao so wished, he could effortlessly annihilate both families at a whim. Faced with a pre-celestial being, any notion of resistance was futile. Their fate was sealed. Death awaited them. Was there a need for me to elaborate on the reasons? As Yin Buotao retracted his imposing aura, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. The leaders of the smaller clans were now drenched in cold sweat, greedily gasping for breath, their gazes towards Yin Buotao laced with profound trepidation. The sensation of life and death being held in another's hands is truly terrifying. Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei exchanged glances, ultimately sharing a bitter smile. For in each other's eyes, they recognized a deep sense of helplessness. With the Yin family now possessing a pre-celestial master, were they not mere sheep awaiting slaughter? How could they possibly contend? The Bai family has consented to form an alliance. The Zhao family has also agreed. The two parties can only acquiesce. They even contemplated that. Should the Yin family exploit them further after the alliance, they would have no choice but to endure in silence. Both the Zhao and Bai families have given their assent. What could the other smaller families possibly say? They too could only concur. I am in agreement. I concur, the crowd echoed. I consent. At this moment, Shuihong also rose, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. Yet, Yin Buotao suddenly turned his gaze towards Shuihong and spoke in a calm voice. You are Shuihong of the Shui family, correct? Indeed, I am. Shuihong promptly replied, stepping forward with a clasped fist. You were the one who summoned Ma Sandao, were you not? Yin Buotao's tone remained as tranquil as a still pond. Upon hearing this question, Shuihong's heart sank, and his expression darkened abruptly. Yin clan leader. Shuihong hastily began to explain, there has been a misunderstanding. Ma Sandao is He rushed to clarify that Ma Sandao was indeed summoned at the behest of Bai Jingfei. Bai Jingfei's face also shifted, realizing that Shui Hong was about to implicate him. However, in that critical moment, Shui Hong's voice abruptly ceased. With a casual flick of his hand, a crimson line appeared across Shui Hong's neck, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, unable to utter another word. To conspire against my Yin family, Yin Buotao scoffed coldly. Such treacherous individuals wish to ally with us? They deserve only death. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. The onlookers gazed upon the prostrate figure of Shui Hong, their garments drenched with perspiration, some trembling visibly. Bai Jingfei and Zhao Yiqiu were equally astounded. Shui Hong, a martial artist of the postnatal perfection realm, had been swiftly vanquished by Yin Buotao before he could even muster a reaction. The sheer might of Yin Buotao was truly formidable. Moreover, they were not naive. They discerned that Yin Buotao's actions were a blatant display of power, a warning meant for them. At that moment, several disciples of the Yin family entered, carrying away Shui Hong's lifeless body. Esteemed guests, do not allow the antics of this scoundrel to dampen our spirits. Let us continue our revelry, Yin Buotao proclaimed, addressing the assembly. Furthermore, regarding the matter of the alliance, I wonder if any of you have further opinions to share? Feel free to voice them. We shall leave the final decision to alliance leader Yin. At this juncture, the attendees dared not utter a word. Then I shall not defer any longer. Yin Buotao nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Zhao Yiqiu inquired, might I ask what kind of alliance you envision, alliance leader? We would be eager to hear your thoughts. Indeed. I do have a notion that I would like to propose for your consideration, Yin Buotao replied. The crowd internally scoffed, thinking, if you have an idea, do share. What counsel can we offer? Who would dare oppose? Since we are to depart from Changqing town, let us form an alliance to establish a trading company, gradually expanding into other cities. Our modest aspiration is to permeate the entirety of Minhang Prefecture. When the time is ripe, we shall venture even further. Yin Buotao articulated with confidence. A trading company? Zhao Yiqiu pondered upon hearing this suggestion. In our Ming Hangzhou alone, there exist numerous merchant associations. If we recklessly attempt to establish associations in other cities, we may inadvertently infringe upon the interests of others and easily find ourselves ostracized. Zhao Yiqiu remarked, among the many, the Minghai and Yuling stand as the largest, bolstered by formidable familial power that cannot be underestimated. The Minghai is backed by the Hai family, while the Yuling is supported by the Yunling clan, both of which are anchored by innate powerhouses. It is indeed a formidable challenge to shake their foundations. You possess quite a wealth of knowledge, Yin Buotao commented. I am well aware that numerous exist, with the majority of their profits being divided between the Yunling and the Minghai. However, our may yet thrive. I will discuss the specifics with you all shortly. Now that everyone has expressed their agreement to form an alliance, matters should proceed smoothly. Upon your return, confer with your families regarding the investment amounts, and I will distribute dividends based on your respective investment proportions. Yin Buotao addressed the group. At this juncture, they had no choice but to comply. The notion of drinking was cast aside. They resolved to return and deliberate on the investment issue with their families. These smaller families were still inclined to wait for the decisions of the Bai and Zhao families, pondering whether they truly aligned with the Yin family or harbored ulterior motives. Zhao Yiqiu and Bai Jingfei intended to depart as well, but were called back by Yin Buotao. Please hold on for a moment, Yin Buotao beckoned. Do you have further matters to discuss, Alliance Leader Yin? The two individuals turned their gaze toward Yin Buotao, their eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Follow me. Our esteemed benefactor wishes to meet you. Yin Buotao spoke calmly. Esteemed benefactor? Zhao Yiqiu and Bai Jingfei exchanged glances, faintly sensing that this esteemed benefactor mentioned by Yin Buotao was the very person they had long sought to understand. What had caused the Yin family to rise so suddenly? How had Yin Buotao attained the innate realm? Who was responsible for the death of Ma Sandao upon entering the Yin residence? Could it possibly be this esteemed benefactor? As they walked behind Yin Buotao, their minds were rife with speculation. Our esteemed benefactor is a significant figure in the Yin family. Yin Buotao continued before they could pose their questions. You are correct. Ma Sandao indeed met his demise within the confines of the esteemed benefactor's courtyard. However, it was not the esteemed benefactor who executed him personally. Someone of Ma Sandao's caliber is beneath the esteemed benefactor's notice. Beneath notice? At the mention of this term, the two were further astonished. Ma Sandao was a formidable presence, not only possessing innate capabilities, but also being a notorious figure on the blacklist. He was a ruthless killer, bloodthirsty and immensely powerful. To think that such a strong individual could be dismissed by this mysterious benefactor raised countless questions. What level of strength did this esteemed benefactor possess? Was it perhaps the consummate innate realm, or could he have already reached the grand perfection of mastery? A sense of tension gripped the two as they simultaneously lamented the extraordinary fortune of the Yan family. How fortunate they were to have such blessings bestowed upon them. If only they could have this esteemed benefactor send one their way, their families would revere him as their forebear. Yan Butao led them to the entrance of Li Changqing's modest courtyard, respectfully announcing, "Esteemed benefactor, I have brought them." "Come in," came the reply. The voice of Li Changqing echoed from within. At that moment, he was tending to the flowers in the courtyard, with little else to occupy his time. Li Changqing had cultivated a variety of exquisite flowers, all rare species procured by the Yan family, not easily found elsewhere. Each bloom was a stunning display of diversity. As the three approached, Zhao and Bai Jingfei caught sight of Li Changqing from a distance, yet they sensed no aura indicative of a formidable individual emanating from him. He appeared merely as an ordinary man. The closer they drew, the more Bai Jingfei felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. "Great offering. The person has arrived," Yan Butao spoke with reverence. "Please, take a seat," Li Changqing replied, placing the watering can down and glancing at the two. Upon seeing him face to face, Bai Jingfei gasped, "Aren't you Li Changqing from Changqing Painting Studio?" "Changqing Painting Studio?" Zhao blinked in surprise and could not help but add, "Isn't that the rather inept painter whose son is cultivating in the ancient Dao Mountain and has never produced any remarkable works?" "Impudence!" Yan Butao bellowed, his voice laced with innate true essence. The two felt a resounding thud in their heads, nearly shattering their skulls, and they staggered back, collapsing onto the ground. Their faces drained of color, they could hardly withstand the force of Yan Butao's shout. "Enough of this anger, it is of little consequence." Their perception is quite understandable. "To outsiders, I am indeed seen as that inept painter, and it matters not," Li Changqing said with a warm smile. "I simply cannot tolerate their disrespect towards the great benefactor." Yan Butao hastily exclaimed, for in his heart, Li Changqing had become the greatest benefactor of the Yan family. Without Li Changqing, it seemed he would never have the privilege to step into the realm of innate beings. Ignorance does not incur guilt, it matters not. Li Changqing professed that he was utterly indifferent to it. Yan Butao respectfully stepped aside, but shot a fierce glare at the two, as if to convey that with the great benefactor advocating for them, he would spare them this time, yet warned that it would not be tolerated again. Zhao and Bai Jingfei were taken aback, observing Yan Butao's obedient demeanor, wondering if he had truly been deceived by Li Changqing. After all, Li Changqing had resided in Changqing town for many years, yet he had not even attained the level of a junior painter. Moreover, he was merely a spendthrift, devoid of any real talent, producing nothing but abysmal works. Years ago, he had experienced a stroke of luck, managing to create a painting that accidentally allowed him to break through to the postnatal realm, which Li Changqing had boasted about, making it known throughout Changqing town. Since that time, no further accomplishments had followed. Lacking genuine ability, yet relishing in pretension, he relied on the support of the son of Daoshan ancient land for sustenance. Such had been his reputation, so how could he suddenly be regarded as the great benefactor in the Yan family? The disparity was simply too great. "You too," Li Changqing said with a smile, "do not sit on the ground. It is cold. Please, have a seat on the chairs." As he spoke, with a flick of his hand, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed in their ears, akin to a streak of golden light racing through the air. As the two individuals regained their composure, they were astonished to discover that they had been seated upon the stone bench in the courtyard. It was as if time had shifted inexplicably. What had just transpired? They, both of exceptional prowess, had been effortlessly moved from the ground to the bench without even perceiving the actions of the other. Such a display of skill could hardly be matched by even Yan Butao. Was all of this orchestrated by Li Changqing? What level of cultivation would one need to achieve such feats? In that moment, tumultuous thoughts surged within them. Li Changqing was, indeed, an enigmatic master, having concealed his true nature all these years in Changqing town. Upon realizing this, they bowed respectfully to Li Changqing, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to you, esteemed senior." Their hearts were still tumultuous, but upon seeing Yan Butao standing beside Li Changqing with a smile upon his lips, they comprehended the entirety of the situation. Li Changqing was the source of the Yan family's confidence. Yan Butao's ascension to innate mastery was undoubtedly linked to Li Changqing. They were not fools. They understood that the seemingly useless painter was merely a faade for an extraordinary master. "Do not be alarmed, I merely wish to converse with you." Li Changqing gestured for them to sit. They promptly complied, gazing at him with humble admiration. "The idea of uniting the families of Changqing town to form an alliance was mine," Li Changqing continued. "To be confined to Changqing town for the entirety of one's life, I believe, is not what you desire. Seize this opportunity to unite and venture forth. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for your families to forge a brighter future. With ample resources at your disposal, it is conceivable that both your clans might ascend to the ranks of eminent families, and the emergence of innate disciples among you would no longer be a mere fantasy." Li Changqing boldly painted a promising picture for the two individuals. His words resonated with them, and they nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his assertions. With the combined strength of their three families, the prospect of venturing beyond their current confines was undoubtedly within reach. Even if they could not rival the few families with innate members, their circumstances would surely surpass their existence in Changqing town, presenting them with greater opportunities. However, the three families had previously maintained a policy of non-interference, making the idea of an alliance seem far-fetched. Trust was a rare commodity among them. Yet, with Li Changqing's presence, the dynamics shifted. His exceptional capabilities provided them with reassurance, alleviating their fears of rival forces from other mercantile associations. You boast innate members? So do we. Who has reason to fear? Furthermore, observing Yin Buotao's profound respect, it was evident that Li Changqing's cultivation surpassed that of an ordinary innate. They had borne witness to his formidable prowess, shrouded in mystery. At this moment, a spark of ambition illuminated their eyes. If they could transcend the limitations of Changqing town, they might indeed reach the heights Li Changqing envisioned. As for the affairs of the Merchant Association, clan leader Yin has likely briefed you. Thus my visit is to encourage you both to regard this association as your own enterprise. Well done, it is indeed beneficial for your own family. Furthermore, the esteemed leader Yin has achieved the innate realm today because of the commendable actions he has undertaken recently. As you both diligently pursue your endeavors, I shall extend my assistance when the time comes for you to reach that extraordinary state. Just as the two were yet to swallow their earlier morsels, Li Changqing presented them with another. They had no choice but to partake in this offering, for should they refuse, Li Changqing would undoubtedly find someone to feed the two leaders. However, it is undeniable that this prospect truly tantalizes their appetites. The innate realm, it is the pinnacle they have long yearned for. Especially with Yin Buotao having entered the innate realm, their aspirations for this domain have intensified. With utmost respect for your teachings, Senior Changqing, we shall strive earnestly, both by Jingfei and Zhaoqiu expressed sincerely. As for the matters concerning the other families, we entrust them to you too. Li Changqing observed them keenly, fully aware that the families in Changqing town were eagerly awaiting the Zhao and by families' declarations upon their return. Most would inevitably follow their lead, for these smaller families had little choice in the matter. The two understood Li Changqing's implication and then turned to take their leave. After seeing them off, Yin Buotao returned to Li Changqing. Great patron, I have conferred with the elders within the clan, and we wish to designate the name of the Merchant Association as Changqing Merchant Association. I would like to know your thoughts on this matter, Yin Buotao stated to Li Changqing. Changqing Merchant Association? Li Changqing raised an eyebrow. While he personally favored the name, it seemed inappropriate for a merchant association formed by numerous families, particularly led by the Yin family. Indeed, it signifies the enduring vitality of our Chamber of Commerce, Yin Buotao remarked with a cheerful smile. I have no objections. Since it is your kind intention, I shall acquiesce, Li Changqing agreed. Moreover, regarding the ideas proposed by the grand offering previously, is there truly no issue? Yin Buotao inquired. For our Chamber of Commerce to thrive, must we truly approach it from this angle? Certainly, Li Changqing responded. Be it the Yuling Chamber of Commerce or the Minghai Chamber of Commerce, their models remain largely unchanged, primarily focused on similar products. The reason they have both managed to endure over time is that they have yet to completely dominate the market of Minghang Prefecture. It has not reached saturation, thus allowing those smaller chambers a chance to breathe. If we were to force our way in to claim a share, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to expand. It is akin to the brand of clothing produced by our Yin family fabric shop. The Zhao family also aspires to partake, but they cannot usurp our share. Changqing town is too small. Our Yin family alone has saturated the market, leaving them no opportunity. After years of development, Minghang Prefecture has long been divided among them. Our entry would not stir any waves, it would merely compel the market to push us back. Hence we must certainly seek an alternative path. Li Changqing's words resonated with Yin Buotao. However, should we enter the fray, it would be exceedingly challenging for those smaller chambers to survive. They currently still have some sustenance. But if we truly invade, they might find themselves with nothing but bones to lick, Yin Buotao remarked with a wry smile. Such is the nature of the market. There is no remedy. Li Changqing shook his head, reflecting on the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Some individuals, lacking foresight, are destined for elimination. At this juncture, he felt a profound sense of empathy. In his previous life, the profession of a woodcarver was highly esteemed, with crafted pieces regarded as works of art. However, with the burgeoning advancement of technology, the advent of machine carving rendered traditional methods obsolete. Machines produced not only aesthetically pleasing and intricate designs but did so with remarkable speed. A large wooden sculpture that would take a month to carve by hand could be completed by a machine in a single day. After spending considerable time in this new world, Li Changqing had come to a realization. In his past existence, he had been a simple and honest man, ultimately becoming a victim of circumstance. In this life, he resolved to take control of his destiny. If he wished to avoid being devoured, he must become the predator. Did you just commit murder? Li Changqing cast a glance at Yin Buotao. Indeed, Yin Buotao nodded. If we do not take decisive action, they may entertain other chaotic notions. Furthermore, this matter necessitates accountability to the Yin family. Although we all share responsibility, it is Ma Sandao, whom Shuihong summoned, who must face the consequences. Has Shuihong's background been investigated? How did he manage to summon someone of innate talent? Li Changqing inquired with curiosity. Shuihong's brother-in-law is employed at the Zhana mansion. Yin Buotao replied. His name is Zhou's son. Ma Sandao was brought in by him. They were acquainted during Zhou's tenure at the Zhana mansion. And even after Ma Sandao's departure, he maintained clandestine contact with him. Would it trouble you to express any concerns? Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to inform me. Upon hearing the name of the Zhana manor, Li Changqing recognized it as a formidable force. Although it does not reside within the borders of Minghongzhou, its proximity is not insignificant. Rest assured, esteemed patron. Yin Buotao remarked with a smile, though Zhou Sun claims he can summon Ma Sandao and speak on behalf of Zhana manor. He is likely paralyzed by fear following the murder of Shuihong, and would not dare seek trouble with the Yin family. Ultimately, the realms of innate and acquired abilities are entirely distinct, with no intersection. Zhou Sun would not pursue vengeance against our Yin family for this matter. Indeed, with Shuihong deceased, have matters concerning the Shui family been arranged? Fear not, esteemed patron. Since Shuihong departed, my Yin family's disciples have already ventured to the Shui residence. Everything belonging to the Shui family is now under our control, and we have long prepared your share. Yin Buotao quickly added, there is one more thing. Li Changqing stated, the corpse of Ma Sandao should be delivered to Zhana manor in exchange for the bounty. He is listed on the black market, is he not? Thus, having slain Ma Sandao as the hunter, we ought to receive our due reward. Yin Buotao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Ma Sandao is on the black market, with a bounty reaching 150,000 taels. However, it is typically required for the hunter to personally claim the reward. The individual who killed Ma Sandao is none other than yourself, is it not? Li Changqing chuckled. Me? Yin Buotao was startled. Ma Sandao infiltrated the Yin family with ill intentions and was slain by you, Yin Buotao. What issue could there be in claiming the reward? Li Changqing remarked softly, the Yin family has produced a congenital master and has even slain Ma Sandao. What swifter means could there be to disseminate this news? The Changqing Chamber of Commerce aims to establish a presence in other cities, and it is imperative that people recognize the support of a congenital master behind us. We cannot simply proclaim it to everyone. I am not one to seek the limelight, nor do I wish for Hengsheng to be aware of this, lest he neglect his cultivation. As the foremost protector of the Yin family, I can offer my backing, but I shall refrain from involvement in other matters. Li Changqing spoke with clarity. Indeed, I comprehend, Yin Buotao acknowledged, grasping Li Changqing's intent and finding his reasoning quite sound. What perplexed Yin Buotao was the necessity to conceal his prowess from his son. Why must his son endure hardships from a young age? It seemed an odd quirk. Yet, everyone possesses their own choices, and Yin Buotao felt it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. The affairs progressed seamlessly. The following morning, Li Hengsheng awoke feeling refreshed, pondering that it had been 2 days since he had last seen Lu Qiao and wondering if something had transpired. After all, he needed to extract information about his son from her. On this seemingly ordinary morning, however, a monumental shift occurred in Changqing town. The Bai and Zhao families jointly sent invitations to other clans, convening a meeting in Xianzhai at dawn. While the Yin family members enjoyed a restful night, the smaller families found themselves restless and troubled. The Yin family seeks to annex them, contemplating the direst of outcomes, while they await the responses from Bai Jingfei and Zhao Qiu. Furthermore, the Shui family has mysteriously vanished overnight from Changqing town. The Yin family has seized the Shui estate, expelling those who complied and ruthlessly eliminating those who dared to resist. Ordinarily, the disciples of Daoshan ancient land stationed in Changqing town would oversee such matters, maintaining equilibrium among the various families to prevent excessive bloodshed. Yet, oddly enough, not a single disciple from Daoshan ancient land intervened. One reason is that Yin Yuyun is a disciple of Daoshan ancient land, and out of respect for her, they are disinclined to intervene. More importantly, who would wish to offend a practitioner of innate prowess? Had the Yin family still belonged to the postnatal realm, they would have acted. But since the Yin family has ascended to the innate realm, they turn a blind eye. End of chapter. Chapter 088. Who among us has not known death since time immemorial upon receiving the news from the Bai and Zhao families? Indicating their assembly at Shiyanzhai, it became clear that both families had resolved to compromise with the Yin family. Why else would the meeting not take place at Jinhong Building, but rather at Shiyanzhai? That venue belongs to the Yin family. and convening there renders all matters transparent to them. Given that both families have made their decision, they too must resign themselves to this fate. Otherwise, it is highly probable that the fate of the Shui family today could very well become theirs tomorrow. Carriages lined up at the entrance of Shiyanzhai, and those disembarking were prominent figures from Changqing town, most of whom were visiting Shiyanzhai for the very first time. The patriarch of the Ma family, weary and fatigued, entered the Shiyanzhai. He had not rested a wink the previous night, and after learning of the fate that befell the Shui family, he endured a night filled with trepidation until dawn. At the same time, he weighed the pros and cons if he truly allied with the Yin family. Would it lead to a more promising future? Conversely, if he chose not to ally with them, how could he possibly safeguard his family's interests? Yet, even with the arrival of dawn, he found himself devoid of any clarity. Upon stepping into the Shiyanzhai, he observed that the first floor was nearly filled with patrons. Such thriving business? Ma Chen glanced around, noticing several individuals engaged in lively conversation, sipping tea, with an array of delectable snacks adorning their table, all sporting cheerful expressions. Many were familiar faces, belonging to the nobility of Changqing town, with whom he often interacted. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a familiar figure seated at a solitary table, Sun Yuru, the only female head of a family in Changqing town. At that moment, she was sipping tea, her gaze fixed intently on the storyteller on the platform, though her eyes were red, suggesting she had recently wept. Could it be that the impending fate of her family, facing annexation, had rendered her inconsolable throughout the night? Yuru, why are you still here? Wasn't it said that discussions were to take place? Ma Chen approached her with curiosity. Not everyone has arrived yet, so I thought I would listen to a story for a while, Sun Yuru replied, wiping her eyes. The tales being told are utterly captivating, ones I have never encountered before. Come, join me and listen. Are they truly so enchanting? Ma Chen gazed in astonishment at the storyteller on stage. He had previously heard of various new tales being recounted at Shirin's studio, yet he had paid little mind, dismissing them as mere stories. After all, they were often of the same ilk, with little novelty to offer. However, if even Sun Yuru was so moved, there might indeed be something of interest. With a sense of curiosity, Ma Chen took a seat. He observed the storyteller wielding a wooden clapper, vividly narrating the tale, while the audience listened attentively, akin to diligent students in a classroom. How delightful! Sun Yuru exclaimed. The story being told today is titled Yang Fei and the wine-wielding execution of Hua Xiong. It is simply enchanting. Oh? Ma Chen, intrigued, settled in. Yang Fei? Could it be a royal tale? But from which dynasty? He pondered, recalling that Yang Fei was a consort of an emperor. At that moment, Sun Yuru, her eyes glistening with tears, began recounting the story to Ma Chen. The narrative featured a rather twisted character named Cao Cao, the emperor of that dynasty. However, he harbored a peculiar obsession. He was only attracted to married women. Upon hearing this, Ma Chen fell silent, contemplating how this could be deemed perverse. His limited experience clouded his understanding. Unaware of Ma Chen's reaction, Sun Yuru continued her animated narration. Cao Cao fell deeply in love with Yang Fei, also known as Yang Yuhuan, and ultimately took her as his beloved consort. Yet, to indulge his peculiar desire, he forced Yang Yuhuan to marry a general stationed at a pass, Hua Xiong. Thus, Yang Yuhuan found herself ensnared within the royal confines, compelled to wed Hua Xiong against her will. Yang Yuhuan wept throughout the day, her face perpetually stained with tears. However, Hua Xiong was a gentle and kind man, steadfastly by her side, never daring to lay a hand on her. One fateful day, Yang Yuhuan sensed the depth of Hua Xiong's affection, and they fell passionately in love, ultimately giving birth to a son named Hua Tuo. Years later, Cao Cao deemed the time ripe and summoned Yang Yuhuan back to his side. Yet, she resolutely refused, determined to stand by General Hua Xiong through thick and thin. Over the years, her heart had become irrevocably entwined with his, causing her to forget her past feelings for Cao Cao. Little did she know, the ruthless Cao Cao resorted to coercion, threatening the lives of innocent civilians. He arrived with formidable royal experts, their prowess akin to that of terrestrial immortals. Cao Cao commanded Yang Yuhuan to personally behead Hua Xiong, or else the immortal would unleash a tsunami, drowning the inhabitants of Changqing Pass, condemning countless lives to a watery grave. Ma Chen listened in stunned silence, captivated by the unfolding tale, while Sun Yuru wept uncontrollably. To save the multitude of people, General Hua Xiong, with a smile, urged Yang Yuhuan to end his life, uttering the poignant words, "Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Let my loyal heart illuminate Changqing." Devastated, Yang Yuhuan found herself unable to strike the fatal blow. Cao Cao, prepared with a cup of warm wine, warned her that should it grow cold, the people of Changqing Pass would perish. Ultimately, in a heart-wrenching decision for the sake of the populace, Yang Yuhuan, with tears streaming down her face, took Hua Xiong's life. Sun Yuru was already a weeping mess. Hua Xiong was indeed a remarkable man. Ma Chen sighed softly, reflecting on the age-old truth, since ancient times, who has escaped death? Let the crimson heart shine upon Changqing. Indeed, the tale was drawing to a close. With a decisive tap of the wooden board, the storyteller chuckled and proclaimed, to learn what transpires next, you must await the next installment. He invited the audience to return early the following day, promising a narrative even more riveting. Sir, did Zhang Yuhuan truly return with Cao Cao? Was it not said that she bore a son with Hua Xiong? What became of them in the end? The crowd could not contain their curiosity. The storyteller smiled faintly before responding. Since you are eager to know, allow me to share a morsel of the tale to come. Tomorrow's story will recount the journey of Hua Xiong and Yang Yuhuan's son, named Hua Tua, who concealed his identity in honor of his father. He adopted the name Hua Hengsheng. He dedicated himself to rigorous training, wielding the formidable Crimson Sword, and returned in righteous fury to avenge his father. Determined to eradicate all of Chao's kin, culminating in a tragic misunderstanding in the valley of the Ind against Chao Guojiu. Now, it is time to ascend. With the story concluded, Ma Chun felt a lingering desire for more, yet he understood the importance of duty. Thus, he and Sun Yu made their way to the second floor. Everything proceeded in a methodical manner. By noon, the chieftains of various clans had gathered at the Yin residence to pledge their loyalty and consent to join the alliance, bringing their accumulated wealth along. Yin Buotao had also conferred with Li Changqing, who, without needing to invest financially, would hold a 30% stake in the Changqing Chamber of Commerce, while the Yin family would similarly retain a 30% share. The remaining 40% would be distributed among the others. Li Changqing expressed his agreement, for he believed that the Changqing Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly be profitable. The 30% share promised far greater returns than the previous 50-50 arrangement with the Yin family. Meanwhile, Yin Buotao had also made his way to Zhanhe Mansion, carrying the severed head of Ma Sandao. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. In the ancient land of Daoshan, Li Hengsheng finally emerged from his seclusion. At this moment, Li Hengsheng had truly attained the 9th level of the transcendental realm. His sun and moon celestial demon body had also cultivated the 3rd bloodline. The vigor of Li Hengsheng had reached its zenith, and his power had undergone a significant enhancement. Should he face the iron-faced man now, he was confident that he could slay him with merely the 4th strike. However, when he thought of the 2nd-level guardian, the scholar, Li Hengsheng felt no semblance of assurance. Young master, you have emerged. Su Kuei approached Li Hengsheng to report the recent events. Your 2nd senior sister came looking for you, but upon learning of your seclusion, she left. Nevertheless, she sent a few spirit chickens, requesting that the kitchen prepare them for you once you are out. Additionally, she mentioned that you should pay her a visit after your return. Furthermore, there is also a letter awaiting you at home. Su Kuei relayed all the information, and Li Hengsheng was surprised that Yang Tian had indeed sent chickens, as he had initially thought it merely a courteous gesture. He was uncertain of the reason for Yang Tian's visit, yet he refrained from going to Bailing Peak, for he was more eager to read the letter. In it, he had tested the waters with regard to his father, and he was curious about the outcome. On the small building atop Changyu Mountain, Li Hengsheng had been seated for a teased duration, contemplating the letter that lay quietly before him on the table. After much deliberation, he still found himself unable to open it, as if it contained something terrifying. His emotions were a tumultuous blend. He was uncertain of how to confront the contents of this letter, perhaps even fearful. Once this letter was unveiled, some things might irrevocably alter the course of his existence. What if Li Changqing had indeed been possessed by another, having never experienced maternal love nor laid eyes on his mother? Li Hengsheng had often envied the children of others during his youth. He did not wish to lose his father now, even though the man had been rather erratic in his ways. Yet, this did not diminish Li Hengsheng's reliance on him. If this final thread of dependence were to vanish, he would find himself utterly alone in this world, bereft of kinship and truly desolate, lacking even a single soul to yearn for. After a prolonged silence, Li Hengsheng finally decided to break the seal of the letter. His hand, which had wielded the Zhuskin spear without tremor, now quivered as he grasped the letter. He began to read each word with painstaking attention. Well, fried shrimp? Have you lost your senses, my child? Can you truly eat shrimp now? Or have you, with the passage of time, ceased to resist shrimp and crabs? I still recall the time when you nearly lost your life over shrimp, which is why I have refrained from preparing them for you since. Furthermore, by the time you were 4, your mother had already. Enough. Some matters belong to the past. I understand your longing for your mother, a woman you have never seen. And I comprehend your envy of other children who bask in maternal affection. But some truths I withhold from you, my dear, are for your own good. You may not comprehend it now, but one day you shall understand the meaning behind your father's words. As father and son, let us look forward. Your well-being is the greatest solace for me. Focus on your cultivation. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. As I have often said, I am here to support you. Whenever you feel weary, return home, where meals are plentiful and sleep is undisturbed. Keep striving. You are my pride. Upon reaching the conclusion, Hengsheng leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. A smile crept onto his face, yet he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. This man is indeed his father. He recalled his aversion to shrimp. Perhaps it had slipped his mind during their correspondence. He had truly been overly sensitive. Although Changqing had not broached the subject of his mother, Hengsheng felt no concern. For Changqing had consistently adopted an evasive stance regarding this matter throughout his life. Hengsheng believed that one day, Changqing would reveal the truth, but at present, he felt too feeble and unworthy of such knowledge. After resting for a considerable time, Hengsheng finally ventured out to seek young Tian. Clearly, young Tian had something on her mind regarding him. He found this enigmatic second senior sister rather perplexing. Upon arriving at Bailing Peak once more, he noted the stark contrast between its daytime and nighttime ambience. The entire mountain was imbued with a sense of vitality, and the breeze carried the fragrance of herbs. The junior brother has arrived. Upon seeing Hengsheng, young Tian's joy was palpable, and she instructed someone to bring forth an assortment of peculiar fruits. I gathered these while I was out. They are not typically available for purchase. To give them a try, she enthusiastically urged. Is this the immortal's fruit? Hengsheng picked up a purple fruit and couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, my junior brother is quite knowledgeable. Young Tian smiled and replied, I discovered this in a rift near Shuzhou. It has a delightful flavor, so I picked quite a few. However, it is said that the wine immortal fruit is guarded by spiritual beasts. Oh, you mean that monkey? It posed a bit of a challenge. But I managed to slay 2 of them, and the rest simply fled, young Tian said nonchalantly, as if it were merely an ordinary occurrence. Slain 2, Hengsheng chuckled, recalling the accounts he had read. The wine immortal fruit is often accompanied by the formidable iron-boned ape, which possesses immense strength and is impervious to blades. Rivaling the innate realm, his second senior sister truly is formidable. Yet, upon tasting a fruit, he discovered it contained a rich aroma of wine, complemented by a sweet and sour flavor, truly delightful. By the way, I heard from Uncle Su that you were looking for me. Is there something you need? Hengsheng inquired. Naturally, there is a matter at hand. You must have forgotten. It has been nearly 2 months since you became a direct disciple. Each direct disciple is required to undertake a sect task once a month, yet you have not completed any. If you neglect this for 3 months, you will face punishment. Yang Tian explained. Oh, right? Hengsheng suddenly recalled that Zhou Jun had mentioned this earlier. I completely forgot. He had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he overlooked this obligation. The master intends for me to accompany you to complete the task, Yang Tian remarked. The tasks assigned to direct disciples typically possess a certain level of difficulty. After all, you have just reached the transcendence realm, and there are scarcely any tasks designed for someone at your stage. Without a companion, Master fears you may struggle to cope. Some individuals have perished, yet not completely. Chapter 089 Lao Dao Luo stated, Your son is fated to encounter perilous bloodshed. Indeed, it poses a dilemma. Hengsheng awkwardly inquired. Is there any task suitable for me? Very few, Yang Tian replied. Some tasks for direct disciples involve hunting individuals on the blacklist, while others require seeking out rare herbs and treasures or investigating certain matters. However, none of this pertains to you. With your current cultivation, you are unable to confront those on the blacklist. Hengsheng concurred with her statement. He believed that dealing with ordinary individuals at the postnatal stage should not be overly challenging, yet it is quite difficult for them to ascend to the blacklist. Nonetheless, today he was fortunate enough to actually find one. Yang Tian produced a list and said, I have taken this task on your behalf. Such tasks are rare, and I happened to come across it. It is quite suitable for you, with minimal danger, and I shall accompany you. Hengsheng accepted the list that young Tian offered and examined the task details carefully. The location was unexpectedly in Minhong Prefecture. Within a mountain range known as Gallian Mountain in Minhong Prefecture, there lies a village called Pingyuan Village, where unusual occurrences have recently transpired. The villagers sustained their lives through the gathering of medicinal herbs. One day, a landslide revealed a deep cave, prompting the villagers to venture inside, hoping to discover treasures that would alleviate their hardships. However, to their astonishment, none of the villagers emerged from the cave. After waiting for an extended period, those outside grew increasingly perplexed and sent others in, yet they too vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by a mysterious force. Panic ensued among the villagers, who speculated that ferocious beasts within the cave had devoured their kin. Consequently, they sought assistance from the disciples of the Daoshan ancient land stationed in the nearby city of Fanun. Upon learning of the possible peril faced by the villagers, the disciples promptly arrived at Pingyun village. A disciple at the postnatal realm also entered the cave, yet after much time, he too failed to reappear. Even more unsettling was the absence of any sounds of struggle from within, which captured the attention of the Daoshan ancient land and transformed the inquiry into a task for the direct disciples. The objective was to unravel the enigma of the cave. Initially, this mission appeared to lack significant danger. Hengsheng furrowed his brow, asserting that the cave must harbor some ferocious beasts, perhaps even spirit beasts, which could account for the fate of those who entered. The presence of spirit beasts would indeed provide a plausible explanation, as ordinary postnatal martial artists would stand little chance against such formidable foes. Who, then, was the missing outer disciple? Hengsheng inquired with curiosity. Which peak is it? There was no response. Yang Tian, with her hair tied in twin pigtails, spoke with an air of seriousness. I have another hypothesis. Perhaps there exists a hidden realm within the cave. A hidden realm? Hengsheng furrowed his brow. If such a realm were to exist, the situation could become quite complicated. Some hidden realms are devoid of peril, yet it is rumored that others may ensnare even the most formidable innate masters, leaving them unable to escape. There is no need for excessive contemplation. If a hidden realm truly lies within, we should refrain from recklessly entering. Instead, we ought to report this matter to our sect. Your task would then be deemed complete, and you might even receive commendation. Yang Tian smiled. This task poses little danger. If there are indeed spirit beasts, your senior sister will be by your side, so what is there to fear? Hengsheng was not particularly anxious about that. Even if there were spirit beasts of the innate realm, he felt assured. His senior sister, despite her childlike demeanor, possessed exceptional strength. I shall accept this task, he declared resolutely. As a direct disciple, he was obliged to complete tasks each month, and this one was particularly suited to him. Moreover, Hengsheng yearned to venture beyond the confines of Daoshan ancient land. Previously, Su Mahai expressed concern over potential dangers awaiting him outside, but now, with Yang Tian by his side, he felt no trepidation. His second senior sister was quite formidable. Now, little junior brother, prepare yourself. We shall set forth, Yang Tian proclaimed. First, we will head to Fanyan City, and then proceed to Gallian Mountain to search for that cave. I am indeed curious to discover what lies within that cave. At this moment, Yang Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation, a look reminiscent of a famished child yearning for a sumptuous feast. Hengsheng could only chuckle in resignation, believing that her insatiable curiosity compelled her to venture forth. It was evident that she was an individual who relished uncovering secrets. His second senior sister resembled a child not only in appearance but also in temperament, with an overwhelming sense of wonder. This was the impression Yang Tian left on Hengsheng. After a brief preparation, he set off alongside her. Although they were still in Minhang Prefecture, the distance between Fengyan City and Gallian Mountain was considerable, requiring at least a day's journey to reach their destination. Upon their return from the task, he contemplated stopping by Changqing town to visit his father. For the past 3 years, Hengsheng had been reluctant to return home, shunning that cold place. He dreaded facing a father who indulged in daydreams, a hand that only reached out for money, and the sight of a drunken man in a stupor. Such scenes had largely defined his childhood. Yet, now things had changed. He longed to see the person he missed deeply within his heart. Changqing town remained vibrant, with only the nobility aware of the unfolding events. For the common folk, it was still the same bustling town, where the sun rose each morning and set every evening. The alliance of the Yin family had been established, and they had begun distributing tasks among various families. Yin Boitao was soon to return, leaving Li Changqing once again with ample free time. Spending the entire day within the confines of the Yin residence proved rather dull. Li Changqing preferred to venture outside, to listen to the absurd tales he had penned within the tranquil atmosphere of Shiyan's studio, or perhaps to savor a bowl of wontons from a street vendor. Alternatively, he might attend a performance at a local theater. This existence was genuinely delightful. In Li Changqing's eyes, matters of conflict and the sinister plots of the demon clan held no relevance for him. His sole desire was to live a peaceful life with his son, free from the burdens of other concerns that did not pertain to him. After all, a time traveler is not a savior. As he steeped a cup of tea, Li Changqing settled at a tea stall, observing the bustling traffic around him, while a fei lay lazily at his feet, basking in the warmth of the sun. His ears absorbed the casual conversations of those nearby, tales of a man who lost his money, a wife who went missing, and a child who soiled his trousers. These were the authentic experiences of life. May I sit here? At that moment, a voice jolted Li Changqing from his reverie. He looked up to see a man of about 50, dressed in simple cloth garments, sporting a pair of goat-like whiskers, and holding a fortune-telling banner that bore the inscription Heavenly Fate. It was evident that he was a fortune-teller, a profession Li Changqing had never encountered in this realm before. Please, take a seat, Li Changqing invited, scrutinizing the man before him. The fortune-teller sat down, placing the banner aside, appearing quite parched, and promptly requested a cup of tea. Li Changqing raised his hand to pour a cup for the fortune-teller. Here you are. Thank you, thank you. The man appeared to be parched. And after expressing his gratitude to Li Changqing, he drained the tea from his cup in one gulp. Li Changqing chuckled and poured him another cup, which he also consumed in a single swig. Have you traveled from afar, sir? Li Changqing casually inquired. Hiki, just wandering about, making a living. The man replied with a chuckle. What should I call you? Li Changqing asked, intrigued. You can call me Luo Laodao, the man quickly responded. And you, my friend? Li Changqing, he replied, observing the travel-worn Luo Laodao before him. Li Changqing couldn't help but reflect on the existence of those who toil for survival in every corner of the world. He had always been skeptical of fortune tellers, dismissing them as charlatans unworthy of trust. Yet, gazing at the man, he paused for a moment, retrieved a silver ingot from his sleeve, and handed it to Luo Laodao, saying, Might you cast a fortune for me? You wish to have your fortune told, Brother Changqing? Luo Laodao's eyes lit up at the sight of the silver on the table. That ingot was worth a full 5 taels. With such funds, he need not worry about food and drink for some time. Indeed, I would appreciate your assistance, sir. Li Changqing smiled, eager to witness how a fortune teller operates in this world. Luo Laodao picked up the silver, bit into it with a grin, and then tucked it away. He promptly retrieved an item from his robe, a rather worn and seemingly ancient compass. However, this compass bore inscriptions that Li Changqing could not decipher. Old Taoist Luo gazed reverently at the compass in his hand. Suddenly, he grasped it with 5 fingers, and in an instant, beams of light emanated from the compass, giving rise to a celestial map. Li Changqing's heart trembled. Could it be that old Taoist Luo was a practitioner of the arcane? However, when he regained his composure, he discovered that there were no beams of light, nor any celestial map upon the compass. It seemed as though everything had been a mere figment of his imagination. Li Changqing glanced down at a Fei, who remained quietly sprawled there, seemingly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Otherwise, whenever a practitioner approached Li Changqing, a Fei would invariably become alert, yet now he appeared to be in slumber. Perhaps I merely misperceived the situation, Li Changqing mused. After all, he was merely a fortune teller striving to make a living. What cultivation could he possibly possess? Furthermore, his own spiritual essence was robust. No practitioner could conceal themselves from his discerning gaze. At that moment, old Taoist Luo uttered a sound of surprise. What is it? Noticing the deep furrow in Luo's brow, Li Changqing paid little heed, for fortune tellers often employed such tactics, making certain statements to entice one into purchasing their remedies for misfortune. Could it be that the Cangyuan realm operated under similar pretenses? Brother Changqing is a dragon among men. Though the path ahead may be fraught with peril, his potential is boundless, old Taoist Luo earnestly proclaimed. Indeed, Li Changqing replied with a faint smile, recognizing the customary rhetoric. You have a son, though he is not by your side, yet he is not far away. The father-son relationship seems somewhat strained. Though there have been signs of recent reconciliation, old Taoist Luo continued. Hearing this, Li Changqing's gaze revealed a sense of curiosity. Could it be that this old Taoist, Luo, truly possessed remarkable abilities? How could he do such things? His son had never seen his mother since childhood, because of his mother. At this point, Luo's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression shifted dramatically. What had happened to his mother? Li Changqing hurriedly inquired. For this divination, I shall not accept your money, Luo declared as he took out the silver and handed it back to Li Changqing, then stood up as if to flee rather than merely depart. Mr. Luo, Li Changqing called after him in haste. Brother Changqing, I cannot interpret this divination for you. I must preserve my own life. However, I can offer you a warning. Your son is in imminent danger these next few days, a potential calamity that could threaten his life. Take heed. With that, Luo hastily retreated without a glance back. I am grateful to the brothers for their generous support. The leader of Hengsheng in the Misty Rain is the first leader of my life, a memory I shall cherish. I also recall each brother's contributions. I will continue to be a diligent storyteller. End of chapter.